fat woman, if you dare to force yourself on me today, I will kill you." In an old military family compound, inside a room with red bricks, green tiles, and newspaper-covered walls, a tall, muscular, handsome man was holding a quilt, his face flushed, eyes blazing with anger as he stared at the overweight woman in the room. The overweight woman looked miserable, her face like a bitter melon, tears threatening to fall as she looked at the man before her. Who did she offend? Her name was Su Mei. Living in the 5G era, she had money and looks, and was a promising surgical doctor. She was doing well in her career and was about to be promoted to chief physician in her department. But because of continuous overtime, she suddenly collapsed and died in the doctor's duty room. Death was okay, but she wasn't finished living yet. Her soul wandered through various broken timelines and unexpectedly arrived in the 1970s, a time of hunger and cold. She also found herself in the body of a sloppy, overweight military wife who was disliked by others. The most awkward part was that this military wife had been married to her husband, Hu Jiangwo, for 3 years without consummating their marriage. To get closer to Hu Jiangwo, the wife had secretly drugged his water. When he was drugged and unconscious, she climbed into his bed. The original owner wanted to make their relationship official, but she severely underestimated her weight. When her 200-pound body was on Hu Jiangwo's single military bed, the bed couldn't handle it and broke into pieces with a creak. Hu Jiangwo, who was already asleep, was immediately awakened by the fall. Meanwhile, the original owner hit her head on a broken wooden post and died instantly. At this moment, Su Mei's soul entered the body of the overweight military wife, becoming Su Mei herself. When she opened her eyes in confusion, she heard the man's fierce warning from earlier, and her large, fat hand was still clutching the pants she had just pulled off him. The man, holding the quilt, was lying on the shattered bed, glaring at Su Mei with fiery eyes. This kind of public humiliation made Su Mei wish she could find a hole to hide in. But finding a hole big enough for a 200-pound body was clearly impossible. After pretending to be dead for a few minutes, Su Mei finally had to accept the harsh reality of her crossing and awkwardly crawled up from the ground. Seeing Su Mei stand up, Hu Jiangwo shook his head vigorously, his mind still foggy from the drugs, and looked warily at the stinky, overweight woman. Su Mei, raised in an orphanage in modern times without parents, was very sensitive to her surroundings. So even after she stood up and didn't look at Hu Jiangwo, she still felt the strong murderous intent from the man. She had no courage to look at him and could only think of a plan in her mind. Based on the memories left by the original owner, Su Mei remembered that the medicine given to Hu Jiangwo was stolen from her grandfather's clinic. The medicine was called Huan pill, made from various herbs, and was very potent. If a man took this medicine and the poison wasn't detoxified in time, the consequences could be serious, including lifelong infertility. The original owner was really cruel. She gave the medicine with the intention of preventing herself from being used and not giving others a chance either. With this in mind, seeing the red-faced man lying on the ground, Su Mei felt extremely embarrassed. But now she had already transmigrated into this body, she was now Su Mei. No matter how awkward she felt, she had to find a way to clean up this mess. How to clean it up? Romantic gestures were unlikely. Although her cheap husband looked handsome with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, Su Mei liked his appearance at first glance. But he didn't like her back. Even though the man's consciousness was somewhat blurry, his eyes, which seemed eager to attack and kill her, were still wide open. Su Mei had no doubt that if she dared to get close to him, he would immediately choke her to death. She didn't like her body, but she valued her life, so she couldn't use her body to detoxify him, but she also couldn't just watch him suffer. So she tried to speak to Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo, does your body feel very uncomfortable now? I have to tell you, the medicine you took is very strong. If it's not detoxified in time, it might. Get out. Before she finished speaking, the man cut her off with a cold, harsh voice. Su Mei, even if I die here today, I will never. His voice trailed off, becoming quieter. Maybe he didn't know how to describe what happened, so he snorted coldly. I know you don't want to, so forget it. I won't force you, Sume said softly, trying to make him listen. She first stated she wouldn't pressure him anymore, then blushed and whispered, but even if you don't want to do it, you shouldn't hold on so tightly. If you hold on too long, it will be bad. For your health, I suggest it's best to act quickly. After saying this, Sume's face turned so red it looked like she might bleed. Although she has lived to 32 in modern times, her years studying medicine were long. During university, she focused solely on studying, and after graduation, she dedicated herself to work. She hardly ever interacted with men. So, after 32 years, Sume still kept her innocent heart. Although she had watched many romantic scenes, when faced with a man and having to speak such bold words, this woman from a new era who traveled back in time still couldn't help but blush and feel her heart race. Hu Jiangwo, lying on the ground holding a quilt, had a darkened face like a burnt pot. If he weren't completely exhausted and weak now, he would definitely get up and fight that chubby woman to the end. Men's eyes are truly frightening. Sume thought that since she was inside the room and it was hard to operate, she had already said what she needed to. She then tugged at her clothes, lowered her head, and walked out with her big, elephant-like legs. I'm going out. You handle things inside the room yourself. Be sure to handle it. Don't just tough it out. If you overdo it, your whole life will be ruined. As she left, Sume carefully reminded him once more. If Hu Jiangwo could handle the problem himself, there might still be hope. But if he stubbornly kept it to save face, Sume felt she would definitely be doomed. So, after leaving the house and planning to close the door, Sume added one last warning. Move it, got it? Don't be stupid. It was the cold winter month outside. As soon as Sume stepped out, she couldn't help but shiver. She instinctively reached her hand into her heavy, thick coat. Snow was falling heavily from the sky. The sky was darkening, but it hadn't turned night yet. The world was covered in white snow, shining like daylight. Even in such cold weather, after closing the door, Sume stepped into the snow, walking carefully, one step at a time, away from the yard. She needed to walk far enough so that Hu Jiangwo would fully lower his guard and be free to relax inside the house. From the memories of the original owner, Hu Jiangwo was a proud man. If she didn't leave, he probably wouldn't do anything inside the room, even if he was feeling suffocated. Beyond the yard was a wide road, flanked by 2 rows of identical houses. These houses were assigned to military officers' families by the army. Each house was inhabited, and because the walls weren't high, she could see faint lights flickering from other yards in the distance. Sume looked around as she walked forward. She soon reached the door of the neighboring yard, where children were playing in the snow, crawling and tumbling. As Sume passed by, she naturally tilted her head to peek inside. Suddenly, the little kid on the ground saw her and quickly got up, as if faced with a great threat, and closed the door. He ran while shouting, "Everyone's closing their doors. Big Fat Sue is coming again to eat and drink for free." Hey, what kind of words is this kid saying? Sume thought the neighbor's child was too rude. Just after she muttered this, several other yards nearby also started closing their doors. Sume sighed. Well, no wonder the kid is so rude. It's because during the year the original owner followed Hu Jiangwo to the military compound, she did many things that made people angry. The original owner and Hu Jiangwo were from the same village. She had been married to Hu Jiangwo for 3 years. 3 years ago, during the new year, Hu Jiangwo went back to visit his hometown. There was a big flood in the village. The original owner was walking by the river when she slipped and fell into the water, almost swept away by the current. Hu Jiangwo happened to pass by and saw her struggling in the water. It took him a lot of effort to pull her, who weighed about 200 jin, out of the river. Originally, Hu Jiangwo saving her life should have made the Su family grateful. But the original owner, being strange, not only didn't thank Hu Jiangwo but also accused him of touching her body when he pulled her out of the water, ruining her innocence, and forced him to marry her. She even said that if Hu Jiangwo didn't marry her, she would go to the army and complain to his superiors. Ho Jangwo's parents were afraid that Sume would really cause trouble, which might harm Ho Jangwo's future. They also thought that such an incident could make it hard for the girl to have a good life later. To keep peace, Ho Jangwo's parents decided to marry her into the family. However, on their wedding day, Ho Jangwo received a mission and left hurriedly on the night of the wedding. After that, the original owner lived with Ho Jangwo's parents. She was lazy and greedy, sleeping until late morning, eating more than a pig, and being picky, only wanting meat and not vegetables. She was not only lazy and gluttonous but also bossy, glaring at her in-laws, scolding her sisters-in-law, and even hitting Ho Jangwo's young niece. Living with Ho Jangwo's parents for 2 years, she caused chaos in the Ho family. People were upset, and the household was in disarray. Ho Jangwo's parents aged 10 years in just 2 years, exhausted from the constant trouble. Seeing the entire family falling into chaos, Hwo Jiangwa had no choice but to bring the original owner to the military housing area, thinking she would behave better there. However, once she arrived, she no longer disturbed Hwo Jiangwa's family, but started causing trouble among the military families in the courtyard. The original owner was lazy, unwilling to cook, and spent her days wandering from house to house smelling food. She would go wherever there was something to eat and eat as much as she could, stretching her arms wide. At first, a meal or two was manageable, but over time, no one could tolerate it. It was the 1970s, and many families struggled to have enough to eat or stay warm. Many lower-ranked officials earned only enough allowance to feed and clothe their families. If the original owner overate a few times, it could cause their family to go hungry for several days. The people in the courtyard suffered greatly from her torment, but because of Hwo Jiangwa's senior position, they dared not offend her. Hwo Jiangwa disliked her. After bringing her here, he only gave her living expenses each month and paid no attention to what she was doing. He didn't know how many bad things she was up to under his nose. If it weren't for a young squad leader's mother falling ill and having her small bag of flour stolen by the original owner, causing a fuss in front of Hwo Jiangwa, he would never have known how many bad deeds she had committed. To clean up her mess, Hwo Jiangwa withdrew his savings from the bank, bought rice, flour, grains, and oil, and went door to door apologizing to other military families in the courtyard. He then issued a statement telling neighbors not to worry about his reputation and that no one should feed the original owner. Despite this, she didn't stop causing trouble. She stole vegetables from others' gardens, picked eggs from their chicken coops, and when chickens wandered into her yard, she stopped them and ate the meat by plucking feathers. She also robbed children who picked wild fruits in the mountains and fish, or shrimp from the river. She had become the bully of the military housing area. After a year in the courtyard, Hwo Jiangwa was driven to the brink of nervous breakdown by her torment. Under such circumstances, how could Hwo Jiangwa possibly want to share a room with her? He even considered killing her. More than 10 months before coming here, the original owner still hoped to develop feelings for Hwo Jiangwa over time, trying to him with her body. But as the year-end approached, and she had been with the military for nearly a year, their relationship remained purely nominal. She grew anxious and secretly took out a love potion she had stored for 10 months, hoping to use it to Hwo Jiangwa into a romantic encounter. It seems that even heaven couldn't bear to see the original owner's foolishness, so just when she was about to succeed, it decisively took her life. The original owner got what she deserved. But Sume thought she had always done good deeds and been honest and upright. She had never done anything harmful or wrong. Why would heaven want her to clean up this mess left by the original owner? She walked through the snow, her long black hair covered with white frost. The footprints on the ground were deep and uneven. Wherever Sume passed, every household's door was tightly shut and everyone stayed silent, seeming afraid she might come in and ask for food. The world was silent and still. Sume knew she was not welcomed here. She had no choice. After all, she had entered the original owner's body, so she had to bear these troubles. As she walked, Sume thought about her situation. She knew she had to find a way to get along well with Hwo Jiangwo first. If Hwo Jiangwo divorced her, He would surely send her back to her hometown, which was in a remote mountain area where you couldn't walk out from dawn to dusk. She was used to the busy modern life, with cars and city lights. Going back to such a primitive place would be worse than death for her. Although this military compound was in a border area with tough conditions, it had roads, and it was only a 2-hour drive to the county town. It had red brick walls, white-painted houses, running water, and electricity. Life here was definitely better than in the primitive mountains. In her past life, Su-mei was an orphan. To change her fate, she worked hard while studying, staying up late at school. After graduation, she worked tirelessly, enduring many hardships. She was exhausted at a young age and died early. In this life, she had traveled to the difficult 1970s, but she wouldn't give up better days to suffer in the mountains. She needed to be clever, improve her relationship with Hu Jiangwo, and stay here to enjoy a comfortable life. Living in this nearby city with good transportation was her only chance to find a better future. After all, she came from a later era. As long as she seized the opportunity, she believed she wouldn't have to worry about the future in this golden land of her homeland. As for Hu Jiangwo, from the original owner's memory, this man was quite good-natured, and his looks also matched Su-mei's taste. She planned to try to get along well with him. Su-mei had already lived to 32 in her previous life, well past the age of romantic longing. She was ready to embrace a new chance at love. In her current life, she has already fallen into the dating market for older single women, even having dated divorced men with children. Compared to her, Hu Jiangwo is very handsome, young, and has good conditions. She can be with anyone, but she has been lonely for a long time and wants a partner. Without Hu Jiangwo, she would look for someone else, but she might as well try to inherit the husband left by the original owner. If they get along well, they can stay together. If not, they can part ways. However, thinking about building a good relationship with Hu Jiangwo makes Su-mei feel a bit discouraged because she suspects he might be planning to hurt her. Seeing Hu Jiangwo's fierce gaze, Su-mei feels that winning him over will not be easy. It's truly a difficult situation. Dragging her 200-pound body, she walked back and forth in the snow for an hour. Su-mei was exhausted and panting. She thought Hu Jiangwo should be done by now, so she slowly made her way back to the yard. She went to look at Hu Jiangwo's door and saw it slightly open. The man was lying on a broken bed, wrapped in a blanket, sleeping. It's not that Hu Jiangwo gave up, but the medicine from the original owner's grandfather was very strong. After it took effect, his body would feel weak and sore. It was like pushing all his strength to the limit. So even after finishing, Hu Jiangwo couldn't get out of bed. He needed at least a night to recover his strength. Thinking about the medicine's effects, Su-mei felt that one dose might not be enough. She looked at the snow-covered ground, then squatted down, formed a large snowball, and held it in her hand. She turned and pushed open the door to Hu Jiangwo's room. As soon as she entered, Hu Jiangwo opened his eyes and looked at her angrily. His voice was familiar as he said, "Get out." When she first came here, Su-mei was a little scared by Hu Jiangwo's anger. But now she has accepted that she has traveled to this world, and she has experienced hardships before, so she is much calmer. She calmly held the snowball and walked to Hu Jiangwo. Even doctors stay calm in such situations. She squatted down, took Hu Jiangwo's hand, and felt his pulse carefully with her eyes closed. Then she said, "Your pulse is still irregular and it's quite fast. The medicine's effect hasn't fully worn off. You've already taken care of yourself once, so your hand probably has no strength now. To fully remove the medicine's effects, you should place this snowball on ice for a while. In about half an hour, you'll be fine." As she spoke, Su-mei handed the snowball to Hu Jiangwo. "Go away." Hu Jiangwo was indeed completely unable to move. He had no strength in his hands and could only let Su-mei hold him, his face full of stormy emotions ready to burst. But Su-mei didn't care. Since he couldn't do anything to her now, she continued giving instructions. "You know, my grandfather is a doctor. He's quite famous in 10 villages around here, and I grew up with him, so I know a bit about traditional medicine. If you don't want to be completely ruined, you'd better follow the doctor's advice." After saying this, Sume stood up and left the room again. Hu Jiangwo looked at her back and then at the snowball in his hand, his expression complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he put the snowball into the quilt. I hope I don't freeze to death. That chubby woman better not have lied to him.
Sume didn't lie.
The original owner really grew up with her grandfather. Since her grandmother passed away early, her grandfather raised all the grandchildren in the family. The original owner had 5 brothers, and she was the only daughter. Unlike other families that favored boys over girls, her grandfather loved the only girl very much. He taught her to read and showed her medical books that were usually only for boys. Her grandfather loved her, but also spoiled her too much. He taught her to read and recognize characters, but never let her do chores. The young girl was pampered to the point of being uncontrollable. When she was young, she was willing to learn some characters and read medical books with her grandfather. Later, she lost interest and just lay in bed all day like a pig. The little knowledge she learned early on, she had long since returned to her grandfather. But Sume couldn't admit that she had returned it. In modern times, she was a key surgeon in the emergency department, having worked there for 2 years. She was a very skilled general practitioner, and her excellent medical skills would definitely be useful in this era. Coincidentally, the original owner had also learned some traditional Chinese medicine. She used this as an excuse to leave the impression that she knew medical skills, which might come in handy someday. After checking Hu Jiangwo's condition, Sume returned to the room where the original owner slept, ready to rest. Although the couple lived in the same yard, they each had their own rooms. The original owner's room was right next door. When Sume pushed the door open and saw the interior, she paused in surprise. Compared to Hu Jiangwo's house, this house is much better. It is filled with various furniture, the floor is cemented, and the walls hang a calendar with a 1970s style. The calendar is torn by hand, and from the original owner's memory, she tore it every day. It's not because she was particular, but because she knew a female teacher in the courtyard also had a calendar at home. She thought tearing the calendar was a very artistic and elegant thing to do, so she bought one and learned to tear it like others. In reality, although the original owner tore the calendar every day, she never paid attention to the date. Sume glanced at the date on the calendar, December 25th, 1977. What bad luck! This date is only half a month after the first college entrance exam. If Sume could have traveled here before the first exam, she could have left this place directly by passing the exam. The next college entrance exam wouldn't be until July next year. After confirming the date on the calendar, Sume looked away. She frowned and walked around the room. The whole room could be described as a garbage dump. Under the bed, there were food leftovers that hadn't been cleaned for a year, some moldy, some rotten. The bedding on the bed was so dirty that its original color was unrecognizable. The beautiful table was covered with a thick layer of dust. Unwashed clothes piled up like rags at the head of the bed, which was the pillow the original owner used to sleep on. In the corner, there was a bucket that hadn't been emptied for half a month. Because she was afraid of the cold when getting up to go to the bathroom in winter, the original owner moved the bucket inside to hold. Her habit was to empty it when it was full. After walking around the room, Sume almost felt sick. Compared to the dirtiness of the room, she looked at her own clothes, which seemed relatively clean. This set of clothes was the one the original owner had kept unworn, intending to wear it when she was with Hu Jiangwo. So, she only put on this outfit today. But although her clothes weren't dirty, her body was filthy. There was a layer of black mud under her nails, her hair was greasy and shiny, and the braid at the back had rubbed a black mark on her new clothes. What kind of trash is this? If she weren't afraid of dying and never having a chance to live again, Sume really wanted to cut off this braid and hang herself. She initially planned to just sleep here tonight, but seeing this disgusting scene, she simply couldn't fall asleep. So she quickly got up and went to the next room to light a fire, boiling a large pot of water to clean herself. Although the original owner was not very responsible, she knew some basic skills stored in her mind. Sume was worried she might not be able to start a fire, but as soon as she entered the kitchen, she quickly managed to do so. After putting water into the pot, Su-mei didn't just stand around. She went back to her room, held her breath, carried a bucket of and poured it into the outhouse in the backyard. Then she found a broom and swept out all the trash in the house. She packed some clothes into a large cloth bag and threw it into the yard. Once she finished these tasks, the water in the pot boiled. She took a wooden bucket, scooped out some water, and carried it to the bedroom. She also moved a wooden basin next to the water well outside. She then took a bucket of cold water and mixed it with hot water to get the right temperature. Only then did she start to undress and wash herself. Although the original owner was lazy, she still bought what she needed. On the table, there was a dusty soap bar and a brand new soap that had never been used. These two soaps weren't ideal for washing hair, but Su-mei could only make do for now. She washed herself 3 times. The first batch of water looked like dirty drainage water. The second batch looked like faded denim jeans. Only by the third wash did she see some bubbles and clearer water. Based on this, Su-mei thought she would need at least 2 more washes to be clean. However, she had already run out of water and was exhausted. She had no choice but to give up on boiling more water for now. At least she could manage to sleep for 1 night. Of course, she wouldn't sleep on the bed, which was no better than a pigsty. Su-mei couldn't lie down on it. She tore off a piece of cloth, wiped the table and stool clean, then sat on the stool and leaned her head on the table to sleep. Although this sleeping position was uncomfortable, Su-mei was very tired. She was also mentally shaken from her crossing into this world. She quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su-mei was awakened by the cold. Just as dawn broke outside, she moved her aching arms and legs and got up. Last night didn't seem so cold, but when she pushed the door open, she saw that the snow outside had stopped and everything was covered in white. Su-mei went to look at He Jangwo's door and saw it was locked from the outside, so she knew he had already gone out early. Being in the frontier army was very hard. Even though He Jangwo was now a division commander, he still worked so busy every day that he hardly had time to rest. They are responsible for building border defenses, developing the frontier, maintaining peace along the border, and preventing smuggling, drug trafficking, and poaching. There are many miscellaneous tasks and border guards work very hard. Seeing that He Jangwo is not here, Su-mei feels relieved. Although she planned to get along well with He Jangwo, after what happened yesterday, she feels too embarrassed to see him now. Her stomach growls loudly from hunger, so Su-mei decides to prepare some breakfast for herself. She checks the kitchen and finds rice, flour, shredded potatoes, eggs, and a few pieces of pumpkin that have probably been there for a long time. There is half a jar of lard and a large chunk of salt in the salt container. In this era, few people eat refined salt because it is expensive. Salt is cheap and comes in large stone-like blocks. When cooking, you can scrape out salt with a spoon. Besides salt, there are no other seasonings in the kitchen. The original owner was not good at cooking. She could only cook simple dishes, and she didn't care much about the taste. As long as she had something to eat when she had no other options, she was fine. Su-mei's cooking skills, however, are excellent. Although she was busy with her studies in college, she always cooked dinner herself to save money. After starting work, she would cook whenever she had free time because the aroma of fried dishes made her feel a sense of home, even though she had no family. She has tried making dishes from all 8 major cuisines. At first, she followed TikTok tutorials step by step. As she practiced more, she memorized many recipes. Her cooking may not be professional, but she can make dishes that look good, smell good, and taste good. She takes out some flour and kneads the dough, then lets it rest at the bottom of the bowl. While waiting for the dough to rise, she peels the potatoes and cuts a piece of pumpkin into small cubes, then stir-fries the pumpkin and potatoes with a little oil before adding water to make soup. Next, she pulls out the dough and starts making noodles. Soon, distinct strands of noodles appear in her hands. Once the soup boils, she adds the noodles, and after a few minutes, a bowl of fragrant, hearty noodle soup is ready. Heavy snow covers everything, masking the flavors of the world, so the aroma of Su-mei's noodles quickly spreads with the winter wind, filling the yard. Feeling her stomach growl loudly from hunger, Su-mei sits down with her bowl. The kitchen table and chairs are still very clean because Hu Jiangwo occasionally rests and also cooks in the kitchen, tidying it up afterward. So Su-mei can sit down directly to eat. Smelling the delicious food, suddenly, she heard the door in the yard being pushed open from outside. She turned her head and saw Jiangwo with a cold face, walking in quickly and decisively from outside. Yesterday, the room was too dark, so Su-mei didn't see clearly what Jiangwo looked like. Today, she finally realized that this man is really handsome. He has a neat, short haircut, is dressed in a sharp military uniform, tall and strong, with steady steps that exude confidence and heroism. Such an outstanding man. No wonder the original owner was so desperate to marry him and even begged to be with him. Unfortunately, the original owner was too foolish and didn't use the right way to win such an excellent man. Su-mei felt a stir of hope. She was eager to try. Thinking that the original owner couldn't do it, she decided to give it a shot. She stood up proactively and greeted Jiangwo. "You went out so early and haven't eaten yet, right? Are you hungry? Want to have a meal together?" By now, Jiangwo had already come in front of Su-mei. His eyes were full of anger, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and his gaze at Su-mei was fierce, as if he wanted to eat her. "Su-mei, I want to divorce you. I already went to the Youth League Committee this morning to explain our situation. Our marriage has always been nominal. You are domineering and unruly, causing trouble in the military compound. I have already filed a request with the organization, and it has been approved. Now, you and I should go to the Youth League Committee to handle the divorce procedures. At this time, divorces within the military do not require going through civil authorities. You just go to the Youth League Committee, get a divorce certificate, both spouses sign, and the committee stamps it. That's considered a divorce." Su-mei was stunned. She was still thinking about how to please Jiangwo and improve their relationship, not expecting him to leave so early just to apply for a divorce. Thinking about it, it's true that the original owner was very unreasonable. She even drugged Jiangwo. For a man like Jiangwo, who holds a high position and has a proud spirit, if he was truly forced by a woman, he might do anything, even commit serious crimes. Jiangwo didn't pursue the drugging incident and directly asked for a divorce, which was already very manly. But Su-mei still wanted to struggle a bit. She lowered her head obediently and spoke softly. "Jiangwo, I know I was wrong before. I was domineering and rude, unclean, and embarrassing you outside. That was all my fault. I am sorry, I truly am. Can you give me a chance to start over? I promise I won't mess up again. Please don't divorce me now. Let's see if I can change, okay?" Seeing Su-mei's cautious and aggrieved expression, Hu Jiangwo was momentarily stunned. He was a bit surprised. In the past, whenever divorce was mentioned, this woman would cry, make a scene, or threaten to harm herself. Today, strangely, her first reaction was not to cause trouble. However, regardless of Su-mei's response, Hu Jiangwo saw it as her playing tricks. He would not soften at all. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Stop with the nonsense. This isn't the first time you've made mistakes. Does talking help? Soon you'll repeat the same tricks. I don't believe you'll change. Whether you do or not, it doesn't matter to me. I never wanted to marry you in the first place. If I had known that pulling you out of the river would make you cling to me, I would have regretted not just watching the flood drown you." Su-mei, today's marriage, whether she wanted it or not, had to end. At this point, Su-mei understood that Hu Jiangwo had already sentenced her to death in his heart. She couldn't fix this mess or repair her relationship with him anymore. Suddenly, the noodles in her hand lost their appeal. The thought of returning to the remote mountains, cut off from water and electricity, after divorce, made her feel very heavy-hearted. In this era, unlike later times, divorce meant she couldn't just go anywhere she wanted. In this period, even leaving the house required a letter of introduction. Without household registration, she could only return to her hometown. She swallowed her sour feelings, looked down at her bowl of noodles and muttered, "Since you insist, then let's divorce. After I finish this bowl, I'll go with you to handle the paperwork." Although Su-mei had been thinking last night about trying to please Hu Jiangwo to keep her comfortable life, She was not the kind of person with a thick skin like the original owner. She couldn't, in the face of a man demanding a divorce, throw a tantrum and insist on staying. After all, she was a modern woman with her own dignity. Her grip on the chopsticks tightened, and she slowly fed the steaming noodles into her mouth, one bite at a time. Hu Jiangua frowned deeply. He always felt that since last night, Su-mei had suddenly started acting strangely. But he quickly stopped himself from overthinking. This woman was full of tricks, and she might have some secret plan. Hu Jiangua took off his hat and sat heavily across from Su-mei, coldly saying, "Fine, I'll wait until you finish eating. Let's see what tricks you can still play." Su-mei quickly finished the bowl of noodles, but her stomach felt empty, as if she hadn't eaten at all. Actually, there was still food in the pot, but thinking about the 3 layers of swimming rings around her stomach, Su-mei silently kept her silence. She stood up, washed the dishes thoroughly, and put them away in the cabinet. Hu Jiangwo had been watching Su-mei from behind, thinking that this woman was so stingy she wouldn't even help when the oil bottle spilled. She had never washed dishes before. Every time she made the kitchen a mess, he would come in during his break to clean up. Today, perhaps the sun was rising from the west. No, maybe this woman just wanted to delay by washing dishes. When Su-mei finished washing the dishes and turned around, Hu Jiangwo looked at her coldly, wanting to hear what excuse she would come up with this time. To his surprise, Su-mei didn't make any excuse. She looked calmly at Hu Jiangwo and said, "Let's go. Let's get a divorce." Hu Jiangwo was stunned for a moment. Maybe because everything went too smoothly, he felt it was a little unreal. He was even prepared to threaten or bribe her. Actually, he had once planned to live a good life with Su-mei. A few years ago, he avoided it, but when he brought Su-mei to the military family compound, he also imagined a life with his wife and children at home. Life on the border was tough, but these officials with families lived comfortably. Although Hu Jiangwo was unhappy with Su-mei, he had already married her. After 2 years of inner struggle, he decided to take responsibility as a man. He brought Su-mei over, bought furniture, and renovated the house. He initially planned to live with her. But on the first night he brought her home, he was overwhelmed by the terrible smell of her feet, which reeked for miles around. Later, he found out that Su-mei not only had smelly feet but also smelled bad all over. She never took a shower, and she never used the mouthwash cup he prepared for her. She was so untidy that Hu Jiangwo doubted his life. He tried to persuade Su-mei, but it was useless. So he gave up on the idea of living with her, but out of responsibility, he was still willing to support her. Who knew she would become more and more unreasonable? Last night, she even drugged him so they could sleep together. Luckily, he didn't have an urgent task yesterday. If something urgent had come up, he wouldn't have been able to get up, and he would have lost his dignity. Hu Jiangwo realized he couldn't endure this anymore. If he didn't divorce Su-mei, his life would sink into an endless swamp he couldn't escape from. He was ready, thinking that as long as Su-mei agreed to let go, he would use all his savings to exchange for that divorce paper. If persuasion didn't work, he would threaten, even to the point of holding a knife to Su-mei's neck. Today, he was determined to end this marriage. However, despite his thorough preparations, he never expected that Su-mei wouldn't cause any trouble. Seeing Su-mei leave the house first, Hu Jiangwo was stunned for a moment before quickly standing up and following her. He didn't understand why Su-mei was so calm. He worried that her calmness might hide some secret, so he kept talking to her as they walked. "Don't worry, after the divorce, I won't treat you badly. I will give you enough compensation so that you won't have to worry about food or clothing for 10 years. As for the future, it's best if you can live well on your own. If it's not good, I won't ignore you. I will help you as much as I can with material things. Let's part on good terms." Listening to Hu Jiangwo's words, Su-mei couldn't help but think that he was truly a good man. He lived with the original owner, while she stayed in a shabby, messy room, yet he provided the original owner with a beautiful house. Now that they were separating, it was clearly the original owner's fault, but he took all the responsibility himself. From what he said, it seemed he planned to divorce and even empty his savings. The original owner didn't know exactly how much money Hu Jiangwo had, but he had no intention of hiding anything. He even said that if she had difficulties in 10 years, he would still help. What a good man. It's such a pity. Su Mei wouldn't say something foolish like she didn't want money. But she believed in being honest and fair. She wouldn't take everything. She would take at most half. Dividing the property equally after divorce was fair and legal. She only thought about these things silently. She didn't say them out loud. She figured Hu Jiangwo probably wouldn't want to hear her voice anyway. They walked one after the other. Hu Jiangwo watched Su Mei not cause any trouble and saw that they were steadily heading toward the military base office. He couldn't help but fall into silence. Just as they were about to reach the end and leave the residential area, someone suddenly rushed out from behind. The person was panting heavily and ran straight to Hu Jiangwo upon seeing him. Commander Hu, something has happened. Cieli, what's the matter? Hu Jiangwo stopped and asked seriously. Su Mei also turned around. She looked at Hu Jiangwo and clearly sensed a shift in his aura, which instantly became sharp and serious. Cieli was clearly exhausted. He took a few deep breaths before speaking. Captain Hua, Li Yuan, and I were patrolling when we slipped and fell from the cliff at Jigongpo. I called out many times, but there was no response. I don't know what happened to him. I was afraid to go down alone, so I ran back to get help. As he spoke, Cieli's voice choked with emotion, and it looked like he was about to cry. Captain Hua, please send some people to help rescue Li Yuan. After hearing Cieli, Hu Jiangwo's face grew even more serious. He looked at Su Mei and said, You go back first. We'll talk about this another day.
Okay, Su Mei nodded.
Since such an incident had happened, Hu Jiangwo definitely needed to go help. She also knew that today, the divorce couldn't be settled. After giving a quick explanation to Su Mei, Hu Jiangwo quickly ran toward the base. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Cieli politely greeted Su Mei and then jogged after Hu Jiangwo. Although Cieli was polite to Su Mei, she still noticed the unhidden disgust in his eyes. She couldn't help but sigh. Su Mei, you really are disliked by everyone. Without the marriage, Su Mei naturally returned to the courtyard. As soon as she got back, she started boiling water. Even though she was about to divorce, she still needed to tidy up. The pile of dirty clothes had to be washed, the bed sheets and quilts needed changing, and she opened all the windows to air out the house. Even if she was leaving, she wanted to leave the house clean. It was a habit of Su Mei's. In modern times, when she rented a place and moved out, she always made sure to clean the house before leaving. She also washed the old clothes she planned to throw away until they were spotless before discarding them. She didn't know why she had this strange habit. She had gotten used to it. And since the divorce hadn't been finalized yet, she didn't know when she would be able to leave. She still had to live in this house for now, so tidying up made her feel more comfortable. After boiling the water, Su Mei went to the bedroom to take apart the bed sheets and covers. The bed was warm, which made her realize that the fire in the kitchen could also warm the bed. No wonder she hadn't felt cold in the first half of the night, but in the second half, she was freezing with cold hands and feet. That was because the hot coals underneath had gone out. She piled the thick blankets and clothes into 2 baskets. Carrying the hot water, she poured it into a basin, squatting beside the washboard by the well. With a brush and soap, she started washing. First, she scrubbed the bed sheets and covers clean and hung them up, then she began washing the clothes. While she was putting on a heavy cotton coat, a middle-aged woman in her 30s, chewing sunflower seeds, walked into the yard. She said as she walked, "Oh, madam, you're doing laundry." Hearing the title madam, Su Mei's face darkened slightly. She looked up displeased and glanced at the woman. The woman was Kai Ho Hot, the only person in the military compound who was willing to associate with the original owner. Not because Kai Ho Hot got along well with the original owner, but because, like her, Kai Ho Hot was someone who was not well liked in the military housing area. Kai Ho Hot wasn't as difficult as the original owner, but she had a mouth that loved gossip and spreading rumors. She often talked behind people's backs, offending many in the compound. No one wanted to talk to Kai Ho Hot, so she turned her attention to the original owner. She often sat with her, chatting casually, calling her madam, making her very happy. The original owner was naive and thought Kai Ho Hot was sincere. But Su-mei, through her memories, saw that Kai Ho Hot was mean-spirited. She often whispered to the original owner about which families made dumplings or bought fruit, encouraging her to eat and drink with others. She also told the original owner not to do laundry, cook, or clean, because once women did these chores, they would have to do them forever. She suggested being lazy so that men could handle these household tasks. The original owner tried this and found that if she didn't sweep the yard, He Jangwo would do it. If she didn't clean the kitchen, He Jangwo would do that too. So she thought Kai Ho Hot was very clever, and she listened to her in everything. An elderly woman in the yard advised her not to associate with Kai Ho Hot, calling her a lazy pig behind her back. The original owner didn't believe it and scolded the old lady harshly. What nonsense is all this? After briefly recalling everything related to Kai Ho Hot in a few seconds, Su-mei felt a bit sick and looked up to ask her, "Is the team leader's wife here to see me?" "Oh, my dear. My husband isn't very capable. He doesn't have your man's power or influence. I really can't take the title madam for myself." When Kai Ho Hot was called madam by the team leader's wife, her face turned awkward. She forced a few awkward laughs before speaking to Su-mei. Su-mei didn't look up and said, "Why can't you? The team leader is an officer and Commander Chun is an officer too. So, you're an officer's wife. What's wrong with being called madam?" "Oh, no, I can't call myself that." Kai Ho Hot kept waving her hands. Su-mei refused to listen. "You have to call me that. From now on, I'll just call you Commander's wife." "It sounds better than madam." "No, I told you not to call me that." "Why don't you listen?" Kai Ho Hot looked around nervously, worried others might hear. At this point, Su-mei stopped pretending and threw down her clothes. She stood up, crossed her arms, and looked at Kai Ho Hot. "You're really funny. You know the organization doesn't allow bureaucratic behavior or calling each other madam or Mrs. now. Everyone calls each other comrade. If someone hears you call me madam or Mrs., they'll criticize us. You know I don't want you to call me that, but you keep calling me that. What are you thinking? Could it be because you're jealous that my man has a higher position than yours? Or maybe your man has issues with my man, and you're acting on his orders? Maybe I should ask Commander Hua to talk to your Captain Chun and see what he thinks." These words made Kai Ho Hot speechless. Her face turned red and white, and she thought about how Su-mei was acting today like she had a bad temper. Before, she was happy to call her the commander's wife, but today she suddenly realized calling her that was wrong. Maybe Commander Hua told her to stop. Thinking of Hu Jangwo, Kai Ho Hot felt nervous. He was her man's superior. If it was Hu Jangwo who told Su-mei to stop, he might cause trouble for her man. Her man might not get promoted in the future. Feeling scared, Kai Ho Hot was a bit annoyed and said, "How can you think like that of me? Besides me, who else in this big yard would bother to talk to you? I called you madam to make you happy privately. I hope you didn't tell Commander Hua about this. I was just trying to be kind because you seem lonely and have no friends here. Please don't ruin this for me." "Oh, so you called me privately to make me happy." Su-mei nodded as if she suddenly understood everything. Kai Ho Hot immediately nodded quickly and said, "Exactly. You need to explain this to Commander Hua clearly, so he doesn't get the wrong idea about me."
Okay, Madam Commander, Su-mei nodded.
Hearing this, Kai Ho Hot's eyes widened in anger. "I told you not to call me that. Why can't I call you that?" Su-mei looked innocent and strangely stared at Kai Ho Hot. "I was just whispering privately to cheer you up. Why are you not happy?" After speaking, Su-mei winked and smiled at Kai Ho Hot.
Kai Ho Hot.
Su-mei showed her commanding presence from her intern days, looking at Kai Ho Hot with a questioning expression. In the end, Kai Ho Hot could only nod with a sad face. "I'm happy. I'm almost too happy to handle it. I'm glad the lady of the team is happy." Su-mei smiled happily at Kai Ho Hot. Kai Ho Hot almost ground her yellowed teeth, but still had to smile along with Su-mei, secretly cursing in her heart. This fat pig, how did she suddenly grow a brain in just a few days? Seeing Kai Ho Hot had nothing more to say, Su-mei sat back down to wash clothes. She thought the original owner was foolish and just wanted to say a few words to criticize Kai Ho-hot on her behalf. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother with someone like Kai Ho-hot. After squatting down again, Su-mei started giving her a gentle dismissal. All right, lady of the team, if there's nothing else, go home and rest. You see, I'm busy now and don't have time to entertain you. Kai Ho-hot's mouth was never idle. She came to find Su-mei because she was bored at home. Seeing Su-mei wanting her to leave, she was definitely unhappy. She pouted and said, "Why are you so busy? You do all the work. If your man comes back, what is he for? He keeps telling you that women should learn to push chores onto men. How come you can't remember that?" "I remember." Su-mei was annoyed by the noise and rolled her eyes at Kai Ho-hot. Then she said, "I'll have Olhua ask Captain Chen to talk to you later, to see if Captain Chen is treating you badly or making you do too much housework. From now on, you don't need to do anything. Let Olhua arrange some tasks for your husband to do at home, washing clothes, cooking, taking care of your needs. Would that be okay?" "Su-mei, don't be ungrateful, and I can't tell good from bad." Kai Ho-hot was completely angry now. She pointed at Su-mei's nose and scolded, "I only look at you with pity. It's snowing heavily, and you're still washing so many clothes. I'm also doing it out of pity for you." Su-mei calmly countered her words, "So I asked Olhua to arrange some tasks for him to spend more time with you. Isn't that good?" Kai Ho-hot, "Of course not. Men are busy building their careers. They need to take on more tasks and make achievements for a better future. What are you thinking? Telling him to do less?" Su-mei, "Oh, so Sister Guahua also knows that men need to work hard. Then only your man needs to work, and my man doesn't have to? Do you mean my man is just living off the country? But how do you know my man is free? Did Commander Chen tell you? I should ask Olhua later. How free is my man, that even Commander Chen can't stand it." Kai Guohua, who had been repeatedly pushed back and was about to fall apart, heard Su-mei mention Commander Chen again and again, and she finally lost her temper. She bared her yellow teeth and shouted as she rushed towards Su-mei, "Lazy pig, I'll beat you to death, so you won't go gossiping in front of Major Hua and ruin my man's future." People who love to gossip are now afraid of others gossiping about them. Some people only learn their lesson when the pain hits them directly. It's really funny. Seeing Kai Guohua rush over, Su-mei didn't even bother to dodge. Mainly because she was so heavy, about 200 jin, that she couldn't dodge even if she wanted to. But being heavy has its advantages. When Kai Guohua pounced on her fiercely, she sat still without moving. Then her big, fat hand, like holding a small chick, grabbed Kai Guohua's hair and pressed her face into the icy water in the yard.
"Su-mei is nered. He, overestimating yourself."
Ah.
Kai Guohua let out a scream like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. She was already short and thin, and under the pressure of her size, she had almost no way to fight back. Her shout immediately alarmed a few neighbors in the next yard. Soon, several neighbors came into Su-mei's yard and pulled Kai Guohua away from her. Actually, the neighbors had already heard the fight between the two, but no one came to stop it. The two oddballs in the big yard were fighting, and everyone enjoyed watching the joke. But as the fight escalated to physical violence, it was no longer right to just stand by and watch. After all, Hu Jiangwo was a good person and had a good reputation in the army, so they had to show some respect. Kai Guohua's hair was soaked through. After being pulled apart, she cried out loudly and accused Su-mei. "Su-mei, you rely on Hu Jiangwo's status to bully everyone in the yard. I tell you, this isn't over. Everyone knows that Su-mei is a big troublemaker in our yard. I think she should be sent back to her hometown, right?" This statement was very fitting. Clearly, it was a conflict between two people, but Kai Ho-hot's words immediately put Su-mei against the entire military family compound. Two unintelligent women, upon hearing Kai Ho-hot's accusations, nodded repeatedly, as if she had spoken to their hearts.
Oh.
Su-mei simply nodded indifferently.
It was just about reporting to Hu Jiangwo and being sent back home. She and Hu Jiangwo were already close to divorce, so why care? Su-mei didn't even try to defend herself. She knew stereotypes could be very harmful. Given her reputation, no matter what she said at this moment, others wouldn't listen. Unexpectedly, even though Su-mei didn't defend herself, the neighbor's elderly lady stepped in to speak for her. Kai-ho-hot, your bad habit of gossiping never changes. Calling someone a troublemaker in the neighborhood. But aren't you the same? When you argued with Su-mei just now, I was listening from the corner. You call Su-mei the wife of a leader, and you encourage her not to do chores or wash clothes. You're talking more and more nonsense. When you couldn't win the argument, you even tried to hit her. But you're too thin to do that, and just because someone cries doesn't mean they are right. Su-mei stays at home every day. How would she know which family bought meat or flour? You're the one coming to tell her. You had bad intentions yourself, and Su-mei found out. Now you're the one feeling wronged. I think the one who should be driven away is someone like you, who stirs up trouble. After hearing this, the people around looked at Kai-ho-hot with deeper meaning. Those who remembered Su-mei taking noodles also recalled that Kai-ho-hot had seen her when she brought the noodles home. Those who remembered Su-mei sneaking food also recalled Kai-ho-hot peeking in from the doorway while she cooked. The children who lost wild fruits to Su-mei remembered walking with their fruit, and Kai-ho-hot asking for one, but not giving it. As everyone shared their memories, they suddenly realized that many of Su-mei's misdeeds had Kai-ho-hot's involvement behind the scenes. One was bad, the other was foolish, working together in a shameful way. It's terrifying. After some discussion, a clear, fresh voice of a woman sounded. I think Kai-ho-hot and Su-mei, who influenced discord among us, should be kicked out of our military family compound. Our men are defending the borders and building the country. We should live peacefully and help each other at home. The compound shouldn't tolerate such troublemakers. When Captain Chen and Commander Hua return, we will gather everyone for a meeting and ask them to send Kai-ho-hot and Su-mei away. This woman speaking is Zhaoing, a teacher. Since the school is on holiday now, she is resting at home. As a teacher, Zhaoing has some influence. When she speaks, most people agree immediately and support sending Kai-ho-hot and Su-mei away. Kai-ho-hot didn't expect things to turn out this way and didn't know what to say to argue. She covered her face and cried as she ran out. The others in the yard, seeing there was no more entertainment, discussed and decided to wait for Hu Jiangwo and Captain Chen to return. Then they would collectively talk about asking the others to leave and dispersed. The most surprised person by this situation was Su-mei. She didn't expect the original owner to be so poor, yet someone was willing to stand up and speak for her. The elderly woman who stepped forward lives next door. Her name is Wang. She is the same elderly woman who previously advised the original owner not to associate with Kai-ho-hot and was harshly rebuffed. The original owner spoke very harshly to her. Surprisingly, despite that, the elderly woman still stood up without holding a grudge. Anyway, Su-mei felt she should thank her. Su-mei stopped the slow-moving elderly woman at the back. Grandma Wang, thank you for standing up for me just now. The elderly woman looked at Su-mei with displeasure and said, Don't thank me. I did it because of Commander Hua's face. It's good that you see Kai-ho-hot's true nature. Don't listen to her provocations in the future. Commander Hua is a good person. Marrying him is a blessing you've earned over many lifetimes. He's soft-hearted. If you treat him well, he will never let you down. Live well with him. If you make him unhappy, it will be hard for you to find such a good man again in this life. After speaking, the elderly woman shot Su-mei a sharp look, then turned around and shakily left the yard. Su-mei listened to her words and couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking that the elderly woman was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Although her face looked unfriendly, every word she said was genuinely for the original owner's good. Unfortunately, the original owner couldn't tell right from wrong and had already lost the man the elderly woman called a once-in-a-lifetime good husband. After the woman left, Su-mei continued to go back and wash her clothes. Maybe because she was an orphan in her past life and was used to being independent, she always maintained a good attitude. At first, she was worried that life after divorce would be hard in the mountains, but she quickly adjusted her mood. Anyway, Worrying is useless. It's better to take things step by step. The road will appear when you reach the mountain. The water in the basin has started to cool and feels icy to the touch. Sume thought about it and brought another bucket of hot water into the kitchen to boil. In her past life, she was only 32 and already had rheumatoid arthritis, which was because she didn't know how to take care of herself when she was young. If she could start over, even though she has a fat body now, she is only 22, young and healthy with no illnesses. Sume would naturally protect her body well. She boiled the water and used warm water to hang up the 2 washed clothes to drip dry. While washing, Sume didn't feel much, but when she twisted the clothes, she deeply missed automatic washing machines from her later life. Thin clothes are easy to twist, but heavy winter coats are too heavy to lift or twist. In the end, she hung them up and squeezed out the water little by little. After hanging the 2 clean clothes, Sume picked up the bucket to go back for more hot water. But as she stepped out, she heard loud talking outside in the yard. "Hurry, hurry. Get the person inside quickly. They're frozen stiff. What should we do? His thigh is still bleeding. If it keeps bleeding like this, he might die. Someone is hurt." Sume was curious about the noise outside and saw a few soldiers carrying a homemade stretcher walking past her yard. A cold, stern face followed behind the stretcher, flashing past Sume. Seeing Ho Jangwo, Sume suddenly remembered the morning when Ho Jangwo took her to get a divorce, and a young soldier rushed out to ask Ho Jangwo to save someone. It was probably the soldier who fell off the cliff and was rescued. Those people were noisy and went into the neighboring yard. Soon, Sume heard the crying of Grandma Wang from the next yard. That's when she remembered that the young soldier said the person who fell off the cliff was named Li Yuan. Li Yuan is the son of Grandma Wang, who lives next door. The next yard quickly gathered many people. Seeing this, Sume put down her water bucket and went over to look. In the neighbor's yard, listening to the gossip, Sume learned that because of heavy snow blocking the mountain roads, the only way to the county was closed, and they couldn't send Li Yuan to the county hospital for emergency treatment. The only doctor in the army had gone out of town to buy medicine before the snow fell and hadn't returned. Currently, Li Yuan's thigh was pierced by a broken piece of wood, and he was bleeding heavily. He stayed under the cliff for too long, his body froze and lost sensation, and he had already fallen into a coma. After understanding the full situation, Sume quickly returned to her room, rummaged through her belongings, and found a bottle of hemostatic powder at the bottom of her box. This was given to her by her grandfather when she left home. Besides the hemostatic powder, her grandfather also gave her medicine for typhoid, cough, and diarrhea. Her grandfather brought so many medicines because he was worried she might get sick and that good herbs might be unavailable in the border area. Although she was overweight, her body was very healthy, so she never used any of these medicines. Holding the hemostatic powder, Sume hurried to the next room. She clutched the medicine and, carrying her heavy body, squeezed into the yard. Fortunately, the original owner had a disliked physique, so people avoided her. When they saw Sume behind them, they automatically kept their distance. Soon, Sume reached Huijianguo's side. She stood behind him and poked his waist with her chubby hand. Huijianguo's brows were furrowed, and when he felt someone poking him, his expression darkened. He turned to see Sume, and his eyes immediately filled with suspicion.
Sume.
Huijianguo frowned, about to scold her, but saw Sume spread her fat hand in front of him, revealing the small white bottle with medicine inside. Sume softly whispered in his ear, "This is the hemostatic powder my grandfather gave me when I left home. Please ask someone to sprinkle it on Li Yuan's wound. It might stop the bleeding." She spoke so quietly because the original owner had a bad reputation. If others heard this, they might doubt her motives. So she only told Huijianguo because he was a rational person and could judge whether her words were trustworthy. Hearing her words, Huijianguo looked at her and then at her palm, trying to find a hint of guilt in her eyes. He didn't believe Sume was so kind-hearted to give medicine to others. She was the type to prefer to let things spoil rather than let others take advantage. But she did bring the medicine, and it was done openly in front of everyone. She probably wouldn't dare to harm anyone. While looking at Su Mei, she also looked confidently back at him. Her calm and composed attitude was something Hu Jiangua had never seen before in her. After staring at her for a while, Hu Jiangua took her into the kitchen of the old lady's house and closed the door. Everyone thought that Su Mei had done something to upset Commander Hua again, so Hu Jiangwo pulled her into the room to scold her. After all, it was not good to say such things in front of so many people. Su Mei didn't know what Hu Jiangwo was about to do, so she could only follow him passively. In the kitchen, Hu Jiangwo looked at Su Mei for a moment, then took the medicine from her hand. Next, Su Mei saw Hu Jiangwo draw a sharp dagger from his waist, roll up his sleeve, and make a cut on a prominent vein. When blood spurted out, he opened a medicine bottle and sprinkled some powder onto his wound.
Su Mei.
She could only think that Hu Jiangwo was a brave man, but he was really ruthless. After a while, the bleeding from Hu Jiangwo's wound stopped. He lowered his sleeve, grabbed the medicine powder, and went outside. Seeing this, Su Mei quickly followed behind him. With Hu Jiangwo leading the way, Su Mei smoothly entered the next room. She saw a young soldier lying on the bed, bloodstains on his pants. A thick wooden stake pierced through his thigh, and the wound was still bleeding heavily. His face was pale, eyes closed tightly, but his lips were bright, and his breathing was steady. Although he was unconscious, Su Mei judged that he was not in immediate danger. However, his leg was badly injured, and he was running a fever. If he wasn't treated in time and the condition worsened over the next few hours, he might not survive. Hu Jiangwo handed the medicine bottle to Xieli, who was closest to Li Yuan, and said, "This is a stopping blood powder. Sprinkle it on him first and see how it goes." He didn't mention that the medicine was brought by Su Mei, probably because he knew that if he told the truth, these people would rather not use the medicine at all. After all, Hu Jiangwo had only believed Su Mei after he cut his own vein and did an experiment. Xieli trusted Hu Jiangwo completely. He took the powder and poured it onto Li Yuan's thigh. Within a few minutes, the bleeding stopped. Su Mei thought that if the blood stopped, the artery probably wasn't injured. Xieli exclaimed happily, "The bleeding has stopped." He looked up at Hu Jiangwo, then saw Su Mei peeking out from behind him with half a head. His face darkened again. Why did this annoying, fat woman come along? Although the bleeding had stopped, Su Mei didn't think the situation was entirely safe. The blood wasn't flowing anymore, but the wooden stake was still there, and she didn't know how the muscles and bones inside were. The person was still unconscious, possibly having fallen and injured their head. As a doctor, Su Mei wanted to go and check on the patient. After all, saving lives is a doctor's duty. However, given her reputation, if she took a step forward now, people might accuse her and push her out. She had only come in and done nothing. The people inside the room were glaring at her fiercely. Everyone was gathered around, anxiously watching Li Yuan, who was sleeping deeply. Grandma Wang sat nearby, tears in her eyes. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran into the room. Seeing the soldier, Hu Jiangwo quickly asked, "How is it?" "Commander," I checked. "The snow is 2 miles deep, and digging through it is impossible. It's too thick, and it would take at least half a month to clear," the soldier replied, his voice growing softer until he finally said, "But the snow will melt in half a month." This statement completely crushed all hope. The atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. "We can't send him to the hospital. Are we just going to wait and see if he pulls through?" Xieli said, his voice trembling with tears. No one responded. Everyone knew that with Li Yuan's current condition, if he wasn't treated in time, he would either die or be left severely disabled. Suddenly, Li Yuan on the bed started trembling all over. This was a spasming caused by intense pain. The people in the room were worried and surprised at the same time. Xieli said, "He can still move, which means he's about to wake up." "Hold him down," Su Mei shouted softly to Hu Jiangwo, leaning over. She said seriously, "Don't let him touch the wound on his thigh. The powder just now has solidified. If it tears open again, he will bleed. I have no more powder." Hu Jiangwo didn't know why he believed Su Mei without hesitation at that moment. He reached out and grabbed Li Yuan's leg. The spasms lasted quite a while. When they finally stopped, Li Yuan's breathing was no longer steady but irregular, though he was still unconscious. They couldn't wait any longer. If they did, his life might be at risk. Now, Su-mei looked at Hu Jiangwo and whispered, holding his sleeve, "You and I need to go outside." Everyone in the room looked at Su-mei with suspicion. It was such a critical moment, yet she was still worried about her own messy affairs with Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo's voice was cold. "Su-mei, don't provoke me." The harsh tone made Su-mei feel upset. She used to be the youngest and most famous surgeon, and people used to seek her out for treatment. Now, she had to endure unfair treatment just to help others. "Hu Jiangwo, I have something important to say." Su-mei looked only into Hu Jiangwo's eyes. "Let's go outside for a moment. If what I say isn't important after we go out, you can get angry, but I won't leave." Hu Jiangwo's eyes suddenly looked cold and sharp, like icy blades, and he stared at Su-mei fiercely. His gaze was dark and deep, making Su-mei feel like she was falling into an icy pit. The pressure in his eyes was like that of a soldier on the battlefield, and Su-mei trembled slightly from the intensity. But she kept her gaze steady, fearless, and stubborn. Looking into Su-mei's eyes, Hu Jiangwo was momentarily stunned. He remembered a scene from a mission where he led an attack on drug dealers but was ambushed and his team was defeated. Despite the danger, he requested to continue chasing the drug dealers alone over the radio. His eyes must have been just as determined then. He thought, "Why am I thinking of this now?" Hu Jiangwo chuckled at himself. This woman wouldn't have that kind of expression. Seeing everyone watching them, Hu Jiangwo finally stood straight. "Make sure you really have something to say, or today won't end well for you," he said coldly and firmly, but he still got up and left. Su-mei lowered her head and followed him. The two of them left the neighbor's yard and returned to their own home. As soon as Hu Jiangwo entered, he saw the snow piled high from being shoveled and the washed sheets and clothes hanging in the yard. He wondered if Su-mei was trying to tell him she had cleaned up and was willing to do housework, even sharing her medicine, hoping he wouldn't divorce her. Thinking this, Hu Jiangwo snorted coldly. If this woman only called him back for that, she was mistaken. He would never change his mind about divorce, for any reason. Get ready for a surprise. And if she only called him back for this reason, he would give her a harsh lesson today. Su-mei took Hu Jiangwo straight into the kitchen. She still didn't want others besides Hu Jiangwo to hear what she had to say. Upon entering the kitchen, Su-mei suddenly stopped and turned around. Hu Jiangwo's footsteps didn't stop, and Su-mei's nose bumped into Hu Jiangwo's chest.
Ouch!
She exclaimed softly, feeling a bit of pain. She instinctively reached out to rub her nose. Hu Jiangwo frowned and took 2 steps back. When Su-mei's expression improved, he raised his voice and asked, "What do you want to say?" "Go ahead." Seeing Hu Jiangwo's firm face, Su-mei couldn't help but clutch her clothes tightly, her palms sweating. She knew that Hu Jiangwo wouldn't believe her about her illness. Given her background, Hu Jiangwo would probably believe that a pig could fly before trusting her to treat someone. But now, besides Hu Jiangwo, she had no other options. She could only hope that he might be willing to take a risk when he felt cornered. "If you don't tell me now, I will leave. I want to treat Li Yuan." 2 voices almost spoke at the same time. Hu Jiangwo thought he had misheard and looked at Su-mei in shock, then asked, "What did you just say?" Once the words were out, Su-mei grew bolder. "Hu Jiangwo, you know my grandfather is a famous village doctor. I grew up following him. He taught me to read, write, and practice medicine. I can handle minor injuries." "You can't," Hu Jiangwo interrupted her. Did he not know what kind of person Su-mei was? Lazy, greedy, full of lies, fierce, and unruly. Such a woman couldn't possibly be a healer. It's absurd. Su-mei didn't give up. She held her head high. I can take pulses, prescribe medicine, and set broken bones. Sometimes, in my grandfather's herbal shop when he's not around, I give medicine to those who come for treatment. Let me try to heal him. It's better than watching him die. Let you treat him, and he'll only die faster." Hu Jiangwo regretted his decision to listen to her and come out with her. He shouldn't have believed her wild stories these past days. He didn't want to hear any more and turned to leave. Seeing Hu Jianguo about to walk away, Su Mei was desperate. In her panic, she started reciting her most familiar traditional Chinese medicine formula: boil once from Sumingyi lion, boil with Rehmannia, Chinese foxglove and wolfberry, add Sichuan chinaberry and Sichuan pepper to soothe the liver, freeing deficiency and liver depression. This formula works well. Air Xian decoction from obstetrics and gynecology. This is a warming kidney and nourishing yin remedy containing Xian Mao, Ba Ji, Xian Ling Pai, Huang Bai, Ji Mu, and Dangui. It is suitable for kidney deficiency and excessive fire. She memorized it quickly, spoke very fast, but her pronunciation was clear and her voice bright and distinct. Every sentence sounded like she had read it many times, flowing smoothly. Finally, she managed to make Zhang Wo stop walking. Exactly what do you want to do? Zhang Wo turned around and looked deeply at Su Mei. Su Mei's tone was firm. I said, I want to treat Li Yuan's injury. This time, Zhang Wo stood still for a long time, but in the end, he gave a negative answer. That's impossible. Then Zhang Wo turned and left. No matter if Su Mei called him or recited medical formulas, she couldn't stop him from leaving. Seeing Zhang Wo's figure disappear at the door, Su Mei felt hopeless and slumped into the chair behind her. Having so much knowledge and skills but unable to use them, only watching things develop in the worst way, was truly suffocating. Su Mei felt helpless. A wave of nausea rose in her stomach. She felt sick. She was so disgusted with herself, and she couldn't understand why heaven had let her be reborn into such a repulsive person. All afternoon, the yard at Grandma Wang's house was crowded with people. Other leaders from the military also came, but no matter how many there were, it was useless. No one could stop this disaster. Li Yuan woke up once, but being awake was worse than being unconscious. At least when he was unconscious, the pain wasn't as intense. When he woke up, it was like he was suffering more than death.
The stick was still stuck in his thigh.
Some people discussed removing it, but they were afraid it would cause more bleeding and lose control, so no one dared to do it. Later, Li Yuan's pain worsened, and he developed a high fever. Gradually, he fell asleep from the fever. Grandma Wang wiped her tears at times and then bravely used a damp towel to wipe Li Yuan's body and cool him down. He was her only son. Her husband had died years ago. Mother and son depended on each other. Li Yuan had no family of his own. Even though her heart was torn, Grandma Wang had to force herself to stay strong. Unlike other military families in the compound, Li Yuan was just a squad leader. This rank didn't come with a military residence, so he didn't have a house in the compound. It was Zhang Wo who heard that Li Yuan's mother was unwell and needed care, and he made an exception to give them a small house in the military family compound. So, Grandma Wang and Li Yuan both felt especially grateful to Hu Jianguo. Because of this, Grandma Wang was also a bit more polite to Su Mei. Their only son's life hung in the balance. Grandma Wang, though heartbroken, had to stay strong and be with her son. Seeing this scene made sensitive people almost cry. Hu Jianguo's mind was in chaos. Every time Li Yuan made a new move, he couldn't help but think of Su Mei's chubby face. But as soon as the thought appeared, he quickly suppressed it. He didn't believe that woman could treat illnesses, but he couldn't help but remember last night when she took his pulse and seriously threw a snowball at him. He also remembered her fluent way of reciting prescriptions in the kitchen. And when she said she would treat Li Yuan, her face showed a confidence and determination he had never seen before. Outside, it was freezing cold. Someone was burning a fire in the yard to keep warm, but Hu Jianguo stood alone outside the gate, letting himself be in the cold. Stay awake, he kept telling himself. He couldn't believe Su Mei. It was a life at stake, and he couldn't treat it lightly. But what if she really could help? Hu Jianguo couldn't stop these thoughts from coming up. He knew that Su Mei's grandfather was a famous doctor in the area. Su Mei's grandfather was called Su Xuanhu. He wasn't just an ordinary village doctor. He was a proper traditional Chinese medicine doctor who had studied medicine seriously. In earlier years, he ran a clinic in town. Later, new policies came out that banned private clinics, so Su Xuanhu had to close his clinic. Even though the clinic was closed, his skills and reputation remained. He returned to the countryside to be a wandering doctor. People from nearby villages still came to see him. He didn't charge money for his treatment, only some herbs for collecting medicinal plants in the mountains. Su Xuanhu was a truly kind doctor, respected by all the nearby villages. Hu Jiangwo's parents, because of Su Xuanhu's reputation, had persuaded him to marry Su Mei. Although Hu Jiangwo didn't believe in Su Mei, he knew her grandfather was very famous. He had also heard from his family that Su Mei was raised by her grandfather. It wasn't something they talked about often, just a casual remark. His mother once said, so frustrating. How could such a good doctor like Dr. Su raise a granddaughter like this? He's honest and upright, but maybe his only flaw was spoiling this girl. Who said otherwise? I thought at first that this girl might just be a bit overweight and stubborn. Since she was raised by Dr. Su, she couldn't be too bad. But I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. It's really a shame for our country. The rest of the words were spoken by Jiangwo's father. Whether from Su Mei herself or from others, Jiangwo's conclusion was that Su Mei indeed grew up close to old Dr. Su. No matter how foolish someone is, spending over 10 years around a doctor would surely expose them to some basic medical knowledge. Jiangwo's heart was actually wavering constantly. He felt he could never believe someone like Su Mei was truly capable. But he was also worried. If Su Mei really could help, refusing her treatment might delay Li Yuan's chance to survive. Since he joined the army at 18 and had served for 10 years, Jiangwo felt that no decision he had ever made before was as difficult as this one. Time was slowly passing. In the yard, a big fire was burning. The flames flickered, just like Jiangwo's uncertain heart. While everyone was silent and waiting, a few people taking care of the patient suddenly spoke urgently. Look at that. Why is so much blood coming from the nose? Can't stop the bleeding, and blood is coming out of her mouth too. What's going on? Why is she acting like that all of a sudden? It seems like she can't even breathe properly. Hurry, turn her over, so the blood can flow out. Don't let it go into her throat and choke her. A series of anxious voices came from inside the room. Then Cieli suddenly rushed out, crying out, "It's over, it's over." Li Yuan seems to be losing his life. As soon as he said that, everyone in the yard stood up. Jiangwo was shaken to his core. Cieli covered his mouth with his hand and slapped himself hard. He was so anxious that he blurted out that terrible thing, but then he remembered that Grandma Wang was still inside. Everyone stood in the snowy night, looking sad. After exhaling heavily, Jiangwo turned around and walked into the yard. He pushed aside the curtain at the door and went inside. He saw Zhao Ying holding a towel to stop Li Yuan's nose. The white towel was already stained bright red with blood. Li Yuan's face was pale and lacked any sign of life. Grandma Wang, who had been holding on all afternoon, finally couldn't anymore. She knelt by the bed and cried loudly, "My son, you must hold on. Even if you're crippled or disabled, your mother will take care of you. You can't leave like your dead father, without even saying goodbye. If you leave, my mother will also take a knife to her neck and follow you." The mournful crying made the women caring for them in the house burst into tears. Hu Jiangwo's eyes also welled up with tears, but he quickly wiped them away, without anyone noticing. Then, as if making a big decision, he looked serious and left the house. "Cieli," Hu Jiangwo called out loudly as he left. Cieli had been patrolling, helping with rescue, and caring for Li Yuan all day, without stopping. He was slumped in the snow but immediately stood up and responded loudly, "Yes. Go and call Su Mei," Hu Jiangwo ordered. Hearing this, Cieli frowned. "Commander, why do you want that chubby sister-in-law to come over?" Hu Jiangwo only replied with 4 words, "Follow the orders." Understood. Although Cieli didn't know Hu Jiangwo's true intention, military orders are strict. He quickly ran out. Seeing Cieli leave the yard, Hu Jiangwo turned back into the house. He looked at Grandma Wang, who was crying and gasping, and said, "Aunt Wang, come outside with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. All right. Grandma Wang paused, then got out of bed and put on her shoes. Though she felt unwell, she was still rational and remembered Hu Jiangwo's kindness, so she spoke politely. After she got up, Hu Jiangwo stepped outside. When Grandma Wang came out, he walked to the yard with his hands behind his back. She hurried to follow. Hu Jiangwo walked far enough and then stopped. He turned to look at Grandma Wang, took a deep breath, and sighed. You called me out. What do you want to say, Commander Hu?
Just say it.
Grandma Wang urged when she saw Hu Jiangwo hesitated. Hu Jiangwo didn't refuse to speak. He just didn't know how to say it. After a long pause, he finally said, Grandma Wang, Sumei's grandfather is a very famous doctor in our town. He practices medicine to save lives and is considered a top healer of his time. Hearing this, Grandma Wang was momentarily stunned. Then she showed a strange expression. What do you mean? Grandma Wang wasn't stupid. She had guessed what Hu Jiangwo meant, but she found it hard to believe, so she asked again. Hu Jiangwo lowered his head. What I mean is, Grandma Wang, I want Sumei to try to treat Li Yuan's injury.
This.
How can this be possible? Aunt Wang, although she guessed what Hu Jiangwo meant, was still shocked and widened her eyes when she heard his words. After all, no one could connect Sumei, this wicked woman, with the word doctor. Even Hu Jiangwo thought his words sounded like a fairy tale, but he had to say them. Annie, I know Sumei doesn't seem reliable usually, but her grandfather is very respected, and she grew up around him. I think this might be Yuan Li's only chance to survive. Hearing Hu Jiangwo's words, Aunt Wang was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Did Sumei say she wanted to treat Yuan Li herself? That time, she asked you to go out and talk to you, right? That was about this, wasn't it? Yes, Hu Jiangwo nodded. Aunt Wang asked, why didn't you tell me earlier?
How could I say it?
Hu Jiangwo smiled bitterly. If he hadn't seen Yuan Li struggling to breathe, he wouldn't have been able to say this. Actually, he was a bit regretful now, regret for not saying this sooner. But even if he had said it earlier, it probably wouldn't have helped. Without reaching a desperate point, Aunt Wang wouldn't agree to let Sumei treat Yuan Li. Even Hu Jiangwo, as an outsider, didn't want Sumei to treat Yuan Li, let alone Yuan Li's mother. While Aunt Wang was silent, unsure what to do, Zhaoying suddenly rushed out and called to her. Aunt Wang, come quickly. Yuan Li has woken up.
He
said, he has something to tell you. Telling her something to say goodbye, perhaps. Aunt Wang's body trembled hard, almost falling. She was stunned for a moment before rushing into the yard. But after just a few steps, she stopped again. She looked back at Hu Jiangwo, crying as she said, let Sumei treat him. Anyway, it's already like this. Things won't get worse than they are now. Hearing this, Hu Jiangwo wasn't surprised. He knew Aunt Wang would agree. Outsiders might doubt Sumei's motives or question her medical skills, but a mother wouldn't think so much. A mother only wants her child to live, and she would grasp any chance that might save Yuan Li. Aunt Wang ran back to the yard. When Hu Jiangwo turned around, he saw Sumei coming out of her own yard. He stepped forward to meet her. Sumei had been waiting in her yard, knowing that if Yuan Li was truly at the end, Hu Jiangwo would definitely come to find her. When the moment of relief finally arrived, Sumei let out a breath, but at the same time, she felt even heavier inside. She knew that if Hu Jiangwo sent people to find her, it meant Li Yuan's condition had worsened, making rescue efforts more difficult. However, no one could change the situation. It was all because of the bad reputation of the original owner. If Sumei were an outsider, she wouldn't believe that a dirty, lazy, fierce, and wicked madwoman could be skilled in medicine. She could only hope that Li Yuan's condition wasn't too bad. How is the person now? At Wang Ani's house entrance, Sumei finally met Hu Jiangwo and asked calmly. Hu Jiangwo replied, not good. He has been having intermittent fevers all afternoon. Now he's suddenly bleeding from his nose and vomiting blood with a pale face. Are you confident you can treat him? Hu Jiangwo asked uncertainly. Sumei lowered her head, hands in her cotton coat, and softly answered. There was confidence earlier in the afternoon, but now I don't know. We can only leave it to fate and do our best.
Let's go inside and check.
This statement made Ho Jangwo pause, but Su Mei was telling the truth. Behind Su Mei, Xieli looked confused. He asked Ho Jangwo, "No, master. What are you and my sister-in-law talking about?" "I can't understand." "I don't understand either," Ho Jangwo replied quietly. Then he followed Su Mei into the yard. When Su Mei pushed aside the curtain, Li Yuan had already fainted again. His breathing was shallow, seeming to be hanging on by a thread. Seeing Su Mei enter, the people taking care of Li Yuan inside showed expressions of dislike. "Su Mei, what are you doing here again? Hurry up and leave. Isn't it messy enough here?" Zhaoying said. It seemed teachers had a habit of scolding. As soon as Su Mei entered, Zhaoying frowned and started to chase her away. But Su Mei ignored her and walked to the bedside, reaching out to hold Li Yuan's wrist, skillfully feeling his pulse. "What are you doing?" Zhaoying reached out to push Su Mei away. But Wang Ani stopped her, lowering her head and saying, "Teacher Zhao, let Su Mei look."
She.
"What does she need to look at?" Zhaoying widened her eyes. Wang Auntie lowered her head, unsure how to answer. Fortunately, at this moment, Ho Jangwo spoke, saying, "Su Mei's grandfather is a doctor." Hearing this, Zhaoying was momentarily stunned, then became angry. "Commander Hua, are you joking? Medical skills are not like farm work. You can't learn them just by looking. Su Mei is reckless and naive. You're a leader. How can you tolerate her such foolishness?" "Teacher Zhao, I am not your student, so you don't need to tell me how to do my work," Hua Jiangua said coldly. He usually has a good temper, but he won't accept unfair accusations without reason. Zhao Ying has always been respected in the military household compound. She considers herself superior as a middle school teacher and likes to lecture others. Usually, people listen obediently, but she didn't expect Hua Jiangua to scold her openly in front of so many people, showing no mercy. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Feeling unfair, she suddenly stood up and rushed out, shouting at the people still gathered in the yard. "Everyone, come and judge whether Commander Hua is right. He actually let that troublemaker Su Mei treat Li Yuan. Everyone knows what kind of person Su Mei is in the military compound. He even claims her grandfather is a doctor. This is no joke. Commander Hua can't just indulge his wife's reckless behavior because he has power, right? Stealing chickens and dogs in the past was not enough. Now he even lets Su Mei treat patients. What kind of show is this? I say, he's just being unreasonable. What's there to say? He thinks Su Mei embarrassed him and wants her to pretend to be a doctor to regain some face. Anyway, Li Yuan is half dead. If she messes up, it's not his fault," Kai Hohat said, arms crossed, acting as if she knew everything. Since Li Yuan was brought back in broad daylight, Kai Hohat had been watching here. Others stayed out of concern, but she was just here for the entertainment. She didn't expect to see Su Mei involved in this fuss. Remembering the trouble she got herself into this morning at Su Mei's hands, Kai Hohat couldn't help but come out to stir the pot. But others didn't take her words seriously. Xieli glared at Kai Hohat sharply. "Stop talking nonsense. My commander is not what you say. If you dare to speak again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Only then did Xieli realize why his commander asked him to call Su Mei over. He didn't want to believe that Su Mei, looking like she could cure diseases, was involved in this. But since it was arranged by his commander, Xieli blindly admired Hua Jiangua and thought there must be a reason behind his plan. In Xieli's mind, Hua Jiangwo is a brave and upright hero who fights valiantly. Naturally, he cannot accept Kai Guohua's harsh words about Hua Jiangwo. After being shouted at, Kai Guohua is not afraid. She pouts and says, "Your master is a good person, but what kind of person is Su Mei? He dares to let Su Mei treat the sick. Even the master, being human, can make mistakes. When he makes a mistake, he shouldn't block our words or stop us from speaking. Look at how angry Teacher Zhao is because of this." Kai Guohua firmly stands on Zhao Ying's side, but Zhao Ying is furious when she looks at Kai Guohua. She doesn't want to be in the same team as someone so low class. Seeing Xieli still arguing with Kai Guohua, Zhao Ying quickly interrupts. "Enough. Don't argue over trivial matters. The most important thing now is Li Yuan. He was already in a dangerous situation. We can't let Su Mei keep messing with him. Su Mei doesn't know anything. If she keeps causing trouble, Li Yuan will be restless even as he leaves. After organizing her words and saying them again, Zhao Ying's speech finally had the persuasive power she wanted. Teacher Zhao is right. Li Yuan is so pitiful. Before he dies, he has to suffer Su Mei's nonsense. It's like he won't rest in peace.
Exactly.
Li Yuan was injured during patrol. He's considered a martyr. We can't let Su Mei insult him like that. Don't talk nonsense.
He's not gone yet.
But with Su Mei's attitude, even the living might be turned into bones by her. Commander Hua is usually reasonable. How could he make such a mistake today? Could it be that he's panicked and acting rashly? But even in chaos, it shouldn't be Su Mei's fault. Maybe we should go to the logistics department and find our veterinarian. Everyone was discussing, and no one accepted Su Mei treating Li Yuan. Hua Jiangwo frowned. He called Wang Ani aside to speak privately because he was worried things would escalate into this situation. He looked at Su Mei and saw her carefully checking Li Yuan's body, unaffected by the outside comments. After examining, Su Mei confirmed that Li Yuan's internal organs were fine. Although he was unconscious, it wasn't deep. He still felt pain. If his internal organs were badly injured, his expression would have changed under pressure. The internal organs are fine. The nosebleed is probably just from bleeding in the nasal passages. Wang Ani, do you have a sewing needle at home?
Give it to me.
A sewing needle?
Yes.
Although Wang Auntie didn't know what Su Mei wanted to do with the embroidery needle, she immediately got up to look for it. Su Mei then shifted her gaze to Hua Jiangwo and said, "Bring a bowl of hot water." Since they had already decided to let Su Mei examine Li Yuan, Hua Jiangwo naturally followed her instructions. He took the kettle, poured hot water into a cup, and covered it with a lid. After bringing both items to Su Mei, she took out a few longer embroidery needles from her sewing box and threw them into the boiling water for sterilization. Once the needles were soaked and disinfected, Su Mei asked Hua Jiangwo to pour out the water. Then she reached out, lifting Li Yuan's neck. At this moment, Hua Jiangwo couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to do acupuncture on him?"
Yes, Shumei nodded.
The other two women in the room, including Wang Auntie, looked at Su Mei with surprise. Acupuncture is a traditional medical practice, and everyone knows it uses special needles. No one had ever seen anyone use embroidery needles for acupuncture. Will that work? The woman supporting Li Yuan's head asked hesitantly, glancing at Su Mei. The two women in the room hadn't left because one was holding Li Yuan's head and the other was wiping water to cool it down, so they couldn't go. Su Mei didn't answer. She pressed on Li Yuan's neck, casually pinched the upper part of the embroidery needle, and inserted it into an acupoint at his throat. Hold the needle. Su Mei looked at the woman supporting Li Yuan's head.
Huh?
The woman was stunned. Hold it. The embroidery needle is too short and might slip into the flesh, Su Mei said calmly, looking at her. The woman opposite didn't know why, but she felt Su Mei was very authoritative at this moment, so she obediently held the needle. Then Su Mei pulled back the blanket covering Li Yuan's upper body and inserted a needle into his chest area. She continued inserting needles one after another, making Wang Auntie feel her heart ache, but Su Mei seemed to ignore her and looked at her directly. "Auntie Wang, you hold this one." Finally, Su Mei inserted 3 needles into Li Yuan's forehead. Seeing this, Hua Jiangwo volunteered, "I'll hold these 3. "No need." Su Mei shook her head at him. "The skull is solid, and these short needles won't shift easily." She then said to Wang Auntie, "Auntie Wang, remember, every needle in Li Yuan's body is prolonging his life. Hua Jiangwo and I are going to the medical room to get emergency medicine and equipment. Until I return, you must not let anyone touch Li Yuan in any way, or he will surely die." Perhaps it was Su Mei's confident tone that gave Wang Auntie strength. She nodded firmly and said, "Su Mei, go ahead. Don't worry, I will watch over him carefully."
Okay.
Su Mei then stood up and called out to Hua Jiangwo, "Take me to the clinic at the base."
All right.
Hua Jiangwo nodded. He didn't fully trust Su Mei, but he believed in her. He trusted her and wouldn't doubt her. Since he chose to work with her, he would stand firmly on her side and follow her instructions. He thought that if he made a mistake this time and trusted the wrong person, he was willing to share the consequences with Su-mei. They stood up and were about to leave when the door curtain was suddenly pulled open from outside. Zhao, standing at the door like a victorious rooster, loudly said, "Commander Hua, we just held a group vote and decided not to let Su-mei treat Li Yuan. Please ask Su-mei to come out and stop causing trouble. Teacher Zhao, this isn't school, so we don't do voting here. The old leader visited this afternoon and gave me command of this place. I am in charge now. My words are military orders, and they won't change because of a vote." Hu Zhengwo's words immediately deflated Zhao Ying's confidence. Although it wasn't appropriate to laugh in this situation, Su-mei couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking how great Hu Zhengwo was. But Zhao Ying was a teacher and not so easy to fool. She paused briefly and then quickly responded, "Military orders are for soldiers to obey. We are not soldiers. We are civilians. Even soldiers shouldn't be so arbitrary. When it matters, they should listen to the collective voice. Right now, we civilians do not agree with your actions." "Yeah, I don't agree either. I also disagree. We all disagree," Zhao Ying called out, and the people outside immediately started shouting slogans, clearly having discussed this beforehand. Hu Zhengwo's temples throbbed with anger. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Auntie suddenly stepped out a few big steps. She bowed deeply to the people in the yard at her door. Everyone's kindness and concern would stay in Wang Meixiang's memory forever. But Li Yuan was her son. Whether Su-mei should treat him was her decision. Others had no right to interfere. "I have decided to leave this matter to Su-mei. If everyone wants to wait for news, they can continue sitting by the fire. If they really can't accept it, they can go back to sleep. Thank you all." After speaking, Aunt Wang bowed deeply to everyone. At this point, no one in the yard felt like speaking anymore. Everyone had been stirred up by Zhao Ying, but upon reflection, since Li Yuan's mother was still alive, it wasn't their place to interfere. Those who had stood up slowly sat back down quietly by the fire. Only Zhao Ying stubbornly held her head high, looking annoyed as if her good intentions had been misunderstood, and shouted angrily, "Aunt Wang, how can you act so rashly? Are you confused? Do you want Li Yuan to leave in a restless way?" "Zhao Ying, please watch your tone," Hu Zhengwo said, feeling annoyed. It's normal to have disagreements, but Zhao Ying shouldn't say that Li Yuan would leave in unrest while he was still alive. Talking to a mother like that is almost like a curse. Aunt Wang's face also darkened. She looked at Zhao Ying politely and said, "Don't worry. Even if my son leaves in unrest, he will only become a ghost to blame me for making the wrong choice. It won't affect you, Teacher Zhao. If you really feel uncomfortable, you should go home and sleep early. Thank you for today." After speaking, Aunt Wang ignored Zhao Ying's reaction and turned to go inside. She was still thinking about the needle she was holding. Zhao Ying seemed to think Aunt Wang's words were too harsh and was so angry she started crying. She wiped her tears and headed outside. "Wait for me. I'm going to find the political commissar to see if anyone can still control your reckless behavior." The political commissar Zhao Ying mentioned is Lu Zhenhai, her uncle-in-law, who holds a high position in the military. Although Hu Zhengwo is of equal rank to Lu Zhenhai has authority over Hu Zhengwo because Hu manages military affairs, while Lu is responsible for cadre evaluations. Lu Zhenhai is honest and upright, but he is also conservative and stubborn, often unable to adapt to change. When he heard Zhao Ying wanted to find him, Hu Zhengwo frowned. Seeing Zhao Ying finally stop blocking the door, Su-mei felt relieved. She didn't have much time to waste and quickly stepped outside. Hu Zhengwo followed Su-mei to the gate. Noticing he seemed worried, he turned and spoke to two soldiers standing with guns at the corner. "Xieli, Jiangwei, you two guard the gate and carry out military duties. Anyone who forces their way in will be dealt with as obstructing military affairs." According to the meaning of the crime of obstructing military affairs, it can be punishable by immediate execution. Hearing this, Xieli and Jiangwei quickly stood up, holding their guns at an angle, and solemnly guarded at the door of the house. After explaining the situation in the yard, Hu Jiangwo took Su Mei and headed straight for the base clinic. Since the doctor was not there, the clinic was locked. When they arrived, Hu Jiangwo used tools to pry open the door. Inside the military clinic, Su Mei realized it was completely different from the dilapidated place she had imagined. The supplies were complete, and there was a small operating room used by doctors to treat soldiers' wounds. "Why didn't you tell me there was an operating room here?" Su Mei complained. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have thought of just grabbing things. She would have cleaned up the room where Hu Jiangwo was sleeping to make it a surgery room. Although doing surgery in tough conditions cannot guarantee a completely sterile environment, it's still safer than doing it elsewhere. Unfortunately, she discovered this too late. Now that she found the operating room, it was too late to prepare. Hu Jiangwo looked suspicious. "You learned from Grandpa Su, so you should be trained in traditional Chinese medicine. How come you can perform surgery? Western and Chinese medicine can actually complement each other in some areas. Besides, my grandpa is a Chinese doctor, but how do you know he can't do surgery? Traditional Chinese medicine has its own methods. Otherwise, if someone with an injury is sent to my grandpa, he would just watch them die, right? I do have more knowledge of Chinese medicine, but my grandpa is very curious about Western medicine. He even bought Western medical books, and I know them by heart. You've only read some books, and yet you dare to do surgery?" Hu Jiangwo looked at Su Mei, who was rummaging around, and his face darkened. Su Mei explained, "That's definitely not the case. I used to perform countless experiments on mice and rabbits. Rest assured, I have experience." Hu Jiangwo, is that really experience? However, he had indeed heard that Western medicine sometimes conducts experiments on animals with structures similar to humans. If you're not confident, don't force yourself. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Su Mei initially lacked confidence, but now she felt more assured because she had found complete supplies and a set of very fine surgical knives. This restored her confidence, as someone used to wielding surgical knives, knowing that one cut could determine life or death. She found a bag in the clinic, packed all the items she had gathered, and then asked Hu Jiangwo, "Is the owner of this clinic easy to talk to? If I take his supplies, do you think he'll be angry when he finds out? You're used to stealing others' things and don't care about this anymore." Su Mei was surprised to hear this, but then smiled and said, "That's true." Hu Jiangwo. After packing her things, Su Mei carried her bag and walked outside. When she stepped out, Hu Jiangwo found a piece of wire and used it to tie up the door. Locking the door wasn't because he was worried about someone stealing, but because wild animals often appeared in the border area. Not locking the door could lead to damage from brute force. After closing the door, Hu Jiangwo told Su Mei to wait at the door, and then turned around and ran into the camp. Su Mei didn't know what he was doing, so she waited with her bag in her hand. After 2 minutes, a military jeep drove up to Su Mei from a distance. "Get in," Hu Jiangwo waved at her through the window. Wow, seeing this four-wheeled vehicle, Su Mei suddenly felt a bit more connected to modern life. She opened the door happily and sat back inside. With her body size, she didn't know how long it would take to walk back, so sitting in the car to get there faster and save someone was naturally better. The car slowly drove out of the military camp, passed through a small forest, and quickly returned to the military housing area. What would normally take over 20 minutes to walk took only 3 or 4 minutes by car. After getting out, Su Mei was about to jump down with her bag, but before she did, she suddenly felt her hand lighten. Turning her head, she saw Hu Jiangwo taking her bag. Hu Jiangwo didn't look at her. He just carried her bag and walked into the yard. Seeing this, Su Mei quickly jumped down. She closed the car door and followed Hu Jiangwo into the yard. Inside the yard, Su Mei squatted by the fire, warmed her hands for about 30 seconds, and then stood up. Everyone in the yard looked at Su Mei, but she walked straight into the house without hesitation. When Wang Shener saw Hu Jiangwo and Su Mei return, she stood up excitedly. It turned out that Wang Shener agreed to let Su Mei treat Li Yuan because she was desperate and had no other options. She was forced into a corner. Now, after half an hour, Wang Shener's attitude had completely changed. She had placed all her hope on Su Mei. During this half hour, although Li Yuan was still unconscious, his breathing was steady and no sudden problems occurred. Su Mei had proven with her actions that she truly knew how to treat illnesses. Using injections to save lives is a common practice, but only a few surgeons can master the skill. If other surgeons had taken over the original patient's case, Li Yuan might have already passed away, as most surgeons only know Western medicine. Su Mei, however, is different. Although she is a surgeon, she has also studied traditional Chinese medicine carefully. She has been eager to learn since she was young, and is willing to learn anything when guided. When she first started working at the hospital, Su Mei couldn't afford to rent a place and lived in the hospital dormitory. She was fortunate to share a room with an elderly female traditional Chinese medicine doctor. This doctor was a single mother who sold her house to pay for her daughter's illness and stayed in the hospital dormitory to save money. Coincidentally, the doctor's daughter was hospitalized in Su Mei's department. Su Mei often took care of her, helping with her daily needs. To thank Su Mei, the old doctor wanted to give her many gifts. Su Mei refused to accept the gifts, but asked the doctor to teach her some Chinese medicine knowledge. At that time, the head of the surgery department noticed Su Mei reading Chinese medicine books and criticized her for trying to learn too much at once. Su Mei had to secretly study after work. She studied with the senior doctor for 2 years, who shared all her knowledge with her. Later, Su Mei obtained a license to practice Chinese medicine and even ran a small clinic. Unfortunately, her reputation in surgery became too great, and she was too busy to continue her Chinese medicine practice, but her skills remained. She is very grateful that she adopted the idea of learning many skills, which gave her the ability to use injections to save lives. After entering the room with Hu Jiangwo, Su Mei took out the 4 bottles and medicines she found from her bag. She skillfully prepared the medicine, drew saline into a small glass bottle with penicillin, shook it a few times, and then drew the mixture into a syringe. Her movements were smooth and confident, showing her expertise. She didn't notice Hu Jiangwo behind her, who looked at her with puzzled eyes. Did Li Yuan ever have penicillin before? Could he be allergic? Su Mei asked after preparing the medicine. Wang Ani immediately responded, yes, he had it before for a cold, and he isn't allergic. Although Wang Ani said he wasn't allergic, Su Mei still drew a small amount of medicine into a syringe to do a skin test on Li Yuan. Even though Li Yuan isn't allergic to penicillin, different batches of the medicine should be tested beforehand to be safe. After completing the skin test and confirming that Li Yuan was not allergic, she injected the penicillin solution into the 4 bottle. Then she asked Hu Jiangwo to hang the 4 bag on a hook on the wall and started administering the 4 to Li Yuan. The 4 contains fever reducers, anti-inflammatory medicine, which helps Li Yuan quickly reduce his fever and also replenishes the water lost due to bleeding. Once the 4 was set up, Su Mei removed the embroidered needle from Li Yuan's body. She then asked Aunt Wang to find a few clean and used bedsheets and pillowcases. She also told Hu Jiangwo, go and prepare a room as an operating room. The room next door is small and full of stuff, which can easily cause infections. Your room is the best place for the surgery. Hu Jiangwo immediately turned and went outside after hearing Su Mei. He was starting to believe that Su Mei really knew how to treat injuries, as her method of mixing medicine, giving injections, and setting up IVs looked natural. As he walked, he said, next time something like this happens, you can tell me in advance. I can arrange for help. Since we're about to get divorced, there won't be a next time, Su Mei replied mysteriously to Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo's voice soon drifted softly from outside, low and hoarse. That's true. After leaving the room, Hu Jiangwo called 2 people in the yard to help. With their help, all the items in his room were quickly cleared out. Then, somehow, Hu Jiangwo brought over a wooden board about 1.5 meters wide, placed it on 2 high stools, and nailed it tightly to make a simple operating table. Seeing the makeshift bed, someone asked him, Commander Hu, why is your original bed broken like that? How did you sleep on it? Stupid. How else could I sleep? Before Hu Jiangwo could respond, someone else jumped in, teasing him while winking. The room next door is obviously the bedroom. This room has nothing in it. The commander probably uses this room as a workshop. He definitely sleeps in the next room with Sister Hu. Got it, the person who asked the question said, looking as if they suddenly understood everything. Throughout the conversation, Hu Jiangwo, the main person involved, kept silent with a dark expression that seemed to drip ink. What could he say? He couldn't exactly say that Su-mei forced her way into his bed and made him sleep on that broken bed. Fortunately, after Su-mei explained the room's arrangement, she continued to stay and observe Li Yuan's condition in his room. If she had been there and heard these words, she probably would have been so shocked she could have knocked down a whole castle with her toes. Su-mei didn't ask Hu Jiangwa to arrange a surgery room in advance because this wasn't an urgent matter. She initially planned to perform the surgery using Hu Jiangwa's dagger, thinking that since conditions were tough, doing it directly in Aunt Wang's room would be fine. After all, it was a rough surgery and it didn't matter where it was done. Later, she and Hu Jiangwa went to a clinic, found a medical kit, and discovered a set of fine surgical tools. Seeing how complete the tools were, she decided to set up a simple surgery room on the way back, aiming to make the operation look good. Building the surgery room wasn't urgent because Su-mei still needed to give Li Yuan an 4-drip first. Only after his vital signs stabilized would she give him anesthesia through and 4. This process took a long time, so she could take her time setting up the operating table. After a busy day, Su-mei was sitting by the bed, starting to doze off. In her past life, she worked non-stop for 24 hours without feeling this tired. Her current body was too overweight, and being overweight made her weak, which made her feel sleepy all the time. She slightly squinted her eyes, sitting on the bed, and lowered her head at least 5 times. Each time, she would wake up suddenly when her head lowered. This drowsy state made Su-mei yawn repeatedly. However, her sleep was suddenly interrupted by a loud, commanding shout from outside the room, which scared her away completely. "How dare you? This is simply nonsense. Su-mei can see what kind of illness? Move aside and let me in. Commissar Liu, we're not trying to stop you, but orders are orders. We can't let you in," Xieli said coldly, holding a gun at the door like a motionless gatekeeper machine. The term commissar? Hearing this, Su-mei remembered that Zhaoing had run out of the yard and said she was going to find the commissar. She really did find him. She wasn't sure how Zhaoing reported the situation, but the tone of Commissar Liu sounded quite angry. Being blocked outside by Xieli, Liu Jinhai got even more furious. "What's wrong with Hu Jiangwa? He's also under my control. Move aside. Major Huijian is under your control, but we are under Major Huijian's control. Please don't make things difficult for us, Commissar Liu." Xieli stood straight and firm. Fine. Hu Jiangwa's soldiers are good." Liu Jinhai clapped a few times. Then he continued, "All right, I won't make things hard for you. Where is Hu Jiangwa? Call him over here. Commander Liu is looking for me." Before Hu Jiangwa arrived, his voice was heard first, and only after the sound did he appear at the gate of the courtyard. He had heard from the neighboring yard that Liu Jinhai was coming over. Upon entering, he looked at Liu Jinhai with a puzzled face and asked, "Is Commander Liu on some kind of crazy drug? Why are you so angry? Why am I so angry? Don't you know?" Liu Jinhai retorted coldly, "Hu Jiangwa, you often let Su-mei cause chaos in the military compound, which is bad enough. When it comes to saving people, how can you treat it so carelessly? What kind of person is Su-mei? Everyone in the courtyard knows her. Do you dare let her treat someone? If she messes up, who will take responsibility?" Hu Jiangwa naturally wouldn't accept the charge of carelessness. He explained, "This matter was decided after I discussed it with Li Yuan's mother. We are very careful about this." "Careful?" Liu Jinhai sneered. "Your so-called carefulness is watching your idle wife needle a soldier from the frontier with a sewing needle? Hu Jiangwa, you should tell Su-mei to stop. If you don't, I'll pretend I never saw this. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Even if you're a commander, you can't let your wife practice medicine illegally. Does she have a medical work certificate? Does she have a graduation certificate from a medical school? She has nothing. Why does she think she can treat people?" "Commander Liu, I cannot agree to this," Hu Jiangwa said softly, but every word was clear and firm. At this, Liu Jinhai completely lost his temper. I won't stand by and watch you do such reckless things. Huijingua, I will ask the organization to punish you severely. If you insist on doing it your way, then you'll have to face the consequences. As soon as Lu Junhai finished speaking, Aunt Wang peeked out from inside the house. She looked at Lu Junhai, bowed to him as she had before, and then said, Commander Lu, thank you for caring about my son. But I am Li Yuan's mother. My son's matters are for me to decide. Allowing Su Mei to treat him was my decision. Whether she cures him or not, I am willing to take responsibility. Please don't make things difficult for a mother who just wants her son to live. The word mother carries a lot of weight. Most people would feel embarrassed to continue arguing after hearing it. But Lu Junhai didn't give up. He looked at Aunt Wang with sympathy. Older sister, I know you're upset. Every parent cares deeply for their child. I understand how you feel. I am also a father. We just can't worry so much that we casually entrust our child's safety to someone like Su Mei. That would be too harsh on the child. You're right, you're a mother, but Li Yuan is still a soldier. Soldiers are people who serve the country, and the country has the final say over their matters. I must take responsibility for this. I absolutely cannot allow such reckless actions, knowing they are impossible, to happen right under my nose. After speaking, Lu Junhai surprisingly bypassed Aunt Wang and reached out to push Xieli, trying to rush into the house. At the gate of the yard, Zhaoying looked at Lu Junhai with admiration. She thought that people involved in politics are different. When Aunt Wang spoke as a mother, she didn't know how to respond. My uncle is right. Li Yuan belongs to the country, and uncle naturally has the right to manage his affairs. Zhaoying crossed her arms, watching Lu Junhai and this chaos. She wanted these people to see that what she, as a teacher, said was absolutely correct. Seeing Lu Junhai about to force his way in, Hu Jiangwo's face suddenly turned cold. He looked deeply at Lu Junhai, then decisively gave an order to Xieli and Jiangwei. Xieli, Jiangwei, take Commissar Lu to the kitchen next door to rest.
Yes.
Xieli and Jiangwei saluted Hu Jiangwo and Lu Junhai, then helped carry Lu Junhai towards the kitchen. Xieli carefully smiled and said, Commissar Lu, you're offending someone now. Are you trying to house arrest me, Hu Jiangwo? Fine, you're good. If you dare do this today, I'll make sure you can't wear this uniform anymore, Lu Junhai shouted angrily, unable to move as the two soldiers held him back. Hu Jiangwo remained expressionless and said seriously, I can make a verbal military order here today. If anything goes wrong with today's matter and the organization investigates and finds my decision was wrong, I won't need Commissar Lu to take action. I will remove this uniform myself and accept military court punishment. Everyone fell silent at his words. No one expected Hu Jiangwo to trust Su Mei so much that he dared to make such a military order. At first, Su Mei didn't have much feeling about Hu Jiangwo's support. From the memories of the original owner, she already knew that Hu Jiangwo was a very firm person. Since he had made his decision, he would definitely stand firmly by her side to help her complete the treatment. It wasn't until she heard Hu Jiangwo say that last sentence that Su Mei's heart stirred slightly. She naturally understood that Hu Jiangwo's decision to make such a military order wasn't for her, nor because he trusted her. Hu Jiangwo made this kind of military promise simply because he is a good person. To give Li Yuan a small chance to survive, he was willing to risk his future, fate, and honor. He did not want to make mistakes, but he also did not want to miss any opportunity to save Li Yuan. Su Mei understood Hu Jiangwo's self-sacrifice and devotion. This made Su Mei think of a painful memory from her modern emergency work. It was a calm afternoon when a pregnant woman fell and bled heavily. She was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Her condition was very serious, and she was unconscious. In such cases, the hospital needed her husband's signature to perform a cesarean section. The husband was a weak, strange, irresponsible man. He refused to sign the consent, even when the hospital offered to waive their medical fees. He kept saying, "You treat her, use medicine to cure her, that's enough." No matter how hard the hospital tried, he refused to sign. As a result, the woman missed the best time for surgery and died in the cold emergency room. Thinking of this always made Sue-mei feel like her heart was cut with a knife. She often wondered if she had been braver and taken the risk of surgery, maybe the woman would not have died. But even with regret, Sue-mei knew that if she had to do it all over again, she wouldn't risk her future and honor to take on such a heavy responsibility. She couldn't do it, but Hu Jiangwo could. So at this moment, Sue-mei looked at Hu Jiangwo with deep respect. She thought to herself, "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Absolutely not. When the noise outside the room calmed down, Sue-mei got up and came out. She said, "Get a few people to bring in the stretcher used to carry Li Yuan back during the day." Li Yuan's vital signs had stabilized quite a bit, reaching the basic requirements for surgery. Sue-mei wanted to perform the operation immediately. This surgery was more difficult than any she had done before because there were no modern instruments to help. She had to rely solely on her experience. Soon, Hu Jiangwo called someone to carry Li Yuan to the next room. Watching her son being taken away, Aunt Wang cried with tears in her eyes. She held Sue-mei's hand and begged, "Please take care of everything, Sue-mei." As a surgeon, Sue-mei had been asked by patients' families many times in her modern work. She remained very calm and gently patted Aunt Wang's back. At this point, Sue-mei finally got a chance to see the makeshift operating room built by Hu Jiangwo. She was surprised to find that the room he set up looked even more like a real operating room than the one she arranged. She didn't know where he had found a brand new tent, but it was set up inside the house. There was plastic sheeting on the floor, and although it hadn't been disinfected or sprayed with disinfectant, this temporary operating room already had a somewhat sterile feel. Hu Jiangwo, having seen a surgical room before, knew a bit about how it should look, even if he hadn't set one up himself. When she entered, Sue-mei didn't go straight into the tent. Instead, she washed her hands with alcohol outside, then put on rubber gloves. She then handed the alcohol to Hu Jiangwo and said, "Please disinfect your hands too. I need 2 assistants. Besides you, call someone else." Hu Jiangwo took the alcohol silently and disinfected his hands without saying anything. He knew that a doctor couldn't do surgery alone without help. "Master, let me go in." Cieli stepped forward and asked to help. But this time, Hu Jiangwo refused Cieli. "I know you're close to Li Yuan and you're anxious, but you've been busy all day. You're too tired and that could cause mistakes. Let Jiang Wei do it." He handed the alcohol to Jiang Wei, and Cieli had to step back, a little disappointed. Inside the operating room, Sue-mei first checked Li Yuan's vital signs, then recorded on a piece of paper: temperature 36 degrees Celsius, respiration 22, pulse 75, blood pressure 110, heart rate 60. Vital signs are normal, so we can proceed with the surgery. After doing the basic pre-surgery checks, Sue-mei tested Li Yuan's reaction to anesthesia. Once she confirmed he wasn't allergic, she administered intravenous anesthesia. Seeing Li Yuan's painful expression lessen, Sue-mei knew the anesthesia was working. She picked up a long-handled surgical knife, lit an alcohol lamp, and started heating the blade. Seeing what Sue-mei was doing, Hu Jiangwo wanted to ask what she was about to do. He had been curious since she took the alcohol lamp from the clinic, but he chose to stay quiet to avoid disturbing her during surgery. Soon, the blade in Sue-mei's hand turned bright red from the heat. She set it aside on a surgical tray and heated 5 more blades in succession. Then she held the heated knife and began cutting around the skin and tissues of the wooden stick. Suddenly, the room filled with the smell of roasted meat. Hearing this smell, Hu Jiangwo's usual calmness immediately disappeared from his face. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Sue-mei, what are you doing?" "We need to find the blood vessel near the stick," Sue-mei explained very professionally. "There's a small artery branch near the wound. He fainted because of excessive blood loss. We must find this blood vessel to avoid causing more injury when removing the stick." Finding a blood vessel is one thing, but why are you using a knife to cauterize him? Why make such a fuss? Sue-mei replied while changing the knife and pressing on the wound. "Cauterizing the flesh is the fastest way to stop bleeding. I'm doing this to prevent more blood loss. He can't bleed anymore, and less bleeding makes it easier to find the blood vessel. Modern surgeries have invented electric scalpels to prevent excessive bleeding. During surgery, the operating room smells like roasted meat. Su-mei was used to this smell long ago. While talking, Su-mei had already found the blood vessel. It wasn't broken, just scraped open by the stick, and it started bleeding immediately after being cut. When the stick was pulled out, the blood vessel would definitely tear completely. Su-mei injected an antidiuretic drug into both ends of the vessel. This medicine can temporarily coagulate blood and effectively stop bleeding. After injecting the hemostatic drug, Su-mei looked at Guo Jianhua and Jiang Wei and said, "One of you is responsible for fixing his leg, and the other, pull out the stick from his thigh." To prevent shock from blood pressure dropping during the process, Su-mei had already given Li Yuan a dose of diazepam. "Should we just pull it out? Won't there be heavy bleeding?" "We don't have blood ready for transfusion." Guo Jianhua hesitated and looked at Su-mei. He had served many years in the military and had seen many wounded comrades. He knew well the emergencies that could happen during surgery. Su-mei looked very calm. "No problem. The artery has been injected with hemostatic medicine. You just focus on pulling it out. I have ways to handle bleeding from other parts." Seeing Su-mei so composed, Guo Jianhua and Jiang Wei exchanged glances. Then Jiang Wei went over and grabbed Li Yuan's leg. Guo Jianhua looked at Su-mei, took a deep breath, pressed his hand on Li Yuan's thigh, and pulled out the stick. Immediately, Li Yuan's thigh gushed with blood. The blood splattered onto Guo Jianhua's face, making his heart tremble. He was about to speak when he saw Su-mei holding a freshly roasted knife, pressing it against Li Yuan's thigh. A sizzling meat smell filled the room. Guo Jianhua's usual calmness quickly disappeared. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Is this your way? Otherwise?" Su-mei glanced at Guo Jianhua and said calmly, "You saw me just now cut with a red-hot knife. I thought you were used to it." Guo Jianhua. "He's not used to it. What kind of savage methods are these?" Su-mei didn't have time to think about what Guo Jianhua was feeling. She kept using the scalpel to burn the wound until the bleeding slowed down. Then she took a deep breath and started preparing for surgery. The next step was the hardest. She had to carefully cut open the wound on the leg with the scalpel, clean out the debris inside, and then sew it up. Su-mei was most worried about a possible fracture. If there was a fracture, she would have to remove the broken bone fragments after cutting open the wound and then sew it up to save Li Yuan's life. Once the heavy snow melted, Li Yuan could be taken to the city for a bone-setting operation because there were no tools for setting bones here. But delaying too long could cause Li Yuan to become permanently disabled. Another concern was that Su-mei was cutting through layers of skin and had to be very careful not to damage important blood vessels or nerves. The position of the wooden stick was cleverly chosen, just avoiding major arteries and nerves. But since these were near the wound, Su-mei had to be extra cautious with each cut. Suddenly, Su-mei's aura changed. She lowered her head and cut carefully, her expression serious and focused. Every cut was straight and perfect. While checking everything precisely, she asked Guo Jianhua for surgical tools. Before the surgery, Su-mei had already prepared all the instruments. She was worried Guo Jianhua might not recognize them, so she simply numbered them in order. Guo Jianhua handed her the tools while watching her back with curiosity. He believed he had seen through many people and could understand their true nature hidden beneath their skin. But this Su-mei made him realize he had been completely mistaken. Living under the same roof for a year, he had never seen this side of her before. Especially when she asked him for tools. She didn't even look up. She remembered exactly where each tool was supposed to be. For Su-mei, this wasn't difficult because the order of surgical instruments is standardized. She had memorized it perfectly. Guo Jianhua was responsible for handing the tools, and Jiang Wei helped by sterilizing the knives. Every cut she made was with a carefully heated surgical knife, which helped stop bleeding and made it easier to see what she was doing. As the smell of cooked meat filled the room, Guo Jianhua felt hopeless. Su-mei's treatment methods were completely new to him. At this moment, Su-mei had reached the very center of the injury. She considered herself lucky that Li Yuan's bones were not broken, only some minor cracks. By removing the bone fragments and sewing the wound, then fixing it from outside, his leg could heal gradually. After cleaning the debris, Su-mei carefully stitched up the wound. She then asked Guo Jiangua and Jiangwei to help Li Yuan lie on his side, and she cut open the back part of the injury, stitching each part carefully. Perhaps because her technique was so perfect, or because she was so focused, Guo Jiangua's confused mind slowly began to settle down. After 2 hours, Su Mei painfully straightened her back. She looked at her own stitched-up wound with disdain, then checked Li Yuan's condition and made a very unpleasant face. Guo Jiangua had been watching Su Mei. Seeing her expression, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "My back is so sore." Su Mei stretched lazily and yawned. Her answer almost made Guo Jiangua draw his gun in anger. "I asked about Li Yuan. What's his condition?" "He's fine." Su Mei looked at Guo Jiangua strangely and casually said, "The surgery was successful." Although the tools used were simple, Li Yuan was lucky because of the clever placement of the sticks, so the surgery was not very difficult for Su Mei. It was just a small operation, but Su Mei felt that without modern equipment, she lost some confidence, which caused a false alarm. Guo Jiangua didn't see it that way. He heard Su Mei say it was successful, but still felt uneasy. He slowly walked to Li Yuan's side, checked his breathing and pulse, confirmed he was safe, and saw that the leg wound was well treated. Only then did he let out a deep, relieved breath. "Thank you for your hard work," Guo Jiangua said with a heavy voice, expressing his gratitude to Su Mei. Su Mei thought that this was a good chance to gain favor. Maybe if she did well, Guo Jiangua would temporarily forget about divorcing her. She arranged her expression to look gentle and kind as she looked at Guo Jiangua. "I'm happy to help you with your worries. I hope there will be more opportunities like this in the future." Guo Jiangua sensed that Su Mei was testing him. He looked at her face, which was swollen and hard to see her features clearly, and saw her obviously fake and pretentious expression. He responded very coldly. "When we divorce, don't make a fuss. Just obediently get the divorce certificate. That will be the biggest help for me." Thinking about what Su Mei had done to him, Guo Jiangua's decision to divorce was as firm as a diamond. After speaking, he walked out with a cold face. "Ah, she's really unkind," Su Mei sighed helplessly. Her hope just now was shattered. Guo Jiangua left the yard and went to the neighbor's house. The neighbors were sitting around a fire, dozing off. When they heard the door open, they immediately woke up. These people had planned to follow Guo Jiangua into his yard, but he was worried that too many people would disturb Su Mei's treatment. So, he sent someone to guard the gate and didn't let anyone in. So, they returned to Wang Ani's yard to wait and see what would happen. Most of them were genuinely worried about Li Yuan and wanted to stay and wait for the result. Some others, like Kai Ho-hot, just liked to watch the excitement and came to join in. Seeing Guo Jiangua walk into the yard with a cold, stern face, everyone felt nervous, as if they already guessed the outcome. Kai Ho-hot even stood up directly. "Wow, why does Master Hu look so unhappy? Did someone not make it? If they really didn't make it, you shouldn't blame yourself." Everyone said Su Mei wasn't capable. "Look at how many people advised you, but you didn't listen. Why risk your future for this?" At first, Kai Ho-hot spoke cautiously. The more she saw Guo Jiangua's dark expression, the more she thought she was right. She quickly drew her conclusion. Hearing this, the others in the yard also started criticizing Su Mei. Some said Guo Jiangua's decision this time was too rash. Aunt Wang had been resting inside. When she heard Guo Jiangua enter the yard, she got up from her bed. As she came out and heard the discussion, she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Zhaoying, who had been silent all along, hurriedly went to support Aunt Wang. Only then did she turn around and join the crowd in criticizing Guo Jiangua. "Commander Hua, look at what you've done. Everyone says you're a rational and smart person, but why are you so confused when it comes to action? I wonder how you'll take responsibility for this." "It's not Jiangua's responsibility," Aunt Wang, sitting on the ground, slowly regained her composure. "It's my son's misfortune. I promised Su Mei to treat him. I agreed because he was already unconscious for a whole afternoon. If he dies, it's just his fate. I don't blame anyone." Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Hua Jiangwo's icy expression slowly softened. He went over and helped Aunt Wang to her feet, quietly saying, "Aunt Wang, don't worry. I have good news. Li Yuan's surgery was very successful. Su Mei said he will wake up soon." He usually didn't bother explaining to others, but he had to clarify things with Aunt Wang. He couldn't just let her worry alone. Aunt Wang, upon hearing this, seemed frozen in place, as if cast in a spell. She stared at Hua Jiangwo for a few seconds before suddenly grabbing his hand and asking excitedly, "Is what you said true? Is Li Yuan really okay?" "It's true," Hua Jiangwo nodded seriously. When Aunt Wang learned her son was alive, she hadn't shed a single tear when he was lost. But now that she heard he was safe, she burst into tears of joy, crying happily, "It's good that he's fine, it's really good." At this moment, the people in the yard erupted in excitement. Their expressions were even more shocked than when they learned Li Yuan had died. No one expected Su Mei to really be able to treat the illness. They all stared wide-eyed in disbelief, mouths agape, as if they had just heard that pigs could fly. After a long while, they began to discuss the matter. "Unbelievable. Su Mei actually knows how to treat illnesses. I didn't see that coming. That's real skill. When I helped take care of Li Yuan, he was hardly breathing, and now he's saved. Amazing. Looks like Su Mei isn't completely useless. Her medical skills are good. If she can turn over a new leaf and be a good person, she might be worthy of Commander Hua. No wonder she bought a calendar. I thought she was just pretending to be refined, but it turns out she's truly educated. Cultural people like that enjoy doing these things, right, Teacher Zhao?" Hearing this, Zhao Ying's face turned red with anger. She refused to compare herself to Su Mei, that foolish girl. Because she saved a person, public opinion suddenly changed. Su Mei, a troublemaker in the military family compound, was not met with disdain when first mentioned by others. After coming out of the bathroom, Su Mei overheard a conversation. She listened silently with a blank expression in the corner for a moment, then turned and went back into the makeshift operating room. Compliments and thanks. Su Mei has heard these too many times in modern life. She is completely immune and feels nothing when hearing them. After the surgery, Su Mei tested whether Jiangwo would give her another chance because of the operation. Unfortunately, the test results were not good. Jiangwo clearly still wanted to divorce her. Her mind was full of the original owner's home, which looked like a primeval forest. She felt very depressed and naturally was less interested in listening to these meaningless praises from others. Can anyone tell her how to make Jiangwo give up the idea of divorce? Waiting online, very urgent. Seeing that things were not going as she hoped, Kai Ho-hot became anxious. She didn't believe Su Mei could cure the illness. "Li Yuan can't be fine, Commander. You shouldn't lie to make Aunt Wang feel better. If he's gone, he's gone. Just be honest." "You're full of lies," Aunt Wang interrupted Kai Ho-hot with a gnashing of teeth. She glanced toward the corner, saw the broom, and quickly ran over to pick it up, then swung it at Kai Ho-hot. "You troublemaker. You cause trouble every day, and now you dare to curse my son. Today I will definitely beat you to death." Suddenly, before everyone could react, Aunt Wang's broom swung toward Kai Ho-hot. Kai Ho-hot's face was scratched by the broom, leaving several marks. She ran while shouting, "Oh, Aunt Wang, why are you hitting me? I have such doubts because of Commander. Since Li Yuan is fine, why does he look so cold when he enters the house? It's easy to misunderstand. I keep a cold face because I saw your troublemaking mouth and couldn't be happy." Hua Jiangwo did not want to argue with someone like Kai Ho-hot, a loud and quarrelsome woman, but at this moment he felt uncomfortable inside. When Kai Ho-hot kept provoking him, he no longer held back. Instead, he stepped forward and said, "Kai Ho-hot, you always gossip about others in this yard. I think it's mainly because you lack manners and awareness. Should I give Hyun a long leave so he can come back and teach you some politics?" His words were very harsh. Hua Jiangwo's language was sharp, and his gaze was cold. He stared straight at Kai Ho-hot with deep eyes that seemed to have a captivating power. Kai Ho-hot was pale from being stared at by those powerful eyes. She suddenly realized that Hu Jiangwo was her husband's boss and someone she couldn't afford to offend. Kai Ho-hot dared to say those hurtful words to Hu Jiangwo when he entered the yard because she thought she knew Su Mei well. She believed Su Mei was as dumb as a pig and had no ability to save people. She only took on the rescue mission to show off. Thinking that Li Yuan would definitely die and that Hu Jiangwo would suffer because of it, Kai Ho-hot dared to challenge him recklessly. But things turned out completely different from her expectations. She was used to gossiping behind people's backs. Usually, others couldn't do anything about it, so they could only secretly feel angry. Today, because she had a direct conflict with Su Mei, she decided to cause trouble openly. Unexpectedly, she hit a nerve and angered Hu Jiangwo. The thought that Hu Jiangwo might make things difficult for her husband because of her made Kai Ho-hot panic and start crying. "Commander Hu, I didn't mean to cause trouble. I was worried about Li Yuan, so I stayed here to check on him. Don't bother me with your nonsense." "I find it disgusting," Wang Shen'er interrupted Kai Ho-hot again. She hated Kai Ho-hot's hypocritical attitude and couldn't help but pick up a broom to chase her away. "Stop pretending to be kind and pitiful. Get out of my house now, you disgusting thing." Scram. Why does Wang Shen'er dislike Kai Ho-hot so much? Because when Wang Shen'er first joined the army, an old leader once gave her some flour. Kai Ho-hot saw it and secretly spread rumors that Wang Shen'er was having an affair with the old leader. Aunt Wang is a widow, and the old leader has no spouse. The rumor was spread convincingly by Kai Ho-hot. As the person involved, Aunt Wang only found out from others' gossip that she was the leader's close friend. In fact, the old leader gave Aunt Wang some flour because he saw her walking with a bag of flour on her way home from a nearby town. Seeing that Aunt Wang was older and it wasn't easy for her, he kindly helped her by giving her a ride. Having been a widow all her life, Kai Ho-hot spread rumors behind the scenes, which made Aunt Wang feel very upset. She could only tolerate it until now, when she finally grabbed a broom and chased her away, showing great restraint. Seeing Kai Ho-hot being chased and beaten, no one in the yard stepped forward to stop it. It's clear how many people Kai Ho-hot had offended with her sharp tongue. Thus, Aunt Wang forced Kai Ho-hot out in a very unkind way. After driving Kai Ho-hot away, Aunt Wang felt the air in the yard was much fresher. She put down the broom and said to Hu Jiangwo, "Jiangguo, I really want to thank you and Su Mei today." "You're welcome," Hu Jiangwo replied briefly. Aunt Wang knew Hu Jiangwo was a person who appeared cold but was kind inside. He looked expressionless because he didn't know how to respond to others' gratitude. Since a great kindness doesn't need thanks, Aunt Wang didn't say more. Instead, she changed the subject and asked, "Can I go see Li Yuan now?" "Sure," Hu Jiangwo nodded. After getting his approval, Aunt Wang hurried out the door. Seeing Aunt Wang go to her own yard, Hu Jiangwo then looked at the others and said, "Li Yuan is fine now. Everyone can leave. There's no point in staying here." Since the person had already been rescued and Hu Jiangwo, who was quite respected in the yard, had asked everyone to leave, there was no reason for them to stay and bother. They all stood up and left. Among the crowd, Zhaoing pouted in frustration. She had come to help without eating lunch and even brought home some fever medicine to give to Li Yuan. By now, she was starving, but Aunt Wang didn't thank her at all. Instead, she only thanked Hu Jiangwo and Su Mei. It's really disheartening. Doing a good deed only makes someone seem like a good person, but it's so cold-hearted. From now on, Aunt Wang probably shouldn't ask her for help again. She angrily left with the crowd, completely forgetting that her uncle, whom she had invited to be in charge in the kitchen, was still locked inside. Once everyone had left, Guo Jianguo adjusted his cold, stern expression and forced a smile that looked somewhat like a plea. Then, awkwardly, he pushed open the kitchen door at Aunt Wang's house, which was partially blocked, and peeked inside with a smile, calling out, "Comrade Lu, good evening. The kitchen is so dark and gloomy. Why are you staying inside alone? Come out quickly. I'd like to invite you for a cup of tea." "Guo Jianguo, don't think that just because you're joking around and saying a few nice words, this matter is over. Today's events, I will definitely report to the leader. Lu Junhai said with a cold face, arms crossed, sitting on a small stool. The stove was burning, clearly because Lu Junhai had been sitting there too cold, and started the fire himself. Guo Jiangua stepped into the kitchen with long legs, moved a small stool to sit opposite Lu Junhai, and still tried to smile and talk to him. I know, Commander Lu, you are very generous. You can tolerate a lot, and I'm sure you won't hold this small matter against me. Let's go out for a cup of tea, and I'll sincerely apologize.
No tea.
I'm staying right here, and won't go out. When the party committee comes to see me tomorrow, I'll say you, Guo Jiangua, are holding me here against my will. It's easy to invite someone in, but hard to send them away. You've locked me in, and now you want me to leave on my own? No way, Lu Junhai said angrily, ignoring Guo Jiangua. As he spoke, he picked up the fire tongs, grabbed a cooked potato from the stove, peeled it, and ate it, looking like he was ready to fight to the end. Are you really not going out? Guo Jiangua asked. Lu Junhai, eating the hot potato, mumbled with his mouth full. Nope, I'm not going anywhere. All right then, if you're not going, I'll go find the old leader for a drink. Last time I went to Bianjai to catch poachers, I bought a jar of homemade wine from the locals. The taste was so rich and fragrant. Hey, I'll go get some peanuts and have a drink with the leader. Commander Lu, you just enjoy your potatoes, Guo Jiangua said, and he really stood up and headed outside. Wait, Lu Junhai swallowed hard and whispered, what kind of wine did the local folks brew? Corn wine, rice wine, or milk wine?
Ha.
Why are you asking so many questions if you're not going? Never mind, Guo Jiangua waved his hand. I'm leaving now.
Goodbye.
Who said I'm not going? Lu Junhai suddenly stood up straight, confidently saying, I'll go report you to the old leader right now. Guo Jiangua walked ahead, smiled slightly at the comment. He knew Lu Junhai was a good person, just a bit stubborn. Probably, after hearing that someone had woken up, Lu Junhai already regretted his impulsiveness. Guo Jiangua said he would take him to see the old leader for a drink, but it was just an excuse to give this old stubborn man a way out. Outside, Guo Jiangua drove with Lu Junhai toward the military district to find the old leader. The old leader had no family, so he did not live in the family housing area. When he was young, the old leader had a wife and children, but they all died in the chaos of war. Later, he never remarried and dedicated his life to the country. Li Yuan, wake up. Your mother has come to see you. You can't sleep anymore. Su Mei saw Wang Auntie come to check on Li Yuan, and she gently patted Li Yuan's shoulder while calling him. Wang Auntie saw this and quickly said, Su Mei, no need to call him. Just let him sleep. I'll check on him. It's okay, Wang Auntie. It's time to wake him up. He was given anesthesia and sleeping too long isn't good, Su Mei said, calling Li Yuan a few more times. But Li Yuan remained unresponsive. Hearing Su Mei, Wang Auntie also stood by the bed and called out with her. But no matter how they called, Li Yuan just wouldn't wake up. Just as Wang Auntie looked worried and wanted to ask Su Mei what was happening, Li Yuan suddenly snored loudly.
See.
He's snoring now, which means he's fine. He's just sleeping very soundly, maybe because he's tired, Su Mei said with a helpless smile. Usually, after anesthesia, patients need to be awakened to prevent accidents. But since he was sleeping so peacefully, Su Mei thought there probably wasn't a problem. Su Mei, thank you so much today. After hearing that Li Yuan was okay, Wang Auntie sincerely thanked Su Mei. Hearing that, Su Mei smiled and said, No need to thank me. Didn't you also speak up for me this morning? I'm just thanking you for that. Those 1 or 2 words, they're not as important as a life. Anyway, Su Mei, from now on, you and Commander Huo will be our benefactors. Although Wang Auntie said this, she felt a sense of relief, as if she had survived a disaster. She believed that people should do good deeds. If she hadn't remembered Su Mei's harsh words earlier and hadn't come forward to speak for her, Li Yuan might not have survived now. You're too kind. Su Mei kept waving her hands. As a doctor, Su Mei has saved many lives. She thinks that if saving one life makes her a benefactor, her good deeds would have filled her donation box long ago. However, now she has done so many good things, yet she is still sent to this miserable place to suffer. Soon, she won't even be able to endure these suffering days because the original owner's kind-hearted husband wants to divorce her. Su-mei feels so tired and sighs heavily. Aunt Wong sees Su-mei with drooping eyes and thinks she is exhausted. She quickly says, "Su-mei, you've worked all day and must be tired. Go rest for a while. I'll watch over him." No, it's still a dangerous time at night. I need to watch myself. If he develops a fever again or has other problems, I need to be ready to handle it. Suddenly, Su-mei's stomach makes several loud noises, breaking the silence. Hearing this, Su-mei feels embarrassed. She ate breakfast this morning and has been hungry ever since. Her stomach growling loudly makes her feel like she is about to swallow her own saliva from hunger. The growling is so loud it surpasses Li Yuan's snoring. Aunt Wong hears it clearly. She pats her forehead and says, "Oh, my mind is so forgetful. I keep thinking about Li Yuan and forgot you haven't eaten. I'll go cook right now." Aunt Wong, just make something simple. Don't waste ingredients. Also, Li Yuan can't eat today, so don't cook for him. Nowadays, families are not wealthy, especially since Aunt Wong and Li Yuan rely on each other. Su-mei doesn't want to cause trouble by wasting food. After all, she is not the original owner. As Aunt Wong leaves, she tells Su-mei she'll be back soon. Outside, Aunt Wong speaks a few words to Jiang Wei, who is standing guard. Xieli has already been sent back to rest by Hu Jiangwo. Jiang Wei stays in the yard to keep watch in case of emergencies, so he can contact Hu Jiangwo quickly if needed. After Aunt Wong leaves, Su-mei continues to sit by the bed, lost in thought. She doesn't notice that the person on the bed suddenly moves a finger. When Li Yuan wakes up, he looks around at the unfamiliar, clean environment. For a moment, he thinks he has died and gone to heaven. Li Yuan had already told Aunt Wong his affairs. He didn't think he would survive. The heavy snow blocked the mountains, there were no doctors, and he lost too much blood. He can feel life slipping away. Sighing, he thinks, if I die like this, I wonder what my mother will do. Feeling a bit discouraged, Li Yuan turns his head. Then, he saw a large, round face pressed close to him on his right side, with features so chubby they seemed to squish together. In that moment, if it weren't for the lingering effects of the anesthesia on Li Yuan, he might have jumped out of bed instantly. "You're awake." Su-mei casually greeted him. She hadn't yet realized that Li Yuan's breath was frozen in place. After about 30 seconds, Li Yuan realized he was lying on the bed unable to move, and the big, fat face beside him belonged to Su-mei, the most disliked woman in the military residence. "Dead fatso, where am I? What have you done to me? Dead fatso?" After working for hours without even eating a bite, this was how Li Yuan thanked her. But that was normal. From the memories of the original owner, Li Yuan and she had never gotten along well. Li Yuan and Xieli were both chosen by Hu Jiangwo from the new recruits, and he wanted to train them well. Although neither held high positions, they were both often directly dispatched by Hu Jiangwo. The original owner married Hu Jiangwo, and both Li Yuan and Xieli knew why. They both admired Hu Jiangwo sincerely, so they hated the original owner for using underhanded methods to force Hu Jiangwo to marry her. After moving into the military residence, the original owner caused trouble and embarrassed Hu Jiangwo, which made the two men dislike her even more. But Li Yuan and Xieli had different personalities. Xieli's dislike was hidden in his heart, while Li Yuan's was openly displayed. Especially since their families were neighbors, Li Yuan would glare at her fiercely every time he saw her at the door. It was easy to understand why Li Yuan, upon waking and seeing Su-mei, would speak harshly to her. Although it was understandable, Su-mei didn't want to understand. The original owner had never been polite to this person. She was about to divorce Hu Jiangwo and live a hard life again, so why should she be polite to Li Yuan? "Dead fatso, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Li Yuan saw Su-mei not speaking and grew angrier, pressing her again. The anesthesia still hadn't worn off, and he kept struggling, his face turning bright red. Su-mei looked at him coldly, then suddenly spoke softly. Stop struggling. You're paralyzed all over. What's the point? You're useless. Suddenly, the air became quiet. Li Yuan stared at Su Mei, completely silent. Who do you mean is paralyzed? After half a minute, Li Yuan swallowed hard and asked hesitantly. Seeing Li Yuan really being frightened, Su Mei felt amused inside but kept a calm face. You probably forgot that you fell down below, didn't you? Later, you lost consciousness. To save your life, I said I would treat you, and I ended up amputating your lower body. It was supposed to be your left leg, but I cut the wrong one, so now both your legs are gone, and your neck probably has no feeling anymore.
I'm really sorry about that.
After speaking, Su Mei looked at Li Yuan with a full face of apology. Nonsense. Don't lie to me. Where are my mother and Commander Hua? They can't be letting you do this to me. Li Yuan's face was pale, but his words still carried some reason. But Su Mei wasn't afraid of this young fool's disbelief. Am I talking nonsense? Can't you feel it yourself? Come on, check carefully if your legs are still there. Humph. Li Yuan glared at Su Mei fiercely, then instinctively tried to move his calves and toes. But this movement made Li Yuan panic. He found he really had no sensation at all. His eyes widened like copper bells, and a few blood vessels appeared in them. After a long moment, he finally cried out with tears in his eyes. My legs. My legs. Su Mei, you wicked woman. What have you done? You won't have a good death. Stop shouting. Save your strength. What can you do to me? Su Mei said, lowering her head and shrugging her shoulders, trying not to laugh out loud. General anesthesia works like this. After waking up, the effects of the anesthesia gradually weaken from the head to the body and then to the lower limbs. Now, Li Yuan's body and mind had regained sensation, but his lower limbs still felt numb. It was like he had no legs at all, and Li Yuan was so frightened he cried out loudly. His crying immediately alarmed Jiang Wei, who was guarding outside the yard. He quickly went to the door, pushed it open, and stood at the entrance, asking through the tent with the zipper pulled up. Sister-in-law, I heard Li Yuan crying. Is he awake? Is he okay? He's fine. He's very well, Su Mei answered seriously, taking over the words. He's crying tears of joy because he's thankful I saved his life.
He's so touched he's crying.
Wicked woman. Li Yuan shouted loudly. He recognized Jiang Wei's voice and hurriedly called for help. Jiang Wei, get this wicked woman out. She's trying to kill me. Jiang Wei listened outside the door, feeling confused. His sister-in-law had said that Li Yuan was so overwhelmed with happiness that he cried tears of joy. But from Li Yuan's tone, he sounded close to breaking down, almost on the verge of losing control.
Jiang Wei, come in.
Li Yuan shouted again when he saw Jiang Wei wasn't moving. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Wei finally went inside. He pulled open the tent zipper and saw Li Yuan open his eyes. He was truly alive. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before seeing Li Yuan fully awake, Jiang Wei had doubted Su Mei's medical skills. But now that Li Yuan was clearly fine, he said, Li Yuan, you're awake now. Rest well, and don't shout or make noise. This fat guy is here. How can I rest? She caused me to become useless. She deserves to be punished. I wish I could personally punish her. Li Yuan gritted his teeth angrily. Jiang Wei frowned and said, No, Li Yuan. No matter what, your sister-in-law saved your life. You wouldn't be alive without her. You should be grateful, not curse her. Grateful to her? Li Yuan started crying again, tears streaming down his face. She cut off my legs and made me useless. How can I be grateful? Maybe I've gone crazy. Hearing this, Jiang Wei looked down and glanced at Li Yuan's two bare feet, then at the bandages on his thigh. He looked suspiciously at Li Yuan's face full of anger and sadness. He wondered how his legs could be hurt so badly and still be intact. Maybe Li Yuan had truly lost his mind. Could it be that your sister-in-law's injury is affecting your mind? Jiang Wei said, pointing at Li Yuan's forehead as if to suggest he might be confused. This made Su Mei laugh softly, unable to hold it in. She lowered her head and chuckled. Haha, you're still laughing, you wicked woman. I'll kill you someday. Li Yuan said, glaring at Su Mei with more hatred. The poor boy's face turned a sickly color. If he weren't so angry, he might have fainted. Su Mei didn't want to tell him the truth. She stood up, stretched lazily, and said to Jiang Wei, "All right, Jiang Wei. Since you're here, help him massage his legs. The anesthesia still hasn't worn off after so long. It's mainly because of the injury. Blood isn't flowing properly. Massage them to help him recover faster and avoid any lasting problems." After speaking, Su Mei showed Jiang Wei how to do the massage, then turned and left the tent. Li Yuan lay there in a daze, still not fully understanding Su Mei's words. Suddenly, he felt a pair of big hands touching his legs. Although anesthesia made Li Yuan unable to feel his legs were not completely numb. He could still sense when someone touched them. After a long while, Li Yuan finally realized he had been tricked. When he shouted, his voice was so loud it sounded like thunder. "Fatty, you dare to play me? TSK. I'm just messing with you, kid." Su Mei's voice drifted from outside the yard. Later, Li Yuan cursed loudly, but Su Mei no longer wanted to pay attention. Anyway, the person had woken up, and she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She went to her neighbor Wang Auntie's yard. The fire was still burning in the yard. Wang Auntie was roasting a piece of bacon over the fire. When she saw Su Mei, she hurriedly greeted her. "Su Mei, come in and sit. By the way, I think I heard Li Yuan shouting. Is he awake now?" "What was he shouting about?" "He was thanking me. Maybe he was too excited and shouted a little loudly," Su Mei said seriously, making up a story. But Wang Auntie believed her. "That's good. You should thank her properly." No need to be so polite. It's so late now." "Wang Auntie, just make some simple food, maybe fry some vegetables." "No need to trouble yourself," Su Mei said as she moved a small stool to sit next to Wang Auntie by the fire. She really didn't want to eat meat because her body, weighing 200 jin, made her uncomfortable uncomfortable. She had to cut out meat. Losing weight was just about controlling what she ate and moving her legs. Since this body would be hers from now on, Su Mei wanted to work hard to lose weight as soon as possible. Wang Auntie put the cooked meat into a water basin and said, "Just eating vegetables isn't enough. Old commander who used to say he would give you money for food so you wouldn't have to eat with others. You kept saying that the money he gave wasn't enough to eat meat every day, and you love meat too much, right? Although I can't afford to eat meat every day, I still have the ability to treat you to a meal." "You don't need to be so polite," Su Mei replied. Why did she have to bring up the past where the original owner often ate for free? Fortunately, Wang Auntie only said this once and didn't mention it again. She focused on washing the meat by the firelight. Su Mei roasted the fire for an hour before Wang Auntie finally finished cooking and called her inside to eat. The food Wang Auntie made was very delicious. The rice was steamed from the stove, with small potatoes at the bottom, giving off a fresh potato aroma when eaten. The meat was stir-fried with dried chili peppers. She cooked the oil until it was very dry, making the dish rich but not greasy. After finishing a bowl, Su Mei wanted to have another. But she held back her impulse, put down her chopsticks, and despite Wang Shan's repeated urging, she didn't take another bite. She has always been very disciplined, able to easily control any kind of desire once it arises. After finishing her meal, Wang Shan followed Su Mei to her yard and asked Jiang Wei to go eat. At the door of He Jiangwo's room, Su Mei told Wang Shan, "You can lean on him and sleep. You don't have to stay awake all the time. Just check his temperature every hour by touching his forehead. If he has a fever, call me immediately." "Okay, I understand. It's already late. You should go to sleep now." "Thank you so much for your help today." Wang Shan kept thanking Su Mei all night. "No problem. Good night, Wang Shan," Su Mei replied softly, with a gentle smile on her face. Inside the room, Li Yuan was sleeping with his eyes closed, as if he had entered another dream. But his frequent blinking betrayed him. He felt embarrassed to open his eyes and look at Su Mei, always feeling uncomfortable just thinking about her. Su Mei didn't have time to worry about Li Yuan's feelings. After giving her instructions, she yawned, rubbed her tired eyes, and, feeling very sleepy, returned to her own room. In the afternoon, Sume had built a big fire in the kitchen. She took off the bedding and mattress from the bed, placed the sheets and quilt cover on the bed, and covered herself with a thick coat. Now that she was done, she went back to her room and saw that the sheets and quilt cover had dried completely, with a faint soap smell. She spread out the bedding and then went to the kitchen to build another fire. This kind of bed, called a kong in the north, has a fire burning underneath for warmth, so sleeping on it all night keeps you warm and cozy. After building the fire, Sume poured water from the thermos to wash her face and brush her teeth, then got into bed to sleep. The bed was very comfortable. Last night, Sume had to sit on a chair and lean over the table all night, which was very uncomfortable. Snuggled in the warm bedding, Sume quickly fell into a deep sleep, overwhelmed by the tiredness that had been building up. In the middle of the night, a loud knocking on the door woke Sume up. She startled awake, quickly unplugged the switch next to her pillow, and, using her emergency medical skills, hurriedly put on her shoes and got out of bed. She thought Li Yuan was in trouble, but when she opened the door, she saw two soldiers bringing back He Jiangwo, who had been drunk. In the afternoon, to help Sume save someone, He Jiangwo placed Lu Zhenhai under house arrest. He wanted to apologize to Lu Zhenhai, so naturally, he aimed to make Lu Zhenhai enjoy himself at the dinner table. This is a typical way for men in China to resolve conflicts, what's called drunkenness to forget grudges. However, He Jiangwo is usually a disciplined person. Except for special holidays when he drinks a little with important people, he rarely drinks alcohol, so he has little alcohol tolerance. With his limited drinking ability, he couldn't compare to Lu Zhenhai and the old leader. At the dinner table, he was soon so drunk that he lost awareness. Seeing the large man being supported by two soldiers outside her door, Sume felt a bit helpless. She wondered why this man was allowed inside in the middle of the night. Just as Sume hesitated, unsure how to handle He Jiangwo, Aunt Wang came over from the next room. She walked over while saying, "Sume, hurry up and move aside. Commander Hua is such a big guy, and those two soldiers have been supporting him the whole time. They must be exhausted." Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Sume finally noticed the expressions on the two soldiers' faces. She instinctively moved aside and stood behind the door. Then, the two soldiers helped He Jiangwo onto the bed, kindly removing his shoes and moving him to the inside of the bed. After settling He Jiangwo, the two soldiers greeted Sume and left. Outside the room, Aunt Wang saw the two soldiers leave, then peeked in and smiled at Sume. She said, "Sume, the night is short, so go to sleep early." After saying that, Aunt Wang thoughtfully closed the door for Sume.
Sume.
She sensed there was something behind Aunt Wang's words. As a neighbor, Aunt Wang knew very well that she wasn't sleeping in the same room as He Jiangwo. Aunt Wang was deliberately creating a chance for Sume and He Jiangwo to be alone. Looking at He Jiangwo, who was so drunk he couldn't recognize anything, Sume felt deeply frustrated. She had finally managed to get into bed, but now it was occupied again by He Jiangwo. She looked back at last night, when she had sat all evening on the cold bench. She almost gnawed her silver tooth in frustration. It's true that luxury is hard to give up, but after sleeping peacefully on the table last night, tonight she tossed and turned on the cold, hard surface, her arms numb, unable to sleep at all. She sat up and looked at He Jiangwo, noticing that he was still lying in the same position as before. Looking at her, Sume immediately thought that she was also very obedient when sleeping. The bed was so wide. Why couldn't she just climb on and sleep part of the night? Although she was from the south, Sume remembered that in her past life she saw online that northern beds, kong, could sleep several people at once. So, if she was simply honest and just slept separately from He Jiangwo, it wouldn't be too much, right? Deciding to act rather than hesitate, Sume immediately got up, tiptoed to the edge of the bed, and quietly lay down. Wow, sleeping on a bed is so comfortable. Sume was very sleepy and fell asleep almost instantly. But she overlooked one thing. Her idea of sleeping quietly was based on her previous body. Now, her current body was fat and heavy, and sleeping in the same position was uncomfortable. So, shortly after falling asleep, she changed her sleeping position. She lay on her side. She lay upright. She lay at an angle. She shifted around until she finally snuggled into Hu Jangwo's arms. Hu Jangwo had a nightmare all night. In his dream, he was wrapped around the waist by a large, fat snake, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the snake, he woke up sweating profusely. When he opened his eyes, he saw a big, round head on his chest. The fear from the dream hadn't disappeared, and Hu Jangwo was so frightened he lost his composure. He instinctively pushed the big head on his chest aside. Feeling his pounding heart, Hu Jangwo finally realized that the head was Sumei's. He was furious. "Sumei, you really are relentless. What's wrong? Is there an emergency patient?" Sumei yawned, sleepily opening her eyes. In her dream, she had returned to the surgical duty room to sleep. When she heard someone calling her, she instinctively thought someone was seeing a patient at night. But when she opened her eyes and saw Hu Jangwo's handsome face and the room's furnishings, Sumei realized she was a poor transmigrant in the tough conditions of the 1970s. "I've never seen someone as shameless as you," Hu Jangwo said coldly, getting out of bed. Unprovoked and early in the morning, being scolded left and right made Sumei feel uncomfortable. She lazily responded, "Well, now you've seen it. Hu Jangwo, that unreasonable." "How am I unreasonable? If it weren't for your drunkenness and inability to think clearly, you wouldn't have been brought here by the little soldier," Sumei said sharply, giving Hu Jangwo a cold look. "They brought you to the door, and I can't just kick you out. Otherwise, would I really want to keep you here? Why don't you want to lie in my arms?" Hu Jangwo asked back. Then he put on his shoes while warning Sumei, "Let me tell you, Sumei, stop thinking about nonsense. No matter what you do, I will definitely divorce you. If you want to leave without any harm, you'd better not have any bad thoughts about me. Do you believe me?" "I really have no bad intentions." Sumei truly felt wronged. No bad intentions to sleep in his arms? If he hadn't been drunk and unconscious, she might have taken advantage of him. Only a fool would believe that. After speaking, Hu Jangwo stood up. Once he stood, he looked around at the room's furnishings and was momentarily stunned. A few days ago, when he passed by Sumei's room, he saw piles of trash and sheets and bedding so dirty they looked like they had lost their color. Today, her room was surprisingly clean. The trash on the floor had been cleared away at some point. The tables and cabinets had just been wiped, revealing the original paint of the furniture. A floral bedspread covered the bedside table, and neatly arranged on the bed were books he had seen before. In the corner of the table, there was a glass bottle used for infusion, with a few fluffy dog tail grasses inserted inside. The torn sofa, brought back from the leader, was covered with a handmade slipcover with beautiful stitches, as neat as the wounds she sewed on Li Yuan at the operating table. Looking sharply, he suddenly felt that the room had gained a certain elegant charm, more refined than when Hu Jangwo lived there before. Hu Jangwo looked at Sumei with some surprise. Had she realized she was determined to divorce him and was genuinely scared, so she temporarily changed her ways to try to keep the marriage? But unfortunately, her remorse was too late. Hu Jangwo always kept his promises. He hadn't mentioned divorce before, giving her a chance. Now that he had brought it up, even 9 oxen couldn't pull him back. However, after all, they were husband and wife. Seeing Sumei carefully making so many changes, Hu Jangwo couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted and advised her, "Actually, you don't need to be too afraid of divorce. First, I will ensure your future life. Secondly, when I take you back, I will be blamed for the divorce. You don't need to worry about your reputation or future marriage prospects."
Sumei was speechless.
She didn't have time to think about whether she should get married or not. The main concern now was that she would be sent back to a remote mountain area, living without cars, water, or electricity. She felt upset inside. This situation was already enough to make Sumei annoyed, but Jangwo kept avoiding talking about the divorce, just changing the subject after a few words. She suddenly felt a bit irritated and directly argued with Jangwo, "If I marry someone else, Wouldn't I harm their whole family? Soldiers are supposed to sacrifice themselves for others. You should stay with me to prevent others from suffering like this. That's nonsense. Jangwo couldn't argue with Su Mei and could only feel frustrated. He thought he shouldn't be soft-hearted toward this tough woman. To make her give up completely, he emphasized his decision again. The divorce is not negotiable. Once Li Yuan's leg heals, we will go to get the divorce papers. Su Mei was only a little upset at first, but when she heard Jangwo's last words, she suddenly exploded. What do you mean? When you want someone, you want them. When you don't, you ignore them. What does it mean that Li Yuan's leg is healed, so we can get a divorce? It means I still have value now, so you won't divorce me. When I no longer have any use, you'll just kick me away. Jangwo, you're not a dog, but you're really a dog. I don't have that intention, Jangwo frowned, trying hard not to argue with Su Mei about calling him a dog. He patiently explained, what I mean is Li Yuan's leg was injured, so I can give you more time to think and consider what kind of compensation you want. You should know, if it weren't for Li Yuan's situation, we would have already lost contact. If you ever think about sleeping with me again, Su Mei, I promise my methods will make you regret for the rest of your life. After speaking, Jangwo didn't care about Su Mei's expression. He backed out the door with his hands behind his back. Su Mei held her pillow, turned over angrily, and continued to sleep. She wondered how she, a person who sleeps honestly, could possibly lie on Jangwo's chest. Last night, to draw a clear line with him, she even placed a blanket between them as a boundary. Where was her boundary? When Su Mei looked around and found the blanket had been kicked to the corner, she covered her face with her pillow. TSK, someone who sleeps honestly wouldn't do such a thing. Oh, I wish I had known she would just hold on for one more night on the cold bench. Now Ho Jangwo suspects she has some improper intentions towards him. Su Mei feels too embarrassed to get up and face anyone. Next door, the kitchen was noisy for a while, probably Ho Jangwo washing his face and brushing his teeth. After the room was occupied, he moved his things to the kitchen. Soon after, Su Mei heard Ho Jangwo brushing his teeth. He finished quickly and then asked next door about Li Yuan's condition. After hearing that Li Yuan was fine, Ho Jangwo hurriedly left the yard. When Ho Jangwo left, Su Mei finally got out of bed. She also went to check next door, where Jiang Wei was with Li Yuan. Aunt Wang left only at dawn to go home and prepare breakfast. Su Mei did some simple checks on Li Yuan. During this, Li Yuan kept his eyes closed, pretending to sleep. He felt awkward and didn't know how to face Su Mei. He disliked her the most, yet she was the one who saved him. No matter how much he disliked her, Li Yuan still felt grateful for her life-saving help. He endured for a long time and finally called out to her as she was about to leave. Fatty. As soon as he said this, he immediately wanted to slap himself for the mistake. Realizing his mistake, he quickly corrected himself. Sister-in-law. Thank you. Fatty is just fatty, sister-in-law is sister-in-law. If you call me fatty sister-in-law, how am I supposed to respond? Su Mei said, turning around with a troubled look at Li Yuan. Li Yuan's face turned red. Since he had already spoken, he decided to sincerely thank Su Mei again. Sister-in-law, I was unkind and didn't recognize a good person. I shouldn't have spoken harshly to you. Thank you for saving my life. No need to thank me. In the future, don't glare at me or call me fatty. Just call me sister-in-law, Su Mei said, not really wanting to argue with Li Yuan. After checking Li Yuan's condition and confirming he was fine, Su Mei went back to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Because she was trying to lose weight, her breakfast was very simple. She steamed a few sweet potatoes and boiled 2 eggs, just enough for her own meal. As for Jiang Wei and Li Yuan, Su Mei didn't need to worry about them. Aunt Wang would take care of their meals. Su Mei didn't have much food to serve, and she guessed that if she cooked, those two wouldn't dare to eat. Actually, Ho Jangwo gave the original owner quite a bit of money, but the owner was very stingy and reluctant to spend it. The ingredients at home usually came from 2 sources. Either Ho Jangwo bought them or the owner secretly stole them from others' fields. After breakfast, Su Mei touched her still somewhat empty stomach and sighed. It felt like she hadn't eaten at all. After she cleaned up the dishes, Aunt Wang came over and invited Su Mei and Jiang Wei to her house for breakfast. Su Mei naturally didn't go since she had already eaten. Since she decided to lose weight, she had to stick to it and not eat too much. While Jiang Wei and Aunt Wang ate, Su Mei helped watch over Li Yuan at the door for a while. Only after Jiang Wei finished eating and came over did she quietly leave. Since there was nothing to do at home, she thought it would be better to go for a walk, explore the area, and get some exercise, just to help with her weight loss. This time, unlike the night she went out before, people on the street no longer hurriedly closed their doors when they saw her. Some peeked out curiously to look at her, but no one approached to talk. Since others didn't want to bother with Su Mei, she naturally didn't go up to them with a friendly smile. This time, she was walking in the opposite direction of the military district. After about 10 minutes in the snowy ground, she left the area of the military housing. Beyond the military housing, she saw a large patchwork of vegetable fields divided into small squares. Most of these fields grew cabbage, covered with sheds that shielded the plants underneath. The sheds were topped with thick straw for warmth. In northern winters, it's hard for vegetables to survive, especially in heavy snow. These sheds were cleverly built. Though some snow still drifted in, the temperature inside was warm enough for some plants to survive. The person who came up with this idea was very smart. The ropes tied around the plants helped the cabbages grow toward the center, preventing the inner leaves from freezing in the cold weather. Besides cabbage, there were carrots, chives, lettuce, and pea shoots in the fields. Cabbage was the most common, as these were hardy winter vegetables. There were many fields, each filled with crops, except for the two at the very end, which were overgrown with yellowed wild grass. That one was naturally Ho Jiangwo and Su Mei's land. Among the large vegetable fields, these two neglected plots looked very out of place. The original owner didn't plant vegetables, and Ho Jiangwo was busy every day and had no time to tend the fields. Before the original owner came, this piece of land was given by Hu Jiangwo to Aunt Wang to farm. Later, the original owner arrived and said she wanted to grow vegetables, so she took the land back. As a result, the land remained unused. The original owner preferred to leave it fallow rather than let others farm it. When she wanted to eat vegetables, she would wait until Hu Jiangwo went out, then come to the vegetable field nearby, pick some vegetables, and rush home. At first, families came to Hu Jiangwo to complain, but later he promised to compensate each family at market prices, and the issue was resolved. Looking at the vegetables in the field, Su Mei couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She believed eating vegetables was best for weight loss. Just eating eggs and sweet potatoes was too plain, and after eating, she always felt thirsty. But she could only swallow her saliva now. In this cold weather, she couldn't grow a few vegetables herself. After walking around the vegetable field, Su Mei stepped back into the snow and headed home. The military compound had only these two areas, one side with houses, the other with the vegetable field. There was nowhere else to go. The children had to take the bus to school in town. During holidays, besides fishing in the river, they played hide-and-seek in the yard. There weren't many other entertainments. Life with the military was tough, but many military wives willingly came to the frontier. Some didn't want their husbands to suffer alone in the harsh borderlands. Others came from poorer families, and some moved together to help build the country. No matter the reason, most days were simple and hard. The original owner was an exception. The snow under her feet was very thick, and each step left a deep footprint. Su Mei, heavy and clumsy, moved her large legs and gasped for breath. She didn't notice that behind the pea vines in the snowy field, a middle-aged woman in a padded coat was secretly watching her. Just as Su Mei was about to leave the field, the woman slowly stood up and looked at her empty-handed, then said strangely, "What the heck? She didn't pick anything today." Seeing that Su Mei was about to leave, the woman hurriedly shouted, "Su Mei." Su Mei heard the voice, looked around confused, but saw no one. She thought she had misheard and didn't think much, continuing to walk forward. At this moment, the middle-aged woman called out to Su Mei again. When Su Mei looked back again, the woman suddenly raised her hand and waved vigorously at her. "Su Mei, wait for me," Seeing the waving hand in the vast snowy field, Su-mei realized there was someone in the vegetable garden. The person saw Su-mei stop and quickly started walking toward her. When the person reached her, Su-mei recognized her. It was the woman who helped Li Yuan with the needle on his neck in Li Yuan's room. Thinking back on her memories, Su-mei remembered that this woman was named Mei Mei. She used to be a young person from a nearby village and only moved to the big courtyard after marrying a soldier's officer. The background of the people in the courtyard was something Kai Ho Hot had told the original owner about. The original owner and Mei Mei never had any contact. She didn't know why this woman called her over and asked curiously, "Big Sister Mei, is there something you want to tell me?" "Yes, a little thing," the woman said. Her face suddenly turned red. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then stepped closer to Su-mei and whispered, "Su-mei, I just want to ask if you can see if someone has an itchy illness below." Mei Mei didn't know what others thought. She only knew she saw Su-mei pull Li Yuan back from the edge of death. That meant Su-mei definitely knew medicine and was quite skilled. For a long time, Mei Mei had been troubled by gynecological problems. The clinic in the army only had a male doctor, and she didn't dare to go see him. She had planned to wait until her man was resting and watching the children, then go to the county hospital herself. But unexpectedly, heavy snow blocked the mountains and her man was resting, so she couldn't go out. Although the problem was life-threatening, it caused her daily pain and suffering. Yesterday, Mei Mei really wanted to ask Su-mei to take a look, but there were many people, and Su-mei had just finished surgery for Li Yuan late at night, so she didn't speak up. Today, she saw Su-mei again in the vegetable garden. Thinking about how uncomfortable she felt every day, Mei Mei hesitated but finally called out to Su-mei.
Su-mei was surprised.
She didn't expect anyone to actively ask her to see a doctor. Seeing Mei Mei's hopeful expression, Su-mei guessed that Mei Mei must be very uncomfortable. Otherwise, she wouldn't come to her for help. But Su-mei was also helpless. After listening to Mei Mei's problem, she replied, "Gynecological issues, I think I can help. But I don't have any medicine right now." Li Yuan's medicine was taken by Hu Jiangwo when he broke into the clinic. "Without medicine, I can't treat you." "That's true. I forgot about that." Mei Mei looked down in disappointment. Seeing Mei Mei disappointed, Su-mei could only sympathetically glance at her. When she saw that Mei Mei had no other questions, she continued walking back. "Well, Sister Mei, I'll head back now."
"Wait."
Mei Mei suddenly called out to Su-mei. "Su-mei, just pick some vegetables from my garden. I've been walking around for a while and still have nothing in my hands. Are you not sure what to eat?" I ate breakfast already. I don't feel like eating anything right now. I just came out for a walk," Su-mei said, awkwardly touching her face. She couldn't even say she had no land or that she was thinking of secretly picking someone else's vegetables. Everyone in the big yard knew that the original owner always treated others' gardens as her own. Mei Mei didn't believe Su-mei was just out for a walk. Who would come out into the vegetable garden in freezing weather for no reason? When she arrived, she saw someone at the other end of the garden and guessed that Su-mei had probably seen that person, so she wandered around without picking anything. Although it was normal for Su-mei to pick vegetables from others' gardens, she knew it was better not to do so openly. She only dared to secretly pick when no one was watching. In the cold weather, she had come out early in the morning to find some vegetables to eat, but she was exhausted and didn't manage to pick anything.
Mei Mei suddenly felt sorry for Su-mei.
She thought that since there were plenty of vegetables in her garden, it wouldn't hurt to let Su-mei pick a few. "Su-mei, I have chives, Chinese cabbage, and lotus white in my land. You can pick whatever you want. It's not easy to come out in this cold weather." "No, I really wasn't here to pick vegetables. I just ate too much this morning and don't feel well, so I came out for a walk to help digestion," Su-mei said, and turned to leave. As she turned, Mei Mei grabbed her chubby hand.
"Don't be so polite.
If I tell you to pick, just pick. My little sister-in-law wants to date Li Yuan. If you save Li Yuan, it's like saving my brother-in-law. I'll treat you to a few vegetables, it's nothing." While speaking, Mei Mei pulled Su-mei toward the garden. Seeing Mei Mei's enthusiasm, Su-mei didn't feel like refusing anymore. She followed Mei Mei along the edge of the neighbor's garden into her own land. When she saw the vegetables Mei Mei had planted, Su Mei was a bit stunned. The vegetables Mei Mei grew clearly weren't as good as those in the neighboring gardens. Even the most common Chinese cabbage was smaller than others. "I'm not very good at growing vegetables," Mei Mei said shyly, noticing Su Mei's surprised look, and chuckled softly. She is a girl from Shanghai who spent 3 years as a young worker in the countryside. She almost starved to death in the mountains because she couldn't lift or carry things. But she is proud and doesn't want to live with a rough rural man just to get enough food, like other young workers. After several years in the countryside, Mei Mei became very thin and looked almost like a skeleton. She relied on the small amounts of aid her parents sent her to survive. Her family is an ordinary working family with 2 sisters and a brother. The help from her parents was very limited. She often went hungry, and her blood sugar dropped below normal. One day, on her way to collect her aid money from her parents, she fainted. Mei Mei almost thought she would die on the road. Luckily, when she couldn't get up after falling to the ground, she was helped by Chen Jiang, an officer inspecting the military group. Chen Jiang carried Mei Mei all the way to the hospital. Somehow, during this, they developed feelings for each other. Mei Mei soon married Chen Jiang, moving out of the mountains to live in the military housing area with him. After marrying Chen Jiang, Mei Mei finally had enough to eat and a warm place to sleep. Back in the countryside, she preferred to go hungry rather than do farm work. In the military housing, with no worries about food or drink, Mei Mei started learning how to plant vegetables from the other military wives. The small vegetable garden didn't require much effort. However, Mei Mei had no experience, so her vegetables were not as good as those of the other wives. The previous owner used to steal vegetables from others, but she never stole Mei Mei's because her vegetables were too poor. Still, Mei Mei was happy with her own vegetables because it was her first time planting them. With Mei Mei's help, Su Mei picked a small handful of pea tips and 2 large cabbages from her land, tying them with palm leaves to carry home. When they arrived at the military housing, Mei Mei and Su Mei parted ways. Mei Mei's home was near the vegetable garden, in the southernmost row of houses. Hao Jiangwo's yard was further north. Su Mei, carrying the vegetables, headed straight home. Her stomach was empty, and she felt so hungry she was about to. Since vegetables don't make you gain weight, she decided to cook a few leaves to soothe her hunger. In the cold wind, Su Mei's chubby face turned red from the cold. She was exhausted, her heart pounding. Seeing her home nearby, she quickened her steps. When she was about 100 meters from her house, a slender, serious-looking figure came out of the yard ahead of her. The person was dressed in a woman's Zhongshan suit, with short hair cut to her ears, wearing black-rimmed glasses. From afar, she looked like a stern teacher. Without needing a closer look, Su Mei immediately recognized her as Zhao. Zhao was getting up in the morning to stretch her muscles. At first, she didn't see Su Mei until she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Su Mei. Looking her over with a dismissive look, Zhao finally focused on the vegetables in Su Mei's hands and casually spat out 2 words, "thief." This was the 3rd time Su Mei saw Zhao. The first time was when Su Mei argued with Kai Ho Hot, and Zhao ran into the yard insisting on kicking her out of the military compound. The second time was when Su Mei wanted to treat Li Yuan, and Zhao called on everyone in the military housing area to oppose her. The third time, there was no conflict at all. Zhao just looked at her and then insulted her, calling her a thief. The blame left by the original owner, Su Mei would carry if she had to, but that didn't mean she would be bullied or accept unfair treatment. After Zhao insulted her without reason, Su Mei was momentarily stunned. Then she stopped walking, looked directly at Zhao, and coldly said, "Mind your words." "What? You've done it, and you're still afraid of being criticized. You're always unclean, with no manners. If you steal vegetables without permission, isn't that just being a thief? I don't get it. Thief, thief, thief." Zhao, upon hearing Su Mei's words, not only refused to back down but became even more aggressive. If there weren't ears listening behind the wall, Su Mei really didn't want to bother with Zhao. This woman, for some reason, seemed to have taken the wrong medicine and harbored such strong hostility toward her. The reputation of the original owner was already ruined, but since Su-mei was occupying this body, she wouldn't let the crime of theft be pinned on her. She organized her words internally before speaking. Teacher Zhao, since you are a teacher, you should know an old saying. No one is perfect. I did some things in the past that weren't right, but that was all in the past. Now I have realized my mistakes and will not do those petty crimes anymore. I hope Teacher Zhao will be lenient and stop unjustly accusing me. Unjust? You have the vegetables in your hands as the most direct proof. These few cabbages, are you saying someone from a rich family just gave them to you for no reason? Zhao sneered at Su-mei. Her words left Su-mei speechless. Coincidentally, yes, someone did give them to me. Su-mei, listen to what you're saying. Can you even believe yourself? It's laughable. Is there anyone in this big yard who would give you vegetables to eat? All right, since you said someone else gave the gift, tell me who it was. After speaking, Zhao lifted her chin and looked at Su-mei with half-closed eyes. Her expression was like a teacher scolding a naughty student. Su-mei originally wanted to explain herself clearly, but seeing Zhao Ying's superior attitude, she suddenly didn't want to say anything. Teacher Zhao, if someone questions, they should provide proof. If you think I stole vegetables, you should specify whose vegetables I stole, how much I took, and present evidence of my theft. It's not enough to just suspect me. I am not obligated to explain. If you casually slander me, I will have to find a way to prove my innocence. And if I suspect your husband is not at home and you are secretly meeting other men every day, you should also provide proof that you haven't been unfaithful. Stop spreading false accusations, Zhao said angrily upon hearing Su-mei's words. Seeing this, Su-mei smiled and said, Teacher Zhao, look, if I falsely accuse you, you would be upset too. Do unto others as you would have them do to you. As a teacher, surely you understand this simple principle? Sharp-tongued, Zhao didn't expect that a rough, rural woman like Su-mei could speak so eloquently. Her face darkened immediately. All right, I question and provide evidence, right? Fine. Su-mei, if I prove today that these vegetables are yours, what will you do then? What do you want to do? Su-mei asked back. Zhao looked into Su-mei's eyes and said clearly, if I prove these vegetables are yours, then you are a thief. When Commander He returns, you should admit your mistake and agree to leave the military compound. Is that okay? Seeing Zhao Ying's determined attitude, Su-mei was confused. She carefully thought back and couldn't recall any serious conflict between the original owner and Zhao Ying. But from Zhao Ying's constant provocation, it didn't seem like she was just standing up for justice, because her targeting was too obvious. Why aren't you speaking? Are you afraid? Zhao Ying still squinted her eyes, her thin lips curling into a slight sneer, showing a provocative look. Is this a challenge? Su-mei realized that Zhao Ying was just afraid she wouldn't agree. Su-mei sat upright and fearless. Fine, Teacher Zhao, go find your evidence. When you do, come and find me. I will pack my things and leave the military compound. Just Teacher Zhao, you only said you found evidence. What should I do? Can I ask, if you can't find the evidence and can't prove I stole the dish, what will you do? How could I not find it? I will definitely find it, Zhao Ying said proudly, as if she already held the evidence in her hand. Su-mei, if you haven't done anything wrong, no one can find out. If you dare to steal, I will surely find proof. Don't think you can just hope for the best. Please, Teacher Zhao, don't change the subject. I'm asking, if you can't find the evidence, how will you apologize to me? Teacher Zhao, aren't you afraid that if you can't find the evidence, you won't dare to answer me? It's just a teasing tactic, Su-mei sneered, thinking she knew exactly how to provoke her. Teasing can be very effective. Zhao Ying was provoked, and she immediately responded, if I can't find the evidence, then tell me how you want me to apologize. I will do whatever you say. Fine, Su-mei said, exactly what she wanted to hear. If Teacher Zhao can't find the evidence, then you must bark 3 times in front of everyone in the military housing area to prove that you saw me this morning when I was barking. Su-mei actually wanted to say, if you can't find the evidence, then do a live broadcast of doing a handstand and pulling your pants down, but she thought that punishment was impossible, so she settled on a different one. She believed that barking 3 times in front of everyone in the military housing area would make Xiaoying, who was outgoing, become very shy from then on. All right, Su Mei, no more nonsense. I hope that later, when I find the evidence, you won't cry and try to deny it. Xiaoying glared fiercely at Su Mei. Su Mei carried the vegetables and continued walking home. Okay, I wish you success. Don't go, Xiaoying called out to Su Mei. Since you've agreed, let's write an agreement so you won't deny it later. An agreement? Su Mei had never encountered such a situation where she was digging her own trap and eagerly jumping into it. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly and asked calmly, "Are you sure?" "Yes, we must sign it. I'm going inside now to get paper and a pen." "Don't go anywhere," Xiaoying said, then turned and ran into her yard at a speed like a loach, as if she was afraid Su Mei would run away if she slowed down. Su Mei's hands were frozen stiff. She simply placed the vegetables in the snow and squatted on the ground, waiting for Xiaoying. Soon, Xiaoying came out carrying a small stool, a sheet of paper, and a pen. Seeing Su Mei still standing still, Xiaoying clearly relaxed. She placed a stool in front of Su Mei and turned to shout at the neighbors around. "Everyone, come out and witness this. Su Mei has gone to steal vegetables again, and she refuses to admit it. She has now promised that as long as I find proof of her stealing, she will leave the military housing herself. I know that over the past year, she has caused us a lot of trouble. We should unite and drive this despicable person out of our lives." Usually, when Xiaoying made such a call, many supporters would rush out to support her. But today it was very unusual. After her speech, only a few scattered people came out of the yards. These were people who usually got along well with Xiaoying. Others, although they heard Xiaoying, pretended to be deaf at home. Yesterday, they had listened to Xiaoying and collectively refused to let Su Mei treat Li Yuan. If it weren't for Aunt Wang's strong opinions and He Zhengwo's skills, Li Yuan might have been harmed by them. This incident made some people feel very scared, and they no longer dared to interfere in Xiaoying and Su Mei's affairs. Moreover, Su Mei had proved her medical skills with facts. Regardless of her character, her medical skills were genuine. Living in such a remote area, it's very hard to see a doctor. No one wants to offend the only doctor in the mountains at this time, especially since these military wives' husbands are still on duty in the mountains, doing very dangerous work. Even if they don't actively try to please Su Mei, they definitely don't want to have direct conflicts with her. In the past, Xiaoying was very influential. She thought that just shouting once would bring out a crowd to help expel Su Mei. But this time, after she finished shouting, only 3 women came out, plus Kai Ho-hot, who was there just to watch the fun. Xiaoying looked a bit upset, but when she thought that today she might finally get Su Mei to leave for good, she quickly regained her motivation. She loudly said to the women approaching, "Please bear witness that Su Mei has stolen vegetables again. In this cold weather, no one's family is well off. She's always idling around, really tarnishing our group of military wives. It's time to give this lawless trash a little lesson." Yes, she should be taught a lesson, Xiaoying finished, and Kai Ho-hot loudly supported her. It seemed she had forgotten that just a few days ago, she was on Zhao Ying's list of people trying to drive Su Mei away. The back and forth between them made Su Mei feel annoyed. She couldn't help but urge, "Stop dragging on. Is this endless? I said we need to sign the agreement, so just get it drafted. Once it's signed, I want to go home and cook." While speaking, Su Mei raised her arm and let out a breath into her sleeve. Snow doesn't feel cold, but melting snow does. Su Mei had walked a long way and was sweating. When she stopped, her sweat started to cool, making her feel as cold as if she were lying in cold water. Seeing the coffin, not shedding tears, Xiaoying sneered. "Don't worry, I'll write it now." She squatted down and leaned over a small stool to write. Her handwriting was bold and elegant, sharp and stylish, very different from her usual personality. Soon, she finished writing the agreement quickly. She signed her name and handed the pen to Su Mei. "It's your turn now."
Okay.
Su Mei nodded, picked up the agreement, and didn't rush to sign. Since it was an agreement, she wanted to read it carefully first. After scanning the content, She slapped the agreement in front of Zhaoying. There's something wrong with this agreement. What's wrong? I think you're just afraid to sign, Zhaoying said, grabbing the agreement and giving Su Mei a sidelong look. Su Mei calmly replied, Teacher Zhao only wrote that she would find evidence. I plan to leave the military residence as soon as the snow melts. But you didn't write what happens if no evidence is found, like barking like a dog? Also, since it's an agreement, it should be in duplicate, right? I won't sign if you haven't clearly written the conditions, Su Mei said. Since you're so afraid, forget it, she added, turning to leave with her vegetables. Just as she bent down to pick them up, Zhaoying snatched the vegetables first. Fine, I'll write it. These vegetables are evidence, so you can't take them, Zhaoying said. I want to see how long you can stubbornly hold your ground. She threw the vegetables into her yard, then picked up her pen and quickly scribbled a few notes on paper, also making a copy on another sheet. Seeing Zhaoying had added all the conditions, Su Mei finally took the pen, ready to sign. No, you can't sign. Wang Auntie suddenly ran out of the yard, shouting as she came. Just now, she was helping Jiang Wei support Li Yuan while he was having a movement. Because she couldn't let go easily, she overheard Zhao Ying's words and couldn't run out immediately. When she and Jiang Wei finished helping Li Yuan and came out, they found that the situation had already reached the signing stage. After Wang Auntie interrupted, Su Mei stopped and looked up at her. Just as Su Mei was about to sign, Zhaoying was secretly excited but was suddenly cut off by Wang Auntie. Zhao Ying's eyes looked like they were filled with poison. Wang Auntie quickly ran to Zhao Ying's house door, waving her hand and saying, all right, everyone stop. There's no need to make a fuss. It's just a few cabbages. These cabbages are from me. I asked Su Mei to pick them from my vegetable garden. She didn't steal them. Everyone disperse quickly and do what you need to do. After speaking, Wang Auntie pulled Su Mei and tried to leave.
Su Mei.
How did she not know these vegetables were a gift from Wang Auntie? Seeing Wang Auntie pulling Su Mei away, Zhaoying was immediately unhappy. Wang Auntie, you can't favor Su Mei just because she saved Li Yuan. If these vegetables really were from you, why was she so hesitant earlier about where they came from? These vegetables clearly were stolen. Wang Auntie, I heard Li Yuan has a chance to get promoted this year. You're openly favoring a thief. Aren't you worried it will affect Li Yuan's future? The words became more and more unreasonable. Clearly, this was a matter in the residential compound, but Zhaoying even dragged Li Yuan's future into it. She couldn't stand it anymore and quickly pulled her sleeve out of Wang Auntie's hand. Then she squatted down and confidently signed her name on the agreement, pulling out a neatly folded piece of paper, like protecting a treasure, and put it into her pocket. Oh, child. Why are you signing this?
Oh.
Wang Auntie was so anxious, she stomped her feet. Seeing Su Mei sign, Zhaoying happily held the agreement in her hands and said to Wang Auntie, you're getting old, so just enjoy your retirement. Don't interfere in things that aren't your business. You should do good deeds for the younger generation. As a teacher, you need to know who you should teach and who you shouldn't. Don't take petty things as big issues. Change that old habit of acting like a moral judge, Su Mei retorted without hesitation, especially since Wang Auntie had stood up for her. Looking at the cabbage held by Zhaoying, Su Mei sighed helplessly. Dear little vegetable for lunch, I feel sorry for you to be kept here all afternoon in this woman's house. Then Su Mei took Wang Auntie by the hand and headed to her own yard. Wang Auntie, thank you. Once again, you stood up for me. Oh, no need to thank me. But you, signing that paper so easily. I worry this won't end well. Teacher, Zhao probably won't give up easily. You're in a tough spot now. What will you do? Wang Auntie sighed softly. She actually thought Su Mei wasn't suitable for Jiangwo. But Su Mei was still just a young girl. Wang Auntie believed she might just lack proper guidance. Without someone to steer her right, she acted out of line. Wang Auntie was determined to help Su Mei change. She wanted to guide her onto the right path and help her live happily with Jiangwo. Her idea came from her recent interactions with Su Mei. She saw that Su Mei wasn't as hopeless as she thought. But just as she was planning to start helping her, Su Mei got into trouble again. This made Wang Auntie feel a bit frustrated inside. Seeing Wang Auntie look worried, Su-mei felt a little touched. She couldn't stand to see anyone she cared about upset. So, as soon as they entered the yard, Su-mei told her honestly, "Wang Auntie, you don't need to worry. I didn't steal that vegetable." You didn't steal it," Wang Auntie quickly replied, nodding at Su-mei. It sounded very dismissive. Su-mei felt a headache coming on. "Wang Auntie, why don't you believe me? I really didn't steal it. Mei gave it to me."
Mei.
Wang Auntie looked serious when she heard the name. She took Su-mei's words seriously. Why would she give you vegetables? Well, it was her private matter. I shouldn't say much. But since we're women and you're older, I can tell you, Su-mei sighed and quietly explained about Mei. Wang Auntie listened in silence for a moment before asking, "So, those vegetables really weren't stolen?" "Really not," Su-mei nodded firmly. The original person's reputation was hard to clear sometimes. But Wang Auntie couldn't understand. If Mei gave you the vegetables, why did you make a bet with Zhaoing? Anyway, since she wouldn't lose in a bet, she decided to go along with her. Su-mei wasn't afraid of offending anyone. She wasn't a softie. Why should others get to boss her around just because they want to? Seeing Su-mei so confident, Aunt Wang finally believed she hadn't stolen any vegetables. Thinking about her own plan to improve things, Aunt Wang decided to take this chance to teach Su-mei a lesson. That's good you didn't steal. Stealing is a serious crime. You only have Master Hua as your support, so no matter how arrogant you are, no one dares to say anything. If someone else did this, they might be sentenced to 3 or 5 years in prison. Master Hua can protect you for a day, a month, or a year, but maybe not for your whole life. You must never steal again in the future. If you want to eat vegetables, just pick them from my garden. Next spring, I'll help you plant your own. Then we can live happily by ourselves. As long as you behave, the nation won't forget you. One day, you and your husband will live happily and maybe have a big, healthy baby. That would be such a joyful life. Don't have a big, chubby baby. Su-mei looked worried about her own weight. I've already gained so much weight. If I have a chubby baby, when the baby's father turns around, he'll see 2 big bears sleeping behind him. That's pretty scary, right? Oh, you child. Why don't you listen carefully? I mean, don't steal vegetables anymore, okay? The old lady's words slipped into her Hunan dialect in her urgency. Okay, Su-mei nodded and repeated in the old lady's tone, giving a small nod. When Aunt Wang heard Su-mei agree, she was immediately happy. Good. Then I'll keep an eye on you. By the way, are you hungry? I'll cook you a bowl of chicken soup noodles. I'm not hungry, Su-mei quickly replied. But as soon as she finished speaking, her stomach let out a few loud growls. TSK. You say you're not hungry? All right, don't be shy with Auntie. Before it snowed, Master Hu used to buy vegetables from outside. Now that it's snowing, you haven't had vegetables for over 10 days. Auntie knows that. Don't worry, with me here, you won't go hungry. I'll go cook noodles for you, Aunt Wang said, and turned to leave. Su-mei hurriedly called out, Oh, Auntie Wang, no need. I'm dieting, Auntie. She added. Then just wait a couple of hours. When it's time for lunch, I'll cook for you and me together. Just a half bowl for me. More than that, I can't eat, she said. But she was actually starving and couldn't eat enough. Even though Su-mei had steamed sweet potatoes early in the morning, with her big body, after 3 hours, she was already starving and feeling very hungry. Although losing weight requires eating less, you shouldn't rush and make yourself sick from hunger. There wasn't much to eat in the kitchen, and even if Su-mei tried to make do, she couldn't cook enough meals. So she let Aunt Wang handle it. Since she didn't charge for treating Li Yuan, it wasn't too much to eat a few meals with her. In modern times, if patients wanted Su-mei to perform surgery, they would need to see a specialist and wait several months, which might not even be possible. Thinking about this, Su-mei felt at ease. She checked Li Yuan's condition again, then bored. She returned to her room. I really miss the good life with 5G in modern times. These days are so dull they could drive someone crazy. Feeling bored, Su-mei started flipping through the books on the table. They were all books belonging to Huijangwo, mostly military magazines. Su-mei couldn't understand them. After flipping through a few pages and considering throwing them away, she suddenly found a brand new-looking notebook hidden among the books. Curious, she pulled it out and saw it was wrapped in plastic, with a thin layer of dust on top, looking like it had never been used. Thinking she had nothing better to do, Su-mei decided to open the unused notebook and record Li Yuan's surgery as a medical case. Without any equipment, she stabilized Li Yuan's condition with a sewing needle and completed the surgery on her own. It was worth documenting. After removing the plastic cover, Su-mei opened the notebook. Suddenly, a small photo the size of a palm slipped out of the pages. She paused, then picked up the fallen photo from the ground. The photo showed a young girl with a high ponytail, wearing a pure white dress, smiling with two adorable dimples, looking innocent and beautiful. Wow, so pretty, like a white moonlight girl.
Su-mei, ore really unkind.
Huijangwo has a white moonlight in his heart, and you guilt-trip him into marrying you. TSK. Su-mei muttered while casually grabbing a book from the table and slipping the photo inside. Then she took out a Hero brand ballpoint pen and started recording the medical case in the notebook. While tidying up her room, Su-mei found a whole box of unused ballpoint pens and a box of refills, all left behind by Huijangwo. These old-fashioned pens are simple in style, but write smoothly and clearly. Items from the 70s and 80s may not be as fashionable or high-end, but their quality is very good. Unlike later times, when many products are flashy, but not very durable. This was a slower-paced era, and people were more practical. Everyone was careful with their money and chose their purchases carefully. In later times, people's desire to shop was encouraged, and many became slaves to fast-moving consumer goods. After writing for a while, Su-mei felt her chubby hand ache from holding the pen. To loosen up her body, she put the pen aside and stood up, twisting her body inside the room. In her past life, she was too busy with work to exercise, but she learned some simple yoga. She thought yoga could help with weight loss and shaping her body, so she tried doing some easy poses she could manage. Su-mei, you look like a worm, twisting around. What are you doing? Suddenly, a curious voice came from the doorway just as Su-mei was sweating from her movements. Startled, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. She turned to look at Aunt Wang and said, "You walk so quietly, I almost got scared." "That's not true. I was just calling Jiang Wei for lunch next door." "You were so focused you didn't notice." Aunt Wang smiled warmly at Su-mei, then asked again, "What were you doing just now?" "Doing some exercise to sweat," Su-mei replied while grabbing a towel from the face wash stand to wipe her sweat. "I want to lose weight. I'm so overweight I have trouble walking." "So, Aunt Wang, please don't keep calling me to eat. It might interfere with my weight loss." "Just twisting around can help you lose weight?" "I heard you say you want to lose weight, so I was a bit late to call you for lunch," Aunt Wang said with a smile, giving Su-mei a quick look. "You should really lose some weight, or it will be hard to have children." Suddenly, the conversation shifted to having children again. Su-mei sighed and thought, "There's no fiery passion here. I have someone I love." She said to herself, "I'm single. I can't reproduce without a partner." "What are you saying? Just focus on losing weight and fixing those bad habits. When a couple lives under the same roof, sparks will fly sooner or later." Aunt Wang winked at Su-mei, using her experience to tease her. Su-mei said nothing, thinking to herself, "There's no fiery passion. He has someone he loves." No matter how good she became, she had to give way to Bai Yueguang. It turned out that Su-mei still wanted to try to save her marriage and live well with Huijangwo. Now she saw that photo and realized she no longer had such thoughts. She couldn't bring herself to break up a couple or cause trouble in someone else's relationship. Forcing something that isn't natural doesn't feel good. Even if she and Huijangwo stayed together reluctantly, as long as he still loved Bai Yueguang, it would bother her forever.
She didn't want to suffer like that.
After leaving with Aunt Wang, the two of them called Jiang Wei and went to eat next door. Aunt Wang only served Su-mei half a bowl of noodles. It seemed she really took to heart Su-mei's words about wanting to lose weight. Su-mei ate slowly, chewing each bite carefully. She heard that eating slowly makes you feel full faster. She didn't know who said that, but she finished eating and still felt empty inside. No wonder many overweight people find it hard to lose weight. It's really a painful process. She put down her chopsticks, greeted Aunt Wong, and left directly. After eating, she still needed to go for a walk to help digestion. If food stays in the intestines too long, it will quickly absorb all the nutrients. Just as she stepped outside and was thinking about which way to go, she saw a military jeep approaching her. Before it reached her, it stopped in front of her residence. Looking up, she saw a man with sharp eyebrows and cold eyes. He pushed open the driver's door and stepped out with his long legs. Hu Jiangwo's legs were unusually long, probably what people call legs from the neck down, typical of someone with his physique. While Su-mei was thinking about how perfect Hu Jiangwo's proportions were, like the golden ratio in textbooks, she suddenly saw the back door of the car open. Then, an elderly man with half-white hair, a serious expression, and an aura of dignity stepped out. Seeing this person, Su-mei's body involuntarily trembled sharply. This trembling wasn't from her, but was an instinctive fear response from her body. The original owner of this body was fearless of everything, but when she saw this elder, she felt a fear like a mouse seeing a cat. The elder's gaze was very sharp, and when he looked at someone, it felt like he could see through everything. That kind of pressure came from years of experience in battles and life's hardships, gradually accumulated over time. Naturally, the original owner couldn't handle it. Even Su-mei felt a sudden jolt in her heart when she saw this, but she kept calm and walked respectfully toward the elder. "Hello, Commander Chen." This elder, who exuded a serious and mysterious aura, was the highest and most respected leader in the entire frontier army, Chen Yilong. "Hello," Chen Yilong nodded at Su-mei. Just these two words made Su-mei feel as if 1,000 horses were charging toward her. She believed she had hidden her fear well, but after hearing Chen Yilong say those words, her legs suddenly went weak, and she almost fell into the snow. "Comrade Su, where did you go just now? It looks like you just came back from outside." Chen Yilong's calm and friendly voice sounded next. It seemed that the previous imposing atmosphere was just Su-mei's illusion. Su-mei adjusted her mood and honestly replied, "I just went to Aunt Wong's house next door for lunch, and just came out." "Why are you free to visit my humble home today, Commander?"
Just came to see Li Yuan.
"I heard that Li Yuan's surgery was performed by Comrade Su." Chen Yilong first answered her question, and then casually asked. After speaking, Chen Yilong lowered his eyes, thinking to himself, when did Su-mei start calling her humble home home? In the past, when he saw his wife, Hu Jiangwo, she always kept her distance and never dared to talk to him. When did she become so confident and talk to him openly? It was as if she had become a different person. Su-mei didn't know what Chen Yilong was thinking. Anyway, her surgery for Li Yuan was known to everyone, so she simply replied, "Honestly, it was me." "Comrade Su, you really are full of surprises," Chen Yilong said, his eyes always fixed on the person he was talking to, which made Su-mei feel very uncomfortable. What kind of words are people should not be judged by their appearance? It means that her chubby and plain look doesn't seem like someone who can perform surgery, right? Although she was secretly insulted, Su-mei didn't dare to get angry at this important person. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and softly said, "You flatter me. Commander Chen, Li Yuan is staying at my house. You said you wanted to see him, so let's go inside." Standing outside in this cold snow is too chilly, where Jiangwo took over the conversation and then cast a slightly warning glance at Su-mei. He didn't expect Su-mei to come forward and talk to Chen Yilong willingly. Worried that Su-mei might accidentally say the wrong thing and anger Chen Yilong, he seized the chance to interrupt their conversation. Chen Yilong nodded upon hearing this. "Let's go inside and take a look." As he spoke, Chen Yilong led the way into the house. After Chen Yilong went in, Hu Jiangwo glanced at Su-mei warningly.
"Don't go home yet.
Stay at Aunt Wong's place for a while. Also, don't go there just to eat and drink for free. Aunt Wong is a single mother, and Li Yuan isn't an official. Their small allowance isn't enough to support two people. Don't you have hands? There's plenty of food in the kitchen. If you keep freeloading, even if it's snowing, I will kick you out. It's embarrassing. After scolding Su-mei, Hu Jingwo crossed his arms, ignoring how angry her face looked, and turned to follow into the yard. Su-mei thought this man is really strange. Aunt Wang is grateful to her and invited her to eat, and she accepted politely. Why is that called freeloading? She had saved a life, after all. Wasn't that worth a few meals? She wasn't planning to go every day. Besides, in the kitchen there was only rice, potatoes, and pumpkin, nothing else to eat. If it weren't for Chen Yilong, Su-mei might have gone inside to argue with Hu Jingwo. She rolled her eyes at Hu Jingwo's back and turned toward the military district. She didn't dare go to the vegetable garden. If she went again, Zhaoying would find out and say she was still scheming. She wondered where Zhaoying was. Several hours had passed, but she hadn't come to find her. Had she discovered she was wronged and was afraid to show herself? Thinking this, Su-mei decided to go for a walk to digest her food. If she came back and Zhaoying still didn't show up, she would take the initiative to visit her. Anyway, the agreement had been signed. If Zhaoying wanted to break it, no way. Hu Jingwo accompanied Chen Yilong to chat casually with Li Yuan for a while. When Li Yuan looked tired, Chen Yilong decided to leave with Hu Jingwo. Li Yuan wasn't really tired. He was just nervous from being questioned by such a high-ranking military officer. His nerves made him want to, but he was afraid to do so in front of Chen Yilong because he had a catheter inserted through his urethra. Lying in bed, he was holding back, so he finally mustered up the courage to pretend to be sleepy. No wonder the original Su-mei was afraid of Chen Yilong. His status and presence were so strong that few people dared to face him directly. There was no place at home to entertain guests, so Hu Jingwo took Chen Yilong to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Chen Yilong sat down and looked around before asking, "Where's Xiao Su?" Asked her to go out for a walk. She doesn't follow rules when she works, and she talks without thinking. I'm worried she might say something wrong and offend you. Hu Jingwo honestly admitted that he didn't let Su-mei come in. Hearing Hu Jingwo's words, Chen Yilong couldn't help but sigh. After a deep look at Hu Jingwo, he asked, "What are your plans for Xiao Su?" This question was about whether Hu Jingwo had any plans for his marriage. Hu Jingwo hesitated for a moment and told the truth to Chen Yilong. When the snow melts, I will divorce her and send her back home. Oh. Chen Yilong looked at him with some surprise. Why do you suddenly change your mind? It's not that I changed my mind. It's because her actions have seriously crossed my bottom line. Hu Jingwo didn't want to say exactly what that bottom line was. Actually, Chen Yilong had previously suggested that Hu Jingwo should divorce Su-mei. Chen Yilong thought Hu Jingwo was a talented man, destined for great things. He wanted to nurture and support him to go further. At first, everything about Hu Jingwo was good, until he brought his partner to the military compound. Having such a partner with poor morals, Chen Yilong believed that Hu Jingwo's rapid rise and success could become very dangerous. A partner who disobeys rules and causes trouble, lacking morals, could pose a big risk to Hu Jingwo's future career. So, a few months ago, Chen Yilong had already suggested that Hu Jingwo handle his relationship with Su-mei. At that time, Hu Jingwo didn't agree because he felt that since he had married her, he should take responsibility as a man. Because of this, Hu Jingwo missed a promotion this year. Promotion required anonymous votes from lower-ranking officers, and Su-mei had offended half the military compound. Hu Jingwo couldn't possibly get enough votes to be promoted. Because he failed to get promoted, Chen Yilong then talked to Hu Jingwo about his marriage, but Hu Jingwo refused. Chen Yilong thought it was a pity that such a talented person like Hu Jingwo was being held back by marriage troubles. He felt that Su-mei's honesty was part of the reason she made Chen Yilong feel uneasy. This was also why the original Su-mei was afraid of Chen Yilong. Chen Yilong thought that Hu Jingwo might spend his whole life feeling unfulfilled in his marriage. He had already started looking for a new successor. Unexpectedly, he heard from Hu Jingwo that he planned to get a divorce. For a moment, Chen Yilong actually felt a bit happy. It's best if you can understand this. A good soldier should dedicate his talent and energy to the country and the army. Personal grudges and feelings that can't be sorted out should be let go in time. Originally, I believe it's better to tear down a temple than to break a marriage. I shouldn't advise you to divorce. That's immoral. But I think I would rather be considered immoral than watch you waste your life on trivial matters. A good marriage can help a person grow, but a bad one can also completely ruin someone. Commander, I understand the reasoning and have thought it through. Rest assured, I will handle my feelings properly, Ho Jangwo said in a very low voice. He didn't feel relieved or happy about the decision to divorce. In his view, marriage should be just a paper and a wedding veil, and two people should be together for life. He never thought about divorcing. His father loved his mother, his older brother respected his sister-in-law, and he once had high hopes for marriage. The Ho family had no men who divorced. Unless things really couldn't go on, he didn't want to take this step. Seeing Ho Jangwo with his head down, clearly distressed, Chen Yilong reached out and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Don't blame yourself. Men should take responsibility, but only if the other person is worth it. After you part ways, you should take good care of your future life. That's what marriage is for. Ho Jangwo nodded quietly. Ho Jangwo was a perfectionist. He always hoped to solve everything in the least hurtful way, making everyone happy. But deep down, he still hesitated a little because he had seen Su Mei change these past 2 days. He couldn't help but wonder, could she really get better? If she could change and live well, it would be a true win-win situation. But could she really change? The moment he asked himself this, he knew the answer was no. So he shook his head hard, reminding himself that one mistake had already been made, and he couldn't afford to make another. Su Mei, you little thief, come out now. Didn't you want me to find proof of your theft? I've found it now. Come out and apologize immediately. During the silence between Hu Jangwo and Chen Yilong, a sharp woman's shout suddenly rang out outside the house. Hearing this, Hu Jangwo quickly stood up, his face instantly turning angry with veins bulging. Thief, that dog who never changes its nature, probably went out to steal again. I knew I couldn't trust her. Then, Hu Jangwo went outside. At this moment, Zhaoying had just rushed into the yard. Seeing Hu Jangwo, she wasn't surprised because she had already guessed he was home when she saw his military jeep parked at the door. Teacher Zhao, what happened? Hu Jangwo asked coldly. What happened? You should ask your daughter Su Mei. Zhaoying said angrily, as if Su Mei had done something terrible to her family. Commander Hu, ask Su Mei to come out and explain herself. Zhaoying wanted to say, ask Su Mei to come out and speak for herself. But she suddenly stopped because she saw another person coming out of the kitchen. Chief Chen, why are you here too? Zhaoying swallowed her words and chose to greet Chen Yilong first. Chen Yilong nodded and waved his hand, saying, don't mind me. You just said that little Su did something. Little Yang's wife, just tell the truth. Zhaoying's voice was very loud. Even Aunt Wang, who was washing dishes in the next kitchen, heard her. After hearing what Zhaoying said, her eyebrows furrowed immediately. She thought, Zhaoying is so sure. Could it be that Su Mei really stole vegetables but is just trying to cover it up? At first, Zhaoying was a little nervous seeing Chen Yilong, but she quickly calmed down, thinking that with Chen Yilong here to take charge, things might be easier. She shouted to the yard and outside. Yao Jinfeng, hurry up and come in. Tell the truth, who stole your vegetables? Commander Hu and Chief Chen are here. Just speak, someone will stand up for you. After Zhaoying finished speaking, a seemingly honest woman slowly came inside from outside. Yao Jinfeng, did Su Mei steal something from you? Hu Jangwo turned to ask Yao Jinfeng. Hearing Hu Jangwo's question, Yao Jinfeng shrank back and hesitated before speaking. Yes, Su Mei. She went into my garden and stole some cabbage. Yao Jinfeng has a slight speech impediment and speaks unclearly, which makes her feel very insecure. Commander Hu, did you hear? Su Mei went to steal vegetables again. She even stole from someone like Yao Jinfeng, who has a disability.
How could she do that?
Zhaoying was furious as she looked at Hu Jangwo, but her eyes kept secretly watching Chen Yilong. When Yao Jinfeng heard herself being called disabled, She felt sad and looked up at Zhaoying, then quickly lowered her head again. Outside the yard, Aunt Wang heard this conversation and hurried towards the military area. She needed to ask Su Mei what was really going on. During dinner, Aunt Wang overheard that after Su Mei finished eating, she wanted to go for a walk to help digest. So, Aunt Wang knew that Su Mei was not at home now. She walked toward the military area and soon met Su Mei, who was slowly heading back. When Su Mei saw Aunt Wang, she greeted her first. "Aunt Wang, where are you going?" "Where? I'm not going anywhere. I came to find you," Aunt Wang replied, then jogged a few steps towards Su Mei. Seeing Aunt Wang panting and tired, Su Mei asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Zhaoying found a witness and caused trouble at your house," Aunt Wang explained and then asked, "Be honest with me. Did you really steal again?" "A witness?" Su Mei paused, thinking maybe Mei Mei betrayed her and refused to admit that she gave the vegetables. "Who is the witness?" "The witness is Yao Jinfeng, the one from the West Courtyard." "She's the one who stutters a bit," Aunt Wang said and sighed. "Hey, if you want vegetables, just tell Auntie. I can let you pick some." "Why did you go to steal from others?" "Usually Zhang Wo protects you, and today with Commander Qin here and you signing an agreement with Zhaoying, I'm worried." Aunt Wang's voice grew more distressed. "You're so skilled in medicine. It's not easy to support yourself. Why steal?" "Aunt Wang, I didn't steal. Please believe me just once. I'll go back and confront Yao Jinfeng." "Aunt Wang, please help me find Mei Mei," Su Mei said, hands in her pockets, walking quickly home. Her vegetables were clearly given by Mei Mei, so why did Yao Jinfeng come out again? Was Yao Jinfeng trying to slander her, or was Zhaoying trying to force her out and using Yao Jinfeng to lie? Whatever the reason, Su Mei believed that as long as she stayed honest, lies would eventually be exposed and uncovered. Aunt Wang saw that Su Mei insisted she hadn't stolen anything. She paused for a moment, then quickly caught up with Su Mei and asked again, "Are you really innocent?" "Yes, I didn't steal. I posted a photo, and there's no benefit in lying. Just go find Mei Mei." "If I lie, when you find her, I'll be caught too," Su Mei finally said. "No matter if you believe me or not, please help me find Mei Mei." "Just do me this favor," she added. "All right, I'll help you look," Aunt Wang said, not saying whether she believed her but promising to help find the person. Su Mei didn't mind. She knew that with the reputation of the original owner, gaining others' trust quickly was hard. Aunt Wang helping her find someone was already good enough. They walked in the snow, and suddenly, snowflakes started falling again from the sky. The first snow hadn't melted, and now a second round was falling. Aunt Wang reached out and caught a snowflake, saying, "This winter will be a very tough one." As she finished speaking, they turned a small corner on the road. Just after turning, Su Mei saw a distant figure walking toward her through the snowy storm. It was Ho Jiangwo coming to look for Su Mei. He was tall and quickly reached her side. His eyes, sharp as steel, looked at Su Mei coldly, and his voice was icy. "Su Mei, you really are hopeless. Why did you steal again?" "I just paid back the money for everyone in the courtyard last month. In the past 2 months, I've been buying vegetables. Why do you still steal? If you weren't a woman, I'd slap you hard." "Commander Ho, let's talk nicely. Su Mei has been quite honest these past 2 months. It's snowing today and you didn't buy her vegetables. She paused, suddenly realizing she didn't believe Su Mei hadn't stolen.
Su Mei.
"Aunt Wang, your words are very nice, but there's no need to say more next time," Su Mei said. She knew Aunt Wang was trying to defend her, but the more she talked, the worse it sounded. Better to stay silent. Sure enough, Ho Jiangwo got angrier. "Even if I didn't buy vegetables, she shouldn't steal. I bought half a bag of vegetables last time, and it's only been 10 days. She just eats a lot," Aunt Wang whispered, feeling that her excuse sounded weak. Su Mei sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead. "Aunt Wang, you go ahead. Help me find Mei Mei."
Thank you.
Perhaps sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Aunt Wang hesitated for a moment, then decided to bypass He Jiangwo and head toward the military residence area. Seeing Aunt Wang walk away, Su-mei finally turned her gaze to Hu Jiangwo and responded in the same cold tone. If I couldn't beat you, I would be furious that you accused me without knowing the facts. I swear I would slap you a few times if I could. Punishments are decided in a court trial, so why are you listening to their side of the story and condemning me like this? Hu Jiangwo sneered coldly. Su-mei, you really don't know what kind of person you are. I was trying to take care of you because of your grandfather. Now I've run out of patience. Get out of the military residence now. I'll find a closed-off yard for you to live in at the military district. When the snow melts, I'll send you away. Don't cause trouble in the military residence anymore. A closed yard? That's clearly house arrest. Su-mei also sneered, mimicking Hu Jiangwo. Whatever kind of person I am doesn't matter to you. We're about to divorce, so you have no right to restrict my freedom. If we don't divorce, this big house is still my home. I won't go anywhere else. Since arriving in this terrible place, Su-mei had been feeling very depressed and upset. She tried to behave carefully, but was repeatedly falsely accused. Her patience finally snapped. After speaking, Su-mei no longer looked at Hu Jiangwo. She adjusted her collar to keep the snow out and turned away, without looking back. Seeing Su-mei's cold, distant figure disappearing into the snowy landscape, Hu Jiangwo was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Su-mei to speak to him like that. In the past, when she made mistakes, she would at least cry and beg for forgiveness. Could it be that now, after saving someone with her medical skills, she's become arrogant and full of herself? No matter what, Hu Jiangwo couldn't let her continue to cause trouble in the yard. He hurried after her and coldly said behind her, Su-mei, I can't let you do this. I'm just finding a yard for you to live in. I haven't sent you to jail. That's my limit of kindness and justice. The conversation was tense, and neither of them spoke again on the way back. When they reached the yard, Su-mei saw that many people had gathered at the gate. By afternoon, the news about Su-mei and Zhaoing signing the agreement had already spread throughout every corner of the yard. In such a remote and backward place, since there are no entertainment options, everyone naturally comes to join the gossip when they smell the buzz. Make way, Su-mei called out from behind the crowd. Hearing the noise, a group of onlookers finally realized that the main person had arrived. The crowd quickly cleared a path for Su-mei and Hu Jiangwo to enter. Su-mei looked around but didn't see Mei-mei's figure, which made her feel a bit strange. Why hadn't Mei-mei come to watch the fun when everyone else did? Could it be that Mei-mei was afraid of offending someone and didn't want to come out to testify for her? Lost in thought, Su-mei had already stepped into the yard. Inside, Chen Yilong had brought a chair and was sitting under the eaves. He held a piece of paper, which looked like an agreement signed by Su-mei and Zhaoing. Zhaoing was standing to Chen Yilong's right, with a timid woman beside her. Seeing Su-mei enter, Zhaoing immediately took the lead. Su-mei, all the evidence and witnesses are here. What else do you have to say now? All the evidence is here? Is it that easy to solve a case? Why do we need the police? Su-mei said, walking step by step to Yao Jinfeng. She asked Yao Jinfeng, Yao Jinfeng, are you sure the cabbages I took are from your family's field?
Yes.
Yes, they are from my family's field, Yao Jinfeng replied, lowering her head and not daring to meet Su-mei's eyes.
Su-mei nodded. Good.
Since you say they are yours, take me to the vegetable field now and tell me exactly which spot and which plants they are. All the evidence is here. What's the point of arguing about it now? Su-mei, today Director Chen is also here. I showed him the agreement you wrote. If you want to deny it, Director Chen won't agree either, Zhaoing said confidently, trying to make a big show. Although Chen Yilong hadn't spoken a word from start to finish, she dared to bring him into the matter. After all, Chen Yilong was tired of these petty tricks, and if he found out, he wouldn't ignore it. This concerns my innocence. Of course, I have to be serious. If I didn't steal, why should I let others smear my name? Su-mei retorted to Zhaoing, then added, If Yao Jinfeng is sure I stole the cabbages, what good is it to check the field now? Even if I die, I want to die with clarity. Ridiculous. Su-mei, just ask anyone in this big yard. See if anyone thinks you, Su-mei, have any innocence worth slandering, Zhaoing mocked. Immediately, a burst of laughter erupted in the yard. Everyone clearly believed that Su Mei was naturally unworthy of innocence. At this moment, Chin Ilong, who had remained silent, stood up and said in a deep voice, "Enough, no more arguing. Since Comrade Xiao Su has doubts about the evidence, let's go see the fields." There is a saying that we should never let a bad person go, but we must also not wrongly accuse an innocent one. We want to find clear proof to confirm who is guilty, and it's best to get to the bottom of this. After Chen Ilong spoke, Zhaoying naturally didn't dare to object anymore. So, a large group of people, led by Yao Jinfeng, headed toward her vegetable garden. As they left the yard, Hu Jiangwo quietly went behind Su Mei and asked in a low voice, "How long do you plan to cause trouble?" Chief Chen agreed to check the fields. "If you have issues with Chief Chen, go talk to him directly. Don't sneak around and make a fuss here." Su Mei deliberately raised her voice, drawing the attention of those around her and Hu Jiangwo. Their gazes made Hu Jiangwo feel uncomfortable, like sitting on pins and needles. He quickly separated from Su Mei, not wanting to deal with her anymore. Does this foolish woman think Chen Ilong wants to defend her? Of course not. Chen Ilong just wants solid evidence to prove who is guilty, using the most direct proof to kick her out. Her rushing so eagerly is only risking her own downfall faster. If the situation hadn't escalated, he might still have been able to arrange a small house for her in the military district, so she could leave peacefully. But now that it has reached Chen Ilong, once he gets involved, the best he can do is lock her in a small room to keep her contained. It's simply foolish. Yet she insists on rushing headlong into trouble. Hu Jiangwo couldn't do anything about her and could only silently apologize to Grandpa Su in his heart. Su Mei thought that from the yard to the fields, she should soon meet Wang Auntie and Mei Mei, but everyone had already entered the vegetable garden and didn't see either of them. Su Mei couldn't help but worry, such a short distance. Wang Auntie should have found someone already, right? But worrying was useless now. Su Mei could only follow Yao Jinfeng to check the fields. When they reached the path leading to Yao Jinfeng's land, Su Mei noticed something strange. Normally, someone had been there in the snow, and clear footprints should have been left. But the footprints on the path were messy and disorderly, with no clear shoe size visible. It looked like someone had already been there to tend the fields. The snow-white ground was dug up into 3 holes, clearly visible in the bright vegetable field. Zhao Ying was the first to enter the field. She carefully placed the few cabbages she brought into the respective holes in the cabbage patch. Then she turned around and coldly asked Su Mei, "Do you have anything else to say?" "I have a lot to say." Su Mei smiled as she walked forward, looked at the cabbages in the field, and asked Yao Jinfeng, "Are you sure these cabbages belong to you?" Of course, Yao Jinfeng nodded, surprisingly not stuttering this time. Su Mei's smile grew more obvious. "Oh, since these vegetables are yours, then explain why the ropes around these 3 cabbages are thicker than those on your other cabbages. Also, why are these 3 cabbages noticeably smaller than the others in the field? Did you give them less manure or water because you were upset with them?" After speaking, Su Mei squatted down and brushed the snow off the other cabbages, fully revealing the ropes tied around their stems. "They really are different," someone suddenly said from the crowd. "Yes, not just in thickness. The materials of the ropes are different too. The cabbages from Yao Jinfeng's family clearly use jute rope, but the ropes on the cabbages Su Mei picked are unfamiliar to me. And those 3 cabbages do look a bit smaller than the others in this field." The crowd's sharp eyes quickly picked up on these details, and many voices in favor of Su Mei began to spread. Su Mei gathered these key pieces of information from the conversation and still pointed her finger at Yao Jinfeng, pressing her further. "I ask you, why are they different from the other cabbages in your field? And, please tell me, what material are the ropes on these 3 cabbages I picked made of?" "I'm asking you." Su Mei suddenly raised her voice sharply. This startled Yao Jinfeng so much, she took a step back. Yao Jinfeng hesitated for a long time, but couldn't come up with a proper answer. Su Mei pressed on. "What's wrong? Can I ask you?" She stutters because she's disabled and finds it hard to speak. Isn't it normal that she can't say much? Zhao Ying suddenly stepped forward to protect Yao Jinfeng. "If you keep pressing her like this, she'll get more nervous and won't be able to speak at all. Can't you let her think carefully? Who remembers every detail in the field so clearly. Although Zhao Ying appeared very calm when speaking, as a thorough doctor who has studied all subjects, Su Mei still noticed her unease through her small movements. While Zhao Ying was present, she kept tugging at her collar with her hand. When people lie and feel nervous, the nerves in their face and neck can cause itching sensations. That's why Zhao Ying kept pulling at her collar and rubbing her neck. At this point, Su Mei almost believed that Zhao Ying had instructed Yao Jinfeng to lie and frame her. She just didn't know what kind of grudge or hatred could make her do such a thing. Now, Su Mei believed that someone like Chen Yilong, who holds a high position, could already see some clues. She didn't ask any more pointless questions but turned to Chen Yilong and said, "Commander Chen, you said you would never wrong a good person or let a bad person go. I trust you will handle this fairly." Since the matter was now in Chen Yilong's hands, and he had taken charge of it, he would definitely investigate thoroughly. He stepped in front of Yao Jinfeng and looked at her with a serious gaze. Since Comrade Su has doubts, Yao Jinfeng, please explain why these 3 cabbages are different from the ones in your field. Chen Yilong's presence was so strong that Yao Jinfeng couldn't stand steady. She sat down heavily on the ground. Yao Jinfeng, don't worry. Think carefully. Commander Chen is waiting for your answer, Zhao Ying said, swallowing hard and turning pale quickly. She nervously looked at Chen Yilong and said, "Commander, they're just cabbages. It's normal for crops in different fields to vary. Don't be fooled by Su Mei's words." "I don't like being interrupted when I ask questions," Chen Yilong said coldly, glancing at Zhao Ying. Although he wanted to catch Su Mei in a mistake, he hated others using his authority to settle personal grudges, especially when they used him as a fool. At this moment, Yao Jinfeng on the ground was crying loudly. She had only agreed to help Zhao Ying lie and chase Su Mei away. Zhao Ying promised her that if it worked, she would take care of her daughter, who was studying in town. Yao Jinfeng was afraid that Zhao Ying wouldn't agree, worried her daughter would be targeted, and also thought Su Mei was troublemaking. Even if she framed her, no one would find out, and it could help remove a problem from the big courtyard. So, always honest and straightforward, she agreed to go along with Zhao Ying and act in this play. She and Zhao Ying practiced a lot, even secretly tampered with things in the fields. But Yao Jinfeng had never seen the few vegetables Su Mei grew. She never expected that one vegetable would be so tiny. Zhao Ying, who never touched farm work, didn't notice these details. Originally, Yao Jinfeng had planned to manipulate the situation, confident Su Mei wouldn't find out. But she didn't expect that the usually slow-witted woman would suddenly notice something suspicious. Suddenly, Yao Jinfeng was caught in a difficult position. She was afraid to lie because she couldn't remember how the other 3 cabbages were tied. "Yao Jinfeng, can't you remember? Then take your time. When you figure it out, tell your father and let him tell me the answer." No, please. Don't tell my dad," Yao Jinfeng cried even louder. Clearly, Yao Jinfeng was very afraid of her father. Her father used to be a cook. During the war, he was injured when he retreated late. Later, he worked as deputy head of logistics, always carrying his injury. Though he had no real power, he was well treated. He was very grateful to the country for its kindness. If he found out she was lying and scheming for her own selfish reasons, he would surely be furious and punish her severely. Yao Jinfeng trembled with fear. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She stammered, "Actually, I told the truth."
Su Mei, she.
"Jinfeng, don't rush. Take your time," Zhao Ying warned softly, trying to comfort her while secretly pressuring her. Strangely, after Zhao Ying's subtle warning, Yao Jinfeng suddenly sped up her speech, speaking quickly and clearly without stuttering. "It was me. I hated Su Mei and wanted to drive her out, so I deliberately framed her."
"Uncle Chen, I'm sorry."
As soon as she said this, Zhao Ying's body suddenly relaxed, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. By this point, the truth was obvious. Su Mei didn't want to get involved in how things would be handled. Anyway, the affairs in the courtyard wouldn't go to the law. After all, the original owner had done so many terrible things and still remained unharmed. All she could do now was try to protect her own innocence and gain a little benefit from it. She slowly walked up to Zhaoying, calmly took out the agreement she had carried all day, and sneered, saying, "Come on, you said that if I was innocent, you would apologize by barking like a dog. Teacher Zhao, it's your turn to bark now." Why should I bark? Now, it's Yao Jinfeng who hates you and is interfering with my search for the real witness. That doesn't prove you're innocent, Zhaoying quickly responded, hesitating just a little before finding an excuse to escape punishment. She absolutely couldn't bark in front of so many people, or else she wouldn't know where to put her face afterward. Su Mei didn't insist too much. "All right, you don't have to bark now. Don't worry, I will find a witness to prove you wrong, and then you'll happily bark." Su Mei. Just as Su Mei finished speaking, Wang Ant's voice suddenly came from afar. Hearing the call, Su Mei turned around and saw Wang Ant rushing towards the yard alone. She frowned, thinking that Mei Mei hadn't agreed to testify for her. Soon, Wang Ant reached the door, panting, and said, "Su Mei, you need to go see Mei Mei quickly." When I went to find her, she was lying on the bed at home. She was bleeding from the lower body and kept crying about stomach pain. The baby was crying beside her. I tidied her up and settled the baby before coming to find you. Everything was fine.
How could she be bleeding?
Is the bleeding heavy? Su Mei was very surprised, thinking that even if she had a serious gynecological problem, it wouldn't cause bleeding from the lower body. Everyone else looked at Wang Ant, waiting for her explanation. Wang Ant took a deep breath and said, "It's not that serious. It's just a small amount of blood, like menstrual blood, coming out little by little. But she's already 2 months pregnant, so she shouldn't have her period now." "She must have had a miscarriage," Su Mei said gravely. "Why was she bleeding? How did it happen? She didn't seek help and just fell asleep at home?" Hearing this, Wang Ant glared fiercely at Zhaoying and said, "That's all because Teacher Zhao did something bad. She went to find Mei Mei at noon and called out to her outside the door. Mei Mei heard the voice and got up to open the door, but she slipped on the snow in the yard. She was over 2 months pregnant and fell so hard she couldn't move. She begged Teacher Zhao to find someone to open the door, saying she had fallen. But Teacher Zhao said he was busy and told Mei Mei to get up herself, then left. Poor Mei Mei was bleeding in the snow and couldn't get up. The child was crying inside the house. She crawled into the house little by little. Her yard was very remote, and with the man not home, no one could hear her screams for help. When I arrived, both mother and daughter were lying on the bed crying. It was very sad. Zhaoying, you are really heartless. I didn't know she was pregnant," Zhaoying stammered. She had indeed gone to find Mei Mei at noon, but Mei Mei's yard was locked. She waited a while and then heard Mei Mei scream in the yard. Thinking she probably didn't fall badly, and at that time Zhaoying had already checked many families but couldn't find anyone who saw Su Mei stealing vegetables. She was annoyed and didn't pay much attention to Mei Mei. She had no idea Mei Mei was in such serious trouble. Later, she asked a few more families, getting tired and breathless. Zhaoying decided not to look further, thinking that whoever stole the vegetables was definitely guilty. She then randomly decided to find someone to take the blame. Now, since her plan failed and Mei Mei had a miscarriage, Zhao Ying's face turned pale, looking like a ghost just crawling out of the snow. After hearing the full story, Su Mei was so angry her eyes turned red. "Zhaoying, you're so eager to frame me that you don't care about others' lives. Do you know you almost caused Mei Mei's death? I didn't do it. I didn't mean to hurt her. It's all your fault. If you weren't always so careless, I wouldn't suspect you." Even now, Zhaoying still believed all this was Su Mei's fault. At this moment, Aunt Wang added, "Su Mei was indeed not good before, but this time Zhao teacher wrongly accused her. She didn't steal the vegetables because Mei Mei already confirmed that she gave the vegetables to Su Mei herself. If Teacher Zhao and Commander Hu don't believe it, they can go to Mei Mei's house and ask clearly." Let's go to Mei Mei's house first. Chen Yilong, worried about Mei Mei's safety, decided not to let Su Mei and Zhaoying argue here anymore. He thought it was better to check Mei Mei's home first. Led by Chen Yilong, Everyone headed outside the vegetable field. Su-mei stood still, watching their backs, and said, "You're not doctors. If I don't go, it won't matter how fast you go. Why don't you go?" Chen Yilong turned around, frowned, and looked at Su-mei. Su-mei looked at Zhao and said, "I have a grievance. My feet feel heavy as if carrying 1,000 pounds, and I can't walk. Unless Teacher Zhao admits my wrong and apologizes publicly by barking like a dog, I can't move." She wasn't really concerned about Mei Mei's life or death. After all, Mei Mei had been in trouble for so long, and she was still alive. This meant she hadn't lost a lot of blood and wasn't in immediate danger. Aunt Wang spoke a lot, but didn't rush to send Su-mei away. She also took care of Mei Mei for a while. These actions showed that Mei Mei's vital signs were normal at the moment. Su-mei was anxious inside, but kept her face calm. She knew that if she didn't get justice now, she might never have another chance. Barking 3 times was only half a minute of effort. Su-mei could wait that long. Today, she had to hear those 3 barks. Zhao, who had been following behind the crowd, planned to sneak away, but had to stop again with everyone. She angrily looked back at Su-mei. Didn't Commander Chen say to go to Mei Mei's house first? Life is at stake. It's such a serious matter, and you're still causing trouble over trivial things. Don't you have any conscience? My conscience isn't as good as Teacher Zhao's. I believe Teacher Zhao is kind and wants Mei Mei to get better soon. So, hurry up and bark like a dog. Zhao wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Su-mei before she could say more. Su-mei said, "Every second you delay is another second wasted in saving Mei Mei." Someone as righteous as Teacher Zhao, at this moment, refuses to keep her promise and bark 3 times. Don't you have any conscience? Zhao was speechless after being hit with Su-mei's blunt words. She could only look to Commander Chen for help. Commander Chen, look at Su-mei. Zhao thought that someone like Commander Chen, who always prioritized the bigger picture, would persuade Su-mei to go save the person first. Basically, Zhao just wanted to avoid barking. While Zhao was anxiously watching Commander Chen, the quiet Hu Jiangwo, who had been standing beside him and had never spoken in the vegetable field, slowly raised his eyes and coldly said to Zhao, "Teacher Zhao is a teacher. Teachers should lead by example and keep their promises. Since you agreed with Su-mei that if she was wronged, you would bark like a dog, then go ahead and bark." Su-mei looked at Hu Jiangwo in surprise. She was very shocked, not expecting this man, who usually acted without thinking, to not blame her for causing trouble this time. However, Chen Yilong didn't find it strange at all. He knew Hu Jiangwo's personality well and understood that her always knew right from wrong. To him, the world was black and white, good was good, and bad was bad. Since arriving at the vegetable field, Chen Yilong had said nothing, probably because he realized he had wrongly accused Su-mei. He felt guilty about making an unfair judgment and was upset, so he decided to stand up for her. No matter what kind of person Su-mei was, it was wrong to accuse her unfairly. As time passed, Chen Yilong grew anxious. He thought for a moment and decided to agree with Hu Jiangwo. "Since that's the case, Teacher Zhao, you should bark like a dog." Barking like a dog. Ugh, Chen Yilong found it hard to say those words. He didn't understand how Su-mei could come up with such a silly idea. Although this idea was simple, it was very effective. Once someone had barked like a dog, they might never lift their head again in this life. This time, Zhao was so frightened she lost her composure. She sat on the ground in a mess, her face pale and red, as if she was suffering a great humiliation. "Teacher Zhao, please do it quickly," Chen Yilong urged. He was also very annoyed inside, wasting half a day just to watch Zhao put on a show. Under Chen Yilong's pressure, Zhao couldn't hold it anymore. She cried and lowered her head, barely able to whisper 3 words. "Woof, woof, woof." "Speak louder. I can't hear you," Su-mei said without minding her own limits. She wanted to make sure those who tried to bully her remembered. If someone dared to bully her a little, she would stand tall and respect herself a lot more. This was her rule for surviving in the orphanage. In the orphanage, if you didn't protect yourself well, you would be bullied. Having called her once, Zhao Ying's dignity was trampled into the snow. In her humiliation, she suddenly felt like she was being set free and shouted loudly, "Woof, woof, woof. You're a good dog."
Shumei clapped happily.
Then her expression shifted almost instantly to a serious look. "Aunt Wang, take me to save the person." So, Su Mei and Aunt Wang walked ahead, leading a group of people toward Mei Mei's house. In the vast, white vegetable field, Zhaoying was trembling all over, crying loudly and desperately. Yao Jinfeng followed the crowd a few steps forward, then hesitated and looked back at Zhaoying. "Jinfeng, walk faster. Go home and tell your father to brew some old wine tonight. I want to chat with him," Chen Yilong suddenly said, noticing what Yao Jinfeng was about to do. Yao Jinfeng was startled and stammered, "Yes. I understand, Uncle Chen." The group left the vegetable field. Zhaoying, who was usually admired, was left alone and nobody dared to comfort her in front of He Jiangwo. No matter how much everyone disliked Su Mei, they remembered that Su Mei's husband was Commander He, and the person spreading rumors about Zhaoying was his partner. Who would dare to associate with someone who spreads rumors about Commander He's partner? Gradually, the crowd moved further away, and Zhaoying's crying slowly faded as she was left behind. Soon, they arrived at Mei Mei's house. Su Mei checked on Mei Mei and found her pulse was flowing smoothly, indicating a miscarriage, but her vital signs were normal, which matched her suspicions. However, based only on the pulse, Su Mei couldn't determine the fate of the unborn child. She put down Mei Mei's hand and stepped outside to speak with Chen Yilong. The patient has lower abdominal pain and bleeding, which suggests a miscarriage, but further tests are needed. I recommend taking the pregnant woman to the military clinic by stretcher. The clinic has the necessary equipment and an operating room. If early delivery is confirmed, a quick curettage can be performed. The chances of the fetus surviving are low. Hearing Su Mei speak calmly, Chen Yilong looked at her deeply, then turned to He Jiangwo and said, "Jiangwo, go find a stretcher." "Yes," He Jiangwo nodded and turned to leave. After a few steps, he came back and asked Su Mei, "Can she ride in a car? I can bring it over."
"No, she can't.
The condition inside her body is unclear, and the mountain road is bumpy. Sitting in a car is dangerous. She needs to be carefully transported on a stretcher," Su Mei replied, but her eyes stayed on Chen Yilong, clearly not wanting to talk to him. He Jiangwo also noticed this. He didn't say anything and simply left. Not long after, He Jiangwo drove over with a few people carrying a military stretcher. Under Su Mei's instructions, he and some soldiers carefully lifted Mei Mei out. Because they needed to go to the military clinic, these family members were not allowed to enter the military area freely, so there were no extra people following behind the stretcher. After a day of watching the commotion, these people finally dispersed. Aunt Wang held Mei Mei's child and spoke to her. "Don't worry. You'll get proper treatment. She will take good care of you." "Thank you, Aunt Wang," Mei Mei replied weakly. Looking at the baby in the cradle, who was at most 4 or 5 months old, Su Mei sighed, thinking that Mei Mei had just given birth not long ago and was also pregnant with a second child. No wonder she was troubled by gynecological issues. Women need time to recover physically after childbirth. It's not good to have children one after another like that. Babies conceived this way are more likely to have complications. Plus, Mei Mei was taking care of the baby alone, with no help, which increased the risk of miscarriage. Although today's miscarriage had many objective reasons, there were also subjective factors. Sigh. Women should love themselves more. Su Mei thought that if she met someone who truly loved her, she would only have one child. If a man dared to make her keep having children one after another, she would kick him away. After walking with the stretcher for a while, Chen Yilong's car slowly caught up. It stopped beside Su Mei. Chen Yilong pressed the brake, rolled down the window, and asked, "Little Su, do you want to ride in my car?" "No, thank you." Su Mei looked at Chen Yilong in surprise. She clearly remembered that in the morning, this old man had given her a warning. Why was he asking her to ride now? But she was trying to lose weight and needed to move more, so she naturally wouldn't miss the chance to walk. "Captain Chen, you go ahead. I need to watch over the patient. I'm worried about accidents on the road." Hearing Su Mei's answer, Chin Elom looked at her, then suspiciously rolled up the window and stepped on the gas again. The car, equipped with anti-slip chains, soon disappeared into the white snow. Hu Jiangwo arranged for the people carrying the stretcher to slow down gradually. When they were shoulder to shoulder with Su Mei, he awkwardly scratched his head and lowered his voice to say, "Su Mei, I was too impulsive today. I'm sorry."
Huh.
Is the sun rising from the west? Can Hu Jiangwo apologize? There's nothing to apologize for. Someone like me, with a bad reputation, deserves to be suspected, since I wrongly accused you. I should apologize to you, Hu Jiangwo said coldly, with a hint of sincerity and awkwardness on his face. Because Su Mei often likes to act recklessly, he tends to blame her first when others criticize her, assuming she is at fault. But he is a soldier and should be careful in his actions. Making hasty judgments about right and wrong is irresponsible. Although Su Mei is angry, she is too lazy to argue with Hu Jiangwo. Forget it. We are about to divorce. Why do you keep bringing this up? I used you to save me, and forcing you to marry me was my mistake. Just consider that I saved some people before I leave. Please forgive me. From Hu Jiangwo's perspective, it's hard to feel any good towards Su Mei. Even though she is angry, she has to accept the mess left behind by the original owner. She can only see her current troubles as the cost of gaining this body. Unexpectedly, her calm attitude once again surprises Hu Jiangwo. Someone who used to cause trouble even when she was unreasonable now speaks so calmly when she is right. Could it be that she is truly afraid of being driven away and has hidden all her arrogance? Is she really trying hard to become better just to stay by his side? Thinking of this, Hu Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to give her a chance. But he quickly dismissed this sudden idea. Changing one's nature is difficult. No matter how well she hides it, as long as he lowers his guard, she will reveal her true self again. After thinking, Hu Jiangwo said, "Su Mei, I'm glad to see you willing to change little by little. I hope that even after you leave me, you can keep this change and become a better person. Actually, when I brought you to the military compound, I also wanted to live a good life with you. But as you saw, we are really not from the same world. Forcing ourselves to stay together wouldn't be good for either of us in the long run. So, about the divorce, I understand. We have to divorce."
Su Mei interrupted Hu Jiangwo.
"I get it. You have your own pursuits. I didn't realize before, and I was hoping to hold on to this marriage. Now I understand. I won't insist anymore. We can divorce anytime. When the snow melts, I'll leave. Don't worry, I won't be a third wheel in your love life anymore. Su Mei, it's good that you're thinking clearly. You're skilled in medicine and smart. You will definitely meet someone better in the future." Hu Jiangwo did not understand what the third party in Su Mei's words meant, but he understood that Su Mei had truly let go. This made him feel relieved. The snow was still falling and the snow on the road was getting thicker. A group of people moved slowly, each step taken very carefully. Night was gradually falling. Fortunately, Su Mei and the soldier carrying the stretcher arrived at the clinic just as it was completely dark. After placing Mei Mei on the operating table, Su Mei asked about her last menstrual period. She estimated that Mei Mei had been pregnant for at least 3 months. "Your eldest is only 5 months old, right? That means you got pregnant again just 2 months after giving birth. That's really reckless." After making some notes, Su Mei couldn't help but ask Mei Mei about it. Mei Mei looked a bit helpless. "Originally, I was using A, but then it ran out. I thought I wouldn't get pregnant after 1 or 2 times, but it turned out to be a coincidence. Getting pregnant again and again like this is very dangerous. You shouldn't gamble with your health. Even if you didn't fall or have an accident, it would be hard to keep the pregnancy as the baby gets bigger. Based on the pulse, the baby has probably already passed away, and since you've been bleeding for a long time, it's unlikely to save the pregnancy. I wanted to check if there were any instruments here to examine the fetus, but I found none. I can only judge based on experience that the fetus has died. Now, I need to perform a procedure to remove the fetus from your body. Do you agree?" Although Mei Mei already knew the outcome would be like this, she nodded slightly after hearing Su Mei's words and replied, "I agree."
"Good."
Su-mei listened to Mei and quickly drafted a consent form for the surgery and another for anesthesia, asking Mei to sign. What happened today made Su-mei realize one thing. The original owner of this big yard was notorious, and if anything went wrong, she wouldn't be able to protect herself. So, she had to be very careful in everything she did, always ensuring her own safety first. Signing the consent forms was absolutely necessary. She couldn't take any risks alone, especially since this was humanitarian aid and she wasn't charging any money. She shouldn't be the one to bear the risks. Although Mei didn't understand why she needed to sign, she was in so much pain, she just wanted to finish this quickly. Without thinking, she signed her name. Then Su-mei took the agreement form outside and said to Ho Jang-woo and Shin Ilong, who were waiting outside, "This is the surgery consent form. It needs a family member's signature before I can perform the operation on the patient." "Her family isn't here, and you already know that," Ho Jang-woo replied as he stood up. Earlier that afternoon, when he visited Mei's house, Mei mentioned that her husband was on border patrol duty and would only return once a week. He wasn't home these days. That's okay. Su-mei just needs someone to take responsibility for the risks. It doesn't have to be Mei's husband to sign. She directly said, "Surgeries have risks. There's a 1% chance of complications. I don't want to be responsible alone if something goes wrong. So, someone must sign to take responsibility before the surgery. They are all acquaintances. Why do they need to sign?" Ho Jang-woo frowned and asked, "Wasn't there no signature when Lee Yuan had his surgery? When Lee Yuan had his accident, I didn't know. If something happens to me, no one will stand up for me or believe in me or protect me," Su-mei replied confidently. Ho Jang-woo was silenced by her words. He thought Su-mei was still upset about not being trusted earlier that day. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and said, "Give it to me, I'll sign." "Okay." Su-mei handed over the surgery form directly. But just as her hand reached out, Chin Ilong took the form and pulled out a pair of reading glasses from his upper body clothing, saying, "Let me sign. I'm old now. Even if something happens, it won't affect me anymore. Jang-woo, you're still young. You have a long way to go." Ho Jang-woo, "Commander, I should sign. Su-mei is my partner. It's my responsibility to take care of her." Chin Ilong, "I should sign. There are many people eyeing your position. You have no background, so what responsibility can you really take?" Ho Jang-woo, "Commander, your reputation is legendary. You can't afford to ruin it." Chin Ilong, "I'm doing this to save a life. My reputation doesn't matter." Watching these two keep delaying, Su-mei suddenly felt that her request for them to sign the consent form was very reasonable. They clearly didn't trust her medical skills. If they didn't sign, and something went wrong, they'd blame her. "Hey, you two, stop arguing. Just sign already. I gave Mei anesthesia when I came out. If you keep hesitating, the medicine will wear off." In the end, the signature was still Chun Ilong's. After receiving the surgery consent form, Su-mei turned around and prepared to go into the operating room. "Do you want me to go in and help?" He Guanjuan asked. Su-mei refused. "No. It's not convenient for you to come in." Hearing this, He Guanjuan's face reddened. He forgot about the differences between men and women. He only remembered that last time Su-mei helped Li Yuan with surgery and someone needed to assist. "Should I find a female soldier to come?" He Guanjuan asked again. At this moment, Su-mei had already entered the operating room. She declined once more, "No need." The procedure was a simple minor operation, not requiring anyone else's help. Su-mei could do it alone. She found a pair of disposable gloves, put them on, then donned a loose surgical gown. Finally, she put on a clean surgical cap, tidied her short hair, and walked over to the operating table. In fact, during surgery, doctors follow strict procedures for washing hands and dressing. However, due to the poor conditions here, Su-mei didn't insist on doing everything perfectly. After all, the environment wasn't ideal. On the operating table, Mei was already asleep under the effects of medication. The room was very small. When Su-mei visited last time, she had only taken a quick look and thought there were many devices inside. Today, she looked carefully and realized that apart from an old, very outdated heart monitor and an oxygen supply device, there was nothing else. This surgery was similar to one done in a makeshift operating room, completely without advanced equipment. The only difference was that here there were more types of medicine and the environment was somewhat better. The procedure was very simple. In just over half an hour, Soo-mei finished the surgery. Afterward, she took off her cap, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said to He Guanjuan and Shen Yilong, "The surgery went very well. Just observe for another hour or two, and Mei can go home." Since it was just a minor abortion, Mei didn't need special care. Soo-mei knew it was a small operation, so she wasn't in a hurry. He Guanjuan and Shen Yilong, however, didn't understand and only relaxed after Soo-mei confirmed that everything was fine. After explaining the situation clearly, Soo-mei opened a nearby medicine cabinet, took out a bottle of glucose, and took a small sip. It tasted terrible, very sweet, and drinking it could cause weight gain, but she was extremely thirsty and could only sip it slowly. She finished drinking and was about to sit down when she heard a hoarse, young male voice outside the door. The voice called out as it approached the clinic. "Dr. Chin, are you back?" Soon, a young soldier pushed open the door and entered. After entering, the young soldier looked at the people inside the room, was momentarily stunned, then quickly saluted and said, "Hello, Commander Chen." "Hello, Major Hua." "Hello." Chen Yilong nodded and asked, "Comrade, what are you doing here so late at night?" Reporting to Commander Chen, "I was about to change guard at the main gate when I saw the clinic door open. I thought Dr. Chin had returned, so I wanted to get some cold medicine," the young soldier explained, glancing at Soo-mei, who was still in surgical clothes. The young soldier didn't know Soo-mei personally. Although Soo-mei was notorious in the staff compound, not all soldiers had the chance to meet people from the military family area. He saw Soo-mei dressed as a doctor and thought she was a new doctor. Hearing the soldier's reason, Chen Yilong asked Soo-mei, "Little Sue, can you prescribe cold medicine?" "Of course." Soo-mei nodded. She could perform surgeries, so there was no reason she couldn't prescribe cold medicine. Soo-mei said to the young soldier, "Come and sit.
Tell me what symptoms you have."
"I have a sore throat, cough, can't speak clearly, and a slight headache," the young soldier said, walking over to Soo-mei. Hearing this, Soo-mei took out a tongue depressor, gently inserted it into the soldier's mouth, and guided him to say, "A." She then used a flashlight from the table to check his throat. Afterward, Soo-mei stood up, searched through the medicine cabinet, and handed the soldier 2 boxes of medicine. She said, "Each box contains 1 pill for morning, noon, and night. You don't need to pay now. Just leave your name and military ID number, and I will record the medicines you take. When Dr. Chin returns, you can settle the bill. I don't know the prices of these medicines." Hearing this, the soldier reached into his pocket to pay, then took the paper and pen Soo-mei handed him and wrote down his name and ID number. "Doctor, thank you. May I ask your surname?" After signing, the soldier asked as he returned the pen and paper.
"Sumei reple naturali mi surname su."
Just one character, Mei, like the eyebrow. She recorded the medicine names on the paper without noticing Hu Jiangwo's strange look. "Mei, isn't it the same as the plum blossom? Dr. Su, will you come again tomorrow? Many of our comrades are sick, and in this cold snow, some are worse than me. Outside on duty, their hands and feet are frostbitten and badly hurt. If you come tomorrow, I will ask them to come see you too." The young soldier looked at Soo-mei with hope. Dr. Chin left some time ago, and now everyone really needs a doctor. Soo-mei paused her writing and replied calmly, "I won't be coming tomorrow." "She will come tomorrow," Chen Yilong suddenly said, interrupting Soo-mei. He told the young soldier, "Just have the sick soldiers come tomorrow. Dr. Su will be here. You can go now." Hearing Chen Yilong, the young soldier looked happy and saluted before running out. After the soldier left, Chen Yilong stood up and went to face Soo-mei. He said, "Little Su, starting tomorrow, come work at the troop clinic. We don't know when this snow will stop, and we can't let the soldiers just suffer like this when they're sick." "Commander, that might not be right." Before Soo-mei could speak, Hu Jiangwo also stood up. Chen Yilong asked him, "What's wrong with it?" Soo-mei didn't graduate from a proper medical school. She doesn't have a license. Having her work at the troop clinic isn't following the rules, Hu Jiangwo replied. Oh, Chen Yilong nodded. Then he asked Hu Jiangwo, is following the rules more important, or the health of the soldiers? This time, Hu Jiangwo didn't answer. He lowered his head. Seeing Hu Jiangwo had no reply, Chen Yilong said again, Jiangwo, many things need to be handled flexibly. Rules can be used wisely. People can't be kept from doing things just because of rules. You're good in many ways, but sometimes you're too strict. Then he turned back to Su Mei and asked, so, little Su, how about you? Do you have any questions? I have a question. Su Mei nodded. Of course, she had questions. Chen Yilong saw that Su Mei also had questions. He thought she didn't want to come to work and looked annoyed. He tried to keep his tone calm and asked, what is it? After hesitating for 3 seconds, Su Mei asked 3 words. Will I get food? Eating is indeed an important issue for Su Mei at the moment. She even explained, Leader, I am on a diet so I don't eat much. Chen Yilong looked at Su Mei for a moment, then turned to ask Hua Jiangwo, you haven't fed your wife? Hua Jiangwo. He bought groceries for half a month, but she finished them in just 3 days. How could he answer? Feed her. Chen Yilong finally said to Su Mei, you start work at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Your salary will be half of Lao Qin's, since Lao Qin has military status, and his pay increases with his rank. The cafeteria is just around the corner to the left. I'll have the guards send you a month's meal ticket soon. Any other questions? No. Su Mei shook her head. Now that she has a job, even as a temporary worker, she has a salary and food. There's nothing more to ask for. After confirming her work schedule, Chen Yilong put on his military coat and left the clinic first. Hua Jiangwo saw Chen Yilong leave and also left the clinic. Su Mei thought he had gone too. But after half an hour, he came back holding a bowl of egg fried rice and a bowl of egg drop soup. The army cafeteria only has rice and eggs left. The rest is stored in the warehouse and no one is opening the door now, so I can't get it. I just made some egg fried rice and soup for you. Please make do, he said. Did you make this? Su Mei looked surprised at the bowl of rice, which was golden and fragrant. She praised, your cooking isn't bad. Hua Jiangwo didn't reply to her compliment, just thinking about her expression, which looked just like the first time she ate his cooking. In the past, whenever he was off duty, she would deliberately not get up to cook. When he finished, she would quickly get up, not comb her hair or wash her face, and rush to eat. It wasn't the first time she ate his food, so he didn't understand what she was making such a fuss about. Seeing that Hua Jiangwo didn't speak, Su Mei thought he was too lazy to bother with her. She had worked all day and her stomach was indeed uncomfortable, so she ate half of the rice and drank half of the soup. Then she pushed the bowl back to Hua Jiangwo. Thanks, I've finished eating. Why not finish it? Hua Jiangwo looked a bit unhappy.
Su Mei was confused.
I can't finish it. I've had enough. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Hua Jiangwo pour the remaining soup back into the bowl and sit down to eat. How could he eat leftovers from someone else? Su Mei frowned and asked, aren't you worried it's dirty? Yes, I am. Hua Jiangwo coldly uttered a single word, then said, but I don't want to waste either. Do you know there are many places and many people who don't even have wild vegetables to eat? Wasting is shameful. After speaking, Hua Jiangwo continued to eat his meal. Su Mei was silent for a moment after hearing this. She realized that this was the 1970s, a time when many people couldn't get enough to eat or stay warm. Back then, dropping a lump of rice on the ground was common and people would pick it up and eat it. It wasn't like in later years, when people habitually wasted food, piling up mountains of discarded grains. Having grown used to fast food in the modern world, Su Mei didn't immediately realize how precious food was in this era. Seeing Hua Jiangwo eat the leftovers on her plate, she felt a bit sorry and said, next time, I will be more careful. Hua Jiangwo didn't say anything else. After finishing his meal, he washed the dishes and pots in the cafeteria. When he returned, Mei Mei had already recovered enough to go outside. So, Hua Jiangwo drove the car left by Chen Yilong, carrying Mei Mei and Su Mei back to the military compound. At the military residence, Aunt Wang had already prepared food and was waiting. As soon as they got out of the car, she rushed out of the yard. Finally back. I've been waiting. Hurry inside and eat. I kept the fire low, so the food is still warm. Under Aunt Wang's invitation, they followed her into the yard. Although Su-mei explained she had already eaten, Aunt Wang insisted and pulled her inside to drink some hot soup. After eating, Mei-mei wanted to take her daughter home. But just as she picked up the child, Aunt Wang stopped her. Mei-mei, just stay at my place. Don't keep moving around. Women who have had a miscarriage need to rest properly, just like during postpartum confinement. Otherwise, it could cause health problems. I'm fine, Aunt Wang. Thank you for taking care of Er Xiang. You've been busy taking care of Li Yuan too. It's late, so I won't bother you anymore, Mei-mei said, feeling a bit embarrassed but still determined to leave. But Aunt Wang was honest and straightforward. She quickly took the child from Mei-mei's arms and said to Hu Jiangwo and Su-mei, Mei-mei will stay here tonight. No need to wait to send her home. You should go back and rest early. Mei Jia, just stay at Aunt Wang's for one more night. The surgery must be uncomfortable, and she can help watch the kids tonight. Su-mei also tried to persuade Mei-mei. Seeing that both Aunt Wang and Su-mei were persuading her, Mei-mei finally agreed. Aunt Wang, thank you so much for your trouble. It's no trouble at all. Aunt Wang shook her head. That day, when Li Yuan had an accident at my house, you also left the kids with her father and came to help for a while. Mei-mei didn't say anything. The reason she left her children to come help that day was because her husband wanted to do something, but she refused him. They argued, and she ran out of the house. Coincidentally, she saw Li Yuan have an accident and rushed in to help. Only Mei-mei knew this. She definitely wouldn't say it aloud. After settling Mei-mei, Su-mei and Hu Jiangwo left Aunt Wang's house. Back in their yard, Hu Jiangwo suddenly remembered that his room was occupied by Li Yuan, so he had nowhere to go. Thinking for a moment, Hu Jiangwo turned back to the car, planning to stay there for the night. Su-mei didn't pay him any mind. She went into the yard, lit the stove in the kitchen, and boiled a big pot of water. No matter how cold it was, as long as she had done surgery for someone, she would take a shower before going to bed. After preparing the water and lighting the fire, Su-mei went next door to change the medicine on Li Yuan's thigh. Once she finished, she said to Jiang Wei, come here. Help me take off his pants. Why do I need to take off his pants? Li Yuan was surprised and instinctively covered his groin. Seeing Su-mei, he felt very embarrassed because there was a tube inserted into his lower body, and he remembered that Su-mei had put it there. Every time he saw her, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. When he heard Su-mei wanted to take off his pants, Li Yuan was shocked. But whatever he feared had happened. Su-mei told him, you need to remove your urinary catheter. It's been 2 days after surgery. I have something to do tomorrow and won't be here, so I'll take it out now. Can I do it myself? Li Yuan swallowed hard. He didn't want to take off his pants in front of Su-mei.
Su-mei nodded.
Sure, if you're not afraid of pain, don't worry about damaging your urethra or leaking later. You can do it yourself. Then you do it. Li Yuan's face turned bright red. He agreed quickly, but when Jiang Wei went to help him take off his pants, he suddenly pulled his pants tight and refused to let go. Su-mei felt a little helpless. Medical technology was very advanced now, and everyone knew that doctors could be of any gender. She had never encountered this situation before and could only urge him, hurry up, I'm busy. It's just removing a catheter. Doctors are not divided by gender. To me, you're no different from a corpse. I don't mind if you mind. No, sister-in-law, how about this? You go find Brother Jiangwo and talk to him about the operation process. Let him handle it. I'm nervous. Li Yuan thought of a new idea. Seeing Li Yuan awkward and hesitant, Su-mei, tired after a whole day, lost patience. Okay, I'll go find him. She couldn't help but think, wouldn't it be awkward? 2 grown men facing each other like in a fencing match. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? She really didn't understand. Outside the door, Su-mei knocked on He Jiangwo's car window. The man rolled down the window, but before he could speak, he sneezed. Achoo. Is something wrong? Achoo. Achoo. After saying a few words, he sneezed twice more. Su-mei. In weather below 10 degrees Celsius, This guy sleeping in the car, was he planning to stay inside and freeze to death so she wouldn't get what she wanted? She simply explained the steps to remove the urinary catheter to He Jangwo, then said, "You go do it, I feel shy to do it myself." After hearing Su-mei, He Jangwo got out of the car and followed her into the yard. But when He Jangwo went in, he couldn't get Li Yuan to take off his pants. He repeated the steps Su-mei told him for removing the urinary catheter to Li Yuan. In the end, everyone came out and Li Yuan, feeling embarrassed, was inside the house, shouting and removing the catheter himself. After Li Yuan's issue was sorted, He Jangwo went back to the car to sleep. Su-mei went to fetch water for a bath. After washing up, she poured water and saw that it was snowing even harder. Outside the wall, in the car, a few loud sneezes sounded again. In such cold weather, Su-mei could only wish He Jangwo good luck. She put down the wash basin, was about to go inside to sleep, when suddenly she heard Wang Auntie outside the yard speaking. "Commander He, why don't you go inside to sleep? It's so cold in the car. Is Su-mei not letting you in?" "No," He Jangwo seemed surprised. "The car's okay, not too cold." "Achoo. You keep sneezing and shivering, it's not cold?" Wang Auntie raised her voice suddenly. "Su-mei is too bossy. She won't let you sleep inside. I'll tell her reason." Then Su-mei heard the sound of the car door being opened. Clearly, He Jangwo had come out of the car. He hurriedly said, "Wang Auntie, don't go. I want to sleep outside myself."
How could that be?
"You're not stupid. Why leave the warm bed to freeze outside? It must be because Su-mei won't let you." Aunt Wang spoke with a tone of complete disbelief and then loudly said, "Why is Su-mei so bossy? The bed is big enough for 2 people. Su-mei, come out here." Listening from the yard, Su-mei was confused. "Don't call her, Aunt Wang," Jangwo said softly, clearly feeling helpless with the old lady. The old lady showed no intention of stopping. "Just call her. If she won't let you sleep there, I'll make a fuss and wake everyone up to settle this." Jangwo replied, "I'll sleep with her." "Aunt Wang, it's late at night. Can you stop calling?" Aunt Wang agreed, "Fine." Jangwo was speechless. Under Aunt Wang's eager gaze, Jangwo had no choice but to nervously walk into the yard. When he entered, he saw Su-mei standing under the eaves. He knew she must have heard his conversation with the old lady. He felt awkward and didn't know where to look. This Aunt Wang is really something, staying up late and shouting around. As he spoke, Jangwo looked back and saw Aunt Wang standing at the yard gate, glaring at him as if to say, "If you don't go to sleep in your room, I will keep shouting until everyone wakes up and hears it." Seeing this, Jangwo could only grit his teeth and keep walking forward. When he turned his head, the old lady made exaggerated gestures at Su-mei as if she was taking credit. "Look, I sent the man to your room." Su-mei silently responded, "Thank you, because of you. The seasons are warm." Soon, Jangwo reached Su-mei and awkwardly stood there, scratching his head, hoping Aunt Wang would stop and leave quickly. But Aunt Wang was destined to be disappointed. She didn't leave. She stood at the door, shouting fiercely at Su-mei, "Hurry up and bring your man back to his room to sleep. If I catch you pushing him out again, I'll shout around the yard so everyone knows you're not letting Master sleep. If you push him out once, I'll shout once. Are you embarrassed enough?" Su-mei and Jangwo looked at each other silently at the door. Seeing they weren't moving, Aunt Wang's voice rose again. "Su-mei, why don't you let?" Her loud voice was overwhelming, and Su-mei couldn't bear it. She quickly moved aside to give Jangwo space and said, "Go inside first." Feeling helpless, Jangwo had no choice but to turn sideways and enter Su-mei's room. The room was warm and comfortable, and he felt at ease. When Hujian finally entered the house, Aunt Wang smiled and said, "Su-mei, treat your man well. If I see you throwing a tantrum and chasing him away again, I will scold you until you cry." Although she spoke harshly, her eyes were secretly winking and teasing Su-mei. Then Aunt Wang closed the courtyard door from outside and locked it before returning to her own yard. After she left, Su-mei entered the house. Hujian was standing with his back to her, beside the table, staring intently at the medical notes she wrote last night, his expression unreadable. He had seen Su-mei's handwriting before, which was messy and hurried. Now, suddenly, her writing looked elegant and flowing. Although it was still hard to read, it seemed a bit more beautiful. Su-mei saw Hu Jiangua looking serious and thought he was upset because he saw she had used his notebook. She quietly explained, "I saw it was an unused notebook, so I used it." "That's okay. There's nothing inside, so just use it," he replied. "It has something inside, there's a page." Su-mei wanted to say she had slipped a photo between the pages, but she was interrupted. "If there's something inside, just take it out." "You can put it in another book," Hu Jiangua said. "I already put it in another book," Su-mei nodded, feeling a little unsure. Hu Jiangua simply said, "Okay." They exchanged some strange, meaningless words, then fell silent. After a moment of silence, almost at the same time, they both spoke. "You. Go ahead, you first," Su-mei said. Hu Jiangua rubbed his cold, stiff hands and looked at Su-mei, saying, "Anyway, someone moved my quilt into your room. I might as well sleep on the floor here to avoid Aunt Wang's fuss." "What did you want to say just now?" "It's nothing. You can sleep on the floor." Su-mei initially wanted Hu Jiangua to sleep in the kitchen, but after he said he would sleep on the floor, she decided not to mention it. The kitchen was drafty, no different from being in the car. Since they would each sleep separately, Su-mei thought that Hu Jiangua had at least cooked her a meal earlier, and since it was his house, she didn't want to ask him to leave. "Just make your bed. I'll sleep first," she said. The bed was warm and cozy. As soon as Su-mei lay down, she felt like covering herself with the blanket and sleeping, but she didn't fall asleep right away. She had just eaten, and sleeping now might make her gain weight. After climbing onto the bed, Su-mei's first action was not to lie down, but to stand on one leg on the bed and strike a yoga pose. She thought she needed to burn some calories before sleeping, or else her 200 pounds of fat would never go away. Hu Jiangwa had just made the bed on the floor and was about to lie down when he saw Su-mei standing on one leg, awkward and strange in her movement. "What are you doing?" He frowned, looking at Su-mei with mixed feelings. He finally thought she was a bit more sane, but now she might be up to some strange antics again at night. Hearing Hu Jiangwo, Su-mei sighed softly and whispered, "Don't worry about me. I want to lose weight, so I'm doing some bedtime exercises." "You sleep now." Losing weight? No wonder she suddenly reduced her meals. She finally realized she was so fat that her clothes were almost too tight. But she finished her vegetables in just 3 days. Could she really lose the fat? Forget it, as long as she doesn't cause trouble, she can do whatever she wants. It doesn't matter to him. Hu Jiangwo lay down, rolled into his quilt, turned to face Su-mei with his eyes closed, and started to sleep. Su-mei silently counted the time in her mind, constantly changing her body movements. In her past life, she usually practiced yoga for about 2 hours each time. This body couldn't reach that level, but she didn't slack off. She pushed herself to the limit before lying down. After trying many different poses, Su-mei was exhausted and sweating all over. She should have taken a shower after exercising, but her body was too fat. She was afraid she'd just want to lie down and not move after working out, so she showered first. Just 1 more minute to go. Su-mei encouraged herself, trembling in her numb legs. She stood there silently, counting in her mind, 605958575655554553. 5-4-3-2-1 few. Finally done. After counting down 60 seconds, Su-mei lowered her legs and turned to lie down. But as she turned, she realized her legs, which she had just lifted for 8 seconds, had gone numb and unresponsive. She lost her balance and fell hard toward the bed. "Ah!" Su-mei let out a sharp scream. "Get out of the way." She closed her eyes in despair, thinking, it's over. With her 200 pounds, if she fell onto Hu Jiangwa, she wondered if she would injure him badly. She also thought she might end up seriously hurt herself. "Oh no," she sobbed. But the expected pain didn't come. Hu Jiangwa pushed her onto the bed. Su-mei's legs stayed on the bed, but her upper body tilted forward as if she was falling headfirst. Luckily, Hu Jiangwa reached out and caught her, so she didn't fall completely. She didn't fall down. Seeing Su-mei's frightened face, Hu Jiangwa's mind went blank for 3 seconds. His hand was still holding her gently.
She was so soft.
Hu Jianguo felt his mind explode with confusion. He was stunned for a moment before realizing he had touched her gently. Realizing this, he quickly pulled his hand back. Suddenly, Su Mei's half-leaning body lost balance and fell forward, her head hitting Hu Jianguo's chest heavily.
Ah!
Su Mei couldn't help but cry out again. Next door, Jiang Wei, watching Li Yuan, looked at each other in the dim light. They both saw the same message in each other's eyes. The teacher is so fierce. Hu Jianguo was stunned for 5 seconds, then his face darkened sharply. He said in a low voice, "Su Mei, what exactly are you trying to do? I didn't mean to do anything, I just lost my footing and fell. Do you believe that?" Su Mei's knees hit the edge of the bed, and tears filled her eyes as she spoke. But Hu Jianguo clearly didn't believe her. "Do you think I believe that? Su Mei, no matter what you say, you're a woman. After several times of Dudong Songshaman but being rejected, don't you feel ashamed? Why are you humiliating yourself like this? Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Would you suffer if I did?" Sniff, "I swear to heaven, I really didn't mean to take advantage of you," Su Mei said, lying on the ground, her body aching terribly. She was exhausted and hopeless, lying on Hu Jianguo's chest. She was in so much pain she waved her hand, trying to get up. But as she reached out, she accidentally touched somewhere sensitive, and she felt like the sky was falling. Hu Jianguo suddenly pushed Su Mei away, sitting up sharply, angry. "Su Mei, do you even know what modesty is? I already said I didn't do it on purpose." Su Mei lay on the ground, rubbing her painfully throbbing knees. She couldn't believe herself. Was she really not doing it on purpose? She shook her head sadly and then looked into He Jianguo's dark, serious eyes. Suddenly, He Jianguo reached out and grabbed Su Mei's chin, speaking fiercely. "Su Mei, you should know I don't sleep with you because I am not sure if we can stay together in the end. I don't want to do anything I can't be responsible for. I respect you, and I ask you to respect yourself too. I respect you, and I will always respect you," Su Mei said, pushing away He Jianguo's hand. She slowly climbed up from the ground, awkwardly crawling toward the bed. She couldn't explain herself clearly, so she decided not to try anymore. She reached the bed, rolled up her loose pants, revealing her swollen knees. He Jianguo wanted to say something but closed his mouth when he saw her knees. Thinking about how much she had changed in the past 2 days to stay with him and how she fell just to get close to him, He Jianguo suddenly felt soft. Forget it. He wouldn't argue with her anymore. "Where's the medicine for bruises?"
Huh?
Su Mei looked at He Jianguo with teary eyes. She thought he would get angry and turn away to sleep in the car again. But he asked her where the medicine was. While asking, He Jianguo was already opening the box Su Mei brought. "Didn't Grandpa say before we left that he packed a lot of medicine for you to carry around? There should be some bruise ointment or similar, right?" The clothes in the box had already been taken out and washed, so only some bottles and jars remained. Before Su Mei could speak, He Jianguo found a small white bottle labeled with bruise medicine. He took the medicine to the bed, looked at her knees, poured the ointment into his palm, and rubbed it in forcefully. Be gentle, it hurts, it hurts," Su Mei shouted a few times. Next door, Jiang Wei and Li Yuan looked at each other. What do they mean by gentle? Is this available without payment? He Jianguo frowned. "Can you not press so hard? Are you afraid of pain? When you threw yourself at me earlier, didn't you think about the consequences? But you don't have to rub so hard." Su Mei automatically ignored what He Jianguo said about her throwing herself at him. Anyway, he wouldn't believe her. He helped her rub the ointment for a while, then got up, put the medicine back, and returned to his bed on the floor, lying down again. Su Mei was surprised that he still dared to lie inside the house. She became curious. "How can you still sleep here? Aren't you afraid I'll come and pounce on you again?" "Try me if you dare," came a cold voice from the bed, icy and sharp. Jianguo didn't want to sleep here. He mainly went to the car to sleep for an hour before, and that made his head numb. He wasn't crazy. Why would he refuse a warm bed and instead go outside into the cold snow to freeze himself into a popsicle? After that, neither of them spoke anymore. They didn't know who fell asleep first, but soon, two light snoring sounds filled the room. They slept until late morning. When Sume got up from the bed, the man on the floor was gone. The blanket had been folded neatly, like a square tofu, and placed on the cabinet. When did you get up? Sume yawned and got up. Thinking how deeply she had slept, she didn't even notice Jangwo leaving. She got up, poured water from the thermos to wash her face and brush her teeth. When she went outside to pour water in the yard, she realized Jangwo had only gotten up. He hadn't left yet. He was in the kitchen cooking, making pumpkin porridge and steaming some sweet potatoes. Seeing Sume come out, he said, "Come and eat with me when you get up."
Oh.
Sume set down her basin and went into the kitchen. She saw Jangwo already eating. She served herself a big bowl of porridge, and there was a small bowl opposite her, clearly meant for Sume. She sat down, drank her porridge, and said to Jangwo, "Thanks." "Thanks for what? You don't have to do this." Jangwo looked at Sume strangely. Since she moved here and had eaten dozens of his breakfasts, she had never said thank you before. Now she was being so polite, he felt like there was some hidden motive, and he was a bit uncomfortable with it. But he also felt that if she could stay so polite, maybe she wouldn't be so annoying. While they were eating, Wang Auntie came to call them for breakfast. Jangwo said, "Tell Jiangwei to eat too. We made it ourselves. After we finish, we need to go to the army. Please don't prepare our meals anymore. A few times are okay, but we can't trouble you every day." "Oh, Commander, why are you being so polite to me? You and Sume are both my and Li Yuan's benefactors. What's wrong with making a few meals for you?" Wang Auntie looked a bit upset that Jangwo was cooking himself. She just wanted to do something for her benefactors within her ability. Sume also advised Aunt Wang, "Aunt Wang, don't get up so early in the future. We leave early in the morning, so you should rest well. Li Yuan still needs to recover quietly for a long time. You need to stay strong to take care of him." Finally, Aunt Wang sighed and called Jiangwei to leave. After finishing breakfast, Hu Jangwo took the initiative to wash the dishes and pots. Sume was not idle either. She first took some medicine and went to Aunt Wang's house next door to give Mei Mei and 4 drip, then returned to her own yard to give Li Yuan and 4 drip as well. Removing the needle was simple. Sume had already taught Aunt Wang how to do it, so after setting up the 4, she didn't need to stay and could go directly to the clinic to start work. After handling Li Yuan and Mei Mei's matters, Sume left with Hu Jangwo on foot toward the military district. Although the jeep was still parked at the door, it couldn't be driven anymore. It had snowed all night, and half the tires were stuck in the snow, so they had to walk out. The snow was deep. With each step, Sume's calves sank into the snow. She was afraid of falling, especially after her fall last night, so she walked very carefully. Hu Jangwo walked behind Sume for a while, then suddenly circled around her and walked ahead, saying, "Walk in my footprints." At first, Sume didn't understand why he was doing this. She was from the south and had rarely seen snow. Only when her foot stepped into his long footprints did she realize that walking this way made it less slippery. So, Hu Jangwo walked in front, leaving footprints, while Sume followed behind. The two moved slowly, one after the other, for half an hour until they finally reached the military district. Once inside the military district, Hu Jangwo parted ways with Sume. He went to his own office, and Sume headed toward the clinic. When she arrived at the clinic, she found a small line already formed at the door. "Dr. Su is here." A young soldier who had bought cold medicine from Sume last night called out. Sume remembered this young soldier's name. Seeing him, she couldn't help asking, "Zhao Yi, why are you also in line? Didn't you buy enough medicine last night?" "I bought enough. I bought it for my buddy. He is to go on patrol during the day and doesn't have time to come." Zhao Yi, who had been crouching, stood up when he saw Sume. The door was still secured with wire. Sume looked at the wire and said, "Zhao Yi, please undo the wire on the door." Hearing her, Zhao Yi tore off the wire with his bare hands and pushed open the door to the clinic. Upon entering the clinic, Sume sat and blew warm air onto her hands. Once her hands felt a bit warmer, she began calling out names to see patients. The soldiers mostly had minor illnesses. After examining them, Sume gave some medicine, recorded the soldier's name and number as she did last night, and then moved on to the next patient. Although these illnesses were simple and seemed easy to handle, the large number of people made her very tired. She spent the whole morning there and felt her back and waist ache. Finally, she couldn't hold it anymore and asked a new, skinny soldier, "Excuse me, comrade, may I ask, how many soldiers does Dr. Chin usually see when he works here?" "Dr. Su, in our military district, there are 50,000 soldiers, and Dr. Chin sees them all," the young soldier replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Sume almost fell off her chair. By proportion, one doctor should see at least 1,000 people, so one doctor here would have to handle 50 soldiers at once. This is more terrifying than emergency rooms in modern hospitals. Sume realized that in the 1970s, what was scarce wasn't just food and clothes, but talented people like her. No wonder heaven sent her to this terrible place. She was here to save soldiers who had no doctors to treat them. It's so noble. She wanted to cry for a moment. At noon, Sume finished treating a soldier's foot wart. She shook her head and sat at her desk, writing down the medicine names in the record book. She sensed someone entering the room, but didn't look up. Weakly, she asked, "Hello. Please, what's the matter?" After waiting a moment without a response, she looked up in confusion and suddenly met the deep eyes of He Jiangwo. "Why are you here?"
"To take you to lunch," he replied.
Actually, He Jiangwo had been standing at the door for quite a while. He watched one soldier after another go in and come out, listening to her ask questions, giving professional advice and reminders. He heard the soldiers praise her, saying the new doctor, though a bit chubby, was very gentle and adorable. He came so early to see if Sume could handle this job. Or rather, he was worried she might do something unconventional and cause trouble for him. Unexpectedly, after observing her, he found she not only was capable of doing the job but also did it very well. It's still the same person, so why does it seem like everything has changed? If I hadn't known Sume for many years, I might have doubted that the person in front of me was really her. Hu Jiangwo placed a stack of meal tickets in front of Sume and said, "These are from Commander Chen. There are 60 tickets in total. One meal costs 1 ticket. We eat at home in the morning, using 2 tickets a day, so 60 tickets will last a month. In about a month, Dr. Chin should be back. Today, I'll take you to the cafeteria to get familiar with it. After that, you can go there to eat on your own during meal times."
"Oh."
Sume put down her pen, stretched a little, then picked up a ticket to look at it. The tickets were yellow paper, with special meal ticket for the 4th Army Group written on them, and a big red stamp at the bottom. After taking one ticket, Sume tucked the rest into her desk drawer, then stood up and asked, "Is no one outside needing medical help?" It's not that no one needs help, but the soldiers know it's mealtime, so no one is outside now. Since today is your first day working, it might be a bit busy. We have 2 hours for lunch. After eating, you can rest on the sofa in the break room. Come with me to eat first." As he spoke, Hu Jiangwo turned and headed outside. Sume quickly followed. The cafeteria is next to the clinic, just a 2-minute walk to the entrance. From the building's shape, the cafeteria doesn't look very big. Sume couldn't help asking, "I heard the military district has 50,000 soldiers. How can so many people eat here?" "This is a company's cafeteria. About 5,000 soldiers eat here," Hu Jiangwo answered as he led Sume to the line. "I see." Sume looked at the tickets in her hand, thinking that only soldiers from the 4th Army Group probably eat here. Since there are many sections in the cafeteria, why is there only one clinic? "Because there aren't enough doctors," Hu Jiangwo said, giving Sume a deep look. It seemed she didn't realize how rare and valuable doctors are. Not only in tough border areas, but even in some well-off plains, doctors are very hard to find. In rural areas, barefoot doctors are responsible for treating farmers. A barefoot doctor is a young person recommended by the local team who receives training at a training center or learns simple medical skills like injections for drips, acupuncture, and medication at the county hospital. Then they carry a medical kit and go to the fields and villages to see patients. Becoming a barefoot doctor does not require official certificates, but even so, they are respected figures in the village and surrounding areas. Hu Jiangwo noticed that Su Mei didn't know much about this profession, so he kindly offered her some advice. You have such skills, so you don't need to worry about making a living. Even if you go back to the countryside and become a barefoot doctor, you can live well. Has your grandpa ever told you this?
No, Su Mei replied, recalling her original grandfather.
She concluded, Grandpa never made me worry about life. Before I married you, I lived a simple life where everything was provided for me. Then you should try to rely on yourself and work hard, Hu Jiangwo said. He had no background or wealth. His current status was built through his own efforts. He couldn't help but tell Su Mei, if you try to work hard, you'll find that effort can be addictive, especially when you start to enjoy the results. I am already trying, Su Mei nodded, feeling strongly about Hu Jiangwo's words. She grew up in an orphanage and became a key surgeon by her early 30s. She knew very well the power of hard work. As they queued and talked along the way, they didn't realize they had reached the cafeteria window. The meals were provided uniformly by the cafeteria. When they reached the window, Hu Jiangwo took Su Mei's ticket and asked the cook for 2 meals. Soon, the cook handed out 2 trays. 1 square-shaped bowl of rice, 2 vegetable dishes, 1 meat dish, and a free bowl of soup. Those who wanted soup could serve themselves with a bowl. After getting their food, Hu Jiangwo took Su Mei to sit in a corner. Su Mei glanced at her tray, broke the rice into 2 parts with chopsticks, and put a piece onto Hu Jiangwo's tray. Seeing the extra rice on his plate, Hu Jiangwo looked up at Su Mei, then lowered his head silently to eat. He appeared calm, but inside, he was very surprised. He never thought he would be so peaceful and open with Su Mei, talking so much, and sitting face to face in the cafeteria to eat, things he never even dared to imagine before. Both of them ate quietly, heads down, while passers-by looked at them curiously. People who know Su Mei look at her with curiosity, not understanding why she is eating in the military district cafeteria. They wonder if she made a mistake at her family's residence and is now under house arrest in the military district. People who don't know Su Mei also look curious. They can't understand why Hu Jiangwo would sit and eat with a woman so overweight that her features are squished together. Some have heard of Su Mei but have never seen her in person. When passing by, they can't help but secretly observe her, then quickly walk away under Hu Jiangwo's stern gaze. Others have gone to the clinic to see Su Mei for treatment. They wonder in their hearts about the relationship between the new doctor and Hu Jiangwo. Occasionally, someone will come up to greet Hu Jiangwo, then look at Su Mei hesitantly. Feeling like a monkey being watched at the zoo makes Su Mei very uncomfortable. She initially ate slowly, but then had to speed up her eating. When she was halfway through her meal, 2 soldiers approached and sat on either side of her and Hu Jiangwo. Commander, who is this? The young soldier sitting next to Hu Jiangwo asked. Hu Jiangwo put down his chopsticks and said, Your sister-in-law. Since he was not divorced, Hu Jiangwo naturally introduced Su Mei as his partner to outsiders. The young soldier heard this and his face darkened slightly. Then he didn't say anything and gave Su Mei a cold, dislikeful look. The soldier sitting next to Su Mei softly called her sister-in-law.
Sun non tai me responder politelu.
At this moment, Hu Jiangwo finished his meal and stood up. He said to Su Mei, I have some things to do. When you finish eating, wash the bowls and utensils at the sink, okay? Okay, you go ahead. Su Mei nodded slightly. Although she shared half her meal with Hu Jiangwo, she ate slowly and still finished after him. After hearing Su Mei's response, Hu Jiangwo turned and headed toward the sink. Once Hu Jiangwo was far away, the young soldier sitting next to him coldly glared at Su Mei and said to the person next to her, Xiao Gang, don't call her sister-in-law. Only a fool like her would be unworthy of our commander. What? Su Mei was just sitting at the dining table when suddenly, it felt like the sky was falling. She was peacefully eating when someone spoke disrespectfully to her right in front of everyone. Was she really so easy to bully? But she is not a pushover. After being unfairly attacked, Su Mei calmly continued eating and coldly asked the young man, Who were you insulting just now? Don't you know who I was talking about? You should look at yourself in the mirror. With someone like you, how could you be worthy of our leader? The young man said harshly and rolled his eyes at Su-mei. If I were as fat as you, I would have died from a head-on collision long ago. You still have the nerve to come out and embarrass our leader. Shut up, don't talk nonsense, Du-lei, Xiaogang quietly scolded. The young man didn't listen. How am I talking nonsense? If it weren't for this bad luck charm, the leader would have removed the deputy title from the person in front of him during the promotion last year. I never had a chance to see her before, but now that I have, I must vent my anger on our leader. This young man is named Du-lei. The man wearing glasses sitting opposite him is Xiaogang. Both are members of the military district's special operations team. They joined the army around the same time as Hua Jiangwo. When Hua Jiangwo was just a squad leader, these two were soldiers under him. Later, because of his outstanding abilities, Hua Jiangwo was promoted to leader of the special operations team, and Xiaogang and Du-lei became team members. Hua Jiangwo led the team in many battles, earning many honors, and gradually rose to his current position. Everyone in the special operations team looks up to Hua Jiangwo as a role model. But their role model was once involved in a family visit where he saved a woman from drowning, and since then, he has been haunted by her. The whole team felt unfair about this. Later, Hua Jiangwo moved in with this woman to the military housing area. Although the team members, busy with military duties, never met her, they had already heard of her notorious reputation. 2 months ago, during the annual promotion conference at the military district, Hua Jiangwo was hopeful of losing the deputy title, but he missed out because of this woman's influence. Because of this, the entire team hated Su-mei, a woman they had never even met. Today, they finally saw her. Du-lei naturally looked at her with a cold glare and harsh words, determined to get back at Hua Jiangwo. So when Du-lei saw Su-mei, he didn't hold back and immediately used unpleasant words to attack her. Now, Su-mei is not the original owner. She can bear the responsibilities left by the original owner, but cannot tolerate this unreasonable malice. When Du-lei attacked her, Su-mei couldn't hold back. What's wrong with being fat? Fat is just eating your rice. I can lose weight if I'm fat, unlike you, who is ugly and will be ugly for life. Who are you calling ugly? Say it again and see what happens. Du-lei seemed to be hit where it hurt and suddenly stood up. Say it again? No way. I can sing it instead. Ugly monster. Please don't turn on the lights. Su-mei also knew how to be sarcastic and mocking. Actually, Du-lei isn't really ugly. His skin just isn't good, covered with pimples, and looks frightening at first glance. Because of his pimples, Du-lei has always been very insecure and hates being called ugly. But Su-mei not only called him ugly, she even sang it. Du-lei's eyes turned red. Try singing it again. See if I tear your mouth apart. Du-lei's voice was loud. When he shouted, everyone around immediately turned to look at their table. Seeing Du-lei get so angry, Su-mei sneered. Oh, so you also can't stand being hurt by others? When you called me a stupid pig in front of everyone, didn't you think about how rude it was to mock my figure? Have you ever been to school? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do you know that? You care so much about being teased for your flaws, but you turn around and mock others for theirs. Aren't you very uncultured? What nonsense! After speaking, Su-mei lowered her head, finished the last bite of food on her plate, then quickly grabbed her plate and headed toward the sink. She left Du-lei speechless, unable to respond. Knowing she's a notorious troublemaker, why did you provoke her? Xiaogang looked at Du-lei with sympathy. As a modern person, Su-mei can easily come up with some clever comebacks to make these people speechless. She wouldn't be at a disadvantage. This small incident didn't affect Su-mei's mood at all. After all, the reputation of the original owner had caused her to suffer malicious attacks several times during the past few days in bed. After washing the dishes, Su-mei hurried back to the clinic. She needed to take a nap during lunch break. From how busy she was in the morning, she probably wouldn't be able to relax in the afternoon either. She had to rest up to prepare for the upcoming challenges. Lying down, Su-mei felt like her whole body didn't belong to her anymore. She really wanted to lie down, But looking at her full body of fat and thinking about her current situation, Soo-mei could only think about it. With her current conditions, she simply couldn't lie down. In her past life, she worked so hard that she suddenly died of exhaustion at her office. Now, after traveling to this world, starting with a bad hand, she is to begin again. Does she really have to live such a hard life? Lost in these thoughts, Soo-mei curled up on an old sofa in the break room and fell into a deep sleep. She was awakened in the afternoon by knocking on the door outside. When she got up from the sofa, her hands and feet were cold, and she took a deep breath to warm up. She tidied her clothes, entered the consultation room, opened the door outside the clinic, and immediately saw the long queue outside that almost reached beyond sight. She couldn't help but sigh loudly. No wonder Chin Ilong was so generous with her salary and managing the meals. Those little bits of money were really well spent. It was as if she was being used like an animal. Start seeing patients. First person in. Soo-mei called weakly. Then she turned around slowly and walked to sit at the desk. The afternoon passed by with patients coming in for colds, stomach aches, diarrhea, hemorrhoids, athlete's foot. Listening to all of this, Soo-mei's head was about to hurt. In her previous life, she saw 15 patients in the morning and 15 in the afternoon in her outpatient clinic. Now, wow, she had to see a patient roughly every 3 minutes. Over an hour, she saw more than 20 patients. By the end of the afternoon, she had seen over 100. Her ears were ringing, and she even felt like she was hearing hallucinations. Fortunately, it was 5 o'clock, probably the end of her shift. The people waiting outside the queue gradually dispersed, and only then did Soo-mei finally finish seeing the last patient. She sat in a chair to rest for a while, then went into the break room, intending to wash her face, and then go to the cafeteria for a meal. As she turned on the tap in the break room, she heard someone outside calling. "Doctor, are you there?" "Yes," Soo-mei replied while washing her face. "What's the matter?" "Doctor, I want to see my face. I've developed a lot of acne, and want to ask if you can prescribe some ointment to try." "Oh, okay, just a moment." Soo-mei grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands and then headed back to the consultation room. When she opened the door of the break room and saw the person standing inside, she couldn't help but be stunned. Du-lei, who was also looking at Soo-mei, was so surprised that he opened his mouth wide. After a long moment, he finally remembered to ask, "How are you here?" "I'm not here."
Where should I be then?
Soo-mei was only a little surprised. Then she pocketed her hands and walked to the desk to sit down. She looked up at Du-lei and said, "Normally, I treat all patients equally, but I think you dislike me so much that you probably won't let me treat you." "What do you mean?" Du-lei was still a bit stunned. After a moment, it seemed like he suddenly understood and asked, "Aren't you the new doctor?" "Heh, yes, I am." Soo-mei crossed her arms and smiled as she looked at Du-lei. Du-lei's mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't speak for a while. He had watched no one come into the clinic because he didn't want to know if they recognized his face. He had been to many doctors before, but the results were never good. Gradually, he gave up and tried to act indifferent in front of others. But when he heard there was a new doctor at the clinic, and after being hurt by Soo-mei calling him ugly in the cafeteria, he circled around the clinic 4 or 5 times before gathering the courage to come in. He never expected that Soo-mei was the new doctor. Rumors said this woman was lazy, careless, unmotivated, and sneaky. How could she be the new doctor? Du-lei found it hard to believe. "Are you lying? Is the doctor hidden away by you? Brother-in-law, are you done with your work?" Just as Du-lei finished speaking, he heard a man's voice outside. When he turned around, he saw Cieli pushing the curtain and walking in. After entering, Cieli also saw Du-lei and asked, "Brother Lei, what are you doing here?" I have a bit of a cold and wanted to get some medicine." "I couldn't find the doctor," Du-lei said, not wanting to admit he was here because of his face. After speaking, he secretly glared at Soo-mei, warning her not to tell anyone he came because of his face. Hearing this, Cieli looked at him strangely and asked, "Isn't your sister-in-law here? Which doctor are you looking for? Dr. Chin hasn't come back yet? You mean this chubby woman is really a doctor?" Du-lei said, glancing at Soo-mei. Hearing this, Cieli frowned and said, "Yes, she is a doctor." No, sister-in-law is sister-in-law. What do you mean, chubby woman?
Why do you talk like that?
Because Su-mei saved Li Yuan's life, and Li Yuan was Xieli's best friend, Xieli's good impression of Su-mei's sword. He thought Su-mei was a skilled doctor, and her strange temper was acceptable. Regardless of the situation, Su-mei saved Li Yuan's life. Because of this, Xieli would not allow others to speak disrespectfully to Su-mei in his presence. Dulei saw that Xieli looked upset and was confused. Why are you angry with me? You used to call her the chubby woman or the fat girl, right? How come after a few days, you're turning against her?
Su-mei.
Apparently, she had been insulted. That was in the past. Now is now, Xieli said quickly, speaking awkwardly while stealing a glance at Su-mei. He explained, I didn't know before that my sister-in-law was such a good healer. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have called her that. She's good at healing?
Dulei chuckled softly.
Sorry, I really can't tell. Hearing Dulei question Su-mei's medical skills, Xieli became annoyed. Medical skill can't be judged just by looking. You have to see the results. The day I was patrolling with Li Yuan, he fell off a cliff and nearly died. It was my sister-in-law who saved him. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. I saw it with my own eyes. She's a good healer. If you don't believe me, let her prescribe some medicine for your face, and you'll see if it works. Are you crazy? Who wants to treat their face? Dulei was sensitive about his face, especially since Xieli mentioned it in front of Su-mei, which made him feel very embarrassed. He glared at Xieli fiercely, and then turned and left. Outside, the cold wind howled. Dulei pulled up his collar to cover his face, but the wind still scraped his skin, making it hurt and itch. His face was not only ugly but also very uncomfortable, itchy and painful day and night, tormenting Dulei almost to the point of despair. When Dr. Qin was there, he could temporarily get some medicine to ease the pain during flare-ups. Now that Dr. Qin was gone and the clinic staff had been replaced by Su-mei, Dulei refused to see her for treatment. He could only endure the pain and itching as he braved the wind and snow. Seeing Dulei leave angrily, Xieli didn't pay much attention. He and Dulei were not very close. Dulei was part of a special operations team and a former subordinate of Gua Jiangua. Xieli, on the other hand, was recently promoted from the new recruits, just like Jiang Wei and Li Yuan, who had only been with Gua Jiangua for 2 or 3 years. They were not from the same group. They only knew each other because of Gua Jiangua. After Dulei left, Xieli approached Su-mei and asked, Brother-in-law, are you finished? The commander asked me to come and take you to dinner, then you home. He has an urgent meeting tonight and can't go back with you. I went to eat alone and will go back by myself. Su-mei didn't expect Jiangwo to send someone to her. Winter days get dark early, and now it's already dusk outside. By the time she finishes eating, the road home will be very dark. But even so, Su-mei didn't think she needed anyone to her because she's strong and tough. She has no valuables to steal, and no one would want to take her for her looks. Xieli heard Su-mei's words and shook his head immediately. That's not safe. It's dangerous for you to go alone. There are wolves in the nearby mountains, and if you're unlucky, there could be tigers too. It's too risky for you to go alone.
Oh. Su-mei was startled.
If there's a tiger, even with you here, it probably wouldn't help much.
Hihi. Xieli chuckled.
Tigers are rare, but wolves are common. Sometimes there are foxes and wild boars too. But I have a gun, so I'm not afraid of them. Sister-in-law, let's go eat quickly. After we finish, I'll take you home early. Hearing about wild animals nearby, Su-mei no longer refused Xieli's because her safety was important. She stood up, tidied the medicine cabinet, and then followed Xieli out the door. Dinner at night was the same as at noon, 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, just the types of food changed. After serving herself, Su-mei looked at her plate and hesitated. She asked Xieli, Xieli, I haven't eaten this dish before. Can I share half with you? There's too much for me to finish. Sister-in-law, what did you say? Xieli looked at Su-mei in confusion, suspecting he might have misheard. Thinking Xieli didn't understand, Su-mei repeated, I said I can't finish it. Can I share half with you?
What?
Such a small amount of food, And she can't finish it? So, the woman who used to eat and drink greedily at her teacher's house wasn't her? After finishing dinner, Sume locked the door and followed Cieli to the military compound. They walked for over 50 minutes in the cold wind before finally reaching the gate. Sume realized that without Jangwo walking ahead to leave footprints, she had to walk step by step herself, much more tiring than following Jangwo. At the gate, Sume overheard Li Yuan talking to Wang Auntie about moving back to his own house. But Auntie Wang refused coldly. Why do you want to move back? Just stay here. It doesn't matter where you live. Since it's all the same, why won't you let me go back? Li Yuan was confused, not understanding what his mother was doing. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes at Li Yuan. It's the same for you, but not the same for Commander Hua and your sister-in-law. What do you mean? Li Yuan still didn't understand. Even Zhang Wei, who was nearby, understood. Are you stupid? If you sleep here, then the commander won't have a room. At night, he can share a bed with your sister-in-law. Two young people, in close quarters, sparks flying. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, I see. In that case, I'll keep living here. I'll stay until I die. Li Yuan finally understood. But Aunt Wang slapped in the head. Pooh, 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 I finally saved you, and now you're talking about dying or not. Stop saying unlucky things. Su Mei, who was listening outside the door, thought, why are these outsiders so concerned about me sharing a room with Commander Hua? Coughing a few times, Su Mei immediately quieted the discussion inside. Soon after, Aunt Wang came out of the room and called Su Mei to eat dinner at her house. Su Mei said, Aunt Wang, don't bother leaving me food tonight. I already ate at the military cafeteria. Oh, all right then. As long as you have somewhere to eat. Aunt Wang nodded and walked over to Su Mei, quietly whispering in her ear. Keep it up tonight. Eat some meat early. Cieli pretended not to hear Aunt Wang's words. He lowered his head and went into Li Yuan's room. He talked with Jiang Wei for a while, then swapped shifts with Jiang Wei and let him rest. Back in the courtyard, Sume still went to the kitchen to light a fire. She didn't have surgery today and didn't plan to take a shower. She boiled some water, washed her face, soaked her feet in hot water, filled the thermos, and then climbed into bed to sleep. After a busy day, she was exhausted. Sume didn't even do yoga before falling asleep. In the middle of the night, she heard someone knocking at the door. She got up, opened it, and saw Hu Jingwo standing outside, cold and shivering. What's wrong? Su Mei was a bit confused, not sure why Hu Jingwo was knocking in the middle of the night. Hu Jingwo squeezed into her room beside her, his voice cold with frost. Nothing much, just came back to sleep. Seeing him start to turn down the blankets, Su Mei looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect Hu Jingwo to come in and sleep in this room voluntarily. But after she closed the door and saw his soaked clothes and how he was trembling from the cold, she seemed to understand a little more. This man is probably so cold that he's about to lose feeling. Instead of finding a warm place to sleep, he stays outside in the cold. That's either foolish or just plain silly. Where did you go? How did it end up like this?
Su Mei asked.
Hu Jingwo, holding a quilt, replied, on a mission. When she saw Hu Jingwo holding the quilt, his hands were trembling badly. Su Mei quickly went over and took the quilt from him. She said, stop sleeping on the ground. Come up to the bed. No need, Hu Jingwo said, reaching out to take the quilt back. But Su Mei dodged him. If I tell you to sleep, then sleep. Don't worry, I won't sleep with you. I'll sleep on the ground. I didn't mean that, Hu Jingwo said, still trying to reach for the quilt. Su Mei simply pushed him toward the bed. She pushed him to the edge of the bed and was about to push him down when Hu Jingwo suddenly turned around and grabbed Su Mei's hand tightly. Don't push. My clothes are wet. I'll sleep up there, and the whole bed will get wet. His rough hands were freezing cold. Su Mei touched Hu Jingwo's clothes again, noticing the water had frozen into ice. She didn't say anything else. She turned and left the room quickly, bringing in a basin for bathing. She poured all the hot water from the 2 thermos bottles into the basin, then added half a bucket of cold water to adjust the temperature. She also found a set of clothes from the cabinet and placed them on the bed. Then she went to call Hu Jingwo, who had been standing at the edge of the bed trembling. Hurry up and take off your wet clothes. Wash yourself in the basin. If you keep freezing like this, you'll get sick. Thank you, Hu Jiangwo said, looking at the steaming hot water in the basin and the new clothes she found. His throat moved slightly. He reached out to unbutton his clothes, but only managed a few buttons before his hands started trembling uncontrollably. Su Mei was about to leave after speaking, but when she saw his movements, she paused, hesitated, then stepped forward and gently extended her soft, plump finger. No need, Hu Jiangwo tried to avoid her. But Su Mei grabbed his collar firmly. Don't move. I'm just going to help you unbutton. I won't do anything else. Hu Jiangwo, if you keep staying so cold, you might get hypothermia. Hearing this, Hu Jiangwo stopped moving. He watched her plump fingers slowly unbutton his military coat. Then her fingers moved to his shirt, unbuttoning from his Adam's apple downward. His Adam's apple was very attractive, and he kept swallowing nervously. Under his shirt, his chest muscles were firm and well-shaped. His waist was just the right size, looking strong and powerful with a perfect body. Although Su Mei was trying to help kindly, her fingers trembled slightly as she unbuttoned the shirt. There was still one more button sewn onto the pants. Su Mei, lost in thought, unexpectedly unbuttoned it. At that moment, Gu Jiangwa felt as if his world had stopped. Today, his belt had come loose during his task, and it had tied someone up. After the button was undone, his pants suddenly fell straight down, revealing white underwear inside. Su Mei, Gu Jiangwa called her in a deep, calm voice. Startled, Su Mei hurriedly replied, It's okay now. You should wash up quickly. After speaking, Su Mei hurriedly ran away. Her chubby back looked surprisingly gentle in the dim light for the first time. After she left, she locked the door from outside and called to Gu Jiangwa, Hurry up and wash. Call me when you're done. Okay, came his brief reply from inside. She went to the kitchen to light the fire, thinking about making the bed warmer. She added some water to the pot, remembering the thermos was empty. When Gu Jiangwa finished his bath, she planned to refill it so she could use it to wash her face in the morning. As the water nearly boiled, Su Mei heard the sound of Gu Jiangwa opening the door and pouring water. After pouring the water, Gu Jiangwa came to the door and called out, I'm done. Come in and sleep. Okay, you go ahead and sleep. I'll fill the thermos and then sleep, Su Mei said, adding 2 more pieces of firewood to the stove. Gu Jiangwa turned and left. Su Mei thought he was going to sleep, but he only went back to his room and brought the thermos over. After placing the thermos on the stove, he said to Su Mei, I'll fill the water. You go to sleep. Su Mei was really tired. Seeing Gu Jiangwa insist, she didn't argue. She got up, went to her room, and put Gu Jiangwa's quilt on the ground, then lay down. When Gu Jiangwa finished filling the thermos and returned to his room, he saw Su Mei hugging her quilt, curled up sadly on a small patch of ground in front of the bed. He put down the thermos, closed the door. Do you want me to sleep with you? Yes. Hu Jiangwo stood by the bed, his eyes dark as he looked at Su Mei. He couldn't understand how much a person's change could be. She was still the same person, but her actions had changed completely compared to before. The only reason he could think of was that she was determined to stay by his side, truly willing to change herself and start anew. Such a big change must mean she was sincere. Thinking of her limping in the morning but still insisting on going to work at the clinic, her shivering from the cold, yet getting up to prepare bathwater for him, her under great pressure treating Li Yuan's leg, her clothes and bed sheets washed spotless, and the house cleaned meticulously. All these changes were vivid in his mind. Even if Hu Jiangwo didn't want to pay attention to her, he had to admit that in just a few days, she had become someone he didn't dislike. If her big changes were just to stay close to him, Hu Jiangwo felt that if he still refused her even the slightest chance, it would be too unkind. Whether her change was impulsive or lasting, at least now, Hu Jiangwo felt his desire for divorce had softened. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Mei felt a bit nervous when she saw Hu Jiangwo staring at her. Well, you don't have such a heavy taste, do you? Interested in 200 gene of fat? Ho Jangwo just didn't want Su-mei to sleep on the floor. He didn't expect her to become so alert and cautious. He raised an eyebrow. Weren't you the one who wanted to sleep with me before? Su-mei's expression stiffened. The one who wanted to sleep with him was the original owner, not her. I didn't agree to divorce before, and now that it's happening, I definitely don't want to sleep with you anymore. When she first came here, she had considered living with Ho Jangwo. But now she had discovered that he kept a secret love in his notebook, so naturally, she wanted to keep her distance, far away from him. Hearing Su-mei's words, Jangwo lay expressionless on the other side of the bed and replied softly, "Sleeping and sleeping are different things. I just want to sleep, not to sleep with you." Su-mei asked, "Then why did you carry me up?" Jangwo said, "I called you up, but you didn't come. I'm tired and too lazy to call again." Su-mei said, "But you can't. You can't carry me up. Be quiet and sleep." "I can still sleep for 3 more hours," Jangwo interrupted, turning over and closing his eyes. He didn't tell Su-mei that his thoughts about divorce were already starting to waver. He thought he needed to observe a bit longer. Unbeknownst to him, Su-mei was in a completely different mood. When she first arrived here, she felt confused and was very afraid of divorce, worried she would be sent back to her primitive hometown in the forest. After living in this world for a few days, Su-mei's emotions gradually stabilized. She had slowly accepted the reality of the upcoming divorce and was mentally prepared to divorce Jangwo as soon as everything was settled. Seeing that Jangwo didn't want to say more, Su-mei didn't say anything either. She wrapped herself in the quilt and quickly fell into a deep sleep. That night, the quilt covered her tightly, and Su-mei no longer rolled around casually on the bed. When she woke up the next morning, she found herself still in the same sleeping position as before, and she let out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't jump into the man's arms in the middle of the night. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Jangwo was still sleeping. He was sleeping straight, with long, heavy breaths, looking extremely tired. Su-mei lay on her side, only able to see his profile. His side face was strong and deep, with delicate features like carved sculptures. His thick eyelashes, high nose bridge, and slightly pursed thin lips made him look so handsome that she couldn't look away. Suddenly, Jangwo opened his eyes, startling Su-mei. She hurriedly rubbed her sleepy eyes, pretending she had just woken up, and asked, "What time is it?" Jangwo looked at his watch on his wrist and replied, "It's just past 7:10. "Then we need to get up quickly, or else we'll be late and make the line wait too long," she said. As she spoke, Su-mei moved to the foot of the bed, where her clothes she had dried were placed. After a few days, all her dirty clothes had finally been washed and dried on the bedside. She found a more professional-looking outfit, put it on, and got out of bed. When Su-mei left the room, Jangwo only then got up from the bed. Looking at the clean and tidy house and the warm, calm bed, his long years wandering in the borderlands suddenly filled him with a warm feeling. His wife and children happily sitting together, Jangwo couldn't help but think of a phrase his comrades often mentioned. Everything seemed so natural, yet so unbelievable. After getting out of bed and folding all the quilts, Jangwo finally found a clean set of clothes from his bag of clothes and put them on. When he went out, Su-mei was squatting in the yard brushing her teeth. Jangwo had never seen Su-mei brush her teeth before. Her toothbrush and toothpaste were still the ones he bought when they first came. Not long ago, when he looked for something in her room, he saw her toothbrush cup was covered with a layer of dust. A long time ago, he had scolded her about brushing her teeth. "Your teeth are so dirty and yellow, like the bathroom tiles. You go to others' houses to eat, and everyone finds it disgusting. Can you please pay attention to hygiene? I beg you." At that time, he spoke harshly, but she just felt upset for a while and didn't change at all afterward. Has she finally listened to those harsh words after so long? Actually, his harsh words weren't just because he disliked her. He wanted to provoke her. He once had the idea of changing her. He thought everyone had a sense of shame, and that insults to their dignity would cause some change. But human nature is hard to change. Despite countless advice, scolding, and lessons, she didn't change at all, and eventually he gave up on her. He never expected that now he was completely disillusioned with her, yet she suddenly started to change quickly, just as he hoped. At first, when he noticed Su Mei changing, Jang-woo didn't believe she would really change. Now, seeing this completely different person in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny, wondering what she might become. Because he woke up a bit late today, Jang-woo didn't make breakfast. After washing up with Su Mei, they headed to the military district, planning to have breakfast at the canteen. They still walked one behind the other, just like yesterday. Jang-woo led, and Su Mei followed behind, stepping in his footprints. When they reached the clinic entrance, there were already many people waiting outside. Seeing the long line outside, Su Mei felt embarrassed to go to the canteen for breakfast and could only tell Jang-woo, "You go ahead and eat. I won't eat today." Jang-woo looked back at Su Mei without saying anything and then walked alone toward the cafeteria. Seeing that Jang-woo had left, Su Mei quickly went to the clinic door and asked the soldier at the front of the line to open the door for her. Once inside, she didn't even have time to warm up before being called for her appointment. About 20 minutes later, Jang-woo carried a basket into the clinic. He placed the basket on the table, took out 2 buns and a bowl of soy milk packed in a lunchbox, and handed them to Su Mei. Then Jang-woo held the basket and went into the lounge. When she saw smoke rising from inside, Su Mei realized he was burning fire in a pit inside. Throughout the whole time, Jang-woo didn't say a word. After lighting the fire, he hurriedly left. But he left behind a warm feeling in the room. Holding the hot soy milk, Su Mei blew on it and took a sip. She felt that Jang-woo seemed to be nicer to her now. This morning, there weren't as many patients as the day before. Probably because it was the first day after opening, so the clinic was very busy. To see more people, Su Mei sped up her work. By 11:30, there were no more people waiting outside. There was half an hour before lunch, so Su Mei got up and moved around inside the room for a while before going into the lounge. She glanced at the basket Jang-woo carried, which was filled with wood shavings and half a basket of dark coal balls. The lounge was warm and cozy. Su Mei used tongs to open the fire in the stove and saw that the charcoal inside was glowing red. To keep the fire burning, she picked out a few more pieces of coal and added them in. After tending the fire, she lay on the sofa to rest. 20 minutes passed quickly. Su Mei, tired, got up from the sofa, ready to go to the cafeteria for lunch. When she left the lounge, entered the clinic, and was about to open the door to go out, she saw Jang-woo appear at the door, blowing warm air from his mouth. Was he here to invite her to eat together? Su Mei was thinking this when she heard Jang-woo say, "Let's go. Time to eat." Although she didn't know why Jang-woo came to ask her to eat together, she obediently followed him. They arrived early and quickly got their food. The curious looks in the dining hall are no longer as many as yesterday. Clearly, no matter how strange the scene, after looking a few times, everyone will stop being surprised. However, there are still some whispers among the crowd. Is that Major S' wife? I heard she has a bad reputation in the military housing area, often doing sneaky things. That can't be true. She's a doctor. Recently, her clinic has been open, and she's the one treating patients. How could her conduct be so bad? Rumors are not always true. I think Mrs. Su is very kind. Yesterday, I went to see a wart, and she didn't mind my bad smell at all. She carefully helped me pick it out. Hey, stop bothering me while I eat. Are you disgusting? Su Mei listened to these comments without avoiding the conversation. She sat with her head down, eating quietly, her neck tucked into her clothes. Being the topic of gossip made her feel very uncomfortable. She hurried to finish her meal, wanting to leave quickly, when suddenly 2 trays were placed beside her and Jang-woo. It was Xiaogang and Du Lei sitting down again. Commander, Xiaogang and Du Lei both greeted Jang-woo at the same time. Then only Xiaogang called out to Su Mei, sister-in-law. After Xiaogang finished calling her, Du Lei shot him a sharp look, as if blaming him for using such a familiar term for Su Mei. The scene was almost the same as the day before, except that today Jang-woo's plate still had some food left. He deliberately ate very slowly, watching Su Mei's actions carefully. Suddenly, He noticed she was eating more slowly, very different from her usual hurried eating. Every bite, she chewed carefully. Even though she seemed to be trying to eat faster, she still chewed each mouthful many times before swallowing. It was very strange. Even if she wanted to change herself, she wouldn't completely abandon many years of her habits. Since Jangwoo started paying attention to Su-mei, he sometimes had the illusion that the woman beside him was a completely different person. But this feeling usually disappeared quickly. Most of the time, Jangwoo still felt that this woman was trying her best to stay by his side. He had been observing Su-mei closely, so he didn't notice Du-lei sitting nearby, glaring at her with hostility and disgust. Du-lei was eating while giving Su-mei a look of disdain. Originally, Su-mei felt uncomfortable being disliked by those around her. Now, someone sitting diagonally across from her was glaring at her unfavorably, constantly frowning and making faces. This completely ruined Su-mei's mood while eating. She looked at the remaining rice on her plate, suddenly stood up, turned around, and went to sit alone at the back table. The person sitting opposite, Hwa Jangwoo, was watching her with confusion, but the person in front of him suddenly changed seats, which made Hwa Jangwoo feel very puzzled. What's wrong with her? Hwa Jangwoo looked at Xiaogang, who was sitting diagonally across, feeling a bit confused. Xiaogang didn't dare speak, and could only look up at Du-lei. Although Hwa Jangwoo didn't know about the argument between Du-lei and Su-mei, he could tell from Xiaogang's expression that Su-mei had stood up, and it was related to Du-lei. But when he turned to look at Du-lei, he saw that Du-lei was just quietly eating his meal. Still curious, Hwa Jangwoo also stood up with his tray, walked over, and sat opposite Su-mei, asking her, "Why did you suddenly change seats?" "That table was disgusting," Su-mei replied without looking up, feeding herself rice. Since the two tables were close, Du-lei sitting in front of her heard her clearly. After hearing Su-mei, Du-lei suddenly slammed his chopsticks onto the table and stood up, loudly questioning her from behind. "Who do you think is disgusting?" His loud voice attracted everyone's attention in the cafeteria. Hwa Jangwoo looked at Du-lei, put down his chopsticks, and said coldly, "Stop shouting, sit down." "I won't sit," Du-lei said angrily, "Instructor. You should ask Su-mei to explain. Who did she say is disgusting? Before I came to the border, my face wasn't like this. I was guarding the border, going through wind and rain, and my face was damaged by the environment, so it looks like this." Du-lei was trembling with anger as he said, "I bleed and sweat for the country, and this is what I look like now." She said, "I am disgusting." What does she mean by that? Hearing Du-lei's words, Hwa Jangwoo's first reaction was anger. He couldn't accept anyone mocking soldiers guarding the border for any reason. But just as he was about to get angry, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. Su-mei being falsely accused of stealing vegetables, and him believing others' words to label her. At that time, when he confronted her, her back was so cold when she turned and left. When he apologized to her, Hwa Jangwoo reminded himself that he must never again judge something hastily based on prejudice. So, he quickly suppressed his anger inside and calmly asked the woman opposite him, "What are you feeling disgusted about?" "I'm disgusted with him, not his face." Su-mei openly expressed her dislike for Du-lei and then asked Hwa Jangwoo, "If someone clearly hates you but keeps coming close to you and giving you angry looks, do you think that's disgusting? Are you having a conflict with Du-lei?" Hwa Jangwoo didn't know what happened after he left yesterday, but he could guess that Su-mei had a problem with Du-lei long before. Since Su-mei had a mouth, she would definitely tell the truth when asked. "After you left yesterday, he publicly called me a fool who doesn't deserve you. I called him ugly in return, but that was just a quick retort. He insulted me first, and I'm not mute, so I had to reply back. Who knew he was so fragile? When he couldn't win the argument, he just broke down." What does broke down mean? Hwa Jangwoo didn't understand, but he understood what Su-mei meant. She implied that Du-lei was the one who provoked her first, and was now falsely accusing her. Hwa Jangwoo looked at Du-lei, and then turned his gaze to Xiaogang, who was quietly eating. "Xiaogang, you tell us, what exactly happened yesterday?" Xiaogang, feeling pressured, reluctantly put down his large chicken leg. Under Hwa Jangwoo's intense tone, he slowly stood up. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. It was hard for him to speak honestly. If he told the truth, he would betray his comrade. If he lied, it would go against his conscience. Although Su Mei had a bad reputation, Xiaogang thought that since there was no direct conflict, Du Lei was at fault for provoking trouble first. About yesterday, it was like this. Xiaogang looked uncomfortable and hesitated before speaking slowly. Before he could say much, Du Lei interrupted forcefully. Enough, Xiaogang. You don't need to make things difficult. I admit what I did. I have nothing to hide. I didn't lie. She's as stupid as a pig and doesn't deserve to be with the leader. I'm just telling the truth. She used underhanded methods to force the leader to marry her, then repaid kindness with betrayal. Is there anything wrong with saying that? What underhanded methods? Su Mei wasn't married to Leader Ho because her parents arranged it with matchmakers and all. Someone who liked to watch the drama immediately asked. Few people in the military knew the real reason Ho Jiangwo married Su Mei. Only some colleagues close to him knew the truth. When someone asked about this matter, Du Lei immediately wanted to reveal everything. He had been holding back this anger for a long time on behalf of Hu Jiangwo. There's no need for parental arrangements or matchmakers. It's all because Su Mei fell behind. Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo suddenly called out Du Lei's name coldly and loudly scolded him. Enough. After he stopped Du Lei, Hu Jiangwo looked around at the people watching the scene. What are you all looking at? If you're so bored, leave your names and numbers here. If you're really that free, I'll find you something to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed quickly. Some soldiers, still eating, sat down with their bowls and moved elsewhere, afraid that Hu Jiangwo would really investigate and cause trouble for them.
Captain, why didn't you let me speak?
Du Lei was clearly anxious. When he called Hu Jiangwo, he suddenly used the nickname he had used for many years. He asked Hu Jiangwo, people like Su Mei should be known to everyone for who she really is. I don't understand why you keep tolerating her. If she had even a little good quality, I wouldn't speak harshly to her. She's irresponsible herself, so what right does she have to call me disgusting? Throughout Du Lei's words, Hu Jiangwo kept staring into his eyes without saying a word. He stared at Du Lei for a full minute, making Du Lei feel nervous. Captain, why aren't you saying anything? Are you finished? Hu Jiangwo asked in a deep voice. Du Lei felt that Hu Jiangwo's expression was a bit strange. He hesitated and nodded. Yes, I'm finished. Good. Now, it's my turn to speak. First, I want to ask you, what position are you standing on to criticize my marriage? My parents have no objections, and I've already married her. Why do you have such a strong opinion? Du Lei wanted to explain, but Hu Jiangwo interrupted him. Now it's my turn. Be quiet. I'll ask you again. Why can you call her a fool to her face, but she can't call you ugly?
Je suis my mute.
When others insult her, she can only listen obediently. Are you sick? Or is she sick? Also, if you dislike her, then stay away from her. Why do you keep getting close to her? If you don't get along, don't say a word. If you dislike her but still go near her, isn't it your fault? Du Lei felt very wronged after being questioned like that. I'm sitting here not because I want to sit with you. I don't want to interfere in your marriage. I just think you deserve someone better, at least someone like Ying Lan, who truly matches you. How can she be the right one? Matching or not matching you? Does that matter? Ho Jiangwo said seriously. If you find a wife in the future and others say you have a face full of sores and don't deserve a girl, what will you think? I know my limits. I don't plan to find a partner, Du Lei said, looking down sadly. His sores looked worse than yesterday, and the itching made him restless. Hu Jiangwo sighed upon hearing this. I don't care if you find a partner or not, but I am already married to Su Mei. No matter why we got together or what our relationship is, it's our private matter. Outsiders have no right to criticize or insult us. If you started by picking on her flaws to provoke her, then it's your fault. You need to apologize to her. When he said this, not only Du Lei but also Su Mei was very surprised. In fact, from the moment Hu Jiangwo started defending Su Mei, she found it very strange. She had been listening quietly and hadn't spoken a word. It seemed her morning feeling was right. Hu Jiangwo's attitude towards her had indeed changed. In an unprecedented move, he was actually defending her? Just as Su-mei was feeling confused and surprised, Hwo Jang-woo suddenly raised his voice sharply, startling her. I said, you need to apologize to her. Please support, urge updates, leave comments, and energize with love. Yes, right is right, wrong is wrong. Hwo Jang-woo is a very upright person. Sometimes this uprightness is a bad thing, but sometimes it's good. Like now, he believes Du-lei did something wrong, so Du-lei should apologize. He won't just smooth things over because of their relationship and let the matter pass in a muddle. He looked serious, with a commanding gaze that left no room for refusal. That low growl snapped Du-lei out of disbelief. He looked at Hwo Jang-woo for a long time, and seeing him still watching, he reluctantly turned to Su-mei. I'm sorry. Hwo Jang-woo looked at Su-mei and asked, are you no longer feeling sick? Hee. Su-mei had finished her last bit of food and turned to walk toward the sink. She wasn't that forgiving. Could a simple, reluctant apology really dismiss her feelings? Even the most patient person would get angry after repeated provocations, especially since Su-mei already had a bad temper. Hwo Jang-woo saw Su-mei leave, quickly cleaned up the remaining food, and then stood up to follow her. As he passed by Du-lei, he paused briefly and whispered, no one is perfect. Su-mei used to have a bad reputation, but she's changing, and that's good. As long as she's still with me, she's my wife. As a brother, I hope you will respect her. Hwo Jang-woo didn't want Su-mei to know about his change of attitude because he was afraid she might get too proud and revert to her old self. But he still shared this thought with Du-lei. He himself felt that Su-mei wasn't as annoying as before, so he didn't need his brother to defend him. I'll avoid her in the future. Du-lei still didn't approve of Su-mei, but at least he promised not to provoke her again. With that, Hwo Jang-woo carried his plate and caught up with Su-mei. Seeing them walk away, Xiaogang sighed and shook his head. This is a done deal. The team leader has been married to her for 3 years. Why do you have to cause trouble and make everyone unhappy? I'm just upset. If it weren't for this woman interfering, I would be living in the military housing with the team leader. The one who should be with him is Lan, Du-lei said fiercely.
Xiaogang looked at Du-lei deeply.
If you like Lan, just pursue her yourself. Why keep bringing her up with the team leader? Who said I like her?
Du-lei quickly denied.
Lan likes the team leader, you know that. After she was injured and discharged, she could have stayed in the military as a military wife, but it's all because of Su-mei. Do you know how much she doesn't want to leave? Xiaogang asked, are you so sure that without Su-mei, the team leader would marry Lan? Du-lei replied, of course he would. Xiaogang said, I'm not so sure. Su-mei just placed her plate in the sink and rolled up her sleeves to start washing when Hwo Jang-woo was about to do the same. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw it was Liang Yue calling him, so he had to set the plate aside and walk over to Liang Yue. Soon, Su-mei finished washing her plate. She glanced at Hwo Jang-woo, who was sitting in the distance talking to someone else. She thought about how Hwo Jang-woo had helped her light the fire again today and defended her by speaking up for her. She bit her lip and decided to also wash Hwo Jang-woo's bowl along with her own. Hwo Jang-woo didn't say much to Liang Yue before standing up. His face looked dark as he got up, but his expression softened slightly after he saw Su-mei also washing his plate at the sink. After returning the plates, Hwo Jang-woo and Su-mei left the cafeteria together. As they walked toward the clinic, Hwo Jang-woo spoke. The man who just talked to me is Liang Yue. Do you know him? Yes, Su-mei replied, searching her memory before recognizing him. He's Zhao Ying's husband.
What does he want from you?
Su-mei thought that since Hwo Jang-woo brought up this person voluntarily, it must be because he had heard something related to her. Sure enough, after she asked, Hwo Jang-woo said, he came to find me about Teacher Zhao. What happened to Teacher Zhao?
Su-mei asked.
Hwo Jang-woo blew warm air into his hands and rubbed them as he answered. Liang Yue came to me because of the matter with Xiaoying. He also found out about her trying to frame you. She became a teacher at the school because Director Liu recommended her. When Director Liu found out about her false accusations, he was very angry. He felt he shouldn't have recommended someone with such bad character to be a teacher and mislead students. Director Liu said that once the snow melts, he will go to the school to revoke his recommendation. Liang Yue came to ask me to persuade Director Liu to forgive Zhaoing this time. How can I persuade him? Why should I go persuade him? Su Mei said, feeling confused. You have to persuade him. Hu Zhengwo looked at Su Mei and continued. Liang Yue said Zhaoing is in a bad state. If she loses her teaching position, she might also report some of your past actions to the military group. Is this a threat? Su Mei sneered. If she reports me, let her. Anyway, I've already paid back the money for what I took, so it's not theft, and I won't go to jail. What if she reports me? It's just being kicked out of the family compound. I was planning to divorce you and leave here anyway. I don't care about her. Hu Zhengwo. Don't you want to stay? After a moment of silence, Hu Zhengwo asked Su Mei again. At this moment, the two of them had already reached the clinic entrance. Su Mei pushed open the door and walked inside while replying to him. Just because I want to stay doesn't mean I can stay. If you really want to stay, it's not impossible. He Jianguo pushed aside the curtain and followed Su Mei inside.
Su Mei paused, surprised.
She was about to go into the lounge, but suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at He Jianguo with curiosity. What do you mean? It means what you heard. If you want to stay here, He Jianguo wanted to say that if Su Mei truly wanted to stay, he was willing to give her a chance to see. But before he finished speaking, Su Mei suddenly interrupted him. Is this the favor you're offering me?
What?
He Jianguo didn't understand what Su Mei meant. Su Mei sneered coldly. I want to speak well for Zhaoing to keep her job. You give me a favor, let me stay. Is that what you mean? That's not right. He Jianguo was amused by Su Mei's reaction. I'm not so close to Zhaoing that I would sacrifice my lifelong happiness just to save her job. I simply want to tell you that if you want to stay, you can stay. Su Mei listened and realized that was true. She had jumped to conclusions earlier, which was normal. But she had no intention of staying. Forget it. Forcing a melon to be sweet doesn't work. I've also realized that He Jianguo, our forced marriage is really pointless. Once the snow melts, I'll leave. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. I don't feel it's difficult, He Jianguo said sincerely. Since I married you, I should be responsible for you. If you hadn't done such excessive things, I wouldn't have divorced you. I've seen your changes. You've done so much to stay by my side, so I've thought about it and decided to give you another chance. He Jianguo finally expressed his true feelings. Su Mei didn't react strongly to these words. She remembered the photo in He Jianguo's notebook and shook her head at him. Let's forget it. It's better if we part ways, go back to our own homes, and find our own mothers. After speaking, Su Mei turned and walked into the lounge, curling up on the warm sofa. He Jianguo was momentarily confused by her reaction. In his view, if she knew he agreed for her to stay, she should be happy and excited. He didn't even dare to speak out, fearing she would reveal her true feelings. Surprisingly, her reaction was very calm, and she refused him without even thinking.
Why?
Zhengwo followed her, leaning against the door of the lounge, looking at Su Mei. She had made so many changes. Was it just to stay? Su Mei turned to look at Zhengwo. This man was truly handsome. Just standing there, he was a captivating sight. If she hadn't seen that photo in the notebook and discovered that Zhengwo still had a kind heart, she might have been happy that he wanted to stay with her. But after seeing the photo, she felt nothing. She didn't want to delay others, nor did she want to be with a man who already loved someone else. She was so excellent. After losing weight, becoming richer and more beautiful, wasn't it better to find a handsome man who truly loved her? Why cling to Zhengwo? She thought for a moment and said, No reason, I just don't want it anymore. I've hit this wall enough times. I regret it and see clearly now love that is one-sided won't have a good ending. If I could do it all over again, Zhengwo, I definitely wouldn't choose you. This was what Su Mei said on behalf of the original owner. The original owner was quite pitiful too. If she hadn't desperately insisted on marrying Zhengwo, she might still be the beloved, chubby princess favored by her grandfather and brothers. She wondered if, at the moment of her soul leaving her body, she regretted following Zhengwo here and dying in this unfamiliar land, with no one to turn to. Are you sure you want to leave? Jang Wo's voice was a bit muffled, as if he was speaking with difficulty.
Sumei nodded.
I'm sure. Let's leave. Okay. Jang Wo only replied with one word. He wanted to give Su-mei a chance. If she didn't want it, he wouldn't force her. After saying this, he turned and left the clinic. For some reason, he felt an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. Did a woman like Su-mei have anything worth holding on to? He remembered her chubby hands helping him undo buttons last night and couldn't help but think, perhaps there was still something. This morning, he even thought about his wife and children, warm at home. After Jang Wo left, Su-mei, like a lazy, fat cat, curled up on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Her breathing blended with the surrounding environment, as if she had entered another world. When she woke up from her sleep, she found herself sweating all over, as if she had just experienced a vivid dream. In her dream, she returned to the modern world. She watched her body being taken into the cremation chamber at the funeral home, with many patients and colleagues attending her funeral. As an orphan, she seemed not to be alone in her departure. She looked up at the clock on the wall. It was already 1:40, well past her usual work hours. Surprisingly, no one outside the clinic was knocking or calling her to wake up. She felt a little surprised. Su-mei got up and went to the furnace, adding a few pieces of coal. The fire immediately ignited, and the warm glow lit up the room, seeming to warm her heart in an instant. She was still thinking about the dream, wondering if so many people really attended her funeral. After stretching lazily, she went outside to take a look. There was no long line of patients waiting, not even one person waiting to see the doctor. This made Su-mei feel strange. She wasn't sure if it was because there were usually few patients or because it was still early in the day and no one had come yet. After waiting for a while, a few people came to buy medicine one after another, and Su-mei confirmed that there really weren't many patients in the afternoon. She thought maybe yesterday's crowd was because the clinic had been closed for a long time, so many patients had gathered. Today, since there were fewer people, she wanted to handle some personal matters. Since crossing over, Su-mei had noticed that her body was very damp and needed traditional Chinese medicine to remove moisture. She also wanted to add herbs to help her lose weight and improve her skin. After all, carrying this overweight body was not only unattractive but also unhealthy. She often gasped after walking a few steps, making it inconvenient to do things. Her large, chubby hands couldn't even handle a scalpel skillfully, so she knew she needed to lose weight quickly. She disliked slow weight loss through fasting and yoga, so she decided to combine herbal medicine to work on both at once. After preparing the herbs, Su-mei found a clay jar in the resting room. She put the herbs inside, added some water, and placed the jar on the stove to simmer. Soon, the smell of the herbs filled the entire room. When there were many patients, Su-mei was busy, but now that it was quieter, she felt a bit bored. Bored, she took out a medical book from the cabinet, hoping to pass the time by reading. However, with her knowledge of modern medicine, she found that the medical book's content was incomplete and needed many corrections and additions. Anyway, since she was free, she looked at her book for a while, then took out a pen and slowly filled in the missing parts. After a while, the herbal medicine was ready. Su-mei put down her medical book and took the lunchbox that Guo Jiangua had brought her in the morning. She poured the medicine from the clay jar into the lunchbox. A strong medicinal smell filled the air. Although the taste of the medicine was a bit bitter, Su-mei drank half a box of it without hesitation to lose weight quickly. As the saying goes, only by enduring hardship can one become superior. She was determined to lose weight. Throughout the afternoon, only a few people came for treatment. Near the end of her shift, the consultation room was empty except for Su-mei. It was so boring that she couldn't help but doze off in her office chair. It wasn't until Guo Jiangua called her to eat that Su-mei yawned and stood up, saying to him, "It turns out it's not busy here. Not many people come in the afternoon, so this salary is pretty good." Guo Jiangua initially felt a bit annoyed and didn't want to talk, but since Su-mei started a conversation, he replied, "You're overthinking. Tomorrow morning is the big health inspection, and today we're doing a deep clean, so many people didn't come."
Oh, okay, Su-mei replied, a bit surprised.
It turned out she was overthinking. She tidied up the consultation room and then followed Guo Jiangua to the cafeteria. After getting her meal, Su-mei normally divided her rice with Guo Jiangua, giving him half. After eating, they went home together, walking in silence. Su-mei felt that Guo Jiangua had returned to his previous cold attitude, seeming reluctant to talk to her. She thought he must have some worries, so she didn't approach him, feeling a bit disappointed. Su-mei walked along the path, feeling an inexplicable unease deep inside her.
Howl.
Suddenly, a wolf's cry echoed in her ears. She shivered with fear and quickly looked back. Huo Jiangwo heard the sound, stopped walking, and looked back, his face turning serious. Huo Jiangwo? Su-mei asked cautiously, "Did you just hear that?" Huo Jiangwo's expression was very serious as he nodded. "Yes, I heard it. It was a wolf howl." "Is it really a wolf?" Su-mei asked nervously. As she turned her head to look around, a pure white wolf proudly stepped out from the forest in front of them. It shook its body, shedding snow all over itself. Earlier, Su-mei remembered Xie Li mentioning that wolves might be nearby. She didn't expect her luck to be so bad. She had only taken this path twice and already encountered a wolf. She was so scared she trembled all over, curling up tightly and not daring to breathe loudly. A chilling cold ran down her spine to her head, making her feel dizzy for a moment. What should I do?" Su-mei asked nervously. "Don't be afraid. I am here," Huo Jiangwo said calmly, his voice carrying a kind of hypnotic charm. "But it looks so fierce." Su-mei's voice trembled. "Don't worry, I will protect you," Huo Jiangwo replied. Before he finished speaking, the all-white big wolf slowly approached them, its sharp claws glinting in the air. Su-mei was terrified and screamed, hiding behind Huo Jiangwo, not daring to lift her head. Huo Jiangwo pulled out his gun and fired a shot into the sky. This shot was meant to scare the wolf and also to send a distress signal to the nearby military camp. Wolves are social animals, and Huo Jiangwo didn't dare to attack recklessly, afraid of attracting more wolves. The loud gunshot startled the wolf, which cautiously retreated several steps. "Slowly back up. It's okay. There's a minefield at the foot of the mountain, designed for these wolves. It's only about 100 meters away. We retreat there and lure the wolf pack into it." "A minefield? Won't it explode and hurt us?" Su-mei asked cautiously as she backed away. Huo Jiangwo replied, "You'll see." The path behind them was flat and wide, not yet entering the mountain trail, so they didn't need to worry about wolves attacking from behind. The white wolf saw the two people retreating and tentatively started to walk toward them.
Howl.
Suddenly, the white wolf barked again. The forest echoed with the sound of footsteps, and Huo Jiangwa's face changed again. "Not good, it's calling the wolf pack." As soon as he finished speaking, a few wolves emerged from the woods. These wolves, unable to find food in the cold weather, were very hungry. Their eyes glowed green as they greedily stared at Huo Jiangwa and Su-mei, like they were looking at delicious food. "Huo Jiangwa, maybe you should run. I have a thick body, enough for them to eat."
Woohoo.
Su-mei wasn't brave. She thought her chubby size made it impossible to run. Better for one to die than for both. Hearing this, Huo Jiangwa understood that she didn't want him to die. She was willing to sacrifice herself to feed the wolves so he could have a chance to survive. Suddenly, Huo Jiangwa felt very heavy-hearted. He thought Su-mei might have many flaws, but her feelings for him were real. From the moment she married him with tricks to now, she had always been full of him in her heart. Her willingness to divorce him was probably just her way of saying she didn't want him to be troubled anymore. "Su-mei, don't worry. Even if I risk my life, I will protect you." After speaking, Huo Jiangwa raised his gun and shot at the first white wolf that came out. The bullet hit its head, bursting its brains, and the wolf fell straight to the ground. With the alpha wolf dead, all the wolves stopped and howled at the sky. At this moment, Huo Jiangwa grabbed Su-mei's hand and said, "Quickly run.
They are mourning now.
Once the mourning ends, they will attack together to avenge the alpha wolf." Even if they had to run, it was very dangerous to face the wolf pack and quickly retreat, exposing their backs to predators. The two of them retreated quickly and soon reached a small dirt hill. Hu Jiangwa told Su Mei to stop there. "Go down from here and leave the road," Hu Jiangwa said. Su Mei looked back and saw a large wooden board hanging below the hill, with 5 bright characters written on it. Entrance to the minefield. Entrance? Su Mei looked down and understood why Hu Jiangwa said she would understand once she saw it. Below the hill was an open space, with a fenced area in the middle. The enclosed area was free of landmines. The entrance leads directly into the central area, which is surrounded by landmines arranged in a ring. As long as someone enters the middle zone and closes the iron gate behind them, wolves attacking from any direction will be injured by the blasts. The downhill area is covered in snow. Su Mei sat down directly and pushed off, sliding toward the bottom. When she reached a flat spot near the gate, she prepared to climb up and go inside. Hu Jiangwo had already run down the. After getting up from the ground, Su Mei quickly tried to run inside, but her foot suddenly slipped, causing her to fall flat on her back. It wasn't just carelessness. Her heavy body was too clumsy, making it hard to move quickly, especially on the icy snow. Her fall blocked Hu Jiangwo at the entrance. The most dangerous part was that the wolf pack had appeared on the steep above and was howling loudly as they charged toward the two people. Seeing them about to be overwhelmed, Hu Jiangwo suddenly drew a dagger from his belt and charged at the wolves. The dagger was sharp, slicing the throats of several wolves and temporarily stopping their attack.
"Run!"
Hu Jiangwo shouted loudly. Su Mei managed to get up and stumbled toward a safe area. The injured wolves became even more aggressive and lunged at Hu Jiangwo. He fired 2 shots nearby, then took the chance to turn around and run back. He jumped up, grabbed the rope hanging above the entrance with a wooden sign, and swung into the minefield area. The wolves saw him jump sideways and instinctively chased after him, lunging at him. Hu Jiangwo successfully swung into the open space, but the wolves missed their footing and stepped on buried landmines in the snow. The mines exploded as their bodies were propelled into the air, blowing several wolves to pieces. The wolves, being clever, saw the first few explode and immediately stopped. However, Hu Jiangwo was in trouble too. He was too close to the mines when they detonated, and the blast wave threw him into the snow. Seeing Hu Jiangwo in bad shape, Su Mei was worried the wolves might realize and come through the entrance. She immediately crawled and rolled her way to the door, quickly closing and tying it shut. Then she turned to look at Hu Jiangwo on the ground. He was lying face down, blood all over his face, with wounds torn by the wolves on his legs and arms. Hu Jiangwo struggled to lift his head and glanced at Su Mei. He heard the neat footsteps above and knew that help had arrived. Suddenly, he smiled. "I said I would protect you completely." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Jiangwo fainted. His sharp face hit the snow heavily, and the snow around him was stained bright red with the blood from his face. "Hu Jiangwo!" Su Mei shouted involuntarily when she saw him collapse. She knelt down, gently holding his head and placing it on her lap. Looking at the wound on his face caused by a piece of shrapnel and thinking about the last words he said before losing consciousness, Su Mei felt her heart tremble. No one had ever promised to protect her before. In the orphanage, she was the big sister, independent and aloof. The other children called her troublemaker, and no one liked her. This was the first time someone told her, "I am here for you," and promised to protect her. It was also the first time someone had stepped forward without hesitation to shield her from danger. Su Mei knew that even if she hadn't traveled here, given Hu Jiangwo's personality, he would have risked everything to save her, even if it meant sacrificing himself, even if the person with her was the original owner. But despite all this, Su Mei's heart couldn't help but feel a helpless, touching warmth. She appeared capable and strong, a cold female doctor who could handle surgery alone. But no one knew that beneath her calm exterior, she secretly kept a fragile, lonely heart. When she first traveled here and found out the original owner had a husband, her first reaction wasn't to divorce, but to eagerly want to take over the original owner's marriage. Not just because she didn't want to return to that primitive, forest-like countryside. There was another reason. Deep inside, she also longed to have her own little home. Who doesn't crave love and care? Looking at the man lying unconscious on her lap, Su-mei's expression was complicated. Soon, she heard gunfire as soldiers arrived and shot the remaining wolves. Some wounded wolves fled into the woods. The soldiers cut down a stretcher from the mountain and carried Hu Jiangwo back. On the way, listening to their casual chatter, Su-mei learned that wolves usually don't come out of the deep mountains. They only do so when poachers disturb them deep in the jungle, causing them to change their usual activity areas. Although border patrols have been actively fighting poaching, there are always loopholes and strategies that allow poachers to hunt wildlife secretly. During this time, the economy was not fully open and many people had low incomes. As a result, some daring poachers in border areas would sell their stolen game abroad or on the black market to make money. Because there are predators nearby, the military housing area and the route to the military district are filled with landmines to ensure the safety of travelers. If wild animals attack, people can take shelter within the minefield perimeter. Border soldiers are not allowed to hunt actively, but animals that stray into human areas are considered to have come into their own trap. Many soldiers even hope for their appearance because it means a chance to eat meat. Since there are many traps set up, soldiers are usually able to handle small carnivores easily. Only Su-mei, who is quite heavy, could not run fast enough when faced with a wolf pack, which led to Hu Jiangwo getting injured. After bringing Hu Jiangwo home, Su-mei asked Li Yuan to move him from his room back to his own house. Then, the soldiers carried Hu Jiangwo onto the operating table. While in the minefield, Su-mei had already checked Hu Jiangwo's condition. His pulse was steady, indicating he was not seriously injured. His unconsciousness was likely caused by a mild concussion from the shockwave of the grenade explosion. On the way, Hu Jiangwo had already woken up. Now, Su-mei was using tweezers to remove fragments from his face caused by the explosion. The wounds were shallow but numerous, making his face look bloody and torn. The fragments contained gunpowder, so if not treated carefully, scars might form later. After cleaning his wounds, Su-mei opened the bandages on his hands and legs and carefully rewrapped them. Throughout this process, Hu Jiangwo kept staring at Su-mei. Despite his many injuries and the fact that no anesthesia was used, he didn't make a sound. Her intense gaze made Su-mei feel very strange. She finished tying the last knot on his leg wound and then asked him, "Why are you staring at me like that?"
Nothing.
Hu Jiangwo closed his eyes when he heard Su-mei's question. He didn't know how to describe the feelings in his heart. Since he started noticing changes in Su-mei, he couldn't help but keep his eyes on her whenever they were together. He just wanted to observe her. Watching the small and large changes in her, he felt a subtle emotion inside. Thinking that she made these changes just to stay with him, he was repeatedly moved. Naturally, his gaze couldn't help but follow her as she moved. Hu Jiangwo kept guessing that all of Su-mei's changes were for him because, on the morning he suggested divorce, Su-mei had begged him to give her another chance to be a better person. At that time, she promised he would change and assured him she wouldn't make the same mistakes again. Hu Jiangwo had scoffed at her words, unwilling to believe she could make even the smallest change. But now he was beginning to believe in her. Su-mei quickly helped Hu Jiangwo clean all his wounds. As she packed up, she explained, "Although you seem fine now, I still suggest you stay in bed and rest for 2 days. After all, there are no medical instruments here, and I can't be sure what's happening inside your head." After saying that, Su-mei left the room. When she was gone, Hu Jiangwo opened his eyes and looked at the empty room. His gaze flickered briefly, as if he was lost in thought. It was late at night. Since Hu Jiangwo's injury wasn't serious, no one was watching over him in the yard. Only Aunt Wang and Xie Li were there, tending the fire. Seeing Su-mei come out, Aunt Wang immediately stood up and asked, "Su-mei, is Master Hu okay?" "He's fine," Su-mei replied while looking at Aunt Wang. "Didn't I tell you to go to sleep? Why are you still staying here?" Aunt Wang waved her hand and said, "I can't sleep.
I'm worried about you.
Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook something for you?"
I'm not hungry, Su-mei said.
She had been hungry for several days, but it had become a habit. Now, she no longer drooled from hunger like at the beginning. If she wasn't hungry, she didn't need to eat. Usually, she could eat until she was about 3/4 full, but at night, she made sure not to eat anything at all. Knowing that Aunt Wang and Xieli stayed because they were worried about Hu Jiangwo, she explained again. Aunt Wang, Xieli, you both go to sleep. Li Yuan can't move, so he needs your care. Hu Jiangwo only has some minor cuts and bruises, and he can move freely. Rest assured. After repeatedly emphasizing that Hu Jiangwo was fine, Aunt Wang and Xieli went back to the neighboring yard to rest. After seeing them leave, Su-mei locked the yard door. She thought about the wolf she encountered during the day, and to this moment, she still felt uneasy. She was afraid that if she didn't lock the door, small animals might come into the yard at night. Now she finally understood why Mei Mei locked the door from inside when she was alone at home during the day. A woman living alone in this lonely place, where wild animals roam nearby, would indeed feel very unsafe. After locking the door, Su-mei went to the kitchen to boil water. She first boiled a pot of water, then carried a bucket to the bedroom and placed it in the basin. Next, she took another bucket of water, poured it into a large pot, added some firewood, and made the fire bigger. Then she went back to the bedroom to take a shower. When she finished bathing, the water in the pot was boiling. Su-mei filled both thermoses with hot water. After filling the thermoses, she saw some water left in the pot. Thinking that Guo Jianguo was injured and couldn't move easily, she took a large bowl, filled it with water, and brought it to his room. When she pushed open the door, Guo Jianguo was clearly lost in thought. Su-mei didn't look at him and said to herself, "Here's a bowl of water. Put it on the stool beside you. If you're thirsty, just drink from it. I'm going to bed now. If you need anything, just call me." After saying this, Su-mei left. Ever since Guo Jianguo told her during the day that he would protect her, she felt a strange awkwardness when they were together now. She mainly felt that her relationship with Guo Jianguo was very distant. At most, they were just roommates sleeping under the same roof, far from being willing to risk their lives for each other. Although she was touched inside, she still thought Guo Jianguo's act of stepping forward was quite absurd. So, after putting down the bowl, she hurriedly left the room again. Seeing how Su-mei hurried in and out, Guo Jianguo looked at the water on the bench with a vague expression and sighed. He had been sleeping in this cold bed and cold room for a while, and he had already gotten used to it. But tonight, lying here, he suddenly found it hard to fall asleep. He kept recalling the warm, cozy feeling at the bedside. He even felt a bit impulsive inside, wanting to lift the quilt, put on his clothes, and follow her. He was curious about all the changes in Su-mei and really wanted to know, what would she be like tonight? In the middle of the night, Su-mei was awakened by thirst. She poured water for Guo Jianguo, but forgot about herself. In modern times, Su-mei didn't have the habit of drinking water at night. The northern climate was dry, making dehydration common, and sleeping with a heated bed made her even more thirsty. There are 2 thermos flasks inside. Su-mei poured some water from one of the less well-insulated flasks and drank it, which made her dry throat feel better. Since she didn't have a watch, Su-mei didn't know the time. Anyway, she was already awake, so out of responsibility, she decided to check on Guo Jianguo's condition. After all, his injury was partly caused by her. Fortunately, he was cautious and worried she might face danger if she went home alone, so he insisted on accompanying her. Otherwise, she might have already become a wolf cub's droppings. Outside, it was freezing cold with snow and ice. Su-mei shivered as she walked to the next room. She pushed the door open, and Guo Jianguo woke up. He opened his eyes and watched her chubby body quickly slip into the room. "Why are you here so late?" Guo Jianguo asked. Su-mei, blowing on her hands, replied, "Just came to see if you're okay. Don't worry, I have no bad intentions. No matter how tempted I am, I wouldn't hurt a patient." "I didn't mean that." Guo Jianguo looked at her with some displeasure. He clearly showed no ill will towards her. It's just that it's too cold outside. There's no need to get up in the middle of the night. Su-mei nodded and went over to check on him. It was originally just a routine night shift check, but when she looked closer, she noticed something was wrong. Guo Jianguo's face was unusually red. She squinted and reached out to feel his forehead, discovering it was burning hot. "Are you aware you're having a fever?"
Su Mei asked.
Yes, I know. Guijiangua's voice was hoarse. It's nothing. Probably caught a cold yesterday, had a headache all day, and just got a fever tonight. I'll sweat it out and be fine. Why didn't you tell me? Su Mei said as she looked for fever medicine. Luckily, she had prepared some medicine in case Li Yuan had an emergency. Soon, she found a small packet of fever medicine and handed it to Guijiangua. Wait, I'll get you some water, Su Mei said, handing him the medicine before grabbing an empty bowl and heading outside. Guijiangua stopped her. No need, I don't need water to take medicine. He swallowed the medicine directly. Seeing that he took the medicine, Su Mei put the bowl back and asked, Do you have any other discomforts? If you do, you must tell me so it doesn't get worse. Oh, no other problems. The room was a bit cold while sleeping, but it was okay. I had a fever, so lowering my temperature should help, right? When I said this, Guijiangua almost regretted speaking. He felt a little ashamed as he blurted out such a clumsy lie just because he wanted to sleep on the bed. Luckily, Su Mei didn't notice. She thought Guijiangua was serious. You caught a cold and got a fever. You shouldn't be cold again. If you're really cold, go sleep on the bed. Your injury can move and you can get up and walk over.
Huh.
Is that okay? Won't your room be too hot? I have a fever, and sleeping on the bed might not be good, Guijiangua said while trying to get up from the bed, enduring the pain from his wounds on his hand and leg. Seeing this, Su Mei hurried over to help him. It's fine. It's late at night now, and the bed isn't that hot. The temperature is just right. Just go and sleep there. Oh, all right then. Guijiangua nodded expressionlessly, then looked back at the surgical bed with a blank look and said, Actually, if it's a bit cold, it's okay. Sleeping here isn't too bad. Let's go to the bed, Su Mei said, helping Guijiangua out of the room. If you get a high fever again, it could be troublesome. Without proper equipment, we can't be sure if there's any other injury in your head. This time, Guijiangua didn't object. He seemed to agree with Su Mei and nodded seriously. All right, I'll listen to you. Su Mei helped Guijiangua back to his room. His tall arm rested on her shoulder, and his big body leaned slightly against her, like a mountain. When they reached the bed, Guijiangua kicked off his shoes and lay down. Thinking he hadn't washed his feet, Su Mei looked at his socks with some disgust. Although his feet didn't smell bad, she still felt they were unclean. Can you take off your socks before sleeping?
Huh.
Oh, okay. Guijiangua was a bit surprised. He had just laid down but then slowly sat up again, pressing on his injured leg. Was she starting to think he was dirty? In the past, her room. Never mind. Forget about the past. Guijiangua took off his socks. As he hesitated about where to put them, Su Mei dragged a wooden basin for washing feet from the corner and held it out to him, saying, Put them in here. Then she watched as Guijiangua threw his socks into the basin, then disdainfully pushed the basin back under the cabinet. After placing the foot bath basin, she picked up the military coat on the cabinet and climbed onto the bed, wrapping herself up like a cocoon. Good night. She yawned, closed her eyes, and soon curled up under the blanket, breathing softly and steadily. Occasionally, she snored lightly. After sleeping peacefully on the bed, Guijiangua still felt a bit restless. He turned on his side and stared at the army blanket, which looked like a mountain, lost in thought. Later, Guijiangua didn't remember exactly when he fell asleep. The next morning, they were awakened by knocking on the door outside the courtyard. What time is it? Su Mei asked Guijiangua, turning her head after waking up. Guijiangua looked at his watch and replied, 8:30. Actually, Guijiangua had already woken up earlier. His body had a built-in alarm clock and would wake him around 7. But after waking up, he saw that Su Mei was still sleeping soundly, so he didn't wake her. It wasn't until someone knocked on the door outside that Guijiangua yawned and pretended to be just awakened, like Su Mei. Hearing the time Guijiangua mentioned, Su Mei got out of bed and dressed. As she put on her cotton pants, she called out to the person outside the door, Wait a moment, I'll be right there. While she was dressing, Guijiangua also got up. Seeing this, Su Mei said, Don't get up. Just lie down. Everywhere is hurt. Why get up? You probably still have to go to work, right? As she spoke, She went to the bed, checked Huijianguo's forehead temperature, and then touched her own, carefully comparing the difference in temperature. She didn't notice that her coat had one button undone, and when she bent over, part of her rounded belly, covered by an ill-fitting undergarment, was exposed. Luckily, it's not hot anymore, Su Mei said as she got off the bed. After getting down, she looked at Huijianguo strangely and asked, "Strange, it's not hot anymore, but why is your face still a little red? Could it be because you've been in the frontier for a long time, so you have a bit of high-altitude redness?" "Maybe." "Probably," Huijianguo said, glancing awkwardly elsewhere. Su Mei didn't think much of it. She put on her thick coat, buttoned it up, and headed outside. When she reached the door, she found many people waiting outside. There was Aunt Wang inviting the couple to eat, some colleagues bringing food to visit, and the stern-looking senior leader, Chen Yilong. As the nominal wife of Huijianguo, Su Mei diligently greeted people into the yard with a smile. She felt a bit embarrassed inside. There were 3 rooms in the yard, but not a single place suitable for hosting guests, so she could only lead them into her bedroom. Since they came to visit the injured, she thought it was fine for them to talk with Huijianguo inside. Fortunately, the visitors were sensible. When they saw there was no place to sit, they left their condolence gifts, exchanged a few words with Huijianguo, and hurriedly left. Soon, everyone had gone, leaving only Chen Yilong sitting by Huijianguo's bed and on the only sofa in the room. Seeing that everyone had left, Chen Yilong had almost finished chatting with Huijianguo. He suddenly turned to look at Su Mei, who had been standing at the door, and said, "Little Su, you've worked hard these days. Jiangguo is injured, so you should stay at home to take care of him. I'll give you 2 days off so you can rest properly." "Thank you for your concern," Su Mei replied, surprised that Chen Yilong suddenly spoke to her. She paused for a moment, then shook her head. "No need to give me time off."
How can that be?
Chen Yilong was a bit surprised, thinking Su Mei's sense of duty had become so strong. He looked at her with some disapproval. "I think you should rest a bit. You've been here for a couple of days and taking a break is fine. Jiangguo needs you, so there's no rush to go back to work." You misunderstood," Su Mei said apologetically, looking at Chen Yilong. "What I mean is, I don't need time off because I won't be working at the clinic anymore." Although she also wanted to help the soldiers at the border, she truly couldn't handle such dangerous jobs anymore. This time, she faced wolves. Next time, what if she encounters tigers on the road? With her size, a big tiger wouldn't be fully eaten in one bite, but it could chew off her arms or legs. How terrifying would that be? When Chen Yilong heard her words, his face immediately turned cold. "What do you mean you won't work at the clinic anymore?" "Commander, don't blame Su Mei. She was really quite frightened this time. The 2 of us were chased by more than 10 wolves. Surviving was already lucky. She lost her soul from fright, so it's normal to be scared for a while." Seeing Chen Yilong's expression turn cold, Huijianguo quickly spoke up to defend Su Mei. Chen Yilong also realized he had been a bit too emotional. He sighed, calmed his expression, and then said, "Little Su, I don't mean to scold you, but among my tens of thousands of soldiers, I really can't find another doctor. These soldiers suffer so much in winter. In such cold weather, -30 degrees, many soldiers still go out on patrol and guard posts. They freeze and their clothes freeze solid overnight.
Getting sick is common for them.
They even carry medicine for fever and colds at all times. Without a doctor, in an emergency, wouldn't that put their lives at risk? Last time, if it weren't for you, Li Yuan might not have survived his injury. Su Mei, you are the hope for the soldiers to get through this winter." His words were very heavy. Su Mei knew well how hard it was for these border soldiers. Not only from the patients she recently saw, but also from Huijianguo, who knocked on her door the night before, shivering all over, which made her heart sink. How could she not care about them? Actually, she had her own ideas, but she didn't know if Chen Yilong would agree. "Commander, I've thought about this. I believe that treating soldiers doesn't necessarily mean I have to go to the military district every day. We could move the clinic to my house, and 6 soldiers can come to the military housing area to see me." "That's not possible." Chen Yilong immediately rejected Su Mei's suggestion. The discipline in the army is very strict. Besides duty hours, many soldiers are not allowed to enter or leave the camp freely. I think it could work, Hu Jiangui said after thinking for 3 seconds, supporting Su Mei. Special circumstances call for special treatment. Dr. Qin set up the clinic in the camp because he has military status, but Su Mei doesn't. As for discipline, Su Mei doesn't have military status, so coming in and out of the camp daily doesn't follow the rules. Moving the clinic to the military family housing area would also make it easier for nearby families to see a doctor. As for the military district, they could organize and regulate the visits. Hearing Hu Jiangui talk so extensively, Chen Yilong's eyes narrowed. He felt that Hu Jiangui was speaking entirely in favor of Su Mei today. And this guy even lives in that house, which is full of Su Mei's things. It looks like the couple has already moved in together. Just a few days ago, Hu Jiangui said he was thinking clearly and planning to get a divorce. What new change has happened now? In front of Su Mei, Chen Yilong found it difficult to ask He Jiangwo certain questions. After thinking carefully, he realized that He Jiangwo's words made some sense, so he nodded. All right, if you think it's okay, then you take charge of this. You can set the rules for how these soldiers come out to see a doctor. Okay, I will do it. He Jiangwo immediately agreed. Actually, Chen Yilong wasn't really hesitant because he thought the matter was simple. Usually, soldiers coming and going wasn't a problem, but among these 50,000 soldiers, many had signed confidentiality agreements and were part of special units that couldn't contact the outside world. If He Jiangwo arranged for these soldiers to leave the military area for medical visits, he would bear a very heavy responsibility. But He Jiangwo didn't tell Su Mei about this. Naturally, he had his own methods. He not only kept the behind-the-scenes details from Su Mei, but also, as a disciplined person who was strict with himself, his thoughts started to drift in an inappropriate direction, thinking if the clinic was set up in his old room, then maybe he could sleep on the bed from now on? Chen Yilong sat for a while longer before leaving He Jiangwo's yard. After he left, Su Mei picked out some food sent by others and carried it to Wang Ant's house. She told He Jiangwo, "Wang Ant has finished cooking. It's not good for us not to go and eat, so I'll bring her some food. It's a kind of exchange. This way, we're not just eating for free. All right, you go first. I'll come later," He Jiangwo said, about to get up from the bed. Su Mei stopped him. "You should stay lying down. I'll bring you some food after I eat. Even though your injuries aren't serious, the wound is torn and quite severe. Moving around too much might cause it to reopen and bleed." "Oh, okay," He Jiangwo replied, obediently lying back down. He had suffered more serious injuries before, but each time he endured silently, unwilling to tell others about his pain. Usually, he handled minor injuries himself and still went to work the next day. This was the first time someone had taken such careful care of him. The feeling of being loved and cared for was truly wonderful. He watched Su Mei leave the door, and in his own mind, without realizing it, countless hopes and dreams appeared. Next door, Wang has been waiting for Su Mei and Hu Jiangwo to come over for dinner. When she heard footsteps in the yard, she immediately went to the door. Upon seeing what Su Mei was holding, her face quickly turned unhappy. "Su Mei, what are you carrying all these bags for?" "Aunt Wang, we haven't caused you little trouble these days. Everyone is having a hard time. We can't always come here just to eat for free," Su Mei said, trying to go inside. But Aunt Wang stopped her at the door. "No, I don't want these things. You'd better take them back, or I won't let you in. If you won't let me in, then I won't come back," Su Mei said, turning to leave. Seeing this, Aunt Wang hurriedly followed a few steps. "Oh, Su Mei, you've helped us so much. We really can't repay you, and now you're bringing us things. Isn't that embarrassing for my wife? Either you accept the things and I come in for dinner, or I take them back," Su Mei replied. She didn't want to take advantage of Aunt Wang anymore. She added, "Hu Jiangwo has already told the leaders that he plans to open the clinic in our yard. If I keep busy like this, I might need your help again. If you refuse to accept my things, how can I bother you?" "There's nothing to be embarrassed about," Aunt Wang said. She felt that even if Su Mei asked for her life, she would be willing to give it, because Su Mei had saved her son's life. The two argued in the yard. Aunt Wang refused to accept the things, and also refused to let Su Mei leave. She reached out to take the items from Su Mei and send them back. Finally, Su Mei, feeling helpless, changed her approach to persuade Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, can you please not make things difficult for me? Don't you know? My husband, Old Ho, is annoyed if I stay outside eating for free. If you don't accept these things and Old Ho finds out, he'll criticize me for being lazy and taking small advantages. Our relationship has only recently improved. If more trouble happens, he will definitely kick me out. I've worked so hard to change myself, just to avoid being driven away by Ho Jiangwo. Please just accept it. Otherwise, if he gets angry and stops loving me, I'll be back to square one, wasting all my efforts, Su Mei pleaded. I won't accept these things. Then, Commander, Ho won't want you? Aunt Wang looked at Su Mei hesitantly several times. Su Mei saw that her words worked, so she looked more pitiful and said, Yes, so Aunt Wang, please accept this. Otherwise, he really won't want me anymore and I won't be able to live. I'll take it. Don't feel bad, Aunt Wang said, hesitantly accepting the item from Su Mei. Then hurry and eat. This morning, I steamed some buns and cooked a few dishes. You can put the dishes inside the buns. They taste really good. Okay. Su Mei nodded, then turned around and went into Aunt Wang's house. After successfully giving away the item, Su Mei relaxed and took a deep breath. She wasn't used to owing others, and she didn't like mixing personal relationships with money or benefits. No matter how close people are, they should settle accounts clearly. Only by distinguishing between you and me can a relationship last long. Aunt Wang's family ate on a kong, a traditional heated bed. When Su Mei entered, no one else was there. Likely, Xiaoli had already eaten and gone back to the room next door, where Li Yuan was sleeping. There was a table on the kong and a porcelain basin on it was filled with white, fluffy buns. On a small plate, stir-fried meat with red chili peppers was mixed together, and it was especially tasty when sandwiched inside the buns. In the next room, Hu Jiangwo leaned against the wall of the house, unable to calm down for a long time. He had gone to the bathroom but accidentally overheard Su Mei talking to Aunt Wang. She said she was afraid he would drive her away. Sure enough, her dramatic change was all for him. How much did she like him to completely change herself from one person into another? It was truly shocking. And she stubbornly said she wanted a divorce. No wonder they say women's hearts are like a needle in the sea. A woman willing to make such a big change for him. How could he bear to drive her away? He wasn't made of stone. A few years ago, he never knew she liked him this much. He once asked her why she insisted on marrying him. Her answer was, "You look good, you have a steady job, a high salary, and your family is well off. Which woman wouldn't want to marry you?" Back then, she listed many reasons for wanting to marry him, but never said she liked him. Maybe she didn't understand what love was before. It wasn't until he proposed divorce that she realized she couldn't live without him, and she panicked. She finally understood how important he was to her. So, she started to change herself. She transformed completely and truly brought him many surprises. After leaning in the corner for a long time and thinking over Su Mei's words several times, Hu Jiangwo smiled as he walked to the backyard outhouse. That's not bad either. She likes me. Su Mei didn't dare to eat too much. She ate half a steamed bun, took 2 bites of meat, and drank a bowl of egg drop soup. Then she stood up. She asked Aunt Wang for another bowl and chopsticks, and brought breakfast back for Hu Jiangwo. Since she didn't need to go to the clinic, Su Mei took the clothes she had changed over the past 2 days to the yard, planning to wash and hang them up during her break. While holding her clothes, she saw the clothes Hu Jiangwo took off the night before. After thinking for a moment, she also took them outside. They were dirty and piled up in the house, which she found hard to look at. She picked up the clothes and went out. Hu Jiangwo, lying on the bed reading a book, saw her leave, slightly moved his book aside, and glanced at her chubby back. He couldn't help but smile. Su Mei could help Hu Jiangwo wash his clothes, but the socks piled in the foot basin made her hesitant. Just looking at them was enough to make her uncomfortable, and she didn't want to touch them. Nevertheless, she carried the basin with the socks outside. Since there was no extra basin at home, she used a basin to wash and wring out the clothes. She didn't wash the socks. Instead, she used a stick to pick them up and hung them on a tree branch in the yard. Then she went to the kitchen to boil water. While waiting for the water to boil, Su-mei found a broom and a shovel and cleared the snow from the kitchen to the well. She kept going back and forth between the kitchen and the well to fetch water and clear the snow to prevent slipping. When the water boiled, Su-mei started washing clothes in the yard. She used a brush to scrub the clothes on the stone slab, working quickly and diligently. The sound of her scrubbing was surprisingly pleasant to Hua Jiangua. He didn't come out to look but imagined a chubby figure, bending over and working hard to live. His eyes were on his book, but his mind drifted to the yard, staying with Su-mei. He listened to the sound of her scrubbing for as long as she washed clothes. The book in his hands, Military Strategy and Tactics, hadn't been turned a single page since Su-mei left. Su-mei was efficient and quick. Though her chubby body made squatting a bit difficult, she finished washing all the clothes very fast. When she stood up, she supported her waist and took a deep, long breath. While washing clothes, she noticed that squatting down was not as difficult as it was the first time she did laundry. She felt her waist and seemed a bit smaller. Unfortunately, she didn't have a scale, and since her starting point was high, losing a little weight wouldn't be obvious. After rinsing the clothes, she poured out the dirty water and was about to go to the kitchen to get hot water when suddenly two unexpected guests arrived in the yard. Liang Yue and Zhaoying came. Zhaoying looked unhappy and Liang Yue, upon seeing Su-mei, also showed disdain, but he still forced a polite smile and greeted her. "Mrs. Hua, busy today? Is there something?" Su-mei looked up and glanced at the cured meat and alcohol in their hands. She actually knew what they were here for, but chose not to say it. Hearing Su-mei's words, Liang Yue raised his alcohol and cigarette and said, "We heard Jianguo was hurt, so we came to check on him." Check. Do they need to bring so many things just to check? Probably, the visit is fake, and their real purpose is to ask for something. Su-mei remained calm. Jianguo is inside. After saying that, she ignored the couple and carried her water bucket into the kitchen. It's better to wash a few more clothes than to waste words with unpleasant people. The couple didn't say anything more to Su-mei and simply went into the house with their things. "Jianguo, I heard you were seriously hurt. Are you okay?" Liang Yue entered the house, placing the alcohol and cigarettes on Ho Jianguo's table while greeting him. Zhaoying followed behind, stacking the cured meat and noodles on the table beside the Kong. Jianguo looked at the gifts they brought, slightly raising his eyebrows, and said, "Won't die from it. You've gone to trouble yourself and brought so many things, just to visit me." "No trouble at all." Liang Yue awkwardly smiled, almost feeling like he was about to faint. He wasn't here specifically to visit Jianguo. He was clearly here to ask Jianguo to persuade Su-mei to be a mediator and convince Lu Zhenhai not to withdraw Zhaoying's job recommendation. But after Jianguo's remark, he suddenly didn't know how to steer the conversation back to the main topic. Could he say, "I'm not here just to visit you. I'm here to ask for your help regarding Zhaoying?" Zhaoying, being a former teacher, reacted quickly. She gave Liang Yue a sharp look when she saw him speechless, then took over the conversation. "Commander Hua, there's no need to be so polite. It's only right that we come to see you since you're hurt. These small gifts are just a token of respect. Since our two families live so close, neighbors should naturally help each other. Although we came to see you, we also have a small favor to ask. Look at how well-spoken this is. We came to see you out of kindness, and since we're here, just help us with a small matter. You wouldn't refuse, right?" Hua Jiangwo knew what Zhaoying was really up to, but he still asked politely, "Sure. What do you need help with?" "It's a small matter." Zhaoying glanced at Liang Yue, thinking since the conversation was open, she might as well be honest. "Commander Hua, a few days ago, I had a misunderstanding with Su-mei. Somehow, this misunderstanding got back to my uncle, and he was very angry. He said he wanted to cancel my job recommendation in the city. Without the recommendation, I can't get a job. That's all. We just want Su-mei to talk to my uncle. It's not a big deal. Why make such a fuss?" "A misunderstanding?" Hua Jiangwo almost laughed in anger. You made evidence to slander my wife, nearly got her kicked out of the military housing, and now you say it's just a misunderstanding? That's not a small matter. It's really not a big deal, Zhaoing replied confidently. I did that because Sume has caused trouble many times before. Compared to what she's done in the past, what I did isn't a big deal. I won't hold her past against her, and she shouldn't hold my past against me either. Isn't that fair? No, it's not. Sume, who had been listening outside, finally couldn't hold back. She threw down her clothes and stormed into the room, wiping her hands on her apron as she said, Zhaoing, if you want me to speak for you, that's impossible. If you want to hold my past against me, go ahead. Don't threaten me. Your words are useless. Do you realize you might lose your job now? When you falsely accused me, didn't you think about how I might lose my marriage and family? I don't know what your real motive is for trying to kick me out of the compound, but I do know that someone like you, who stops at nothing to achieve your goals, doesn't deserve to be a teacher. And you want me to plead for you, to help you dream sweet dreams? Just go somewhere cool and stay there. Sume, aren't you afraid I'll report you to higher-ups and make it impossible for you to stay in this military compound? Zhaoing, pushed to her limit, openly threatened. In an instant, Hao Jiangwo's eyes flashed with a cold light. Before Sume could speak, he coldly said, If you want to report, go ahead. Don't bother seeing you off. His cold tone startled Zhaoing, who then covered her mouth and laughed.
Got it.
Commander Hao is just eager to use my help to get rid of Sume. Sume. Such a man. Although she knew he was eager to divorce, they had been getting along fairly well these past few days. She didn't want to lose face in a quarrel like this. There was no aura left in their argument. Who said she wants to leave? Sume was just thinking that Hao Jiangwo was disrespectful to her, but the next words from him immediately restored her dignity. He said, Report her if you want. At most, she just can't live in the military housing area. This isn't a good place anyway. She can just move out. I can buy her a small house in a town 30 miles away. Zhao teacher, your threats are meaningless. If you come here today to apologize properly, I might forgive you once, considering Director Lu's face. But if you threaten me again, I can't stand threats, especially when they involve my family. If you think threats work, then that's just like Sume said, stay somewhere cool. Zhaoing didn't expect Hao Jiangwo to speak to her like that. She opened her mouth to reply, but was speechless. Sume was stunned too. She didn't expect Hao Jiangwo to be so assertive. Jiangwo, Zhaoing didn't mean to offend. She's just impatient and has no bad intentions. Please forgive her this time. Liang Yue, worried Zhaoing might lose her job, continued to flatter her. But Hao Jiangwo still didn't like what he heard. What does he mean by no bad intentions? Liang Yue, instead of wasting time here talking nonsense with me, why not consider helping Zhaoing find a new job? Don't think I can't persuade Sume to help Zhaoing. Even if she's willing, do you think Director Lu can do anything? You should know he's very principled. Isn't it worth a try? Finding a new job isn't easy. Liang Yue lowered his head bitterly, realizing it might be too late to turn things around. He began to resent Zhaoing for meddling. Sume decisively refused. No, I won't try. I can't try just a little. Before coming, Zhaoing thought this matter would be easy. After all, Sume had made many mistakes, and how could Hu Jiangwo be so petty as to care about such small things? They all lived nearby, and Hu Jiangwo and Liang Yue were colleagues, with only a small difference in rank. They saw each other every day, so Hu Jiangwo didn't need to offend anyone unnecessarily. Confident, she carried her things and followed Liang Yue to find Hu Jiangwo. She didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. That day, she behaved so badly in front of so many people, it was embarrassing. If she lost her position as a teacher, how could she stay in this big yard? Without a job, would Liang Yue still listen to her like before? Would she be forced to live like other women in the yard, always watching the men's faces? Zhaoing couldn't accept this reality. After realizing her situation, she couldn't help but cry. She forgot her pride and deeply bowed to Sume. Sume, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please help me just this once. I promise if you help me this time, I won't target you again. I won't cause trouble between us. You're finally admitting you're targeting me? Sume noticed a flaw in her words and was curious about the reason behind it. Can you tell me why you're targeting me? I really can't remember having any personal grudge against you. No. Zhaoying seemed very nervous. She shook her head. I just can't stand how you act. I can't stand you either, so don't waste your words. I said I won't help you, Sume replied, turning aside and pointing to the door. The door is over there. Take care and don't come back. Seeing that Sume wouldn't help her, Zhaoying stomped her foot angrily, then turned and stormed out. Just as she left the yard, Sume called out, "Wait." Thinking there might still be hope, Zhaoying turned around happily, but she saw Sume pointing at the things on the table. "Take your things and leave." Hearing this, Zhaoying glared at Sume, then turned around, picked up her belongings, and before leaving, stood at the door looking at Sume with hatred and said, "Sume, as the saying goes, leave a way out for others, and you'll meet again happily. You've gone too far. Be careful, you'll face karma. If I might face karma, then your current situation is your punishment." Sume couldn't help but remember a popular internet meme. She crossed her arms and said, "Every cause has its effect, and your punishment is me. Just wait and see." Zhaoying finally left without looking back. Liang Yue sighed and slowly followed her out. After everyone left, Sume looked at Hu Jiangwo and said, "Anyway, thank you for speaking up for me." She didn't really expect that after being expelled from the military household, Hu Jiangwo would buy her a house. She thought he probably felt wrong for her that day and stood up for her in front of Zhaoying. "Thank me? I'm your husband. It's my duty to support you," Hu Jiangwo said, looking at Sume with bright eyes. He thought that since she had made so many changes, he should respond in some way. Supporting her was the best way to show his care. But Sume was busy going outside to do laundry and didn't catch the deeper meaning in his words. She said as she left, "Oh, what kind of wife am I? We're just legally married, but that doesn't count for much. If you help me, I should be grateful." Inside, Hu Jiangwo's eyes were deep. He thought she said nothing happened, so she wasn't really his wife. Did her sudden acceptance of divorce mean she was blaming him for not doing anything with her these days? Sume didn't know what complicated thoughts were running through Hu Jiangwo's mind. She took hot water and quickly washed all her clothes, hanging them out to dry. After washing, she returned to her room, took her military blanket, and laid an old sheet on the floor to do yoga. Unfortunately, her herbal medicine wasn't brought back from the clinic, so her weight loss plan couldn't be neglected. She had to keep moving all the time. Hu Jiangwo was still reading a book on the bed, but his eyes kept peeking at her from behind his hand, curious as he watched Sume twist and turn on the ground. Although her movements were simple, she soon got tired and gasped for breath, her face flushing. Large beads of sweat rolled down her chubby cheeks like rain. She said she wanted to lose weight and look better. But Hu Jiangwo thought that being fat or thin didn't matter. He believed inner beauty was more important than appearance. Her face still looked the same as before, and he used to feel disgusted just thinking of her face. Now, he found her chubby face not annoying at all, but rather cute and lovable. It was clear she didn't need to exhaust herself like this. "Stop dieting." Hu Jiangwo suddenly put down his book and looked at Sume on the ground. "I don't care whether you're fat or thin. You're getting a divorce, so you probably don't care." Sume rolled her eyes at Hu Jiangwo and said, "I care about myself. Are you tired?" Hu Jiangwo looked at the sweat on Sume's nose. "Are you blind? Even when exhausted, you're not tired." Sume rolled her eyes again and said, "I'm not tired at all. It's very easy for me." Hu Jiangwo. She's so exhausted but still pretending in front of him. It's really not easy. As for books, Hu Jiangwo couldn't focus on reading at all. He lay down, resting his head on the pillow, staring at Sume, thinking that looking at her might boost her confidence. After all, her hard work to change was just to make him notice. So he decided to make her happy. Let her feel that he was paying attention. Sume didn't notice Hu Jiangwo's gaze, but she rolled her eyes in her mind and thought, what is he looking at? Is he just fooling around? He even had that annoying smile on his face. Just because he lost some weight, it's so funny? If it weren't for the injuries on his hands and legs, she would have stood up and told him to leave. She couldn't help but whisper, "If you keep looking, I'll poke your eyes out." "What did you say?" Hu Jiangwo asked. Su-mei naturally wouldn't admit it. "I didn't say anything." "No, that's not right," Hu Jiangwo thought. He clearly saw her lips move and faintly heard her say something, but her voice was too soft for him to hear clearly. She must have noticed him looking and couldn't help but say something happy, but was too shy to admit it. So, Hu Jiangwo looked even more carefully. Since she had decided to change, he would support her. He found that watching someone slowly change for you is truly a happy thing. After an hour, Su-mei was exhausted and almost collapsed. She lay on the ground, looking at Hu Jiangwo, who kept staring at her and smiling mockingly. Her eyes turned cold. "Have you seen enough?" Because she was so tired, her voice was soft and lazy, with an indescribable relaxed tone. Not enough. Hu Jiangwo thought Su-mei was acting cute. Although he had no experience with feelings, his wise mind told him that a man should never get tired of looking at his woman.
Su-mei was speechless.
"It's just losing some weight." "Are you obsessed with watching?" "Well, keep watching then. Watch day and night. I hope your eyes go blind from looking so much." "I will keep watching." Hu Jiangwo nodded sincerely. He was willing to watch her change. "As long as I am at home, I will stay by your side and cheer you on." Cheer her on? Laughing at her and saying he's encouraging her? Does she really need his encouragement? It's really frustrating. He's making her so mad her lungs feel like they're going to burst. "Thank you," she said. "You're welcome. I just want to encourage you. Keep going, you can do it."
Su-mei.
Even if he's trying to encourage her to lose weight, there's no need to look down on overweight people or use mocking looks to motivate her. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about this guy. She just realized this man has a problem in his head. She stood up, picked up the wash basin, and went to the kitchen to wash her face. From Hu Jiangwo's perspective, she felt embarrassed, got up quickly, and ran away. In the kitchen, Su-mei uncovered the pot, poured half a basin of water, and carefully cleaned her forehead and upper body. After washing her face, she threw the basin at the door and started thinking about lunch. A few days ago, there wasn't much to eat at home, but today, she wasn't worried anymore. The kitchen was filled with food. These were dishes brought over by Hu Jiangwo's colleagues who came to visit. There were eggs, duck eggs, meat, vegetables, noodles, pancakes, and steamed buns. Although she wanted to lose weight, she didn't completely give up satisfying her appetite. She would control her portions but still ate everything. After boiling water and cooking rice, she waited until the rice was soft, then scooped it out and filtered the rice soup through a strainer. Next, she placed potatoes at the bottom of the pot, put the rice on top of the potatoes, added water, and cooked the rice on high heat. This method of cooking rice, which filters out the rice soup, reduces the starch content and is better for weight loss. Once the rice was simmering, she lit another stove and cooked vegetables in a smaller pot. She stir-fried a plate of shredded cabbage with pork and another with pea tips, then made an egg drop soup. Only after that did she turn off the fire under the rice. When she uncovered the pot, a thick layer of crispy rice crust had formed. She used a spatula to mix the rice and potatoes together, golden potatoes and rice mixed, with a fragrant smell filling the air. Next door, Hu Jiangwo had already smelled the aroma of the stir-fried dishes. He had never eaten her cooking before. He had often envied other colleagues returning home, where the yard was filled with the tempting smell of food. Now, he had that too. It's really wonderful. Because Hu Jiangwo was injured and unable to move easily, Su-mei could only bring all the meals to the bedroom to eat. She placed the food on a small table next to the Kong bed. That small table could be moved onto the Kong like at Aunt Wang's house, but Su-mei wasn't used to it. She always felt it was unclean to move food onto the bed, so she didn't do that. Watching Su-mei come and go, bringing food to the table, Hu Jiangwo felt warm inside. The place that used to just be a yard now made him feel like he was at home. Soon, all the dishes and soup were ready. Su-mei took a large bowl and served rice for herself and Hu Jiangwo. When she handed the bowl to him, Hu Jiangwo was surprised because he usually used that big bowl. Sume had bought that big bowl herself because she found small bowls uncomfortable for eating. Today, she gave him her special big bowl. Hu Jiangwo looked at her and then at the bowl, unable to help but smile. He smiled again. What was he smiling about? When he first arrived, he always had a serious face. Now he was smiling all day like a silly person from the neighboring village, so changeable. Sume silently complained in her mind while quietly eating. She ate very slowly, chewing carefully to feel full. Although she ate everything, she didn't dare eat greedily. Most of her food was vegetables, and she only took a few shallow bites of meat. Why aren't you eating meat? Hu Jiangwo had noticed several times that she was staring at the meat on the plate and secretly swallowing saliva. He knew she was on a diet but still asked why she wasn't eating meat. Sume forced a smile and said, "Because I'm considerate. I want you to eat more. Eat more and shut your mouth."
Huh.
Hu Jiangwo was surprised, and then a sour feeling rose in his heart. Was she trying to prove to him that she wouldn't be like before, cooking dishes that took half a month to finish in just 3 days? But he didn't mind her eating more. "Sume, if you want to eat, just eat freely. Eat more. We're not poor, and only when you're full will you have the strength to lose weight." Cough, cough, cough. Sume choked on her food and almost swallowed it wrong. What kind of words were those? She really wanted to thank him. She was too annoyed with Hu Jiangwo to pay attention to him and continued to eat quietly, head down. Hu Jiangwo looked at her eating without picking up food and thought for a moment. He scooped a piece of meat and put it into her bowl. Seeing the 2 pieces of fatty meat in her bowl, Sume felt speechless again. After finishing her meal, Sume cleaned the dishes and went to find medicine and gauze in Hu Jiangwo's old room. Li Yuan's medicine hadn't been changed for several days. To prevent the wound from getting infected, she needed to give it a simple treatment. When she arrived, Aunt Wang was eating with Xieli and Li Yuan. Earlier in the morning, Sume had already told Aunt Wang not to prepare meals for her and Hu Jiangwo at noon. However, when Aunt Wang asked now, she learned that Sume hadn't made meat soup for Hu Jiangwo. Aunt Wang insisted on bringing a bowl of soup to Hu Jiangwo, saying he was injured and needed to drink some meat broth to recover. Sume couldn't stop her, so she let her go. Aunt Wang took out scissors, sat by the bed, and started to cut the gauze wrapped around Li Yuan's leg. Aunt Wang finished preparing the soup and carried it out of the house. She walked to the room where Sume and Hu Jiangwo were sleeping. Hu Jiangwo had just finished eating Sume's cooking and was full. He couldn't drink the soup and politely declined, saying, "Uncle Wang, I can't drink it now. Please give it to Sume. She hasn't eaten much." Aunt Wang replied, "She won't drink it. I asked her, and she said it's too oily and might affect her weight loss." She scooped a bowl of soup with a small bowl and handed it to Hu Jiangwo, saying, "Just drink it. You lost a lot of blood that day. You need to drink some meat broth to recover." Reluctantly, Hu Jiangwo took the bowl with a bitter expression. Seeing him accept it, Aunt Wang remembered that Sume had eaten half a steamed bun that morning. She thought Hu Jiangwo should persuade Sume. "Commander Hu, you should talk to Sume. Tell her not to rush. While losing weight is good for having children, she shouldn't harm her health trying to lose weight quickly." Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Hu Jiangwo paused with the bowl of soup in his hand. Having children? She was so eager to lose weight just to have children? Did she want to have a baby with him? Since she didn't need to go to the clinic for work and had finished all the chores at home, Sume was feeling bored, not knowing what to do in the afternoon. Then, something unexpected happened. It was good news. Several soldiers brought Hu Jiangwo 2 wolves skinned and cleaned. The total weight was about 90 pounds. Feeling bored, Sume decided to make some air-dried cured meat. Wolf meat was much better than pork for her because it had little fat and was full of strong tendons. Tendon meat is low in calories and fat, which can satisfy her nutritional needs and her desire to eat meat without gaining weight. She loved it so much, she couldn't resist. She picked up a knife and, using her surgical skills, carefully opened the wolf's belly and disassembled it piece by piece. Then she kept some fresh meat for later, gave some to Aunt Wang next door, and asked Cieli to deliver some to Mei Mei, who was resting after childbirth. Only then did she return to the yard to start curing the meat. Su-mei only knew how to make air-dried cured meat, a method she learned from TikTok in her previous life. Although she learned to make cured pork, she thought the process should be similar for wolf meat. Using the method for pork, she believed she could also make dried wolf meat. First, she found some salt in the kitchen and ground it into fine salt using a stone. Then she spread the salt over the meat. She poured some wine brought by visitors to Ho Jiangwo and added some chili powder given by Aunt Wang. After finishing these steps, she packed the meat into a basin, covered it with a lid, and sealed it. The meat needed to be stored in a cool, ventilated place to cure. After 2 or 3 days, she would rinse it with clean water. When the weather cleared, she would start drying it in the sun. Usually, drying for 7 to 10 days would produce easy-to-preserve dried meat. The sky was beginning to clear, and the snow was melting. Su Shui didn't know if the road would be open after 7 days. If it opened, she wanted to leave with the meat, as high-protein foods suitable for dieting were hard to find. After finishing the meat, Su-mei didn't know what else to do. There weren't many entertainment options in this era. She used to think she wasn't addicted to her phone, but now she realized life without a phone was really hard. In her previous life, her dream as a workaholic was to lie on the sofa every day and say, "I'm so bored, so bored." Now that her dream had almost come true, she was so bored, she nearly died on the sofa. She wandered around the yard, then lay back on the sofa, spread a quilt on the ground to do yoga, but she was too exhausted to move, twisting and turning on the quilt like a maggot. Throughout the afternoon, Ho Jiangwo quietly watched Su-mei moving back and forth between the house and the yard.
Hey.
After twisting on the quilt for a while, Su-mei finally sat up bored and sighed. She truly was a hard worker. Lying down didn't make her happy at all. Now she really wanted to go to work, wishing a gust of wind would her back to modern times. She was willing to be a workaholic exploited by capitalism. She felt so bored. Ho Jiangwo saw Su-mei's furrowed brow and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you sighing?" "So bored." Su-mei honestly said she admired people of this era because they could get used to such dull and boring days. She asked He Jiangwo, "Don't you feel bored?" "No," He Jiangwo shook his head. Usually, military affairs are chaotic, and he's busy every day. Resting after being injured is like a break for him. Although he's injured, he still enjoys this leisure time. Why would he feel bored? Especially since he watched Su-mei's chubby figure moving around the house all afternoon, which was quite amusing to him. "I feel pretty bored. I sleep after eating, eat after sleeping. How can I not be bored? Don't you have any entertainment here? Besides eating and sleeping, can't you do anything else?" He Jiangwo didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean by entertainment?" He didn't think Su-mei was asking about problems in the military compound, thinking she meant their place. "Just." Su-mei thought for a moment and explained in a way He Jiangwo could understand, like playing games, mahjong, watching TV, singing, reading. These are all entertainment. "Don't talk nonsense." He Jiangwo looked at Su-mei nervously, then glanced outside and said coldly, "You're still so bold. Playing mahjong could get you into trouble, and you dare to say such things." "Oh, I forgot." Su-mei hadn't thought much about it. When she heard He Jiangwo remind her, she remembered that during the 1970s, society was very unstable and the Chinese government strictly controlled entertainment industries. Playing mahjong in public was forbidden, and there were reports of people being shot for gathering to dance ballroom dances. During such sensitive times, some topics simply couldn't be mentioned. He Jiangwo was even sweating coldly when he heard Su-mei mention this casually. If others heard, they might get into serious trouble. He could cover for her on other matters, but not a word about this. "I know I was wrong. I just forgot for a moment," Su-mei said nervously, realizing how careful she needed to be in this era. "You can't eat too much, and you can't speak carelessly." Seeing Su-mei's fear, He Jiangwo thought about the changes she had made and unconsciously softened his tone. "It's okay now. Just remember this in the future and never mention it again. If you really feel bored, you can read a book. You said reading is also entertainment." There are so many books in the house. Isn't that enough for you? Reading? Sume glanced at the books on the table. They are divided into 3 main categories: geography, history, and military science. All are humanities books, which even a science student like Sume finds boring. These books are more boring than boredom itself. What's so interesting about them? Forget it, don't bother with me. Let me be bored in peace. This time, she simply stopped moving, lying on the bed under the blanket, quietly waiting for nightfall. Seeing Sume lying there with dull eyes, lost in thought, Hwo Jang-woo suddenly also felt a bit bored. The reason he wasn't bored was because he found her busy and lively to be fun. Now that Sume was no longer moving, his gaze also lost its focus. It was quite boring. After 5 minutes of staring at Sume lying there, Hwo Jang-woo suddenly had an idea. He became excited and said to Sume, "How about we play chess?" Hwo Jang-woo thought, maybe that counts as entertainment? What kind of chess? Sume asked lazily. Playing chess isn't really fun, but it can pass the time, so she asked, 5 in a row, Chinese chess or Go? I can play the first 2, but I don't know how to play the last one. None of those. Military chess, Hwo Jang-woo said, pointing to the desk. There's a set in the second drawer under the desk. I don't know how to play that either, Sume said, losing interest. But Hwo Jang-woo insisted on playing. No problem, take it out. I'll teach you. Although she didn't think it was very interesting, Sume finally got up and opened the second drawer of the desk as Hwo Jang-woo instructed. We have to do something before night falls. Sure enough, there was a set of military chess inside. She took the pieces and sat on the kong, a traditional bed, placing them in front of Hwo Jang-woo. Hwo Jang-woo explained the basic rules to Sume, then started playing and teaching her as they moved. At first, Sume wasn't very interested. As they played, Hwo Jang-woo kept capturing her pieces, which surprisingly sparked some competitive spirit in her. Strong people don't like to lose. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't gain an advantage over Hwo Jang-woo, who was an experienced player. Games are more fun when there's winning and losing. Losing all the time makes it dull. After being defeated by Hwo Jang-woo for the last time, Sume sadly threw away her chess piece. Hwo Jang-woo, you don't even know how to hold back. If you keep acting like this, you'll have a hard time finding a wife. I don't need to find a wife. I already have one, Hwo Jang-woo said seriously. Hearing this, Sume felt a chill and shivered. She didn't see herself as Hwo Jang-woo's wife. I'm not really your wife. We have an unofficial relationship, not a real marriage. It doesn't count. Honestly, I think we shouldn't divorce. We should cancel the marriage. Cancel the marriage? Hwo Jang-woo looked at her with a dangerous squint for the first time. Yes, an invalid marriage should be canceled. We've been married for 3 years, but we're still innocent. We should cancel it. Otherwise, having a second marriage title will make it harder to find someone in the future. Sume wasn't discriminating against second marriages. It's just a fact that second marriages are less attractive in the marriage market. Hwo Jang-woo's eyes grew more dangerous. Are you planning to find someone else? Why not? Not looking for someone else means growing old alone. In her past life, she never even touched a man's finger. Wasn't she tempted? This world even lacks small pleasures. If she didn't find a man soon, life would be so dull. After speaking, Sume stood up and went to the kitchen to cook. On boring days like this, the only thing she could busy herself with was cooking. She didn't notice Hwo Jang-woo's lingering, thoughtful gaze on her back. Not a real marriage? Unofficial? Was he hinting that something should happen so their marriage would count? For dinner, Sume simply boiled a wolf leg. She only made this one soup dish, adding some cabbage, and didn't prepare anything else. After finishing dinner with Hwo Jang-woo and cleaning up the dishes, Sume started boiling water for washing. The night before, Hwo Jang-woo had come over suddenly and didn't wash his feet, which Sume found very annoying. Today, since there was still time, she insisted on giving him a bath. Her legs had been torn, but her feet could still be washed. She really couldn't stand sleeping with unwashed feet. Soon, she brought the water to the bed and called out, "Get up, wash your feet, and then go to sleep." Okay. Hwo Jang-woo lazily got up from the bed. He rarely used hot water to wash his feet, mainly because he was too busy and usually only washed his face and feet with cold water. When his feet touched the warm water, he felt much more relaxed. Having a wife who cares like this was truly wonderful. He looked at Su-mei sitting in the dim corner, washing her face. He thought the light from the less than 15-watt incandescent bulb was especially warm and comforting. After finishing her wash, Su-mei packed up all her belongings, went outside to close the courtyard door, and then started to go back to her room to sleep. Fortunately, this body did not suffer from insomnia. Obese people tend to sleep a lot, so Su-mei was not bored because she couldn't fall asleep. She lay on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. Su-mei slept peacefully, but next to her, Guo Jiangguo was wide awake, staring at the ceiling. He didn't dare to sleep, always feeling that everything in front of him was too beautiful to be real. In the past, he only had dreams, but he had never dreamed of such a simple, warm life. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The military district had arrived early and was gradually moving medicines into the room, where Guo Jiangguo used to sleep. Besides medicines, Su-mei also had someone bring over a stethoscope and silver needles from the clinic. The temporary clinic was not decorated much. Su-mei thought she might only stay here for 10 or 15 days at most, so there was no need to go to great trouble. Plus, with the sun so bright, maybe in less than 10 or 15 days, the snow would melt completely. Since the clinic was moved to the military family compound, it was naturally less convenient for soldiers to come for treatment. To manage things better and keep order, Guo Jiangguo limited the number of soldiers who could come for treatment each day. He arranged for staff to be on duty at the clinic, and everyone needing treatment had to get a number from the duty personnel at the military district clinic in advance. Except for emergencies, which could be treated with a temporary permit, everyone else needed to make an appointment at least one day ahead. They limited the number of patients to 40 each day, with no limit on emergencies. Without asking Su-mei, Guo Jiangguo divided the patients into two groups, those with appointments and those with emergencies. This kept things organized and reduced Su-mei's workload, which was a good solution for both. Guo Jiangguo was very efficient. The day before, the soldiers only came to deliver some meat, and he had already arranged everything properly. On the first day of opening, Su-mei saw 27 patients, which wasn't a lot. When she was not busy at the military district, it was probably because people didn't want to travel such a long way for treatment, especially with the deep snow on the road. Many people with minor illnesses didn't bother to come to the military family compound. With work busy, Su-mei felt much more fulfilled. When night fell and everyone had left, Su-mei prepared her herbal medicine for weight loss and beauty treatments. She brewed the medicine while cooking in the kitchen. After the meal was ready, she first poured out the herbal medicine, then carried her food to the bedroom to eat with Guo Jiangguo. She also brought the traditional medicine into the bedroom, thinking she would drink it after the food cooled down. Weight loss medicine can irritate the stomach and intestines, so it's best to take it after meals for health reasons. After finishing her meal, Su-mei took the dishes next door to wash them thoroughly. When she finished and returned to the bedroom to take the medicine, she was stunned to see the empty bowl. "Where is my medicine? Isn't that my medicine? I thought it was for me, so I drank it directly," Guo Jiangguo thought. Since he was the only patient in the family, the medicine must have been for him. Hearing Guo Jiangguo drink the medicine, Su-mei couldn't help but shake her head. "Why did you drink it without asking me? That's weight loss and beauty medicine, which also contains ingredients to treat cold and support the... How could you drink it? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Guo Jiangguo looked innocent. Who would have thought he'd drink it without asking? "I didn't say it was yours either. Fortunately, it was just some medicine to help digestion and remove cold from the body. Drinking it wouldn't cause any side effects." Su-mei, speechless, took the empty bowl and left. Luckily, she had prepared enough herbal decoction, so she didn't need to boil it again. She could just scoop some from the pot to drink. After Su-mei left, Guo Jiangguo began to realize what Su-mei had said. What was that medicine for again? Weight loss, treating cold, supporting the... What was she planning? It sounded like she was preparing for pregnancy. She was so eager. So, that night, when she gave him medicine to induce labor. Maybe it wasn't because she was attracted to him, but because she wanted to have her own child? A suspicious blush appeared on Hua Jiangwo's face. With the temporary clinic set up, Su Mei felt time was passing much faster. She was busy every day with work, weight loss, and cooking, gradually forgetting the annoyance of not having a phone. 10 days went by quickly. The cured meat in the yard had dried and taken shape. The snow finally melted completely. Sunlight gently warmed the ground, and the world felt peaceful and warm. Su Mei thought that her departure day was probably not far away. On the first day the snow melted, the only military bus connecting the military compound to the county town started running. On that first day, Lu Zhenhai took the bus to the county town. When he returned, he also brought Zhao Ying's dismissal notice. Although this person is a bit old-fashioned, he is truly honest. When he said he wanted to get back the recommended book, he personally went to the county to ask the school leaders. He also dismissed Zhao Ying from her job. When the dismissal notice was handed to Zhao Ying, her crying echoed throughout the military housing area. In the past, Zhao Ying relied on Lu Zhenhai in the military housing. Now that she lost her job, she even started to hate Lu Zhenhai. After Lu Zhenhai left, she chased after him and shouted from the middle of the road, "Brother-in-law, if my aunt in heaven knew how you treated me, she wouldn't forgive you. Your aunt in heaven, if she's really there, would she forgive you for being such an unworthy niece?" Lu Zhenhai was very angry. He was disappointed and said, "Zhao Ying, I've taken good care of you all these years. I helped you find a job, arranged your marriage. I did everything I could. You should be more sensible and not exhaust the little bit of kindness I still have for you, because of your aunt. Now I have no job." Zhao Ying cried and complained. "And this marriage, what kind of good marriage is this? They said they'd introduce me to a leader, but what use are leaders from such a remote place? I don't want to live in this terrible place. If it weren't for trying to get Liang Yue transferred away from here, would I have made mistakes?" "Your mistakes have nothing to do with Liang Yue being transferred," Lu Zhenhai said, still paying attention to the key points. He looked directly at Zhao Ying, as if trying to understand the truth behind the matter. But Zhao Ying refused to speak. "What does it matter? You heard wrong. Forget it. Since you no longer care about my aunt's reputation, there's nothing more to say between us." After saying this, Zhao Ying turned around and went inside, slamming the door shut behind her. Her confidence, independence, and proud teacher demeanor were completely gone at this moment. It just shows how easily a composed appearance can be shattered by a storm. Lu Zhenhai listened to the loud door slam and sighed softly. He silently thought in his heart, "Xu Hui, you can't blame me. Look at Zhao Ying's behavior. She's really not suitable for teaching and nurturing others." He turned and left the military housing area. When he passed by Su Mei's temporary clinic, he paused, watching the soldiers waiting for treatment in the yard. After hesitating for a long time, he finally left. Recently, heavy snow had fallen, and Lu Zhenhai's old leg injury flared up, causing him pain that kept him awake at night. When he was young, he also fought bravely on the battlefield. His right leg was stabbed many times by a little devil with a bayonet and was also hit by a bullet, leaving him disabled. Although the disability isn't obvious, he is no longer suitable for combat. Later, he was transferred from a military position to a clerical role and started working in the youth league managing discipline. His leg hurts every year. In previous winters, he had to undergo acupuncture many times, almost relying on it to survive. This year, unfortunately, Dr. Qin was not available. Since he was in pain, he could only endure it. After learning that Su Mei had opened her clinic, Lu Zhenhai wanted to visit her several times. But, remembering what he said in Aunt Wang's yard that day, he hesitated many times and finally couldn't bring himself to do it. Oh well, the snow has melted, and old Qin has returned these days. He paused outside Su Mei's door for a while, then awkwardly slowed his steps and headed toward the military district. In the yard behind, Aunt Wang peeked out and looked at Lu Zhenhai's back with curiosity. She had heard the argument between Lu Zhenhai and Zhao Ying just now. She felt like there was a secret flashing through her mind, but it was too quick and she didn't catch it. Early morning, a military green double-row truck stopped in front of the military district clinic. An elderly doctor jumped out from the passenger seat first. He went ahead to open the clinic door and found that the lock was missing. Instead, the door was tied with wire, which made him frown. Had someone been inside? After hesitating for a few seconds, the old doctor unscrewed the lock and entered the clinic. He saw that the medicine cabinets were empty. His mind went blank instantly. He clearly remembered that the cabinets were full when he left. Feeling dizzy for a moment, the old doctor quickly opened drawers and doors of the cabinets, searching. After a while, he seemed to go crazy and ran out of the clinic, shouting anxiously as he ran. "Oh no! The clinic has been robbed. Dr. Chin, what's wrong?" Just as Dr. Chin finished speaking, a clear female voice sounded. Then, the back door of the truck was pushed open, and a young girl jumped out. She was tall and slender, full of energy, dressed smartly and fashionably. She yawned and strode over to Dr. Chin, asking, "What are you shouting about? What's been stolen?" The clinic has been robbed," Dr. Chin repeated. This Dr. Chin was the long-absent veteran doctor of the regiment, Qin Jingting. A young woman heard the old military doctor's words and frowned. How could the clinic be robbed? This is inside the military zone. It's heavily guarded everywhere, so no one could have sneaked in to steal anything. Indeed, no one could have entered, Qin Jingting said, calming down after his initial worry. But the clinic is completely empty now, robbed clean. "I'll go take a look," the young girl said, crossing her arms and heading toward the clinic. Qin Jingting followed her. Inside the clinic, the girl looked around carefully before speaking to Qin Jingting. "It's probably not theft. The items have been moved out. The place is tidy and clean, not like a scene of a robbery. Also, there's some change in a cabinet. If someone stole from here, why leave the money? There must be some misunderstanding. Dr. Chin, you go count the medicines and check the supplies. I'll find out what happened. Inglan, I can ask someone myself later. You're tired from all your traveling. You should rest early," Qin said, shaking his head at Inglan. Inglan smiled. "I'm not that easily tired. Even though I retired because of my injury, I was a special operations soldier before." "You really underestimate me?" "That's not what I meant," Qin Jingting said with a smile. "I'm just worried you'll overexert yourself. Commander Chu might blame me later. My old man isn't that petty. Usually, he treats me like his own daughter." "All right, Uncle Qin, you busy yourself. I'll find out what's going on and tell you," Inglan said, turning to leave. Inglan's full name is Chu Inglan. She is the eldest daughter of the military group's commander, Chu Zhonghua. She served on the frontier for 7 years. 3 years ago, during an operation to catch drug traffickers, she was stabbed multiple times by the criminals and seriously injured, losing her ability to fight. She retired because of her injuries. After retiring, she returned to her hometown, Shanghai, where she works in a small local police station as a civilian. Sometimes, she visits her father on the frontier. Because of her father, most of the veterans in the entire military group know Inglan. The elders treat her like their own daughter. Every time she returns to the military zone, it feels like coming home. Wherever she goes, people smile and welcome her back. Here, everyone calls her Inglan. No one adds her family name when they speak to her, because calling her by her first name feels more friendly. After leaving, Inglan went straight to the main gate of the military zone. She thought the guards there were the most likely to know where the medicines from the clinic had gone. When she arrived at the military district gate, she didn't go forward to ask questions, but saw a few new soldiers walking out in small groups. Her sharp eyes quickly spotted a familiar face among them. She hurried a few steps forward and called out to the person's side profile, "Jiang Wei." It was indeed Jiang Wei. He was about to leave with his comrades to go to the military housing area. The other soldiers were going there for medical checkups, but Jiang Wei was going to swap shifts with Xieli. Li Yuan's leg couldn't move on his own for now, and he needed care while bedridden. Since Aunt Wang was too old for this, Jiang Wei and Xieli took turns to help look after him at the military housing area. Today was the day Jiang Wei and Xieli had arranged to swap shifts. He was holding the leave pass, ready to leave with his comrades, when he heard a woman's voice calling him from behind. Although he heard the voice, Jiang Wei didn't turn around. He secretly thought, how could there be a woman in this quiet place? Female soldiers weren't in their area, so he thought he must be hearing things. He didn't look back when he heard the voice again, calling his name clearly and loudly. Only then did Jiang Wei turn around in confusion. When he did, he saw Ying Lan walking confidently toward him. He first smiled, then called out loudly, "Older sister Ying Lan, I thought you had forgotten about me." Soon, Ying Lan reached Jiang Wei. She smiled at him and said, "Comrade Jiang Wei, it's been a while. Are you going out?" "Yes, I plan to go to the military housing area." "I almost forgot, but I can't forget you either. You're one of the most remarkable heroines in our group." Usually, Jiang Wei was quiet and reserved, but when he saw Ying Lan, he suddenly became talkative, sweet-talking non-stop. Ying Lan listened to his flattering and couldn't help but smile broadly. "Our group has many heroines. I'm not the only one. You shouldn't say such things lightly. You are the leader. Everyone in the group knows your deeds." Actually, Jiang Wei didn't know Ying Lan before. He hadn't joined the army when Ying Lan retired. He met Ying Lan when she came to visit Chu Zhonghua through He Jiangwo. He also heard about Ying Lan from Du Lei, Xiaogang, and others. Plus, Ying Lan was friendly and approachable, which made him like her. This was not romantic love, but a kind of admiration from a weaker person for a stronger one. Erlinglin was clearly used to such admiration. She smiled and said, "All right, if you praise me any more, I might become proud. I'm just an ordinary retired soldier, not a hero or anything." "You are," Jiang Wei said, then asked Erlinglin's sister Erlinglin, "What are you planning to do here?" "Well, I came to ask around and see if anyone knows where the clinic's medicine went," Erlinglin explained. When Dr. Qin returned and found his house had been robbed, he almost fainted from the shock. "I thought in a place like the military district theft probably doesn't happen, so I wanted to find out what really happened." So, that's why Jiang Wei thought, and he actually knew about this. The medicine wasn't stolen. No one dares steal from the military district. "The medicine was taken by Dr. Su," he said. "Dr. Su?
Who was that?"
Erlinglin asked, realizing she had never heard of this person. But soon she realized she was wrong. She had heard of him because Jiang Wei told her Dr. Su is Su Mei, the lover of Commander Hua. When Erlinglin heard the name Hua Jiangua, she visibly froze for a moment. A faint, awkward smile appeared on her face. "Who did you just say is his lover?" "Commander Hua's lover," Jiang Wei repeated, thinking Erlinglin hadn't heard clearly. He then added with a smile, "You probably haven't met her. She only started traveling with the troops this year." "I haven't met her," Erlinglin said, her voice trembling as she spoke. At that moment, a few soldiers who had already left turned back and called to Jiang Wei, "Squad leader, aren't you going to the military dependence courtyard? Are you coming or not?" These soldiers were new recruits this year, so none of them recognized Erlinglin. Their voices distracted Jiang Wei from Erlinglin's trembling voice, and he had to hurriedly say goodbye. "Erlinglin, let's talk next time. They're all going to see Dr. Su for treatment. I need to go with them to the dependence courtyard. There's wolves around here, and it's not safe for one person to walk alone." "Okay." Erlinglin nodded. After Jiang Wei turned and walked away, she suddenly called out to him, "Jiang Wei, wait. I want to go to the big yard with you." Since the snow melted, Su Mei had been wanting to talk to Hua Jiangua about getting a divorce. But Hua Jiangua had gone back to work at the military district on the first day of the snow melting. He was busy from morning till night, so Su Mei never had a chance to speak with him. However, she was not in a hurry. The clinic was open, and she was earning her salary. She felt fulfilled here and believed she hadn't wasted her precious years. If she returned to the countryside, she wanted to continue practicing her old profession as a doctor, but she was worried it would be difficult to start again. After all, there wouldn't be another person like Li Yuan in the countryside, which could be a good chance for her to prove herself. Her reputation locally was worse now. She hadn't decided what to do after returning to the mountains. Since she hadn't experienced that world before, she couldn't plan ahead. For now, she could only take things step by step. Because Ho Jangwo had limited the number of patients he would see, Su-mei was not very busy. She practiced yoga every day and still took her weight loss medicine. After about 10 days, she felt her waist had become a little smaller. Her tight pants also felt looser. Others might not notice these changes, but Su-mei felt the results herself. Before, sitting for consultations caused her back pain, but after losing some weight, sitting became much easier. What made her most happy was that her fingers no longer swelled like before, which made her injections and insertions smoother. Her handwriting also became more elegant. Of course, elegant was Su-mei's own way of describing her handwriting. To Ho Jangwo, her writing was so messy it was barely legible. That's normal, few people can read a doctor's handwriting on a diagnosis sheet. Since appointments were scheduled in advance, Su-mei called patients in order, which also avoided long lines outside. In the yard, they set up a fire and Ho Jangwo nailed some benches around it. The soldiers who hadn't been called sat around the fire, warming themselves. They talked and sometimes sang songs, making the yard lively these days. Su-mei called each patient into her consultation room, which made her feel like she was on duty in a modern clinic. When the noise in the yard died down and the crowd stopped talking, Su-mei knew she had finished her morning work. She stood up, stretched lazily, took a sip of tea brewed in a Western porcelain cup, and then pushed open the door curtain to leave. At noon, she cooked her own lunch, ate, and then took a nap. After waking up, she would start her afternoon consultations. Her life was simple and regular, and Su-mei felt very satisfied. As she stepped outside, she headed toward the kitchen. The sweet potatoes steamed in the morning were still unfinished. She planned to stir-fry some bok choy to go with the sweet potatoes for a simple lunch. Just as she reached the kitchen door and was about to go in, she heard a clear, pleasant female voice at the yard gate. Sister-in-law. Su-mei turned her head in confusion. She saw a tall woman walking into the yard. The woman was very beautiful, with healthy wheat-colored skin, lovely features, and bright eyes like the morning sun. She wore fashionable, neat clothes, and her black leather shoes had some mud on them but still shined with a polish. Compared to this remote, backward military area, she looked out of place. If it weren't for her bell-bottom pants, which looked very outdated, Su-mei almost thought she had returned to modern times. From her features, Su-mei felt the woman looked somewhat familiar, but after thinking for a while, she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. She could only ask, "Who are you?" "Sister-in-law, this is Inglan." Jiang Wei appeared from behind and introduced. Inglan used to serve in the army too. She retired after an injury. She's a well-known heroine in our group, a true hero. After she left, she still cared about the military unit and would come all the way from Shanghai every year to visit her old comrades. Jiang Wei, stop praising me so much. If you keep doing that, I won't even remember my own last name, Inglan said with a smile. When she smiled, her dimples appeared faintly, making her look like a plum blossom blooming in winter. Those two dimples finally made Su-mei remember where she had seen her face before, on the photo in He Jangwo's notebook. The woman was even more beautiful in person than in the photo. Su-mei thought to herself, no wonder He Jangwo kept her photo hidden. With such a woman, any man would be captivated. If gender restrictions didn't exist, she might have been tempted just by a quick glance. After discreetly observing her for a moment, Su-mei spoke. "Mississippi comrade, you're here to see He Jangwo, right? He's been back at the military headquarters since yesterday, and isn't home today." "I'm not looking for him." Inglan quickly shook her head. She also secretly examined Su-mei. She found Su-mei, though a bit chubby, was very tidy and clean, looking fresh and neat. She didn't seem as unkempt as Zhaoing had described over the phone. Su-mei's eyes are clear and bright, and her tone is confident and natural. She also helps treat patients, which makes her completely different from the unruly, rude woman Zhaoing mentioned. After observing Su-mei for a moment, Inglan continued, "Sister-in-law, I came specifically to see you. When I was in the military group before, I was a soldier under Captain Hua. I retired early and haven't met your sister-in-law yet. Just now, Jiang Wei said you came to the military residence and even opened a clinic here. I'm curious about what kind of woman the captain married, so I wanted to come along with Jiang Wei to see for myself. That's a funny coincidence. Jiang Wei took over Ying Lan's words. I just came out of the military district gate, and Sister Ying Lan saw me there. Dr. Qin has returned. He noticed that all the medicine in the clinic was gone, and thought it had been robbed. Sister Ying Lan was with Dr. Qin at the military district, helping him find out about the clinic. I also told her that you opened a clinic and moved the medicine to the military residence. Then Sister Ying Lan said she wanted to see you, so she came with me. When she arrived and saw you busy, she didn't want to disturb you, and went to visit Aunt Wang next door. Su Mei didn't understand why Ying Lan came to see her, but since she was here, she should be polite and host her properly. After hearing Jiang Wei's story, she smiled and said, "Don't stand outside in the cold. Come inside and sit." "Sister-in-law, I won't sit." Jiang Wei waved his hand. "Li Yuan needs to go to the bathroom, so I need to help him. I just came to introduce Sister Ying Lan to you. You two chat and I'll leave." After speaking, Jiang Wei turned around quickly and hurried out the door. Inside the yard, only Su Mei and Ying Lan, two unfamiliar women, remained. Ying Lan felt a bit awkward and smiled, saying, "Sorry for the sudden visit. I hope I didn't disturb you, sister-in-law." "Of course not. Come in quickly and sit down. I was just about to make lunch. Come and eat with me." Su Mei cheerfully called Ying Lan into the bedroom and sat her on the sofa at the door. She then said, "Just wait here for a moment. I make food quickly. The house isn't big, so sorry to have you sit here for a while." Whether it was a disturbance or not, the visitor was a guest. Su Mei, as the nominal head of the household, still knew the basic manners of hosting guests. There's no need to feel uncomfortable. Ying Lan shook her head. Life on the frontier is naturally hard. Although this is a family residence, everyone has only a small house, and since you open a clinic, it's normal to entertain people in the bedroom. "Comrade Ying Lan, if you don't mind, I'll go cook, and you can rest here." Actually, the bedroom is very private, and Su Mei didn't want to entertain guests there. But seeing Ying Lan dressed so elegantly, she hesitated and didn't want to invite such a fashionable girl into the smoky, dusty kitchen. After settling Ying Lan, Su Mei turned and left for the kitchen. Seeing Su Mei leave, Ying Lan let out a long breath and turned to look at the decorations in the bedroom. Although the room was simple, it was decorated very tastefully and warmly. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded, and a tablecloth made from a cut-up bed sheet covered the table, with neatly arranged books on top. A cloth cover was on the chair in front of the desk, probably the other part of the bed sheet used for the tablecloth. Some dried dogtail grass was stuck on the wall, adding a quiet elegance to the empty space. It was clear that the owner of the room was someone with good taste and a love for life. Ying Lan also knew that the person she knew as Guo Jianghua couldn't have done these things, which meant they were arranged by Su Mei. But Zhaoying had said over the phone that Su Mei was lazy and greedy, didn't wash her hair or take a bath, and the house was stinky, and Guo Jianghua never slept with her. From the items in the room, it was obvious that the couple was sleeping together. In reality, Su Mei and the Su Mei Zhaoying described over the phone were completely different people. Zhao Ying's words didn't match reality at all, which made Ying Lan feel a big doubt growing in her heart. While she was confused, her gaze suddenly fell on the notebook on the desk. The style of the notebook looked very familiar. After looking carefully for a moment, Ying Lan couldn't help but stand up and walk over to the desk, examining it closely. She saw the leather cover of the notebook and immediately recognized it as the one she gave Guo Jianghua a few years ago. That year, after retiring, Ying Lan prepared notebooks as farewell gifts for everyone in the Special Operations team. Everyone's notebooks looked the same, except for the one she gave to Guo Jianghua, which was sent back from Southeast Asia by her uncle. It had a very unique style, so Ying Lan remembered its appearance very clearly. Is he still using this notebook? Suddenly, Ying Lan opened her notebook, and all she saw were some messy, barely readable words. These weren't the handwriting of Guo Jianghua. "Comrade Ying Lan, you should have some tea first," Su Mei's voice came from outside the door. Startled, Ying Lan quickly closed her notebook and awkwardly looked back at Su Mei. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have touched your things, she said. Oh, it's okay, Sume replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable but politely suppressing her feelings when she heard Inglan's apology. That's just my medical notes. Nothing special. Come over and have some tea to warm up. The meal will be ready soon. Sume set down her teacup and turned to leave. Inglan was left standing there, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. She hurried to sit on the sofa, not daring to touch anything else in the room. Because more people were eating, Sume gave up on eating sweet potatoes. She steamed a small pot of rice, cooked a wolf leg, stir-fried some cured meat and a spicy sour potato dish, and finally made a soup. 3 dishes, and a soup should be enough to serve a guest. After finishing, she went into the bedroom and moved the small table beside the bed to the sofa. Smiling, she said, "Meal's ready. Do you want to wash your hands before eating? I can pour you some water." "No need. I can do it myself," Inglan said quickly, standing up. Sume naturally wouldn't let her do it alone. She brought a basin and poured some water from the thermos for her. She also found some tissues and placed them on the sofa for Inglan to wipe her hands after washing. Then Sume went next door to bring dishes from the bedroom. Inglan washed her hands, poured out the water, and put the basin away. She then went to the kitchen to help carry dishes with Sume. Soon, both of them brought the dishes into the bedroom. Sume scooped 2 bowls of rice, handed one to Inglan, and then sat down opposite her on a small wooden stool, holding her bowl. "Eat," Sume said with a warm smile. Seeing Sume's polite attitude, Inglan's embarrassment eased considerably. She nodded happily at Sume. After trying all of Sume's dishes, a sense of relief seemed to flash in Inglan's eyes. She suddenly smiled and said, "Captain, you're quite lucky. Your wife cooks really well. It's just simple home cooking. If you like it, eat more." Sume didn't explain her relationship with Hu Jiangwo. After all, that was their private matter. Because they didn't know each other well, the two of them ate quickly, feeling a bit awkward. After putting down their bowls and chopsticks, Inglan stood up, thanked Sume, and hurriedly took her leave. Sume only politely exchanged a few words before getting up to see Inglan off. Outside, Inglan headed straight to Zhao Ying's house. She was eager to find out why the person Zhao Ying mentioned was completely different from Sume. Soon, she arrived at Zhao Ying's door and knocked loudly. Since losing her job yesterday, Zhao Ying had closed the gate to her yard and hadn't come out all day. Hearing the knocking, she angrily cursed inside, knocking in broad daylight. "What are you doing?" When she finally opened the door and saw Inglan standing there with a frown, she was startled and broke out in cold sweat. Inglan said, "Ying, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was you. Whoever it is, you can't start insulting someone through the door. This isn't a military family or a soldier. No one should be treated like that," Inglan said, giving Zhao Ying a disapproving look. Then she added, "Don't forget, you're a teacher. Teachers should hold themselves to the highest standards, lead by example, and speak kindly. How can you say such harsh words so easily?" "I am no longer a teacher," Zhao Ying replied somewhat gloomily. She turned around and let Inglan into the yard. As Inglan walked inside, she looked puzzled and asked, "Why aren't you a teacher anymore?" She remembered Zhao Ying had previously gone to ask Lu Zhenhai for a formal job and even asked her to help persuade him. It's a long story. Zhao Ying couldn't explain the details, so she just said, "It's all because of Sume."
Sume?
What's wrong with her? Inglan thought about her reason for coming to Zhao Ying and asked again. "I came to see you about Sume. You described her on the phone as bossy, sharp-tongued, lazy, greedy, and completely useless. But today I saw her, and she's nothing like what you said. She seems educated, gentle, and very kind. Nothing unpleasant." "She educated and cultured?" Zhao Ying sneered. After bringing Inglan into the living room and arranging for her to sit, she said disdainfully, "That's just an act. If you had come a month earlier, you wouldn't see the scene you see now. This is probably close to the end of the year. She is afraid that after the new year, when she visits her family with Hu Jiangwo, he might stop bringing her along. That's why she's pretending to be obedient now." "Pretending?" Inglan recalled Sume's behavior and shook her head. "It doesn't seem like that. I think she has a calm and confident aura. Such a demeanor can't be faked. You say your work was lost because of her. What exactly happened?
How should I tell you about this?
Zhao rubbed her head, feeling a bit headache. She was silent for a long time before speaking. This was my mistake. I was careless and fell into Sumei's trap. Trap?
Sumei looked confused.
She stared at Zhao as if determined to find out the whole story. Seeing this, Zhao could only force herself to continue. I told you about Sumei. She's always up to sneaky tricks, making the yard a mess. Everyone wants her gone, but she has Hu Jiangwo backing her, so they're afraid to act. I couldn't stand her behavior anymore, so I took the lead in trying to drive her out, gathering everyone to ask Hu Jiangwo to send her away. Sumei, though naive-looking, is actually very clever. She probably remembered what I said and realized she was in danger. So, she, who usually steals vegetables, somehow convinced others to give her 2 vegetables. She deliberately carried the vegetables to my door, making me think she stole them, and then tricked me into signing an agreement with her. I wanted to use this chance to get rid of her, but I couldn't find any proof of her stealing vegetables. In my hurry not to miss this good chance, I asked someone to make a false witness statement. Unexpectedly, Sumei fell for it and turned around to bite me. My uncle also stopped supporting me becoming a teacher because of this. After saying all this, Zhao smiled bitterly and added, I didn't expect she's so clever.
But
Yinglan frowned but still shared her honest thoughts. But you were the one who asked someone to make a false statement to slander her. When that didn't work, Uncle Lu found out and then wouldn't let you be a teacher anymore. Zhao, I feel like this whole thing is your fault from the start. She deliberately set a trap. Zhao was annoyed when she heard Yinglan defending Sumei. Yinglan still insisted on her own idea. If you haven't had any bad intentions to slander her, no matter how she tries to set a trap, she won't have a chance. Why are you on her side? You're my friend. Zhao, seeing she couldn't argue logically, started appealing to her emotions. This time, Yinglan nodded. I'm your friend, yes, but because I consider you a friend, I will point out your mistakes directly. Honest advice may be hard to hear, but as a friend, I have a duty to tell you when you're wrong. Zhao, it's wrong for you to make false accusations.
I'm just doing it for you.
Zhao Ying's inner anger finally couldn't be contained, and she yelled at Yinglan in a frantic voice. Her shout nearly shattered Yinglan's eardrum. Luckily, Yinglan's mental strength was strong enough, so she wasn't scared by Zhao. She looked at Zhao with a puzzled face and asked, What do you mean, it's for me? Are you stupid? I drove Sumei away and made Hu Jiangwo divorce her. Isn't Hu Jiangwo yours now? Zhao glared at Yinglan and then continued as if it was obvious. You've liked him for so many years. Why should someone like Sumei, who is inferior, come in and take him?
What are you talking about?
Hearing Zhao Ying's words, Yinglan's body clearly trembled. Then she quickly composed her emotions. Even without Sumei, Hu Jiangwo, and I wouldn't have any relation. He doesn't have that kind of feeling for me. When there was no Sumei, it was impossible. Now that there is Sumei, it's even less likely. I, Yinglan, am not lacking in appearance, ability, or background. Why would I fight over a husband with another woman? Zhao Ying, this isn't fighting. Sumei and Hu Jiangwo are just nominally married. They don't live together. They're a fake couple. They were never suitable for each other. Yinglan, whether they're suitable or not is their business. I wouldn't be interested in someone else's husband. Can you let go of Hu Jiangwo? Zhao Ying suddenly asked. This question made Yinglan hesitate for a moment before she softly replied, There's nothing I can't let go of. If you can let go, why do you keep calling the school to ask about Hu Jiangwo? Why do you care about what kind of person Sumei is? Why do you go to see Sumei whenever you come to the courtyard? Zhao Ying kept asking a series of questions. Faced with these questions, Yinglan felt a bit embarrassed. Even if I can't let go, it's only my one-sided obsession. I just want to secretly watch from afar. I never wanted to disturb him. Zhao Ying, my moral bottom line doesn't allow me to have thoughts of breaking up someone else's family. Zhao Ying, if you did all this for me, you're very wrong. It's not because of your mother. Zhao Ying seemed about to say something again, but for some reason, She stopped halfway and swallowed her words. Lan, who had just opened up about her feelings, didn't notice the faint, tone-deaf mom that Zhao uttered at the corner of her lips. She held back her sadness and emphasized again, "I don't agree with or approve of what you're doing.
But you lost your job because of me.
I will find a way to arrange another job for you later."
Really?
Is that true? Zhao was surprised and immediately sounded excited. Lan nodded. Of course it's true. With my abilities, I might not be able to arrange a very prestigious teaching job, but it won't be too bad. Okay. Thank you, Lan. Zhao Ying's tone was less excited, but still expressed gratitude. In her view, being a teacher wasn't a very respectable job, and she thought teachers were better than that. She wondered if Lan didn't see her as a real friend. Her father was a top commander in the military group, so how could she not find a better job than teaching? In the end, she just didn't want to put in her best effort. Of course, Zhao only dared to think this in her heart. She didn't want to offend Lan by saying it aloud. Having a job was better than having none. After discussing the work, Lan stood up to leave. Zhao tried hard to persuade her to stay overnight. Lan refused. "No, I just came to the big courtyard, and I haven't even reported to my husband yet. Anyway, I will wait here until my mom comes. After the three of us celebrate the new year, I will go back.
We can chat more then."
All right, then I'll prepare more dishes another day and invite Lao Liang to bring you over, Zhao said as she got up to see Lan off. They walked toward the gate of the courtyard. When they were near the entrance, Lan whispered again to Zhao, "Don't ever think about breaking up someone else's family again. I am not someone who is obsessed with He Jiangwo." "Got it," Zhao replied perfunctorily with a nod. After Lan left and walked far away, Zhao sighed softly. "Well, you have no ideas anymore, but your powerful mother does. I don't know what kind of catch He Jiangwo is, that your mother doesn't mind his second marriage and insists on marrying you to him." She stood at the gate of the yard, listening for a while. She noticed that when Su Mei was seeing patients, her tone was serious and professional, just like the female doctors she had met in the big city. This made her more certain that Su Mei was not the person Zhao described. She thought Zhao was upset for her friend, which is why Zhao looked down on Su Mei in every way. From Zhao Ying's words, she couldn't hear any praise for Su Mei. It turned out that Lan did feel some regret when she learned that He Jiangwo married a woman who was not good at all. She thought He Jiangwo's kindness was being wasted, but that thought disappeared the moment she saw Su Mei in person. Many people who love each other cannot be together, and she had always loved He Jiangwo unrequitedly. There was nothing to hold on to. The only obsession in her heart was from the year she retired, when she secretly hid her photo in a notebook she gave to He Jiangwo, trying to test his feelings. Later, she didn't get He Jiangwo's answer, nor did she get her photo back. Instead, she heard that He Jiangwo married a woman from the countryside. Lan couldn't be sure whether He Jiangwo didn't respond because he wasn't interested in her, or because Su Mei forced him into marriage, leaving him no choice. This became a knot in Lan's heart. But when she saw Su Mei using the notebook she gave He Jiangwo to write medical cases, she let go of that knot. What the answer was back then no longer mattered. What mattered was that he was now a married man. As someone who knew manners, righteousness, and shame, Lan felt she should let go. The world is so big. Surely she, a good girl, wouldn't have trouble finding a man? It's impossible. After listening to Su Mei's voice at the door for a while, Lan straightened her back and strode confidently toward the military district. Lan silently gave up on He Jiangwo, not knowing that Su Mei was secretly planning to ask for a divorce from him tonight. She thought that He Jiangwo's former love had appeared here, so she should have separated from him earlier, giving him time to pursue the one he truly loved. This marriage was already a mess. It was best to end it in time and let things return to the right track. Su Mei decided that no matter how late He Jiangwo came back tonight, she would wait for him. After all, sooner or later, they would go their separate ways. Why not part now and each find their own happiness? She was not familiar with life in the mountain village and needed to go back early to adapt to the local life and prepare for next year's college entrance exam. Although she initially felt uncertain about the lack of water and electricity in the countryside, after spending so much time in this world, she had adopted a calm attitude, accepting whatever comes. Su-mei no longer felt the initial panic. Going back to the countryside was also fine. Even if she couldn't practice medicine, she could relax, focus on losing weight, and experience simple rural life. Within half a year, she could leave after passing the college entrance exam. Thinking about it carefully, she found it acceptable. While Su-mei was treating a patient and quietly imagining her future, a loud explosion suddenly came from the distant forest. The soldier who was giving Su-mei an injection was so startled that he forgot about the needle and ran outside. The soldiers gathered around a campfire also stood up. They looked at each other first, then started walking outside and discussing. An explosion from a landmine. Is it caused by criminals or wild animals? Criminals wouldn't break into our base like that. Oh no, I just saw sister-in-law. Did she go to the military camp alone? The weather has just warmed up, so there are likely predators out hunting. It's dangerous to be alone. Why didn't you call out to her when you saw her? I wasn't thinking that much. Many households are nearby. Maybe she went to someone else's house. Listening to the soldiers' conversation, Su-mei frowned and left the yard. What happened? Was Hao Jiangwo's beloved in danger? While Su-mei was pondering, Jiang Wei ran over from behind her. When he saw Su-mei, he hurriedly called out, "Sister-in-law," then crossed her and chased after the people ahead. Jiang Wei didn't know that Yinglan had left. He was running so fast just because he was a soldier. Hearing the explosion, he had to rush to the scene as quickly as possible. People in the yards on both sides of the main courtyard also heard the noise and came out to see what was happening. They all came out, but Su-mei didn't see Yinglan among them. Her brow furrowed slightly. Could it really be her? Half an hour later, Su-mei heard the crowd outside and went out to see. She found Yinglan being surrounded by soldiers and being sent back to the military family yard. Yinglan looked a little disheveled. Her white coat was stained with red blood, and her face and body were covered with oil stains. But her expression still looked proud and a little stubborn, as if she had just won a battle. Zhao hurried toward Yinglan, examining her from head to toe, and asked, "Wow, Yinglan, are you hurt? It's my fault for not warning you that there might be wolves nearby. Let me see where you're injured." At this moment, Zhao was genuinely scared. If Yinglan had an accident today, her parents might blame her. After all, she was the last person to see Yinglan.
I'm fine.
It's just those little wolf pups. I drew my sword and shot them one by one, Yinglan said, looking spirited like a young girl full of energy, even though she was nearly 30. Even if no one came to help, I could handle it myself. There were 4 wolves, and by the time the rescue team arrived, I had already killed 3 with my gun and traps. Su-mei stood far away, listening to Yinglan's words, and couldn't help but admire her. She really was a heroine fighting wolves alone. If it had been her alone, she might have been in serious danger. No, it should be said that only danger was certain, no good fortune. Leading the group was Yinglan, who was bandaged, with the soldiers following behind her. Among them was Hua Jiangwo, clearly part of the group. Although Hua Jiangwo was far from Yinglan, their outstanding presence made them stand out from the crowd. Together, they looked like a perfect pair from a wartime poster. While Su-mei was still lost in her thoughts, Yinglan had already reached her and waved her hand, saying, "Sister-in-law, I got a little hurt. Could you please help me treat it?" Of course, Su-mei quickly moved aside to let Yinglan in. Zhao, who was behind Yinglan, looked at Su-mei and also tried to step into the yard, but Su-mei's broad figure blocked her. "Comrade Zhao, our small temple can't fit someone as grand as you," Su-mei said coldly, implying she didn't want Zhao to go in. "You think I want to go in? If I didn't care about Yinglan." Zhao hadn't finished her sentence when Su-mei interrupted. Su-mei coldly said, "If you don't want to go in, then don't. I already told you we can't fit you. Why are you still causing trouble? Your face is thicker than the city wall corner." "Su-mei, don't go too far," Zhao shouted angrily. This kind of reckless anger made Su-mei find it very funny. "Yes, I am bullying you. Someone like you, who talks nonsense. I don't dare let you get close." What if you splash dirty water on me again, and I can't wash it off?
You.
Zhao Ying gritted her teeth in anger. At this moment, He Jianguo stepped forward and said to Zhao Ying, "Comrade Zhao, if you really care about Yinglan, go back and wait for news. She will tell you when she's done. Don't keep bothering her and causing trouble for others." "Yes, Zhao Ying, just go back and wait for me. My wound hurts so much I don't want to talk. Please don't bother me anymore." Yinglan's voice also came from inside the yard. As soon as Yinglan spoke, others began to criticize Zhao Ying. Finally, Zhao Ying, blushing with shame and anger, left the crowd. Since she decided to drive Su Mei away, she had never had a good moment with her. Every time, she made a fool of herself in front of everyone, like a rat sinking in the sewer. Previously, Zhao Ying was just following someone's orders, wanting Su Mei to leave. Now, she truly hated Su Mei from the bottom of her heart. Whether she hated her or not didn't matter to Su Mei. Since the day she made Zhao Ying bark like a dog, she and Zhao Ying had no chance to reconcile. Since they had already torn their faces and Su Mei was about to leave, she wouldn't bother to show Zhao Ying any kindness. Su Mei wouldn't deliberately provoke others, but once someone provoked her, she would repeatedly suppress them until they doubted their life. After Zhao Ying left, Su Mei went into the yard to tend to Yinglan's wounds. Yinglan's injury was not serious, just some minor bites and scratches. Most of the blood on her body was from the wolf. While cleaning her wounds, Yinglan sat quietly, motionless, watching the small bites taken out of her flesh. Su Mei had never seen a woman so calm after being hurt, even without making a sound. She couldn't help but say, "It's okay to shout if it hurts. You don't have to endure it silently. It's fine, I'm used to it." Yinglan surprisingly smiled at Su Mei. She then talked about her past. "When I was in the Special Forces, I suffered even more serious injuries. Soldiers don't cry when they bleed. This little wound wouldn't make me call out." Her calm attitude made Su Mei feel even more fond of Yinglan. There's a saying that women are just as capable as men, and Yinglan is a good example of that. Su Mei remembered how He Jianguo looked injured a few days ago. At that time, He Jianguo also remained silent. These two are very similar in personality. If the original owner hadn't interfered, these two walking together would truly be a perfect match. After helping Yinglan treat her wound, Yinglan left to visit Zhao Ying's home. She was no longer anxious to see Chu Zhonghua, since she just wanted to find a place to rest. From Yinglan's words, the soldiers learned that Dr. Qin had already returned. As a result, all the soldiers who came to see Su Mei for treatment left quickly. No matter how good Su Mei's skills were, the soldiers had preconceived notions and still believed that the military doctors at the army base were more reliable. With no patients left, Yinglan had already left, so only Su Mei and He Jianguo remained in the yard. Thinking about the snow melting, about needing to return early to the small mountain village to adapt, about the photos in He Jianguo's notebook, and about Yinglan's brave and lively appearance, Su Mei finally made up her mind. She looked at He Jianguo, who was chopping wood in the yard, and softly said, "He Jianguo, don't work so hard. Come inside. We need to talk about divorce." When Su Mei spoke, He Jianguo's axe trembled slightly. He stood up, looked at Su Mei in surprise, and asked suspiciously, "Why do you want a divorce? Wasn't it already agreed that we would divorce once the snow melted?" Su Mei looked at He Jianguo with more confusion and a strange expression. Seeing Su Mei's face, He Jianguo suddenly remembered that he had never told Su Mei that he didn't want a divorce anymore. He hadn't said anything because he thought that as long as he didn't bring up divorce, the issue would gradually be forgotten. After all, Su Mei probably didn't really want a divorce. What surprised He Jianguo was that she actually brought up the matter herself. He looked at Su Mei for a few seconds, then threw down his axe and said in his usual cold tone, "Let's go inside and talk properly." After saying that, He Jianguo, with his long legs, headed toward the bedroom. Su Mei hurried to follow. Inside the room, Su Mei sat on the kong, a traditional bed, and He Jianguo leaned against a nearby desk. They looked at each other, both unsure how to start. Finally, Su-mei remained silent for a moment, feeling she had to clarify things quickly. There's really nothing to discuss. We had already talked about the details of the divorce before. It's just about the money. I still have a few opinions. You previously said you would give me all your savings. I don't want to take too much advantage of you. Since we are divorcing, let's split the property equally before marriage. No matter how much money you have, just give me half. Even a little less is fine. The money is enough for me to live on for a year. After the divorce, you don't need to worry about my affairs. We can go our separate ways and be happy. I said a year because I believe I will be able to support myself within that time. Although the environment is tough, I come from a different world, and I believe with my skills, I won't be unable to survive. In a few years, with the country's reforms, there will be opportunities, and I might even become wealthy. I am not worried about the future, so I don't need you to be responsible for my life. For now, I am not so proud that I refuse to take a single cent. I will try not to take advantage of you, as long as it doesn't affect my future life. Having pride is not enough to eat, and I have no reason to feel wronged. Compared to the conditions you offered, I think I am very considerate. I am not greedy. But I have been talking for a while and haven't received any response from you. You just stood there, leaning on the table, watching me. Your eyes were deep and calm, like a still lake, with no clear emotion. Why are you silent? If you have any opinions, just say them, I finally urged after waiting for a while. I have a strong opinion, he said directly, finally revealing what he had been holding back for half a month. Su-mei, I don't want to divorce you anymore. Hearing this, I was stunned and widened my eyes. I looked at him for a long time before asking hesitantly, why? Why do you suddenly not want a divorce anymore? It's not sudden, he said seriously. Marriage is not a game. Since I married you, I never thought about divorce. If you hadn't been so unreasonable, I would have kept this marriage going no matter how difficult it was. I originally wanted to divorce because I thought you were beyond help. But after that night, I saw that you had changed. Your words and actions, your attitude towards life, and how you handle things, everything has changed dramatically. I see all the small changes you've made. These changes make me feel hopeful about our marriage. If that's the case, why do we still want a divorce? Is it because I changed that you no longer want to leave? Su-mei asked. Yes, Jang-woo nodded. I think life now is good. There's no need to divorce. Is life really that good? Su-mei didn't think so. Don't you think this life is pretty boring? Marriage shouldn't be like this. When two people are married, they should like each other and be loving, trusting, and happy together. Only then can they hold hands and grow old together. It's not just about having a marriage certificate, living under the same roof, without a bedroom or children, and not liking each other. Why keep wasting youth? It turns out Su-mei wasn't in a hurry to divorce. Now that she heard Jang-woo didn't want a divorce, she felt anxious and wanted to finish the divorce process quickly. They had no feelings for each other, and forcing the marriage was already very unfortunate. If Jang-woo truly changed his mind, saw her changes, and wanted to keep up appearances by trapping her in a cold marriage forever, it was frightening to think about. So she had to seize the chance now and divorce him early. This was the best option. Jang-woo didn't expect that even after saying he wouldn't divorce, Su-mei still insisted on leaving. His handsome eyebrows furrowed even more. Without a bedroom or children, you still want a divorce. Yes, I must divorce. Jang-woo, what are you doing? As Su-mei was speaking, Jang-woo suddenly came over, pushed her onto the bed. Then he climbed on top of her. He leaned over her, his body less than 10 centimeters from hers, hot breath on her face, his deep eyes looking at her, his voice hoarse. Bedroom. We're not talking about divorce. What bedroom? What do you mean by bedroom?
Su-mei was shocked.
Jang-woo naturally replied, You want a divorce because I haven't shared a bedroom with you? Who said that? She didn't say that. You did, Jang-woo heard clearly. You said you want a divorce because we don't have a bedroom or children. Well, I'll give you a child now. After saying this, Su-mei saw Jang-woo sit up and start unbuttoning his shirt one button at a time. While unbuttoning, he lifted his head high, with a smooth line of his prominent Adam's apple. His jaw muscles were tight, and he exuded a wild, intense energy.
Unconsciously, my swallowed heart.
She watched as Hu Jiangwo unbuttoned faster and faster, and she quickly reached out to stop him. Don't take it off.
Why not?
Hu Jiangwo looked confused. Su Mei's face turned bright red, almost like an apple.
I didn't mean that.
I just want to divorce you. We already agreed on this. We did agree, but now I regret it. I don't want a divorce. You don't want a divorce, but I do. We should both agree on this, Su Mei said, amazed at Hu Jiangwo's logic. If he doesn't want a divorce, then he won't?
Why?
In the next moment, Hu Jiangwo grabbed Su Mei's chin and kissed her. What are you doing? Let go.
No.
Hu Jiangwo, you can't do this. I will. You want to have a baby, right? Then let's have one. Once there's a child, you won't think about divorce anymore. I don't want children. Liar. You don't want children, but you take fertility pills every day and care for your. Clearly, you do want them. Hu Jiangwo, let go you. I'm taking care of my because I found out I have cold, not for trying to get pregnant, Su Mei explained quickly as Hu Jiangwo straightened up and started unbuttoning his shirt. Hu Jiangwo didn't listen to her at all. He moved very fast, quickly tearing off his shirt and tossing it aside, revealing his strong, muscular chest. He had a great build, with a firm, tight abdomen, defined muscles, weak-colored skin with a hint of honey tone, and a few faint scars. They didn't look scary, but added a manly, wild vibe. What are you doing? Su Mei was frightened when he suddenly pounced on her, one hand slipping into her clothes. Her face turned pale. Doing?
You.
Hu Jiangwo said, grabbing her wrists and pressing them against the bed. His other hand started to take off her pants. Was he serious? Su Mei was terrified. Although she held the status of Hu Jiangwo's wife, she was not his real wife. How could she do such intimate things with someone who had no feelings for her? She struggled desperately. Hey, don't do this. I won't divorce him anymore. If I don't divorce, then don't do this. Is that what you say? Hu Jiangwo looked at her with raised eyes. Su Mei nodded heavily. Yes, I said it. If I don't divorce, then don't do this.
Okay.
Hu Jiangwo nodded, but his hand was still unfastening her clothes. Feeling the wind blowing into her neck, Su Mei looked confused. You said you won't divorce, so why are you still here? What do you really want? To be together. The words from his thin lips were simple and clear. Su Mei, overwhelmed and helpless, almost cried. We're not divorcing anymore, so why are we being intimate? Since we're not divorcing, then having a baby is important. We need to do it quickly, so you won't regret it later. While speaking, Hu Jiangwo had already unbuttoned all her coat buttons. His hand slipped into her clothes, touching something soft. This man really is a master of logic. Su Mei was so anxious she was sweating. I said I won't divorce, so how could I regret it? If you won't regret, then let's be together, Hu Jiangwo said, leaning down and kissing Su Mei's lips. He didn't want to hear her speak anymore. Unexpectedly, this move angered Su Mei. She ignored everything and bit Hu Jiangwo's lips fiercely. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood filled Su Mei's mouth. Only after Hu Jiangwo felt the pain did he let go of Su Mei, scolding softly. Are you a dog?
Who told you to kiss me?
If you dare to kiss me again, I'll bite you to death, Su Mei said fiercely, glaring at Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo looked at Su Mei deeply, then stopped kissing her and began slowly unbuttoning her inner clothes. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons, 4 buttons. Every time a button was undone, Su Mei's heart trembled. Between breaths, the softness under her cotton shirt kept rising and falling, making Hu Jiangwo breathe more heavily. Su Mei hesitated, trying to stop him, but Hu Jiangwo pressed her tightly. Be good. We're going to have a baby. No, Hu Jiangwo, I have a fat gene. The baby will be fat too, not good looking. It's okay. I like chubby little boys. What if it's a girl and she can't get married?
How could that be?
Didn't you marry me? Hu Jiangwo's eyes deepened. Still married, quite well. As he spoke, The last button was undone, revealing the soft flesh of a small red undergarment, faintly visible. Su Mei was at a loss for words. No, with my body weighing 180 jin, how could you possibly do that, Hu Jiangwo? I beg you to eat something good. Boo-hoo. Nonsense. Dumplings should be eaten hot, and a wife should marry someone chubby. Ancient people never lied to me. Su Mei, Hu Jiangwo, are you two here? Just as Hu Jiangwo was about to look at Su Mei's half-unbuttoned pants, a shout suddenly came from outside. Soon after, there were a few hurried footsteps in the yard. This sound was like a lifeline, sparking hope in Su Mei's eyes. She quickly responded, "Here."
Just a moment. Don't block the way.
Didn't you hear someone's coming?
Su Mei shofli scolded Hu Jiangwo.
Hu Jiangwo's face darkened, as if water could drip from it. He looked gloomy and stepped back from Su Mei. He picked up a shirt nearby and impatiently started dressing. Seeing that they had escaped a crisis, Su Mei relaxed completely, exhaling heavily. She was stunned for 5 seconds before getting out of bed quickly to tidy herself up. The people outside seemed a bit anxious. They kept urging without waiting for them. "What are you two doing?
Come out already."
Is it that urgent? How urgent? Hu Jiangwo's tone was cold and deep. The person outside froze at his stern look. Usually, Hu Jiangwo didn't lose his temper. The person with him glared at the one outside. "What are you arguing about? Just wait." Finally, the two inside finished dressing. Su Mei hurried to the door, pulled it open. The cold air outside rushed into her nose, making her feel alive again. The noisy yard grew quiet as she opened the door. The young man who had been urging them earlier approached the door, peeked inside, then said, "Commander Hu, did I disturb you? What do you think?" Hu Jiangwo's eyes were dark and cold as he looked at the young man. The young man's heart suddenly thumped hard, and he stammered, "Sorry. Tell me, what do you want?" In fact, Hu Jiangwo had already guessed the purpose of this person, but he asked more out of curiosity. He suspected this person came for Su Mei. After Hu Jiangwo finished speaking, the person said, "Here's the situation. Our party committee received a report about your wife, Su Mei. We've had the letter for several days now, and we've checked some of its contents. We're here to hear your opinion and see if you recognize what's written in the letter. Since we thought you might not be at home during the day, we came here at night. Sorry to disturb your rest."
Su Mei understood immediately.
It seemed that Zhao Ying's report had yielded some results. In fact, Su Mei's reputation in the compound was well known. Her bad deeds could fill a book. But no one had openly come forward to report her before. The party committee had been hesitant to act because of Hu Jiangwo's reputation, choosing to turn a blind eye to her actions. Without reports, they could ignore her. But once someone reported her, they couldn't just pretend it didn't happen. If they ignored the report and it was taken to higher authorities, those responsible for maintaining discipline could get into serious trouble. Although Su Mei was startled when Hu Jiangwo forcibly pulled her out of bed, she now wanted to find a reason to leave the compound. Still, she didn't admit to anything written in Zhao Ying's report out of fear that Zhao Ying might hold a grudge and accuse her of crimes that could ruin her life. Her face was flushed and she was still shaken, but she remained calm. Whether I admit it or not depends on what she wrote. You tell me, I'll listen. If I need to admit something, I will. Okay, the young man said, holding a thick file bag as he entered their bedroom. Behind him, 2 other young people of about the same age followed. The young man took out a document written on more than 20 sheets of paper from the file and said while reading, "There are 5 main issues in the report against you. There's no way to deny it. These things are well known to everyone." After everyone finished talking, the young man took out a piece of paper and handed it to Su Mei for her to sign and stamp. This matter was then considered settled. Finally, the young man said to Su Mei, "All matters are now clear. Comrade Su Mei, Commander Hu, we will go now. The party committee will come tomorrow to deliver the decision regarding your case." After speaking, he left the yard with 2 other people who hadn't said a word the entire time. Throughout the process, Hu Jiangwo never spoke. He stood quietly by the desk at the head of the bed, his eyes distant, lost in thought. Because of his tense mood, Su Mei didn't dare to talk to Hu Jiangwo. After those people left, she followed behind them and went outside. She then entered the kitchen, turned on the small light bulb, less than 15 watts, and began preparing dinner under the dim light. Sume was now too afraid to mention the word divorce. She thought that once the party committee's notice arrived tomorrow, she would definitely be expelled from the compound. Even if Hua Jiangwo disagreed with the divorce, she would leave this place, go her own way, and eventually find another chance to ask for a divorce. She would never have with a man she didn't love, nor live with someone she cared for. As Sume nervously sliced the potatoes into strips, Hua Jiangwo appeared at the kitchen door. Seeing him, Sume felt a tightness in her chest. She lowered her head, afraid to look at him, worried he might want to continue what they had just discussed. Fortunately, he didn't. He said, "I need to go to the military district to check on some things. Don't worry too much. The punishment won't be too serious. At worst, they'll just not let us stay in the family housing. I'll go to the nearby town and buy a house for you." Sume made a sound from her nose. In front of her husband, who was acting so confidently, she dared not oppose him. She could only pretend to agree with all his decisions and wait for a chance to escape. Seeing Hua Jiangwo turn and leave, Sume finally relaxed completely. Although she didn't dislike Hua Jiangwo, she certainly didn't like him either. When she first traveled here, she had a slight good impression of him, but that faint feeling disappeared along with the photos. If Hua Jiangwo had really done something to her just now, it would have been an. No woman wants to be forcibly taken. She broke out in cold sweat just thinking about it. She finished frying the shredded potatoes, scooped some leftover porridge from the morning, and absent-mindedly ate her dinner. She returned to the bedroom and locked the door from inside, not leaving it open for Hua Jiangwo this time. Then she turned off the light and, instead of her usual yoga routine, she simply lay down on the bed. Usually, she would heat water every night, burning a lot of fire to keep the bed warm, but tonight she only made shredded potatoes, and the fire had gone out before it heated up. The temperature on the bed was so cold that her body curled up into a ball. It wasn't because she was lazy and didn't want to heat the bed. She just didn't want to spend time in the kitchen. She was afraid Hua Jiangwo might come home before she returned to the bedroom. Now, she no longer dared to be alone with him. She locked the door, thinking that this man probably wouldn't force his way in. It wasn't until late at night that Hua Jiangwo returned from outside. As soon as he came in, he headed straight for the bedroom, but when he pushed the door, he found it was locked from inside and froze in place. His voice was a little muffled in the night. "Didn't you want me before? Now you're guarding against me like a thief. Are you really unwilling? Isn't it just to keep me away from trouble? A big pervert." Su Meishin thought gloomily, but dared not speak, only pretending to be asleep. She was easily startled because, during her night shifts, if someone knocked on the door, she knew it was the nurse notifying her about a patient needing night care. So, as soon as Hua Jiangwo entered the yard, she already knew he was back. But she didn't dare move or even breathe loudly, afraid that Hua Jiangwo might realize she was not asleep and have strange ideas. Fortunately, Hua Jiangwo didn't stand at the door for long and turned into the kitchen. She guessed he hadn't eaten dinner tonight and went to find something to eat. In the kitchen, there was the leftover shredded potatoes and porridge she had eaten earlier. She heard the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, so he probably just ate cold food. Later, she heard him lighting a fire. He hadn't come out of the kitchen for a long time. Gradually, she felt warmth on the bed. After some time, Hua Jiangwo came out of the room and approached Su Meihui's door. He whispered, "Still cold? I see you always wrap yourself up like a cocoon when you sleep, probably afraid of the cold. You didn't burn much firewood this afternoon, so maybe the fire wasn't big enough. I lit it for a while. Do you think it's warm enough?" "Yes, it's enough." No matter how reluctant she was to speak, she couldn't refuse such kindness. She could only respond softly in silence. She wondered what being wrapped like a cicada pupa had to do with being afraid of the cold. She was just worried she might not sleep peacefully and might crawl into his bed in the middle of the night. Fortunately, Jiangwo didn't say anything else. He simply turned around and left from the door. Sume let out a long sigh of relief. That night, Sume didn't sleep well. Jiangwo slept in the next room, probably on the bed where she examined patients. He coughed now and then. Although it had stopped snowing, the weather was getting colder, approaching deep winter. Outside, it was freezing. During the day, Soo-mei had to put a basin under the table and use charcoal to stay warm while seeing patients. The temperature inside at night was probably even colder. Soo-mei knew Jang-woo was very cold, but she didn't care. He was suffering because he refused to take care of himself, and he deserved to be cold. The next morning, Soo-mei woke up very late. She had already been awake, but didn't want to get up. The military clinic was open, but no one was coming to see her. She was fine with sleeping a little longer, mainly because she didn't know how to face Jang-woo. She lay on the bed listening to him busy in the kitchen next door. It wasn't until Jang-woo called her at the door for lunch that she slowly got up. "Don't be afraid. It's daytime. I won't do anything to you." Jang-woo's cold voice came from outside when he noticed her slow movements. He meant that he wouldn't do anything during the day, implying he might at night. She replied lazily, "Okay, I'll come out soon." After washing her face, Soo-mei poured the water outside into the yard and went to the kitchen. She saw Jang-woo steaming white buns and congee with scallions. "You didn't go to work today?" she asked, trying to break the awkward silence. Jang-woo only managed to hide his discomfort with a tense face. He pushed a bowl of congee toward her and replied gloomily, "Waiting at home for the group party to come and deliver your treatment results." They ate in silence afterward, neither speaking. Just as they were finishing, Jang-woo couldn't hold back any longer and asked in a low voice, "Why are you unwilling now?"
Here we go again.
Since he brought it up, Soo-mei decided to face it directly. She still hadn't left this place, and to completely dispel Jang-woo's hopes, it was best to be honest with him. She said straightforwardly, "When two people are together, they should at least like each other. If you don't like me, why should I be willing?" "How do you know I don't like you?" Hwa Jang-woo quickly interrupted Soo-mei's words. Soo-mei looked directly at Hwa Jang-woo for a long time, then asked him, "Oh, do you like me?" Hwa Jang-woo wanted to say he liked her, but faced with Soo-mei's earnest and sincere gaze, he felt guilty. After a long pause, he gave an answer unrelated to liking. "I will do my duty as a husband." Have you ever thought that if you don't like someone, letting go quickly is also a responsible choice? Don't delay me from finding a better life. Soo-mei felt that even though they were clearly not suitable for each other, they still forced themselves to stay together, which was truly irresponsible. This time, Hwa Jang-woo was silent for a long time. He didn't know how to discuss the topic of liking someone, but he remembered something else. "But these days, you've been working so hard to improve yourself. Isn't that just to stay with me? Since you've made so much effort, and I've accepted your change, why do you want to give up now?"
Huh?
Soo-mei was surprised that Hwa Jang-woo firmly believed her efforts were for him. She paused for a moment, then helplessly told him, "I'm not trying to stay with you by changing. I changed because I wanted to become a better person. Since I'm leaving your side, if I had remained the same as before, I would definitely have a hard time after leaving you. So I changed for myself, not for you. Didn't you misunderstand something?"
Bang.
"Not for me?" Hwa Jang-woo suddenly felt like his brain exploded. So all his fantasies these days were just wishful thinking? It turned out she worked hard to improve herself not to stay with him, but to have enough confidence to leave him. This realization made Hwa Jang-woo feel a twinge of sourness in his heart. He swallowed hard and looked at Soo-mei with a conflicted expression. "Then what about your weight loss, taking pregnancy supplements, and washing my underwear and socks? If you don't want to live properly with me, why do you do these things?"
Huh?
Soo-mei was stunned by his words. She looked at Hwa Jang-woo quietly for 5 seconds, then seriously said, "First, I'm losing weight because I'm too fat. That affects my health and looks. I've already said it's for myself. Second, I'm not really trying to get pregnant. I don't know where you heard that rumor. I'm just taking care of because of coldness in my. Finally, I haven't washed your socks and underwear at all. I've washed them a few times and then just used a stick to pick them up and hang them on a tree. So, you wouldn't just wear them directly, right? The unwashed socks and underwear I just hung outside to air, then took them back and wore them again." Soo-mei thought the smell was a bit overwhelming. She didn't remind Ho Jangwo that those things hadn't been washed because she thought he could tell they were dirty. Unexpectedly, he thought she had washed them and was moved by it. She only hung them up because she didn't want to touch them directly and didn't have extra basins, so she used a stick to poke them and casually hung them on a nearby branch. Have they never been washed? Ho Jangwo coughed violently a few times, his face turning bright red. Although feeling very embarrassed, Su-mei nodded confidently. Yes, never washed at all. At this moment, Ho Jangwo's mood was complicated. Did he really wear those 2 unwashed pairs of underwear for half a month? He suddenly hesitated. Should he continue talking with Su-mei here, or go back to the bedroom and find a pair of clean underwear to change into? Seeing Ho Jangwo's awkward expression, as if he wanted to disappear on the spot, Su-mei couldn't help but laugh inside 300 times. But she still had to pretend nothing happened, picked up her chopsticks, stood up, and placed them into the preheated washing water. The water was a bit hot. Su-mei grabbed a bucket, intending to add some cold water, but before she could lift it, Ho Jangwo snatched it away. Go do your own thing. I'll wash the dishes. After washing the dishes and pots, he immediately wanted to boil hot water for a shower. Okay, then you wash. Su-mei released her grip and quickly left. She couldn't hold back her laughter anymore and ran to her temporary clinic where she was treating patients, covering her mouth and giggling like a goose. It wasn't that she didn't want to hold back, she just couldn't. Standing in the yard with the water bucket, listening to the goose calls, Ho Jangwo looked on with a complicated expression. He felt a bit awkward walking now, as if he was extremely embarrassed between his legs. He didn't dare to think about it, just thinking about it made his cheeks burn. What is going on? Afraid that Ho Jangwo might have inappropriate thoughts again, Su-mei didn't go back to the bedroom after stopping her laughter. She took out all the medicines and planned to do a quick inventory, thinking she would send the remaining medicines and the account book back to the military district when she left. While carefully counting the medicine, Su-mei heard the sound of water being poured into a basin from the next room. Su-mei thought about He Jangwo's underwear and socks, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He Jangwo, who had already taken off his underwear that had been worn several times, looked at the underwear in his hand with a complex expression. He really wanted to knock on the window to remind Su-mei next door the soundproofing in this room is very poor. After finishing his shower, He Jangwo came out holding his clothes and pants, soaking them in a basin with laundry detergent. The underwear he just took off, and the one he just hung on a tree branch, were both covered in a thick layer of soap. He Jangwo's actions have caused psychological shadows over his underwear. He really wanted to ask Su-mei, hey, little chubby girl, why are you hanging your laundry to dry? After soaking his clothes, He Jangwo didn't stop. He picked up his axe and went to chop the firewood he hadn't finished chopping yesterday. He Jangwo felt a strange sense of restlessness. When he was anxious, he couldn't sit still and always wanted to find something to do. While chopping firewood, his thoughts slowly drifted back to the reasons Su-mei wanted to divorce him. She said it was because he didn't like her, so she wanted to leave him. What does it mean to like someone? He Jangwo didn't know. He had never had feelings for a woman, but he knew what responsibility and duty were. In his view, marriage was very simple, just a marriage certificate, a house, a bed, and 2 people holding hands for a lifetime. A home with 2 people, 3 meals, and 4 seasons, that was his ideal marriage life. In recent days, he thought he was getting closer to that ideal life. He had many ideas about the future. He imagined his wife and children on a warm Kong bed. He imagined taking Su-mei home to meet both sets of parents, sitting around the dining table for a peaceful lunch. He imagined waking up every morning to see the little chubby girl curled up beside him. He had made so many plans, but none of them included divorce. Thinking about Su-mei disappearing from his life after the divorce, and him moving back to his cold, single dormitory, made He Jangwo feel very upset. Marriage, which once felt like a hot potato to him, had suddenly become something he couldn't give up in such a short time. He didn't want to get divorced, but she said that not divorcing would delay her pursuit of a better life. In her ideal life, she had no place for him. This realization made Jangwo feel a strange mix of sourness and bitterness deep inside. He worked hard chopping firewood, trying to push away that uncomfortable feeling. People are not afraid of losing hope. They fear having hope, only to have it suddenly shattered. That truly makes a person feel more heartbroken and pained than anything else. Jang Wo didn't rest all day. He spent the morning chopping wood, prepared lunch voluntarily at noon, and in the afternoon, he used to clear the weeds around the yard. Until sunset, feeling bored, he carried his to the field and cleared the weeds that had grown all year. Only by staying busy could he feel less numb. The group committee didn't send the decision about Su Mei until dusk, worried that Jang Wo wouldn't be home during the day. But they didn't expect that Jang Wo had stayed home all day just waiting for this decision. The decision was simple, just a few short sentences. It basically said that the group committee thought Su Mei couldn't adapt well to life in the family compound and suggested she move out soon. They spoke politely, but Su Mei knew it was a way to save Jang Wo's face. The advice in the decision was something she couldn't ignore. When she saw it, she felt a little relieved. She told the group committee, "Thank you for your trouble. Don't worry, I'll leave tomorrow." Seeing how eager she was to leave, Jang Wo felt even more heavy-hearted. She had married him stubbornly, even drugged him to try to be intimate, and now she wanted to leave without hesitation. She was truly a heartless woman. The group committee didn't criticize Su Mei. They simply calmly handed her and Jang Wo the signed decision. As soon as she finished signing, Zhao confidently strode into the room, standing with her hands on her hips, looking proud of herself. "Su Mei, I told you I'd get you out of here. Keep pretending to be tough, but no matter how clever you act, you'll eventually show your true face in front of me." "Foolish? Comrade Zhao, you must have forgotten to take your medicine outside. You're confused. How dare you spread superstitions like that? Don't you know it's forbidden to become a spirit after the founding of the country?" The group committee, witnessing this, was silent. Su Mei looked at Zhao with a frightened expression. Zhao didn't expect Su Mei to argue back now that she was about to be driven out. She panicked for a moment, then quickly shook her head. "I didn't mean it that way. Everyone knows. That remark was just a simple insult to you. Comrade Zhao, be careful with your words, please." The members of the Youth League Committee looked at Zhao and warned her seriously. At this time, people's speech was quite restricted. Many things couldn't be said freely. Faced with the Youth League Committee members, Zhao felt intimidated. She shrank her neck and replied, "Okay, I will be careful." Then, "Comrade Su Mei, our decision is final. Please cooperate with us and move out within 3 days," said the committee member. Seeing that everything was clear, he planned to say one last thing to Su Mei before leaving. Before he could speak, an old, gentle voice came from outside the yard. "Move out? Where is Su Mei supposed to go?" After the voice fell, everyone in the yard saw an elderly man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles walking in from outside. "Dr. Qin," several people in the yard called out. Su Mei searched her memory and remembered that this old man was the military doctor from the military clinic. Her memories of this doctor were not very good. When the original owner was still alive, this doctor came to the military residence to give free medical services. The original owner once asked him for medicine for constipation. She took the medicine but was reluctant to pay, and she ran away with the medicine bag in front of him. Later, Huijiangua paid the debt, but Su Mei still felt a bit awkward whenever she saw this old man again. She wondered what he was doing here now. Perhaps he heard she was about to be expelled and came to join the celebration. Dr. Qin was nearly 60 years old. He had served in the military for many years and was a military doctor, but he was already a senior regiment-level officer. Everyone in the military district respected him, and the head of the Youth League Committee even stepped forward to answer his questions. "Yes, Dr. Qin. Our Youth League Committee received a report about Comrade Su Mei, and after investigation, we found the accusations to be true. Therefore, the committee has decided to handle this matter and recommends that Comrade Su Mei move out of the military district within 3 days." The committee members had been in the yard for a while, and with Zhao loudly shouting, Dr. Qin also arrived. The yard grew increasingly lively. Gradually, a crowd gathered outside to watch the scene. The more people there were, the happier Zhao felt. She smiled and said everyone saw it. I, Zhaoying, am not accusing good people wrongly. The Youth League Committee's eyes are sharp. Sume is finally about to be expelled from the compound, and I suppose I have done a good deed for everyone. Last time, I lied to help, but my intention was good. I just wanted to do something nice for everyone. Although the process was a bit difficult, I am glad I achieved my goal. You don't need to thank me too much. I just wanted to vent my frustration. It's clear that Zhaoying is trying very hard to restore her image. But her efforts are met with little response. No one pays attention to her. Someone who has learned to bark like a dog cannot turn things around, and Zhaoying's words are all in vain. She seems to realize this and suddenly turns pale. However, she remembers that her mother, Lan, once said that as long as she successfully forces Sume out of the military compound, she will find a way to help her husband transfer from the border to the city. In the future, she won't have to live here anymore, so she doesn't care what these housewives think of her. Thinking this way, Zhaoying's heart lifts with excitement again. Her eyes on Sume are full of pride, as if her plan has succeeded. But Zhaoying's pride is quickly shattered by a gentle, refined voice. In the yard, Dr. Qin had been standing and watching Sume for a long time. Suddenly, he said something everyone didn't expect. Sume, since you're not allowed to stay in the military compound, come live with me at the military district clinic. I think you have a real talent for medicine. Today, I came specifically to take you as my apprentice. Seeing Zhaoying about to successfully drive Sume away, she was stunned. She looked at Qin Jingting in disbelief several times before asking in shock, Dr. Qin, are you mistaken? She is Sume. Why would you want to take someone like her as your apprentice? Why would I be mistaken? Wang Ant, who had just finished bathing and hurried over, spoke up for Sume. As everyone knows, Sume is skilled in medicine. If Dr. Qin doesn't take her as an apprentice, does he want to take you instead? But her morals are not good, Zhaoying said. Wang Ant rolled her eyes at Zhaoying. You think your morals are good? If your morals are so good, why isn't Commander Liu letting you be a teacher? Zhaoying was speechless when it came to being a teacher. Seeing Zhaoying shut up, Wang Ant smiled and looked at Qin Jingting. She asked, Dr. Qin, are you really planning to take Sume as your apprentice? Yes, I do have this intention. Qin Jingting nodded, then turned to look at Sume and asked, I just don't know what Sume is thinking.
Huh?
Sume looked confused, completely unsure of what Qin Jingting was up to. Out of nowhere, he suddenly came to her door and said he wanted to take her as a disciple. The most shocked person was Huijiangua. Last night, he had already guessed what Sume's decision would be. To find her a place to go, he spent half the night negotiating with Qin Jingting at the military clinic, hoping Qin would take her in, but Qin refused. He had given up on this matter, not expecting Qin to suddenly change his mind, and instead of offering to take her in, he directly proposed making her his disciple. Although Qin Jingting only runs a small clinic in the military district, he is very famous in the medical world, considered a top medical expert, and many people desperately want to learn from him. Before coming to the military district, Qin Jingting was a doctor in the capital. He refused to be forced to take on apprentices, so he voluntarily was sent to this remote, harsh place. Over the years, he complained that he was the only doctor in the entire military district and refused to accept any students. He even publicly declared that he had no plans to take on disciples. So when Huijiangua approached Qin Jingting, he didn't even mention the word apprentice, only asking if Sume could stay and help out at his place. Qin Jingting firmly refused. But just a day later, this old man changed his mind again. Huijiangua didn't know what Qin Jingting was up to, but he knew very well that having Qin Jingting as a teacher would be extremely beneficial for Sume, nothing but advantages. With Qin Jingting's status, once she became his student, she would be halfway into the highest level of medicine. Seeing Sume remain silent, Huijiangua couldn't help but lean in and whisper in her ear, Why don't you go meet your master?
Master?
Sume pursed her lips and glanced at Qin Jingting. May I ask why you want to take me as a disciple? There's no free lunch in the world. Some questions need to be asked clearly. She didn't want to end up with a master she didn't understand. Everyone around was stunned. Many thought Su Mei was ungrateful. Although most didn't know Qin Jingting's background, they still believed that it was a blessing for Su Mei to be able to learn from him. Su Mei, what is she doing? She's already got food in her mouth, and she's not eating? She worked at the clinic for a few days and then forgot her own name. Dr. Qin wanted to take her as a disciple, but she asked why. She was acting proud. If she offended Dr. Qin, she might have to go back to her hometown. A good hand, but Su Mei played it badly. You can't say it like that. Su Mei is still strong. Half a month ago, everyone wanted to beat her, but now she has turned things around. She is truly talented. She has some skill. The onlookers whispered among themselves, as if Dr. Qin was willing to take Su Mei as a disciple, she should be grateful and agree, rather than asking why without knowing her place. Su Mei ignored these voices and kept looking at Qin Jingting, wanting to hear his answer. Qin Jingting didn't expect Su Mei to ask him why. He was momentarily stunned, but then smiled. Compared to those who only wanted to become his disciples for fame and didn't care about anything else, Qin Jingting liked Su Mei's personality more. He said to her, "Some things are hard to say in front of others. Can you invite me inside to talk?" Of course, Su Mei nodded. Actually, she felt awkward whenever someone said they wanted to talk inside. Usually, conversations in other homes lead to bedrooms, but this house had nowhere else to sit. But she had no choice. Other rooms were either dirty or cold. Su Mei could only lead Qin Jingting to the sofa at the bedroom entrance. Seeing Su Mei bring Qin Jingting inside, Zhao became very anxious. Her only chance to turn things around was to drive Su Mei away. If Su Mei became Qin Jingting's disciple and went to the military district clinic to be a doctor, she would forever lose the chance to drive Su Mei away. She couldn't let this happen. She immediately ran back to her yard with determination. Wang Auntie had been watching Zhao Ying's movements. When she saw Zhao Ying's grim expression, she guessed Zhao Ying had another bad idea. She quickly followed. Because she was in a hurry, Zhao Ying didn't notice Wang Auntie following her. She ran straight back to her yard. By day, Yinglan had already been taken to the military district by her father, Chu Zhonghua. So, there was no one else at Zhao Ying's house now. Only her husband, Liang Yue. When she reached her yard, Zhao Ying shouted to Liang Yue, "You, come out quickly. Go to the military district now and call Yinglan's mom." Late at night, what are you talking about? Since Zhao Ying lost her person and her job at the military residence, Liang Yue had been very unfriendly to her. Normally, Zhao Ying would be very unhappy with Liang Yue's attitude, but at this moment, she doesn't have time to argue. "I told you to go, so go." The outcome for Su Mei is decided. The Youth League Committee has decided to expel Su Mei from the campus. Are you saying I should call Yinglan's mom to share the good news? Liang Yue, understanding why Zhao Ying has always targeted Su Mei, suddenly feels hopeful. There's no need to rush. We can wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow is too late. It was already certain that Su Mei would be expelled, but then someone unexpectedly intervened. Zhao Ying said angrily. Dr. Qin from the military district clinic suddenly came over, saying he wants to take Su Mei as his apprentice. If she becomes a student, she definitely won't leave here. Dr. Qin? That's impossible. He's not an ordinary doctor. He came from the capital with a very complicated background. I heard many high-ranking officials' children wanted to study under him. To avoid those people, he voluntarily was sent here as a military doctor, and he's been doing it for over 10 years. He doesn't accept the children of high officials, so how could he accept Su Mei? That's probably fake. Liang Yue, knowing some details about Qin Jingting's background, doesn't believe Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying glared at Liang Yue sharply. I heard it with my own ears. How could it be false? Then everything's ruined. What's the point of calling Yinglan's mom now? Liang Yue frowned at Zhao Ying, confused about what she was thinking. Of course it's useful. Zhao Ying's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce, crazy look. Su Mei has already signed the documents with the Youth League Committee. Although Guo Jianghua paid her back for stealing vegetables, the committee didn't hold her responsible. But theft is theft, and paying compensation doesn't really cancel it out. We can't do anything about Su Mei. But do you think Yinglan's mom won't be able to send her to jail? How can you be sure Yinglan's mom will do that? If she wants Guo Jianghua to be her son-in-law, she definitely will, Zhao Ying said confidently. This isn't against any rules. There's nothing she can't do. She's just following the proper procedures, not just the usual rules of the campus. Now, go ahead and make the call. Once it's done, you'll be transferred out of this terrible place. Don't you want to leave? If I call tomorrow, it's too late. It's late at night. Aren't you afraid I might get eaten by wolves on the way? Liang Youwei's tone was full of reluctance. Zhao Ying immediately became upset. This kind of matter needs to be dealt with quickly. Once Su Mei's handling result is reported tomorrow, Yinglan's mother will immediately find a reason to continue blaming Su Mei. If she doesn't handle this tonight, she won't be able to interfere once everything is settled tomorrow. So, you should go now and borrow a car from your uncle to drive to the military district. What are you afraid of, wolves? All right, I'll go. Liang Youwei was still reluctant, but considering his future, he obediently started to get dressed. He had to call from the military district. There was no phone at the family compound. Outside the yard, Wang Ant, who had overheard Zhao Ying and Liang Youwei's conversation word for word, broke out in a cold sweat. She had once had a ridiculous suspicion. Knowing that Yinglan and Zhao Ying were close, she guessed that Zhao Ying might have been instructed by Yinglan to drive Su Mei away. But Wang Ant had also interacted with Yinglan and thought she was too kind, so she automatically dismissed that idea. To her surprise, she found out that Yinglan was indeed involved behind the scenes, but it wasn't Yinglan herself. Rather, her mother was behind it. It turned out that Su Mei also said she always felt Zhao Ying was deliberately targeting her. Now Wang Ant knew that Su Mei's intuition was correct. Zhao Ying was indeed targeting her intentionally. She needed to quickly tell Hu Jianghua and Su Mei about this so they could come up with a plan. Thinking this, Wang Ant quickly turned around and hurriedly walked toward the house where Hu Jianghua and Su Mei lived.